Chapter 89. Bloodline. Thank you. You should return to rest early. Bai Ling surprisingly managed to smile. Having me here is sufficient. Cui Ying replied, then. I shall take my leave for now, Auntie. I will come back later. I just need to grab something to eat before returning. No. It is enough for me to be here alone. What I mean is, you should go back to the antique shop first. Bai Ling raised her head. He is still alive, and that is enough. You must be worried about that child, Yu Qing, right? How did she know? Cui Ying was momentarily taken aback. He is not a bad person. I know, Bai Ling replied. He is a friend of Su Bai. I bear him no resentment. I only wish for his safety now. Auntie. Cui Ying had not anticipated that she would suddenly break down, tears streaming uncontrollably. She was gripped by fear, realizing the extent of her worry. This feeling was more profound than the uncertainty she felt while Su Bai was in the operating room. Now that Su Bai was safe, her heart was even more anxious. She despised her own ordinariness. I do not understand why Yu Qing would harm Su Bai, but I remember he left a talisman in a stranger's taxi to protect her from evil. He is someone with such intentions. Bai Ling sighed and stepped forward to embrace Cui Ying. In that case, return and wait for him. As long as he remains Yu Qing, he will certainly come back to the antique shop. Do you understand? As long as he remains Yu Qing? Cui Ying finally realized that Auntie and the previous talisman bearer, Su Yu, knew something. All right, I will return to wait for him. After seeing Cui Ying off, Bai Ling sat by the bedside, holding Su Bai's hand and gently patting it. I still remember how joyous I was on the day you were born. I wondered if your grandmother would rush back to see her grandson. When you were born, you lay there quietly, not crying or fussing, a perfect little angel. I even felt relieved that you did not resemble your father. Just think, if you looked like him, what would you do? Bai Ling chuckled to herself. But you know what? Just 2 minutes later, you almost left me. At that moment, I truly thought the sky was about to fall. Fortunately, you encountered a benefactor who saved your life. He once mentioned that your fate had changed, and everything would depend on you. This trial is yours. If you can overcome it, a new fate will begin. Su Bai, lying on the hospital bed, felt a twitch in his eyelids. Bai Ling smiled. Mom is truly happy that you have passed through this trial. I hope your fate changes and brings good fortune to your friends as well, so they can safely endure. Mom. Su Bai emitted a faint sound. You're awake? Bai Ling exclaimed in surprise, leaning closer. Su Bai opened his eyes and felt a sharp pain in his chest. What about Yu Qing? How is he? Bai Ling's heart ached. These two children shared the same kindness. She reassured him, do not worry about Yu Qing. Boss Tang and the others have already gone to find him. Focus on your recovery, and when you are well, Yu Qing will return. Mom, if you see him, please tell him that I do not blame him. Su Bai swallowed hard. It was not him. I know, I can feel it. After Su Bai finished speaking, he felt utterly exhausted and promptly closed his eyes. Mom, I am hungry. You cannot eat anything right now, but in a few days, once the doctor gives the green light, you will be able to savor the soup your father has prepared, Bai Ling replied. If your father were to know, he would be terribly distressed. Son, what? Once this matter is resolved, I need to share something with you that is closely related to you, Bai Ling stated earnestly. It was rare for her to adopt such a serious demeanor. She often carried herself with a playful spirit, viewing herself as a young girl, engrossed in melodramatic television series, alternating between laughter and tears. Can it not be said now? It cannot. Bai Ling tucked the blanket around Su Bai, adding, I fear you may be frightened to death. Su Bai blinked once. Mom, I have actually matured. There are many things I can now accept. You do not truly believe that the scales on my body are a skin disease, do you? Bai Ling's body jolted slightly. What are you saying? The scales on my body are very likely dragon scales. Su Bai struggled to lift his hand, pointing to his own head. Have you forgotten? My IQ is 180. In college, I pursued dual majors, and since then, I have begun to study the scales on my body. I have cross-reference databases, and not a single type of scale matches. I have also examined all cases of skin diseases, and mine is not among them. Even the rarest conditions in the world, surely. I cannot be so fortunate as to be the first case of an exceedingly rare skin disease. Then why do you believe they are dragon scales? Bai Ling replied with a wry smile, having always perceived Su Bai as a child, yet now realizing that this prodigious youth's cognitive abilities far surpassed her imagination. Intuition. Su Bai's hand retreated under the blanket. The wound was truly painful, yet his thirst for the truth overshadowed the discomfort. I have compared all the scales, and only dragons remain unreferenced. Moreover, they possess an air of mystery. If they are indeed dragon scales, how magnificent that would be. Upon finishing this declaration, he cheekily blinked, prompting Bai Ling to slap his forehead in exasperation. What time is it, and you still jest? The motion aggravated his chest wound, and Su Bai looked down, pondering. Is he trying to pry open my heart? He is not trying to pry out your heart, Bai Ling said. Unbeknownst to them, outside the hospital room stood Su Dahong, who, despite rarely venturing out at night, made an exception today. He could not remain indifferent, trailing behind to this location. Before entering, he overheard a series of perplexing statements. Shrinking against the wall, he listened intently to the murmurs within. His son had sustained grave injuries, nearly compelling him to rush inside, yet hearing Bai Ling's musings filled his mind with countless questions, including the peculiar fact that he had entirely forgotten the circumstances surrounding his son's birth, a realization that made his heart race. Mom, what is the truth behind the scales on my body? Su Bai inquired. I know I possess some form of power within me, otherwise I would not have been able to enter the Yao Guang last time. What is the source of this power? You are educated. Let me ask you, do you believe in the ancient myths? Bai Ling suddenly asked with a serious tone. I do. Su Bai remarked, at this moment, I am a believer. I once doubted the existence of spirits, yet Yu Qing has allowed me to witness them firsthand and even converse with them. I now firmly believe that ancient beings of various kinds indeed existed. They have merely faded away for myriad reasons. Bai Ling shook his head in disbelief. You have truly changed. After enduring such a life-and-death ordeal, are you still the same playful son I once knew? Su Bai feigned surprise before breaking into a smile. Oh, how could I forget you? Bai Ling discerned that Su Bai's laughter was but a facade, for his thoughts were consumed by Yu Qing. Unbeknownst to him, whenever he was troubled, his brow would instinctively furrow, a habit he had cultivated since childhood. Despite his outward mirth, his forehead remained tightly knit. Mother, please, just tell me plainly. This suspense is unbearable, Su Bai implored. What is there left for me to doubt? You and Mother both possess the bloodline of the dragon clan. It may sound incredulous, yet it is the truth. Our ancestors were the offspring of unions between humans and dragons. Bai Ling continued, dragons appear outwardly similar to humans, yet they retain their true draconic forms. The children born of such unions initially bore equal traces of both bloodlines. However, as the dragon clan waned, their descendants gradually blended into the common populace, resulting in a dilution of their lineage. Yet, there are exceptions to this pattern, such as myself. Su Bai began to grasp the implications. Indeed, such as you. Your draconic heritage is remarkably pronounced, and you possess the reverse scale, the very source of dragon power. Bai Ling sighed. Yet, you are unable to wield it. When you were born, it nearly claimed your life. Su Bai's body trembled at these revelations. He had already been astounded by the notion of his draconic lineage, but now his eyes widened further in shock. He had to cover his mouth with his hand to stifle any sound, his heart racing within his chest. It is entirely normal for you to have no recollection of that time. Upon your birth, my first action was to examine you thoroughly. The moment I discovered you bore no dragon scales, I was overwhelmed with joy. Who could have anticipated that moments later, your entire body turned a shade of blue, with black threads writhing beneath your skin? It was as if your nose and mouth were obstructed, and you struggled to breathe. I was utterly terrified. My first instinct was to check your throat, yet I found nothing amiss until I turned you over and discovered the scales on your back. As Bai Ling spoke, her usual cheerful demeanor vanished entirely. She furrowed her brows, as though the events were unfolding before her very eyes. Our family is quite peculiar. The lineage of the dragon clan has always been pronounced. Consequently, your grandmother has always feared that our children might be adversely affected by this heritage, unable to lead a normal life. Yet, I never anticipated that her concerns would materialize. At that time, your condition was perilous, and it seemed you would not survive much longer. In my desperation, I took you out of the hospital to seek an old acquaintance of your grandmother S, a wise Taoist priest, to implore his aid. I understood that should he intervene, he would sacrifice a portion of his own spiritual cultivation, which is no small feat, as few achieve true enlightenment. Your life is precious to me, yet so is his mastery. Su Bai, almost by an uncanny instinct, recalled the one-armed Taoist and blurted out, not long ago, I encountered a one-armed Taoist. No wonder I felt a certain affinity toward him. It turns out he saved my life. The one who saved you was also one-armed. Bai Ling expressed her surprise. What a coincidence. It can't possibly be the same person, can it? He did inquire about the origins of my name and mentioned that I was of a similar age to the grandson of one of his old acquaintances. lamenting how swiftly time passes. The more Su Bai pondered, the more he believed it was indeed possible. He was setting up a vermilion lamp at the eye of the earth. Yu Qing mentioned he was a person of significance. By the way, before I departed, I asked for his Taoist name. He called himself Xiansu. Indeed, it must be him, Bai Ling exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected you would cross paths with him as well. Regrettably, Su Bai felt a profound sense of loss at having missed his benefactor. Bai Ling continued, your name was bestowed upon you by him. Without Taoist Xiansu, you would not be here today. He sacrificed his own spiritual progress and has likely spent these years trying to make amends. It was truly commendable of him. As soon as your condition stabilized, I intended to return to the mountain to discover what I could do for him, but he had already departed, claiming he was off on a pilgrimage. Su Bai pursed his lips. So, I survived, but the scales on my back remain an unresolved issue for you. Indeed, taking you to see a doctor was merely for your father's sake, Bai Ling sighed. Otherwise, I would have no means to address the scales afflicting you. Why not just tell Dad? Su Bai naturally assumed. He is your husband, after all. Impudent child, Bai Ling scolded, forgetting that Su Bai still bore wounds, inadvertently pressing against his injury and causing him to wince in pain. She quickly withdrew her hand and gently patted Su Bai's head. My son, I apologize. Mom, please don't suddenly go off on a tangent, Su Bai complained. You were just so composed a moment ago. Your father is an ordinary man, Bai Ling replied. How am I to explain to him? Hey, Su Dahong, your wife has dragon clan blood, and your son nearly perished because of it? How could he possibly accept that? Bai Ling continued. Moreover, when I married your father, my intention was to find a perfectly ordinary man to lead a tranquil life. Who could have foreseen that I would give birth to a son with such extraordinary scales? Su Dahong raised his hand to wipe his face, as if struck by a thunderbolt. No wonder everyone had envied him for having such a beautiful wife. On the surface, it was said as praise, but the underlying insinuation was that a delicate flower had been placed upon a pile of dung. He understood now that back then, he was merely a novice in the kitchen, lacking both wealth and looks. His only asset was his earnest nature. It was not a blessing bestowed by fate. Rather, it was simply that she sought the most ordinary of men. A wave of bitterness washed over him. Su Bai had already taken up for his father. This is utterly unfair to Dad. He has been unwaveringly devoted to you. After becoming a renowned chef, he still cherished you as if you were a treasure. As a man, I find your behavior quite excessive. Are you saying you do not love my father? To put it succinctly, at first, there was merely a flicker of affection. Although his appearance was unremarkable, his character was commendable, and most importantly, he was exceedingly ordinary. However, after marriage, his kindness towards her was unparalleled, so exceptional that she could find no fault. Even her heart, which she believed to be as solid as iron, had melted under his unwavering affection. She sometimes pondered that there might never be anyone else who could treat her so well. Bai Ling spoke with a hint of pride. Thus, I will never let go of my father, now that he is a famous chef. If anyone dares to compete with me, I shall deal with them. Su Dahong felt tears welling up. It had been many years since Bai Ling had uttered words of love or affection, and he never expected to hear such heartfelt sentiments in this context. Bai Ling, you truly are your father's good son. He wiped away his tears and hurriedly departed. On the other hand, upon hearing his mother's response, Su Bai felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, his father had not faced tragedy. Why must it be me? You were born at noon on the Dragon Boat Festival, when the yang energy was at its peak. Perhaps this is one reason, Bai Ling replied. I was initially worried about scaring your father. Do you know how much effort I put into making him forget that period of your birth? I employed various means, so now he has no recollection of your arrival. The doctors and nurses who were present at the time are just like him. Otherwise, even if you had survived, you would have been taken for research. Throughout your childhood, I had to prepare in advance for every health checkup. Su Bai suddenly understood. No wonder you were always exceptionally anxious during my checkups. You have no idea of the lengths I went to in your absence, Bai Ling sighed. However, the sudden emergence of the reverse scales on your throat is what terrifies me the most. There exists a crescent-shaped scale known as the reverse scale. It is a source of immense energy for dragons. Yet, if disturbed, it can incite fury, leading to uncontrollable power. If you cannot control it, it will consume you, rendering any attempts to save you meaningless. Su Bai instinctively recoiled, causing pain to flare from his chest wound. But he fought back the agony. What am I to do then? Perhaps an answer would soon present itself. Bai Ling noted how swiftly Su Bai accepted this harsh reality. silently marveling at how much the child had matured while growing up in the antique shop. The mother and son shared their innermost thoughts, and before they realized it, dawn was approaching. Neither of them felt the slightest hint of drowsiness. Su Bai had discovered the answer and felt a sense of calm wash over him. He turned his gaze towards the window, pondering about Yu Qing's well-being. This question also weighed heavily on Cui Ying's mind. Remaining in the antique shop, she was restless. Xuefeng had not slept a wink that night, silently sitting beside her without uttering a word. Whenever Cui Ying felt parched, she would pour her a glass of water. Otherwise, she simply gazed at the profile of Cui Ying's face. As daylight broke, with Yu Qing still absent, and even Boss Tang and the others nowhere to be found, Cui Ying's emotions finally erupted. How long must we wait? Right away, Xuefeng unexpectedly replied. Cui Ying blurted out, "Didn't you say you don't concern yourself with worldly matters?" "I only refrain from inquiring into matters that do not pertain to me," Xuefeng replied coolly. "However, since my nephew is embroiled in this situation, I cannot remain indifferent. Whatever you know, please tell me," Cui Ying urged. "Yu Qing's fate is uncertain, and while you are preoccupied with Bai Xuan, I too am concerned for Yu Qing." "I understand," Xuefeng acknowledged. "After all, I am a woman as well." "What do you mean, I am a woman as well?" Under normal circumstances, Cui Ying would have pressed further, but her mind was elsewhere. "When will Boss Tang return?" Just then, the sound of keys unlocking the door interrupted them. The newcomer was Bai Xuan, who upon seeing Cui Ying, remarked, "Are you waiting for him to return? That seems unlikely. He won't come back until he regains his awareness." "What does that mean?" Cui Ying inquired, contemplating how Su Bai, an outsider, could possibly trigger the self-detonation of Yao Guang. Indeed, the situation was more complex than it appeared. The self-detonation of Yao Guang was merely a ruse, designed to deceive them. Bai Xuan explained, he infused his obsession into Yu Qing, sacrificing his own soul. This constitutes a different form of existence. Cui Ying listened, somewhat bewildered, as Xuefeng elaborated. It is akin to one person using their emotions to influence another, ultimately achieving their own objectives through the actions of the other. Yao Guang's abilities were formidable. After his death, he had continued to consume other souls and even prey upon living beings. Bai Xuan continued, our interference repeatedly thwarted his plans, forcing him to choose this path of annihilation, seeking vengeance through his obsession. Although Yu Qing is a distinguished practitioner of the Maoshan arts, he is still young, and coupled with his reclusive nature, he is particularly susceptible to Yao Guang's emotional influence. Is this the conclusion reached by Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi? Xuefeng suddenly inquired. Aunt, you are truly astute, Bai Xuan replied. Of course, my mother's contributions cannot be overlooked. Her calmness and remarkable analytical skills are well known. Thus, the current Yu Qing is not himself, which is even more perilous. His mind is clouded, and it is uncertain what actions he may take. Therefore, apart from myself, Su Bai who lies in a hospital bed, you, and my aunt, everyone else is tirelessly searching for him. We should soon have leads. Cui Ying surprisingly felt a surge of elation. I knew Yu Qing would not harm Su Bai. He has indeed been controlled. What is there to be joyful about? Indeed, Bai Xuan seems oblivious to the intricacies of human emotion. One day without him, and it is uncertain whether his life could be spared. He might very well become another person. Xuefeng, in her helplessness, could only observe that even on this night, it was evident that Cui Ying harbored feelings for Yu Qing. Bai Xuan truly appeared unacquainted with matters of the heart, utterly devoid of understanding of human sentiments. Cui Ying cast a disapproving glance at Bai Xuan, remarking, I truly wonder if you possess any empathy. Indeed, it beats fervently within my chest, still warm, Bai Xuan retorted. I ought to pay a visit to Su Bai at the hospital. Surprisingly, you show concern for others, she replied. Bai Xuan let out a muffled grunt. I am not so benevolent. As Su Bai beheld Bai Xuan arriving empty-handed at the hospital, juxtaposed against his mother's ecstatic demeanor, he felt a wave of exasperation. How could this person dare to visit a patient without bringing anything? Bai Ling gazed at Bai Xuan with a beaming smile, exclaiming, You are far more handsome in person than on television. To catch a glimpse of you in this lifetime is truly gratifying. Your mother is quite lovely as well. I hadn't realized she had such a grown son, Bai Xuan remarked, surprising Su Bai with his rare politeness. Wow, you can actually converse like a normal person? Su Bai exclaimed. Hey, young man, why do you speak to him in such a manner? Bai Ling chided Su Bai. You should be grateful to Ma Xuan. Had he not arrived in time, you might have perished before reaching the hospital. I came solely for this matter. Bai Mashwan's expression turned icy. Your blood has stained my clothing. Remember to return it to me. Su Bai, drenched in sweat, was astonished that a prominent star could be so petty. Fine. I shall return it upon my discharge. You, of all people, should not be so calculating. By the way, have you found Yuqing? Chueying recounted the information Bai Mashwan had brought, and Su Bai's reaction mirrored hers. I knew it wasn't him, but isn't he in great danger now? If Yao Guang's obsession drives him to leap into the river, he might just do it. Focus on your recovery. To be honest, your unique ability may still prove useful. Bai Mashwan advised. If it weren't for you, Yao Guang would not have successfully deceived Boss Tang last time. This statement struck a chord with Su Bai, who angrily struck his hospital bed. Damn it, that fellow is clearly exploiting me. He realized that it was futile to lament now. Remember, return my clothes and find Yuqing. That is of utmost urgency. I concede that the latter is indeed pressing, while the former is trivial. Su Bai examined his wound and remarked, It is peculiar. My recovery is remarkably swift. If I wish, I could be discharged by tomorrow. Mother, please arrange the discharge paperwork for me. Su Bai's constitution was extraordinary. He had rarely fallen ill since childhood, save for his birth, and even minor scrapes healed rapidly. Perhaps it would not be so simple. The old doctor seemed quite intrigued by Su Bai, and I worry he may want to use him for research. Chueying said, I do not want any complications before we find Yuqing. There is no need for concern. Boss Bai has already ensured everything is in order. No one will dare to interfere with Su Bai, Bai Ling reassured. You will be discharged tomorrow. Su Bai's condition is not like that of ordinary people, so it is insignificant. A series of knocks echoed through the air as Bai Ling turned to find Su Dahong standing at the door, his expression frozen in disbelief. What brings you here? He queried, a father's instinct stirring within him, especially in light of his son's predicament. Su Dahong placed the soup he was carrying onto the table. You never go out at night, yet you didn't return home at all last night. Su Dahong struggled to articulate further, for Bai Ling's eyes had widened in realization. You were following me? She gasped, suddenly comprehending that the man might have overheard her conversation with her son the previous night. When did you come after me? Su Dahong gently patted her shoulder. We are family. I believe there's no need for further explanation. Bai Ling's lips quivered, tears cascading down her cheeks. Su Dahong glanced at the three young individuals nearby, his face flushed with embarrassment, yet he still embraced Bai Ling. Do not weep, my dear. You are at your most beautiful when you smile. Your makeup will run, and besides, let us nourish our son with this soup. Wiping away her tears, Bai Ling replied. I promise not to be harsh with you again. Well, that seems rather unlikely. It matters not, for I have grown accustomed to it. Su Dahong chuckled warmly. Chueying and Bai Mo Xian exchanged glances, prompting Su Bai to clear his throat. Could you two refrain from being so sentimental? Our son is still lying in a hospital bed. Save the flirtation for home. Let us drink the soup, Su Dahong chimed in cheerfully. The following day, Su Bai was discharged from the hospital and joined the search for Yuqing. Tang Sancheng had already gathered some leads, and to Su Bai's astonishment, this was also the moment he would once again encounter Qing Lian's spirit. Since the last communication between Jie Yu and Qing Lian, Tang Sancheng had kept her hidden away. Now, she resided within a bell, carried with him, and her silence had been lifted. Tang Sancheng, puzzled, inquired, Boss Tang, how was Qing Lian's silence broken? That is a lengthy tale, he replied, for only the one who casts the silence spell can undo it. We encountered numerous obstacles. He added, however, that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is the immense misunderstanding between Yao Guang and Qing Lian. We must locate Yao Guang. No, it's Yuqing, to resolve everything and dispel that obsession. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Yuqing risks succumbing to madness, endangering his life. Chapter 92. The truth revealed. Qing Lian gazed at Su Bai. I realized who you were long ago, back in the tomb. Su Bai, puzzled, asked why? Because, like you, I too am a descendant of the dragon clan, Qing Lian revealed. The revelation that Qing Lian also possessed dragon lineage astonished Su Bai. He had never imagined such coincidences could exist in this world. As he opened his mouth in surprise, Tang Sancheng remarked, the reality that will astonish you further lies ahead. The fact that Yuqing remembers only your name is no coincidence. Now that the parties involved have appeared, it is only a matter of time before the truth is unveiled. Have you found Yuqing? Tang Sancheng inquired. Our initial search lacked direction. We were uncertain where he might be. It was you Bai who reminded me. Currently, he is influenced by Yao Guang's obsession which likely shapes his thoughts. After much deliberation, we concluded that there is only one place most probable. Tang San Chung stated, the location of their first encounter. The dungeon, Qing Lian affirmed. That is where we first met. We must leave at once. Su Bai was filled with anticipation. Where is that dungeon located? Tang San Chung mentioned a place. And Su Bai's excitement immediately waned. It was over 1,000 kilometers away, with no direct flights available. Only by train could they reach it. By the time they arrived, it was uncertain whether their efforts would yield any results. After gathering their belongings, they climbed into the vehicle parked in front of the antique shop. Where Wei Jie startled Su Bai once more. What are you doing here? Wei Jie replied with a distressed expression. Yu Qing has gone mad. I dared not follow him any longer. I slipped out that day. This cowardice was exasperating. Had he displayed a bit more courage, they would not be scouring for Yu Qing. Su Bai felt a sense of helplessness. You have been with Boss Tang these days. I have nowhere else to go. Wei Jie adopted a pitiful demeanor. I am also worried about Yu Qing's safety. A grown man, handsome as a flower, yet behaving in such a effeminate manner. Su Bai had no time to indulge him. At least he had not completely fled. Once everyone was aboard, the vehicle set off directly toward the Bu group in their city. Tang San Chung remarked, fortunately, we have a sponsor for the helicopter, allowing us to go straight there. The Bu group? Su Bai was utterly taken aback. What was Tang Boss's background that he could summon the Bu group? I will explain later, Tang San Chung assured. Once this matter is resolved, I will recount all the details to you. The rooftop of the Bu group served as a helipad, and the Bu brothers were already waiting there. Upon seeing the group arrive, they rushed over. It has been a long time since anything so thrilling has happened. The items you requested are up there. The Bu brothers were the core figures of the Bu group, identical twins named Bu Yifan and Bu Yiban, whose appearances were strikingly similar, yet whose personalities were entirely different. What united them was their passion for invention and their remarkable achievements. The Bu group ranked among the world's elite conglomerates. Helicopters were merely a triviality. Observing their respectful demeanor toward Tang San Chung, Su Bai felt a newfound respect for him. Thanks to the Bu brothers, the group smoothly reached their destination. After an explanation from Qing Lian, Su Bai and Cui Ying learned that the place they were heading to was originally a bandit stronghold. Qing Lian's past with Yao Guang was also unveiled, and Cui Ying, relying on her feminine intuition, detected numerous inconsistencies. Miss Qing Lian clearly arrived at the agreed location but did not find Yao Guang, who later harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. There must be something amiss. The events of that year were complex. He trapped my soul with a soul-locking technique. And for years I have struggled to break free, seeking clarity from him. Utilizing the power of the reverse scale, I managed to regain one soul and two spirits, leading me to his sworn brother Yu Hong and adopted son Xiao Shang. But alas, they too were unaware of the reason behind Yao Guang's profound enmity towards me. Qing Lian lamented. Unfortunately, the one soul and two spirits I regained cannot remain outside for long. Upon hearing the term reverse scale, Su Bai wanted to inquire further but recalled Tang San Cheng's earlier words, suppressing his curiosity for the moment. He gazed intently at Qing Lian. In a sense, she had become akin to family. How many beings like them existed in this world, he wondered. The helicopter descended onto the flat ground, a place that had transformed remarkably from its former self. Yet, Qing Lian, akin to a divine guide, steered everyone forward. It was not until they reached a cavern that she called for a halt. The cave extended deep within, and shortly after entering, they discovered a pit. Peering down, they discerned a faintly visible space below. Was this the dungeon of old? Tang Sin inquired. That should be correct, Qing Lian replied, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Though the space had altered, the memories lingered. At the moment she leaned forward, their eyes met. No longer hesitating, Tang Sin seized the rope from Su Bai, secured it to the largest stone, and descended first, with Qing Lian naturally following. Just as Su Bai intended to go next, Cui Ying, without a word, pushed him aside. I'll go first. Stumbling to the side, Su Bai protested indignantly. You prioritize beauty over brotherhood. Why Demo Xian approached leisurely. What reason is there to reason with a woman? You are truly naive. If you want to go, then I shall descend. Without even using the rope, he leapt down. Su Bai exclaimed in disbelief, peering down to see White Mo Xian already on the ground, looking up at him with a cold smirk. Estimating the height to be at least 4 meters, Su Bai realized that a jump would surely injure his legs. Strangely, White Mo Xian had become the last to descend, causing a dull ache in Su Bai's chest. He felt he was perpetually surrounded by unreasonable individuals. Eager to ascertain whether Yu Qing was below, he pulled the rope up, secured it around his waist, and jumped down. Upon his arrival, he found everyone waiting for him. All present, let us move, Tang Xin declared. Noting the gravity in his tone, Su Bai understood that Yu Qing must be inside. Qinglian, already impatient, dashed out as soon as he landed, calling out, Yao Guang. Yu Qing stood not far ahead, the dim lighting casting shadows on his conflicted expression. Qinglian's sudden appearance reddened his eyes, and his voice sounded foreign to him. You've come at the perfect time. Tang San, sensing the tension, rushed forward to intercept Qinglian. Do not rush. He cannot remain composed right now. We must not act recklessly. Qinglian offered a bitter smile. With a wave of his hands, Tang San conjured a barrier of energy, forming a protective shield to prevent any potential outburst from Yu Qing. He then spoke, Yao Guang, I mock your lament. A millennium of obsession is merely a jest. Do you know that Miss Qinglian indeed sought you out, but she did not venture to Baxian Town, rather to a place called Longfeng Town, which is 1,000 miles apart. Yu Qing's body trembled slightly, and Yao Guang's voice emerged, I do not believe it. You left the palace first, and I entrusted a letter to the Princess of Yin to deliver to you. The appointed meeting place was Longfeng Town, where I waited for you for a full 7 days, yet you never arrived, Qinglian recounted. I thought the Princess of Yin would not dare to let you go, and thus I returned to the palace. To my surprise, she informed me that you could not part with your 6 brothers, and decided to retreat into the world, asking her to convey to me that we would forget each other henceforth. Impossible. Yao Guang laughed heartily. How can you still deceive me now? His smile, however, had lost its conviction. How could you abandon me for that Zhu Yunwen, promising to stay by his side, even in death? Your heart is so callous. Do you still seek to justify your actions? Do you not realize that for your sake, I have endured separation from my brothers, searching for you for 5 long years? Throughout this time, I never doubted your loyalty, even when the Princess of Yin claimed you had seduced the Yin Wang in a bid for the throne. I never believed such a thing. Chapter 93. Retreat. Tang Sanchun gazed at Qinglian, who swayed unsteadily, nearly colliding with the wall. Did the Princess of Yin truly say that? How could it be? She knows all too well that my heart holds only you, Yao Guang, and no one else. Why would she utter such words? Jealousy of a woman, Cui Ying remarked. From listening to Miss Qinglian's account, it seems clear that only one person could manipulate the outcome, the Princess of Yin. She must have arranged for you to be at a different location, preventing you from meeting on the agreed day, and then crafted various misunderstandings, leading you both to believe the other had made different choices. If you had been a bit more resolute, things would not have spiraled out of control. Miss Qinglian never loved that Zhu Yunwen. Yao Guang remained silent, while Yu Qing's visage bore no resemblance to his usual self. For fleeting moments, Su Bai even perceived a shadow of Yao Guang's form in his demeanor. It was evident that the one causing him harm was indeed Yao Guang. Yet, at that moment, he broke into a grin. Cui Ying shot him an exasperated glance. Is this truly a time for laughter? I am merely amused by how Yu Qing has truly been possessed by Yao Guang. Su Bai continued to chuckle, leaving Cui Ying in a state of helplessness. This young man was rather befuddled. Qinglian spoke again. Zhu Yunwen is the one I was tasked to protect. When I failed to find you in Longfeng Town and returned to the palace to hear the Princess of Yan's words, I was heartbroken. Just as I was about to seek you out, I learned that the Yin Wang had turned against you. Realizing you would not seek the Jiangwen Emperor for him, I dispatched a team of guards to find you. These guards were skilled martial artists from the Jianghu, each proficient in combat. The intricate plans laid out by Qingyi Bo could easily be thwarted by the Yin Wang. In my desperation, I had no choice but to prioritize the protection of the Jiangwen Emperor, escorting him to a location predetermined by Qingyi Bo. Once my task was complete, and I intended to find you, my reverse scale underwent a change, and my health deteriorated day by day, leading to my collapse. Yao Guang remained silent, yet the shock within her heart was palpable. It turned out that she had intended to seek him out all those years ago. She then continued, Since you appeared back then, you must have known my identity. I possess the bloodline of the dragon, and the reverse scale can only be obtained once every 1,000 years. I happen to be that person. In my youth, I nearly lost my life due to it, but fortunately, Qingyi Bo saved me, temporarily suppressing the power of the reverse scale. However, I ultimately cannot change my fate. In the final days of my life, Zhu Yunwen cared for me with unwavering devotion. His heart is pure, never harboring ill intentions. Even when his uncle usurped the throne, he bore no resentment, instead expressing gratitude for his own survival. He is a man who would not even crush an ant underfoot. I respect him and am grateful to him, yet I have never felt romantic affection for him. Qing Lian observed that Yao Guang remained silent, deducing that his current state of mind had settled into tranquility. Originally, he had relied on Yu Qing to inflict a heavy blow upon Su Bai, who shared the same cursed fate as himself. Having avenged his deep-seated grievances, he must have felt an overwhelming sense of loss, which perhaps allowed him to find peace. You are not mistaken in your assumptions. Zhu Yunwen has cared for me, gravely ill, accompanying me day and night, and has developed feelings for me, proposing more than once to marry and share our lives together. While I am grateful for his kindness, my heart does not harbor love for him. Moreover, I have always hoped for a miracle that would enable me to suppress the curse within me, preventing it from consuming me, so that I might venture forth to seek you. Additionally, my time is limited, and I have no desire to burden anyone further. Thus, I have never consented to his proposals. Yet, he has persistently pleaded with me, and so I agreed only to be buried alongside him in death, to hold hands in the afterlife. Qing Lian remarked, once a person has departed, they become but an emotionless shell. Tears welled in Yu Qing's eyes as he clenched his fists in anguish. Zhu Yunwen devoted 5 years to caring for the ailing Qing Lian, and upon her death, he resolutely chose to end his own life. Reflecting on himself, he was overcome with sorrow, letting out a furious roar. A light pierced through Yu Qing's form, gradually coalescing into a human shape. Indeed, it was Yao Guang. As Yao Guang separated from his body, Yu Qing's strength ebbed, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Tang Sancheng dispelled the barrier of energy, while Chuaying rushed to Yu Qing's side, lifting him and gently patting his cheek, calling, Yu Qing, Yu Qing. Yu Qing did not awaken. Chuaying cradled his head, unable to restrain herself as she pressed her face against his, tears cascading down onto his features. He exhaled softly. Is it raining? When he finally stirred, Chuaying broke into a smile through her tears, exclaiming, You rascal, you are remarkably resilient. You haven't perished yet. Qing Lian approached slowly, stating, The shell is the only recompense I can offer to Zhu Yunwen. Yet my heart, while I lived, has always belonged to you, Yao Guang. Let go of your obsessions. I despise myself. Even though the Princess of Yan has obstructed us, I chose to believe in you. Alas, I could not maintain that faith until the very end, for you took your last breath in another man's embrace. And the thought of you walking hand in hand with him after death has unsettled my spirit. I recall you once saying that my essence, like my sword's aura, is excessively resolute, and such rigidity can be self-destructive. You, the most perceptive of all, understood this, while I did not. Yao Guang forced a bitter smile, confessing, I have directed my resentment towards those akin to you, believing that such actions would quell my fury. How foolish I have been. Even if you believe you harbor an intense hatred for Qing Lian, your actions have never harmed her. You had the opportunity to annihilate her and Zhu Yunwen simultaneously. Yet you chose the 7-star soul lock, allowing their souls to remain free while preserving her essence. Your curse has fallen upon those entirely unrelated. The voice startled Su Bai. Turning around, he encountered Boss Bai and an elegantly poised beauty whose voice was exceedingly gentle, possessing an innate persuasiveness and warmth. Rather than hating her intensely, it would be more accurate to say you love her deeply, Su Yu remarked. Yet you have failed to realize this. Mother, what brings you here? Bai Mo Xian inquired, and as he spoke, Su Bai's body slammed against the rocky wall. Mother? Oh, how extraordinary this is. The enchanting lady appears to be no more than 25 or 26, perhaps at most 27 or 28. Cui Ying's mouth fell agape, mother. The man and woman who arrived were none other than Bai Yi and Fu Yu. Fu Yu remarked, Yu Qing's parents have also arrived. However, Jie Yu is merely an ordinary person and worries about startling her, so they are waiting outside. Yu Qing let out a bitter laugh, realizing he had caused quite the commotion for everyone. Nestled in Cui Ying's embrace, he found comfort. Her earlier tears brought him an unexpected solace, and he chose not to wipe them away, allowing them to dry slowly on his face. Fu Yu's words left Yu Guang in a state of melancholy, while Tang Sancheng reminisced about the past, thinking of Sa Er and Xie Fei, as well as his own parents. He sighed. The only ones you can hurt are those who love you. Bai Yi chuckled, so Tang Sancheng can also dispense wisdom now. Clearing his throat, Tang Sancheng leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, with so many younger ones around, could you spare me a bit of dignity? Qing Lian smiled as she approached Yu Guang, extending her hand gently to grasp his. Their hands intertwined firmly. Misunderstandings and hardships aside, we have finally reunited. Yao Guang. That square handkerchief was intentionally left behind. I once promised that one day we would leave the martial world together, and today is that day. Shuiying looked at the back of Yu Qing's hand in astonishment. It has vanished. The golden seal on Yu Qing's hand was gradually fading. Dark mist seeping forth as the seal diminished until it completely disappeared, the black vapor dissipating into the air. Shuiying clutched Yu Qing's neck. Tell me, what is my name? Uncertain, Yu Qing sighed weakly. I believe it is Shuiying. Shuiying pouted, tears once again cascading down her cheeks, splattering onto Yu Qing's face. Hastily, she reached to wipe them away, revealing a smile, a blend of laughter and tears that brought joy to Yu Qing. Do not be upset. I have only just managed to remember your name. Then call me again, more earnestly this time. Shuiying. Yu Qing indeed adopted a serious demeanor, clearly enunciating her name. Chapter 94. The Organization of Shadows. Meanwhile, Yao Guang and Qing Lian stood side by side, undeniably a pair of celestial beings. Su Bai appeared somewhat dazed, pondering the fate of these two. He quietly asked Tang Sancheng, Boss Tang, will they ever be reborn? They have long missed the opportunity for reincarnation. And what you see now is merely the last vestige of Yao Guang's lingering attachment. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were shattered long ago, Tang Sancheng replied. Where they go from here can only be answered by them. The lingering attachments and resentment that once enveloped Yao Guang had vanished. He bore no trace of murderous intent. Qing Lian gazed at Su Bai and said, We are both chosen by the heavens. I could not escape my fate, but I hope you can find your way to safety. As her words concluded, she suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light, piercing Su Bai's mind. In an instant, it burst forth, leaving Su Bai feeling as if struck by lightning. Qing Lian's entire life unfolded within his consciousness. As she emerged, turning to Yao Guang, let us depart. We can finally exit the martial world. The remnants of Yao Guang's attachment transformed into a silvery light, drifting away alongside Qing Lian. Fu Yu sighed. This outcome is, at the very least, satisfactory. Su Bo approached Yu Qing with a stern expression, suddenly tearing open his shirt to reveal his wound. Look at the consequences of your actions. My life was nearly extinguished because of you. His chest bore distinct scars, still visible despite having been stitched. Yu Qing lifted his gaze, and the sight of the injury brought back memories of that fateful day, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Thank goodness you survived. What do you mean, thank goodness I survived? Su Bo retorted, exasperated. I wouldn't have perished so easily. That would have been too unjust. Who am I to blame? You or you again? What are you even talking about? Shuiying helped Yu Qing to his feet. Neither of you is dead. That is the best outcome we could hope for. Yu Qing, go out and see your parents. They must be terribly worried. Yu Bai and Jie Yu witnessed their son, albeit weakened, still very much alive. Jie Yu felt tears welling up in her eyes. Yu Qing raised his hand, and the golden seal was no longer present. Yu Bai turned to Tang Sancheng, who remarked, It's over. From now on, your son will be just like any other ordinary person. No, that's not quite right. He is a Maoshan sorcerer. Yu Bai clapped Tang Sancheng on the chest. Thank you. We're old friends. There's no need for thanks, Tang Sancheng replied. The mission is accomplished. Let's return home. I've been missing my donkey rolls. As the group made their way back, one would think that with Yu Qing's recovery, he would move out of the antique shop. However, he had grown fond of it, and Yu Bai decided to have Tang Sancheng help him out, allowing Yu Qing to remain as an assistant in the shop. It would be beneficial for him to interact with customers and adapt to his new life. As for remuneration, there were no demands. Su Bo resumed his role as the shop manager. Eager to uncover the answer to his lingering curiosity, why had the antique shop insisted on having a novice as its manager? Presently, Su Bo, Yu Qing, and Shuiying sat in the office, where the one seated in the boss's chair was not Tang Sancheng, but Bai Mo Xian stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall, while Bai Ling was also present, appearing quite familiar with her surroundings. Mother, what brings you here? Su Bo blurted out. To be fair, your mother arrived well before you did. Bai had assumed the role of spokesperson today. We must start from last year. Tang Sancheng has already introduced you to that mirror, which has significant origins. It is currently sealed, but to completely secure it, we require a specific item, the Dragon Chi. Dragon Chi? Su Bo was taken aback, quickly grasping the implications. So, that is why you sought me out? To be precise, it was your mother who found us, Bai corrected. You were born with dragon scales, destined for an untimely demise. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, a benefactor extended your life. However, within 20 years, if you cannot control the reverse scales, your fate will mirror that of Qing Lian, meeting an early end. Your mother has been searching for a solution all these years, and through a series of coincidences, she discovered the shadow organization. Ah, Chueying exclaimed. Su Bai looked puzzled. Sister, have you heard of it? Miss Chueying was likely familiar with this organization. Its overseas members had once crossed paths with him, though at that time, he had been skeptical of such entities. Bai remarked, with unwavering conviction, that this was the reason why she had not been successfully integrated into the organization. Chueying remained silent, acknowledging that indeed, there were individuals claiming to belong to the Enron organization who had attempted to persuade her to join. However, she found their overtures to be rather absurd. After a single encounter with one such individual, she chose to sever all ties, allowing the matter to rest. Here, I shall elucidate the history of the Enron organization. Established during the waning days of the Qin dynasty, it was formed by a group of ambitious individuals who discovered themselves endowed with abilities that others did not possess. They felt both apprehensive and as though these gifts were celestial endowments. Coming together, they sought to serve the imperial court, laying the foundation for the nascent organization. Since these abilities were not accepted by the common populace, they self-deprecatingly referred to themselves as Enron, which subsequently became the basis for the organization's identity. Extrasensory abilities? Chueying inquired. Bai responded. Indeed, from the perspective of the modern layperson, they could be classified as such. By the time of the Tang dynasty, the organization reached its zenith, with notable members such as Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng. The formal establishment of the Enron organization occurred at the end of the Tang dynasty, solidifying its name. Throughout various dynasties, remarkable individuals flocked to the Enron organization, which continued to assimilate members, including those from abroad, predominantly of Chinese descent, though occasionally welcoming foreign members as well. Occasionally, what sort of foreign individuals did they recruit? Su Bai's ears perked up, captivated as though he were listening to a historical anecdote, finding it thoroughly intriguing. There were two individuals, quite coincidentally from the same family, both bearing the surname Abe. One was Abe no Saimai, and the other, his descendant, named Abe no Haru, both of whom were practitioners of Onmi-ji. During the Warring States period in Japan, Onmi-ji typically served as military strategists, as the warlords were deeply invested in divination. The military fan wielded by generals was a form of magical tool, adorned on both sides with representations of the sun and moon. Should an inauspicious day for battle arise, they would display the moon side during the day, confounding the natural order of day and night, thereby transforming a day of misfortune into one of fortune. Their divinatory skills were exceptional, allowing them to ascertain auspicious days and favorable encounters. Speaking of Abe no Haru, Bai expressed a hint of annoyance. Abe no Haru is one of the few remaining Onmi-ji in the island nation today, and his skills are quite commendable. We have had some interactions, though it has been quite a long time since we last met. Tang Sen turned his head, chuckling as he gazed at Bai, finding his jealousy amusing, as it had been ages since the events in question. After all, it was merely a matter of past affections towards Fu Yu, a pursuit that had long since faded. Hearing Mr. Bai's tone, Yu Qing quickly fell silent. If the organization had not persisted into the present, why would they seek out Chueying to persuade her to join? Indeed, it not only endures to this day, but the organization has also become more structured than before. Each member who joins must adhere to the organization's regulations, though it does not interfere with their normal lives, Bai explained. Members assist one another, utilizing their resources to resolve issues. I, along with Tang San and the Bu brothers you met last time, are all members of the Enron organization, as well as Bai Ling. The name of Su Bai's mother escaped from Bai's lips, sending a chill down Su Bai's spine. He cast a doubtful glance at his mother. Is this true? Bai Ling nodded, explaining, the organization recruits members from the realm of the dead, and I willingly presented myself due to my dragon lineage, which is a rarity in this world. Hence, I smoothly became a member. My purpose for joining is simple: to leverage the resources of the organization's members to address the issue of the reverse scale afflicting you. Within the organization, I am currently inquiring about members skilled in this area and have heard that one is searching for dragon energy. Chapter 95, Grandmother Bai remarked. Such is the serendipity of our circumstances. Each party has their own needs, leading to an immediate agreement. We must utilize the dragon lineage within Su Bai to suppress the Chinkoan mirror, while simultaneously devising a method for Su Bai to control the power of the reverse scale, which is why the subsequent interviews were arranged. No wonder, even with my inherent intelligence quotient of 180, I could manage the store without experience. Su Bai grimaced at Bai Ling. So it wasn't merely a stroke of luck that you appeared in the antique shop that day. That day was when the members of the organization convened. Tang Sancheng interjected. Su Bai exchanged glances with Yu Qing, realizing in hindsight that by Ling's presence there was no coincidence. Yu Qing mused. The reason we weren't allowed into the tea house was likely because it served as the meeting point for the organization's members. Indeed, Bai Yi affirmed. Do you recall the man you encountered when you first arrived? The one with a towering stature and a stern demeanor? How could I forget? That man, like a steel tower, was named Qi Xie and is one of our friends, a member of the organization, Bai Yi continued. Due to your intense curiosity, when Yu Qing entered the antique shop, Sancheng set up a trap to prevent you from wandering off and complicating matters. I finally understand, Su Bai said. So my encounter with Yu Qing was part of your scheme? No, the appearances of Yu Qing and Cui Ying were entirely unforeseen, Bai Yi clarified. Your meeting with Yu Qing was pure coincidence, but due to the influence of the crossroad ghost path, it led you both together. As for Cui Ying's emergence, that was beyond our expectations. We never anticipated that a descendant of Kai Yang would arrive abroad, carrying the ancestral teachings from years past. Thus, events began to unfold in an unexpected direction, yet they remained inextricably linked to you. Although Yao Guang and Qinglian's misunderstandings were exacerbated by the interference of the Yin Wang Fei, the root cause of their eventual fallout was the reverse scale within Qinglian. Had it not been for the reverse scale defeating Qinglian, she would have continued her pursuit of Yao Guang, and matters would not have deteriorated to such an extent. It is more accurate to say that Yao Guang harbored animosity towards the reverse scale rather than towards Qinglian herself. He simply lived in a fade, oblivious to the true object of his disdain. The crowd lifted their heads to gaze upon Bai Yi. To them, the connections were not immediately apparent. Bai Yi spoke. The events are indeed interconnected. Due to Qinglian being overwhelmed by the power of the reverse scale and falling ill, she was compelled to remain by Zhu Yunwen's side, unable to seek out Yao Guang. This directly resulted in Yao Guang's demise, casting a curse upon Qiao Sheng's descendants, one that dictates the death of those bearing the reverse scale. This curse manifested upon Yu Qing, fulfilling two critical conditions. First, he is a descendant of Qiao Sheng, and second, his birth chart mirrors that of Yao Guang. As for Su Bai, he is the one marked by the curse, the bearer of the reverse scale. Thus, is it not inevitable that these two shall cross paths? Bai Mo Xian finally interjected, truly a karmic debt from a past life. One cannot escape it. Su Bai retorted, if it cannot be avoided, then let it come. Isn't this issue resolved? It remains unresolved. Bai Yi's 4 words caused Su Bai's body to weaken. Yu Qing is influenced by Yao Guang's obsession, and you too have repeatedly revealed the power of your reverse scale. Once the moment is ripe, your heart will be extracted, and that will be inevitable. This extraction will unveil the history between Qinglian and Yao Guang, but it will place you in a perilous position. Bai Ling's expression grew grave as she gently patted her son's hand twice. It will be all right. Everything will be fine. Her murmuring caused Su Bai's scalp to tighten. Am I truly in danger now? Your power has erupted several times before. However, it did not trigger your latent abilities due to the weakness of your opponents. But now you have encountered Yao Guang, who is consciously utilizing your power for self-destruction, thus awakening your potential. He cannot kill Yu Qing. He merely seeks to incite your anger and unleash the power of the reverse scale. Bai Yi remarked, this force is already stirring. If you cannot control it, you will inevitably face a fate akin to that of Qinglian. Indeed, a cursed bond. Bai Mo Xian interjected opportunely. Have you no sense of compassion? Su Bai shot back at Bai Mo Xian before turning to Bai Yi. What must I do now? I do not know, Bai Yi replied candidly. The 3 words left Su Bai in shock. You don't know? We genuinely lack a concrete solution. However, you do have a choice at present, to join the shadow organization and leverage its power to seek a resolution. Bai Yi's true objective was finally revealed. Whether you accept or decline, Bai Ling's standing within the organization is limited, and so are her powers. If you wish to fully harness the resources of the organization, joining is the optimal course of action. Bai Yi's eloquence left others speechless. Tang Sancheng shook his head in resignation. With Bai Yi's emergence, all attention shifted to him. leaving himself feeling like the supporting character. Does joining the shadow organization refer to the three of us? Su Bai inquired. Otherwise, why are all of you here? Bai countered. Those seated here are either members of the shadow organization or prospective members. As a clandestine organization, it never divulges its secrets to those deemed unworthy. Bai Ling observed her son's hesitation and remarked, the EN organization does not accept just anyone. This opportunity is rare. Moreover, Master Xuanqiu has stated that he can only extend your lifespan by 20 years. In a few months, you will reach the age of 21, and anything could transpire. Contemplating the potential developments, Bai Ling found herself at a loss for words, the fear of loss rendering her speechless. Su Bai feigned nonchalance, saying, it's all right. We shall do our part. We will join. Cui Ying and Yu Qing spoke in unison, their synergy evident as they exchanged glances. Yu Qing added, I owe Su Bai a debt of life, and I must repay it. Although I am unsure why the EN organization has taken an interest in me, it matters not. Su Bai is like a younger brother to me, and I cannot stand by and watch him perish. Cui Ying snapped her fingers at Su Bai, declaring, I am not one to prioritize romantic interests over familial bonds. It seemed she had overheard that comment previously. Su Bai chuckled, I have no choice in the matter. Then, as of today, you shall be members of the EN organization, Bai Ling stated. Sister Bai Ling, we will continue our investigation, Bai interjected, and we hope to reach a conclusion as swiftly as possible. Thank you. Bai Ling inexplicably exhaled in relief. For she was aware of Bai and Tang Sanqing's remarkable feats. Claiming they possessed extraordinary capabilities would not be an exaggeration. Whether her son could preserve his life now rested in their hands. In a flurry, they became members of the EN organization. Bai Ling, being more knowledgeable about the organization than Su Bai, was bombarded with questions from her son about its inner workings during their journey home. Since it is an organization, there must be a hierarchy, she replied. However, I cannot divulge much. Your mother is also a recent addition. In terms of status, I certainly cannot compare to Boss Bai and others, but there is a reciprocal nature within. Today, you have received a favor. In the future, you must reciprocate. The organization will assign you tasks where your skills are needed, and with each completion, your standing will rise. Wow, it's like a grand resource aggregation, akin to a level up in a video game. Su Bai exclaimed, Mom, who exactly are Boss Bai and the others? I have always sensed they are extraordinary. They? Bai Ling replied, You are fortunate, my son. From the moment you were born, Master Xuanqiu intervened to save you. Now, you've crossed paths with Boss Bai and his cohort. There is a chance for your life to be sustained. Once such matters are brought to light, Su Bai felt there was no harm in discussing them. For he believed that the soul persists after death, capable of expressing itself and encountering beloved ones. Though the duration may be brief, it could provide solace during their most sorrowful moments before gently departing, far less terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 96. First Love Mom. Since the EN organization is so formidable, I believe we will soon uncover some leads, Su Bai remarked. You always taught me not to lose hope, and I have always believed in that. Su Bai, where is your wallet? Bai Ling suddenly changed the subject. Surprised, Su Bai replied, Mom, I gave you all the money I received last time, and my salary for this month hasn't been paid yet. No, I meant to see a photo of your grandmother, Bai Ling sighed. This is the only picture your grandmother left behind. And you just had to try and take it from me. Taking out a photograph of her grandmother, Su Bai immediately greeted her. Hello, Grandma. With her short hair framing her ears and a butterfly-shaped hairpin as her sole adornment, her round face and a pair of bright eyes seemed to sparkle with joy. Her lips gently pressed together, revealing a charming dimple, her appearance sweet and endearing. Upon comparing her to Bai Ling, it was evident that the mother and daughter were indeed cut from the same cloth. Mom, you and Grandma look so alike. Of course, our family has good genes. Bai Ling replied fondly, taking the photograph. Your grandmother is missing. I know that, Su Bai responded. You've mentioned it before. Yet, I have a feeling she is still alive in this world. Su Bai sighed. Mom, you're getting old. You've said that countless times. I, too, have always believed she is still with us. If, I'm saying if, you could harness the power of the reverse scale, perhaps you could find her. Bai Ling finally expressed her true feelings. Therefore, you must overcome this hurdle, not only for yourself, but for your grandmother as well. Then you must tell me how my grandmother went missing. Su Bai seized the opportunity to inquire. Moreover, you always mention my grandmother, yet you never speak of my grandfather. Who was he, and is he still alive? Bai Ling's expression shifted slightly as she shook her head. Let's not speak of your grandfather. He has passed away. Su Bai felt her mother's words were too ambiguous, a hint of dissatisfaction brewing within her. Mom, you only share half the story. My grandfather is your father. Yet, it was your mother who raised me. He never fulfilled a single fatherly duty. Bai Ling's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Do you know how much your grandmother suffered? Su Bai wisely chose to remain silent and embraced her mother. Mom, I have also caused you a fair share of pain. Therefore, you must live on and take good care of yourself. I still dream of holding my grandchild one day. Bai Ling chuckled. I can see that girl, Chuaying, has feelings for Yuqing. Although she is older than him, in this day and age is hardly a barrier. Ah, you should learn from Yuqing. He has a certain charm with the ladies. You've been single for so long. I simply choose not to date, Su Bai retorted defiantly. In terms of height and appearance, what do I lack compared to Yuqing? You lack his composure. He is, after all, a year younger than you. Actually, I have always liked a girl, Su Bai confessed with a frown. On the very day I decided to confess my feelings, she suddenly transferred schools. Why haven't you mentioned her before? What is the point of mentioning someone who is no longer here? Besides, that was back in my first year of high school. Su Bai continued. After that, I quickly got into university, entering higher education early, and never had the chance to see her again. I thought, being young, I would surely meet someone I liked again, but alas, what is unattainable is often deemed the best. It seems my son is indeed a man. Bai Ling burst into laughter. Mom, Su Bai exclaimed, drenched in sweat. You are now an adult male. What is there that you cannot discuss? Bai Ling playfully nudged Su Bai. Son, tell your mother the truth. Are you still a virgin? Huh. Su Bai felt an ominous premonition. Bai Ling leaned in, whispering 2 words into Su Bai's ear. Su Bai nearly fainted, as the mere utterance of those words ignited a fire within him. His mind quickly processed the implications, and he replied, It's not just me. Yuqing feels the same. Unlike him, Yuqing was a practitioner of the Tao, bound by the necessity of preserving his youthful essence. You, however, are different, Bai Ling remarked. What if, hypothetically, you cannot overcome this hurdle? We cannot allow the Su family to be without descendants. My son, you must take this matter to heart. When you encounter the right young lady, act decisively. You understand? Su Bai felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against a telephone pole, his face reddening like a monkey's backside. Previously, he had never grasped the comparison of a flushed face to that of a monkey. Today, however, he gained profound insight. As he glanced at his reflection in the shop window, he conceded that the analogy was indeed apartment. Seeing Su Bai's bashful demeanor, Bai Ling shook his head in exasperation. You truly lack ambition. Typically, you jest and laugh, yet in this regard, you are all show and no substance. This cannot continue. You mustn't utter the words not possible in reference to a man. You are invoking misfortune upon me. Su Bai retorted, I shall ignore you. Through the window, a familiar figure flitted past. Su Bai turned sharply, scanning the surroundings. Observing his animated reaction, Bai Ling inquired curiously, What is the matter? Did you spot a beauty? Alas, I must be imagining things. I just saw her, Su Bai stammered. What a remarkable coincidence. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Is it the girl you had a crush on in high school? Bai Ling laughed, incredulous at such a stroke of fate. You must be joking, little virgin. Hey. Su Bai clenched his fists. Must you be so loud? If you continue this way, I might just sever ties with you. I'm heading back to the antique shop now. All right, I concede. Is that satisfactory? Bai Ling relished Su Bai's response. Your father has prepared a feast at home, waiting for you. Though your wounds are healing swiftly, he remains concerned and wishes to nurture your health. So, be obedient and stay at home for a few days while waiting for news. Su Bai's thoughts were troubled by the fleeting shadow he had just seen. Surely, he had not been mistaken. She was known for her penchant for white dresses, her favorite color being white and her most detested hue red. In school, she would often tie her hair in a ponytail. Sitting behind her, he would often find himself entranced by her flowing black hair. Her skin was exceptionally fair, so pale that the veins beneath were distinctly visible. She was not one for conversation, often remaining quietly in the corner. Upon first encountering Xuefan, Su Bai sensed a certain resemblance to a girl he once knew. Yet, Xuefan exuded a chill, while that girl radiated tranquility. She was not one to engage in much conversation, but her laughter was a constant delight, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Su Bai cherished the sight of her laughter. On one occasion, the girl dropped a sketch, and Su Bai hurriedly retrieved it, racing up 3 flights of stairs to return it to her. She received it with utmost care, her eyes sparkling as she looked up and expressed her gratitude. accompanied by her signature smile. In that moment, Su Bai felt utterly captivated, as if the figure in the sketch mirrored his own essence. There is little to lament about youthful ambition, save for the regret of missing her farewell. On the day she transferred schools, Su Bai was unceremoniously summoned for an interview. By the time he returned, she had already departed, leaving behind a paper crane on his desk, inscribed with his name, Su Bai. That paper crane remains nestled in his favorite book, pristine and unblemished. Occasionally, Su Bai takes it out to reminisce about her delicate eyelashes and her endearingly vulnerable demeanor. "Son, what are you pondering?" Su Dahong inquired, serving Su Bai a bowl of soup. Noticing his distracted state, he gave him a gentle nudge, bringing Su Bai back to the present. "Nothing," he replied, suspecting his thoughts were consumed by the girl. Bai Ling jested. Just now on the street, he insisted he saw an old classmate, the one he has a crush on. Chapter 97. Dizziness from blood. How did I not know about this? Su Dahong sighed, his greatest fear being that his wife and children might conceal matters from him, leaving him feeling like an outsider. "I only just learned about it myself," Bai Ling remarked meaningfully, casting a glance at Su Dahong. "The child is growing up and has his own secrets. If he truly saw her, he must encounter her again. Isn't that right, son?" Su Bai replied, burying his face in the bowl. His heart was in turmoil, pounding incessantly. Once he finished, he said, "Mom, I'm taking some food to the antique shop. Cui Ying and Yu Qing both enjoy Dad's cooking." Su Dahong, beaming with pride, responded, "I've prepared their portions. Just make the trip." With the food container in hand, Su Bai arrived at the antique shop, only to find Xuefan absent. The shop felt desolate, the aroma of the food failing to beckon anyone forth. He set down the container and faintly heard some noises emanating from the room housing the Chinquan mirror. Driven by curiosity, Su Bai approached cautiously. The door was ajar, and a white light flickered within. Peering inside, his heart raced to a near halt. There stood Xuefan, though she appeared strikingly different, with a tail trailing behind her. Su Bai took a step back, realizing that she possessed not one, but 4 tails. They resembled pristine snow, floating gracefully in the ethereal glow emanating from the cosmic mirror. They stood upright, and in an instant, Su Bai's mind conjured scenes from cinematic tales, prompting him to cover his mouth tightly. Xuefan's eyes were closed, yet dark vapor poured forth from her being, drawn into the cosmic mirror. Su Bai retreated, colliding with Yu Qing, who, along with Cui Ying, had appeared unbeknownst to him. Cui Ying inquired, "What are you doing, looking so frightened?" She too had witnessed the scene, as had Yu Qing. The three exchanged glances, simultaneously sealing their lips. The dark mist emanating from Xuefan was an enigma, yet her expression suggested she was relishing the experience. They were caught in a dilemma, hesitant to advance or retreat, when a chilling voice interrupted them. Peeking is not a commendable habit. Upon hearing the commotion, Xuefan retracted her tail and opened her eyes, revealing irises of a striking pink hue, more vibrant than usual. Su Bai remarked, "The door is not closed." Xuefan exhaled with relief, showing no trace of displeasure at their intrusion. On the contrary, she appeared quite at ease. Bai Xian approached her, asking, "Aunt, how is it?" "It is nearly perfect," Xuefan replied. "It seems the day I see the light is drawing closer." Unbeknownst to them, the three had unconsciously leaned against one another. Xuefan smiled. "A rarity. What is the matter? Were you frightened?" Rather than fear, it was astonishment that gripped Su Bai, who struggled to articulate his thoughts. "So, Xuefan, are you a fox spirit?" "Why else would I be?" Xuefan retorted. Su Bai swallowed hard. "Then I suppose there are no other possibilities. I recognize a fox's tail." Cui Ying, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "So there are indeed spirits in this world. Not only foxes. In Qingqiu, there are many such clans," Xuefan remarked, her words flowing more freely than they had in the past month. "Wait, Bai Xian calls you aunt. Does that mean?" Su Bai shot a dubious glance at Bai Xian, who remained unfazed, merely raising an eyebrow in response. "So what? You truly are a fox spirit? No wonder those women are so enchanted by you." Su Bai mused, realization dawning upon him. "You are indeed quite attractive, yet those women seem overly dramatic. Even those of my mother's age are spellbound by you. Being a fox spirit, that explains everything." "Your understanding is misplaced," Cui Ying interjected. "That is their skill. I have heard that one tail signifies a century of cultivation." "Xuefan, does that mean you possess 4 centuries of cultivation?" "Bai Xian must only have 2 tails at most." Su Bai chuckled heartily. "No, he has 6 tails, Schweffen's declaration left Su Bai astounded. 6 tails? How can that be? Aren't you his aunt? The breath Su Bai had just regained surged back. Because his cultivation surpasses mine, Schweffen elucidated. Thus, age is of little consequence. What matters is one's abilities. Do not be alarmed, though we are of the Fox clan. We cultivate the way of heaven and will not harm you. That was apparent from the start. Shuiying remarked, although it will take some time to acclimate. We are not strangers to one another. We are well aware of your true nature, whether good or ill. Just now, I was afflicted with a severe illness. My body invaded by malevolent energy, leaving me in a state of coldness, unable to even behold light. Schweffen responded, the Qian Kuan mirror can expel the evil energy within me. The mirror is here, and I must remain in this place for now. The cleansing is nearly complete, and soon I shall bask in the sunlight openly. No wonder, Su Bai murmured, I have never seen you leave the antique shop, nor have I encountered you at night. I stay here at night, Schweffen explained. After you moved in, I feared I might frighten you, so I took residence in the tea house at the back. Is Boss Bai also a fox spirit? Certainly not, Bai Mo Xian retorted, visibly agitated. Let's not drag my father into this. With a glance from Mo Xian, Schweffen prompted Bai Mo Xian to fall silent, though his expression still bore traces of anger. Schweffen clarified, Mr. Bai and his wife are Mo Xian's adoptive parents. It is no exaggeration to say they care for him more than his biological parents would. That explains his intense reaction, Su Bai said, sticking out his tongue. Bai Mo Xian let out a muffled grunt, and Schweffen continued, now that you are aware of Mo Xian's background, you are considered part of the family. He can be somewhat proud and lacks the knack for sweet words, but he is by no means a bad person, nor does he harbor ill intentions. This statement was evidently directed at Yu Qing, who replied, I have not held on to past grievances. Differing perspectives leading to conflicts is entirely natural. Bai Mo Xian looked at Yu Qing with surprise. If you say it's nothing, then I shall consider it as such. That's the spirit, Su Bai chimed. It's wonderful for everyone to be harmonious. By the way, I brought some delicious food for us to share. It was rare for Bai Mo Xian to be willing to dine with everyone. Even Schweffen sat with a smile, her demeanor noticeably warmer than usual. It seemed that even a fox has its own kin. Shuiying spoke up. In my childhood, my grandfather took me to read the classic of mountains and seas. And the mythical tales therein seemed so fantastical. I never imagined they were rooted in truth. Our Qingqiu clan primarily seeks to cultivate into celestial foxes, little fox, which refers to Mo Xian, is the most outstanding among his generation, with the greatest potential to attain the Tao. Schweffen added, I am here for 2 reasons. Firstly, to treat my ailment. Secondly, for this mirror, which belongs to the Qingqiu fox clan. Once the malevolent energy dissipates, I shall return with it. Lastly, I am here to supervise the little fox. It is crucial in the cultivation of the Tao to refrain from bloodlust and to avoid all forms of raw flesh. He has a history of transgression. That was an accident, and at that time, I was merely 2 tails, Bai Mo Xian interjected, glaring at his aunt. There's no need to bring up the past. Schweffen turned away. Bai Mo Xian was much like that, stubbornly maintaining his pride, never willing to express his true feelings easily. Even now, though he clearly found the situation amusing, he wore a stern expression, pretending to be indifferent. No wonder you have 6 tails now. Su Bai remarked, it seems to be a rare talent. I've seen it mentioned in the Shanghai Jing, the 9-tailed fox. Whether male or female, is extraordinarily beautiful. You must possess excellent genes, much like my family. Well then, I must return the lunchbox. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 98, The Empty Coffin. Hey, remember to bring it next time, Shuiying called out, still lingering in her thoughts. All right, Su Bai chuckled, lifting the lunchbox as he stepped outside, buoyed by an excellent mood. Even Bai Ma Xuan seemed more agreeable today. Losing to a vixen was something he could accept. As Su Bai walked towards the bus stop, he noticed a large crowd gathered nearby, alongside a vehicle parked by the roadside. How careless people have become while driving. It must be an accident. As he approached, someone had already called for an ambulance. On the ground lay a man and a woman. An elderly lady remarked, how strange. This person is injured, and the girl has fainted upon seeing him. Quite peculiar, isn't it? Elderly lady, that's called blood phobia, Su Bai interjected promptly. Some individuals faint at the sight of blood. Medically, it's known as hemophobia. Those afflicted may experience dizziness, nausea, palpitations, and subsequently, pale complexion, cold sweats, cold extremities, lowered blood pressure, weak pulse, and even sudden loss of consciousness. Peering through the throng, Su Bai caught sight of the girl who had fainted, lying on the ground. His heart raced. Could it truly be Su, the girl he had seen in the display window that day? He gently pinched her philtrum, and she slowly regained consciousness. Her gaze hazy, evidently not recognizing him. Su Bai instinctively licked his lips. He had just eaten, yet his appetite lingered, and he had not wiped his mouth before departing. Su, it's me, Su Bai. Do you remember me? We were in the same class in our first year of high school. Her complexion pale. Su glanced at the man beside her, noticing the blood on his forehead, and felt dizzy again. Take me away. I don't want to see blood. Of course. Su Bai eagerly obliged, supporting Su as they departed. Her white dress was marred with dust, darkened by the fall. He guided her to the nearest park, where several benches awaited, and hurriedly fetched her some water. There's no hot water, so make do with this. How are you feeling now? I have this old ailment. Su replied. There was too much blood, and I couldn't hold it in. You are Su Bai? A flicker of disappointment washed over Su Bai. She didn't remember him. Yet, over the years, he had grown taller and matured considerably, perhaps even become quite handsome. So it was understandable that she might not recognize him. Su, it's been quite a while since we last met, he said, gazing at her. Despite her pallor, she retained that serene demeanor, her lips gently closed and her eyes sparkling with a hint of laughter. Compared to before, she had blossomed into a fully matured woman. Su Bai found himself awkwardly averting his gaze. Where do you live? Let me escort you home. I currently find myself without a place to reside. Su Bai's lips curled into a smile. If you do not mind, there is a place where you can stay. Su was taken aback to discover that the place Su Bai referred to was his own home. It was the first time a son had brought a girl back. And Su Dahong felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Bai Ling shot Su Bai a knowing glance. Having just exerted pressure on him, he was astonished by how swiftly he acted. As for the girl, she was adorned in simple elegance. Her eyes and brows reminiscent of classical beauty, which greatly appealed to Bai Ling. She pulled Su Bai aside. What does this mean? It means nothing. She has just returned to the city and has nowhere to stay. I believe our home is spacious enough to accommodate her. Besides, mother, it would be nice for you to have some company while dad and I are away, someone to converse with, Su Bai explained. Do not misunderstand, by the way. Her name is Gong Su. When Gong Su first arrived, she was somewhat reserved, but after 2 days, she gradually acclimated, becoming more talkative. Through Bai Ling's inquiries, he learned that Gong Su had transferred schools in the past to another city, but due to recent episodes of blood phobia leading to fainting spells, she had withdrawn from her studies and returned here seeking employment to repay her loans. Without hesitation, Su Dahong introduced Gong Su to a position at the hotel where he worked. With a job secured, she quickly became friendly with Bai Ling. And the more they interacted, the more Bai Ling perceived her kind nature. However, Gong Su's sudden appearance left Bai Ling with an unease in his heart. Meanwhile, on Tang Xincheng's side, there had been further developments regarding Su Bai's situation. On this day, he summoned the 4 of them together. Have you heard of the Dragon Vein? Yu Qing nodded. Of course, the enduring mountain ranges are referred to as dragon veins in geomancy. The 5 essentials of geography speak of dragon, cave, sand, water, and direction. Exactly. Seeking the dragon, observing the sand, examining the water, pinpointing the cave, and establishing direction. These are the corresponding activities in geomancy. The earth is the flesh of the dragon, stones are its bones, and flora are its hair, Tang Sancheng stated. The dragon vein is the remedy for Su Bai's predicament. What does the dragon vein have to do with me? Su Bai found it hard to comprehend. Bai Mo Xian interjected. Uncle Tang, I too find it perplexing. What connection does the dragon vein have with the reverse scales on Su Bai? Let me ask you, is there a relation between destiny and the dragon vein? Certainly, there is. Historically, many emperors have dispatched individuals to seek out dragon veins to ensure the prosperity of their dynasties. If dragon veins could not alter a person's fate, why would they exert such effort? Bai Mo Xian began to understand. I see, Uncle Tang. You wish to utilize the energy of the dragon vein to change Su Bai's fate. Indeed, where there are dragon veins, there are bound to be numerous ancient tombs, filled with peculiar treasures, Tang Sancheng remarked. In my extensive experience, there will surely be unexpected encounters. Are you referring to your previous quest for the 7 treasures? Bai Mo Xian had not personally experienced it, but had heard his parents mention it numerous times. Had they not found the 7 treasures, my father might have transformed into a malevolent corpse long ago. Exactly. Thus, Your next task is to seek the dragon vein, Tang Sansheng instructed. To find the dragon, one must first seek the ancestral mountains and examine the energy pathways without angering them. The ancient geomantic texts are comprehensive, and with Yu Qing and Mo Xian present, this should pose no difficulty. Am I to join as well? Bai Mo Xian was taken aback. Certainly. Do not forget that you are also a member of the organization. It is your duty to locate the dragon vein and enter the remains of our ancestor, Su Bai, at the head of the dragon. As Tang Xin finished speaking, he noticed a change in Su Bai's expression. Remains? Su Bai replied with a pained countenance. Does this not imply that I must disturb my ancestor's grave? If you do not excavate the ancestral tomb, how will you obtain your forebears' remains? Tang Xin emphasized. Your ancestors would surely take comfort in knowing that their sacrifices contributed to your destiny. Cui Ying expressed her profound sympathy. Perhaps you should discuss this with your parents. Nowadays, cremation is common, and only the older generation is buried. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. It seems that is the only option left. Upon returning home and conferring with Bai Ling, her expression turned resolute. Since Boss Tang insists, we shall proceed as he suggests. You have inquired about your grandfather's whereabouts. Have you not? I shall take you to the countryside to retrieve his remains. Grandfather's remains? Su Bai felt a tinge of disappointment. Has he already passed? Indeed. Bai Ling responded. He departed this world when I was 6 years old. We shall go tomorrow. Let us consider it a means for him to accumulate virtue. Mother, why do you harbor such animosity towards grandfather? Su Bai queried. You have never held grudges. After all, he is your biological father. If I had a choice, I would prefer Master Xuanxiu as my father, Bai Ling replied quietly, and Su Bai clearly discerned the resentment in her eyes. Grandfather's ancestral home lay in the countryside, nestled within the mountains, a place Su Bai had no recollection of. Even Su Dahong had only visited once, and that was to search for his missing mother-in-law. Chapter 99. A gathering of beauties standing before his father's grave. Bai Ling wore a countenance darkened by sorrow. Su Bai cautiously inquired, Mother, shall we dig it ourselves? What other choice do we have? Bai Ling retorted, should we invite others and let them know we are disturbing an ancestral tomb? Su Dahong pinched Su Bai. Enough chatter, let us begin. He produced offerings, lit incense, and burned a considerable amount of paper money. Together with Su Bai, he bowed thrice, murmuring, Dear father-in-law, please bear with us. This is truly for your grandson, and we can only ask for your understanding. Bai Ling turned her head away, allowing the father and son to commence their excavation. This was the most ordinary of earthen graves, untouched for years, the mound barely noticeable. A nameless stone tablet had been erected before the grave, enabling them to locate it. The Su father and son labored diligently and soon cleared away the mound of earth, now only requiring to break through the surface. Leaning on the shovel, Su Bai clasped his hands together. Grandfather, we have never met before. Our first encounter entails such an egregious act. Please do not blame my parents. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at my ill fate, which has inadvertently disturbed your rest. I am truly sorry. Su Dahong had already unearthed the coffin, sweeping aside the dust above it, revealing a black coffin before their eyes. Bai Ling then turned around, her gaze softening as it fell upon the coffin. Su Bai deliberately obstructed her view. Father, let us open the coffin. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Su Dahong pried open the coffin's nails, gripping the lid tightly in his hands. With a determined pursing of his lips, he forcefully lifted the cover, averting his gaze from the contents within. A suffocating odor emanated from the coffin, yet there was no stench of decay. Beside him, Su Bai called out, Mother, come quickly. As he spoke, he stepped aside, allowing Bai Ling to behold the empty coffin. Her expression darkened. How is this possible? I witnessed the burial with my own eyes. Wife, are you certain? You were quite young then. Could you be mistaken? Don't be ridiculous. My wife possesses the blood of the dragon clan. Her mind is sharp. I buried him alongside my mother, Bai Ling insisted. I remember this coffin vividly. Its dark hue was unappealing to me. He lay within, dressed in the burial robe my mother had sewn for him. The Su father and son were taken aback, and Bai Ling's countenance grew grim. Could he have faked his death? Su Dahong sighed. Why would an ordinary person do such a thing? There's no reason to feign death, especially when lying here beneath the earth means there's no chance of survival. My dear, you are overthinking this. Su Bai felt his mother was being overly dramatic. Mother, the coffin is empty. Let us address this first. Bai Ling gazed at the vacant coffin, her emotions shifting unpredictably. After a lengthy pause, she said, You two should fill this in to avoid attracting trouble. We shall devise a plan regarding the remains later. The father and son resigned themselves to the task, laboriously refilling the grave, compacting the soil. Soda Hong remarked, "It's all right. Your grandparents' graves were similar. They were buried in the ground, and I can endure the scolding from relatives." Bai Ling nodded. "Your family is numerous. If we recklessly disturb the grave, it might lead to a family dispute. How shall we face others afterwards? I believe I should find someone to handle this discreetly. You need not concern yourself with it." Obediently, Soda Hong complied with his wife's wishes, assisting Su Bai in covering the grave once more, planning for the future. The realization that his grandfather's grave was empty, combined with his mother's attitude towards him and the mystery of his grandmother's disappearance, left Su Bai filled with questions. Upon returning home, he persistently sought clarification from his mother, but Bai Ling was blunt, dismissing him with, "Your grandfather was a scoundrel." Standing from a woman's perspective, scoundrel was indeed a sufficient reason, and Su Bai chose not to dwell on it. Regarding the ancestral tomb of the Su family, Soda Hong refrained from intervening directly. Bai Ling sought assistance from Tang Sancheng, who proved efficient. Within 2 days, they returned with the remains of the Su ancestors. Filled with guilt, Soda Hong set up an altar at home and offered daily prayers. The bones were not to be kept in the house, so he entrusted them to Tang Sancheng, who placed them in an antique shop. Gong Su, residing with the Su family, was exceptionally well behaved, helping with household chores upon returning from work, diligent and quiet. Both Soda Hong and Bai Ling shared a silent understanding, hoping Su Bai would swiftly pursue Gong Su, thus formally welcoming her as a daughter-in-law. However, Su Bai was preoccupied with seeking the dragon veins, his affections for Gong Su tangible yet unexpressed due to the absence of time to cultivate their relationship. Gong Su remained adamant about moving out, claiming it was inconvenient to impose on the Su family, stating she would leave as soon as she received her salary. Gong Su's life was rather mundane. She would go to work, return home, clean the house, and spend time watching television with Bai Ling, quietly sitting beside him. "Is something the matter?" Su, with her hair elegantly pinned back, appeared even more refined. "In a few days, I might be heading out." Su Bai glanced at Bai Ling beside him and gently cleared his throat. "I wish to inquire if you would accompany me." Bai Ling nearly dropped the apple in her hand, thinking, has this foolish boy lost his mind? She felt that her son was utterly infatuated, and her expression darkened. "You and I need to talk." Upon entering her mother's room, Su Bai could already sense her rising anger. Hesitantly, he called out, "Mom, have you lost your senses?" Bai Ling scolded immediately. "Do you think you're going on a spring outing, taking your beloved girl along for a vacation and a wedding?" Su Bai reflected carefully, unsure of what had motivated him. They were supposed to search for the dragon vein, accompanied by a Taoist priest and, well, a vixen. Seeing Gong Su's timid demeanor, he thought she would be terrified. She had a tendency to faint at the sight of blood. "I was mistaken. I spoke too hastily," Su Bai mumbled. "I don't even know what is wrong with me." Bai Ling sighed in relief. "Su has indeed behaved admirably during her stay with us. She is gentle and hardworking. Yet I find it rather strange that your reunion feels somewhat orchestrated. Moreover, every time I inquire about her family, she always deflects the question. Your mother may be carefree, but she is not foolish." Su Bai remained silent. At 180 centimeters tall, he was certainly not naive. Su's unexpected reappearance felt too much like a plot from a novel, lacking in authenticity. He pouted, "Mom, I'll heed your advice. Su cannot accompany you." Bai Ling replied, "While she is in our home, I will treat her as my own daughter. As for what lies ahead, we shall discuss that later." Su Bai nodded, and his phone rang. It was Yuqing. Since the disappearance of the golden seal from his possession, Yuqing had become considerably more cheerful. Su Bai had been staying at home, partly because of Gong Su and partly for Cui Ying, whose romantic feelings were evident to anyone with discerning eyes. His absence conveniently created an opportunity for the two of them to share a space. Whether they would seize it depended solely on Cui Ying. After receiving Yuqing's call, Su Bai headed towards the antique shop, likely to finalize their departure date. As customary before a journey, Boss Tang would have some words of advice. Upon arriving at the entrance of the antique shop, Su Bai stood there in shock. Bai Moshuan was present, which was not unusual, but Su Bai's expression darkened at the sight of 4 enchanting beauties at his sides. Each one possessed skin as smooth as jade, statuesque figures, and striking features that rivaled the beauty of snowflakes. They all shared the commonality of cascading black hair, unadorned and flowing freely down their backs. Each donned in long white dresses that reached their ankles, The sight was breathtaking. It was as if celestial maidens had descended to earth. Bai Moshuan was surrounded by these four beauties, maintaining a nonchalant expression. Cui Ying stepped forward. You're here. Wow, sis, what is going on? Su Bai cautiously passed by the five individuals. Chapter 100, Blood Amber. The situation is quite significant. Cui Ying was already overjoyed. Selecting a consort? Seriously, what era is this? Does Bai Moshuan think he is a prince of the Fox clan? Su Bai immediately interjected. Nonetheless, they are all quite beautiful. Bai Moshuan's status within the Qingqiu Fox clan is indeed such. Cui Ying continued. I inquired with Shui Fun. Their clan has traditionally favored more females than males. Thus procreation is a critical task. Bai Moshuan, being an exceptional individual, has a mother from the Tushan lineage, a prestigious bloodline within the Fox clan. With Tushan and Qingqiu combined, Bai Moshuan can be considered a prime example of mixed heritage. The elders are eager to see his distinguished lineage continue. They desire nothing short of pure Fox bloodlines, naturally selecting beauties from the clan. You see these four, they are not the first batch. Su Bai was nearly astounded. Wait, they are rotating in and out. Indeed, I estimated that over the past few days, approximately 20 individuals have arrived. According to Shui Fun, these are the most exquisite from the Qingqiu clan. However, Bai Moshuan treats them with courtesy, covering movie outings and shopping, but he harbors no intentions. The previous candidates have already returned home, and for these four, I predict their chances are slim. Cui Ying chuckled. I truly wonder what type of girl Bai Moshuan would be drawn to. Does he not fancy any of these? Su Bai leaned against the wall, wishing to etch a few lines upon it. People share the same fate, yet differ in their destinies. I have gained profound insight once more. Just as they conversed, Bai Moshuan outside moved his lips, and the expressions of the four women shifted to one of disinterest as they promptly exited. See, all dismissed. Cui Ying shrugged. This is likely the last batch. Bai Moshuan turned around, casting an irate glance at Shui Fun. Shui Fun smiled. This is not my affair. It is a matter discussed by the clan elders. As a junior, I cannot interject. My parents also meddled unnecessarily. Bai Moshuan's anger flared. They are not oblivious to my feelings, yet they still choose to stir the pot. Su Bai understood now. Bai Moshuan was upset with his parents. Shui Fun's smile faded. The elders believe that although they are not your biological parents, their significance in your heart is equivalent to that of biological parents. This is a major life event, hence their involvement is essential. From their perspective, they cannot disregard the face of the Qingqiu Fox clan, even if they disagree internally. They must appear to acquiesce. Moreover, they know your resolute stance, so it is certain they will not succeed. Shui Fun indeed had a way. Bai Moshuan's expression softened considerably. Now that is more acceptable. Su Bai touched his nose. Yu Qing summoned me. Is there something at hand? We have set the departure time for tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We shall leave punctually, Cui Ying stated. Is there already a destination? Su Bai inquired, somewhat surprised. Yu Qing stepped outside, unable to bear the earlier scene any longer, and chose to retreat into the house. The concept of dragon veins is divided into 9 distinct types, including the returning dragon, the ocean dragon, the descending dragon, the living dragon, the giant dragon, the needle dragon, the soaring dragon, and the leading dragon. Throughout various dynasties, each has its ancestral mountains, and the location of the dragon veins is quite clear. Boss Tang suggested we first visit the ancestral mountain of the Qing dynasty, where we might seek assistance from the 7 evils and the elder Xiao Shan, thereby commencing our endeavor. Yu Qing recalled that Su Bai had encountered the formidable figure of the 7 evils once before, a man as solid as a tower, brimming with righteousness. As for Xiao Shan, this was the first he had heard of him. He pondered how these two had ended up in Changbai Mountain, and then recalled Yu Qing mentioning that the Manchu people regard Changbai Mountain as their birthplace. I am aware of this. They possess a legend about the 3 daughters of the heavenly emperor who bathed in the sacred Tianxi of Changbai Mountain. 3 celestial fruits floated upon the water's surface, and each sister consumed one, resulting in simultaneous pregnancies. This tale is considered the foundation of the Manchu lineage. Thus, it is no surprise that Changbai Mountain is viewed as the cradle of the Manchu people. Su Bai chuckled lightly, dismissing it as mere folklore. While it is indeed a legend, Boss Tang asserted that they had previously visited Changbai Mountain, which features 3 distinct ridges. These 3 mountains interconnect along the dragon vein, forming a cluster of supporting dragons, with the dragon head nestled among them. It resembles 3 dragons seated together, hence the term the Gathering of Dragons. Since there exists this gathering, A principal dragon must also be present. Our journey will lead us along these 3 supporting dragons to uncover the location of the main dragon's head. Yu Qing remarked. Though I may not possess the acumen for feng shui like Boss Tang, I have some understanding, and with Bai Mo Xian. Locating the dragon's head should not prove too difficult. Given the season, it is notably chilly there during the mornings and evenings, so be sure to pack accordingly. Cui Ying lowered her voice, saying, the main purpose is for you to witness this splendid spectacle. It would be a pity to miss it, as this is the Fox clan's selection of brides. Su Bai coughed lightly. What is there to see? It will only provoke annoyance. What annoyance? Wasn't it said that you might encounter your first love? Cui Ying, embodying her innate curiosity as a woman, immediately inquired. Having lived together, did anything spark between you two? You and Yu Qing also share a residence. When I am not around, did anything happen between you? Su Bai laughed heartily. We are all adults. You understand how it is, right? Enough of that, Cui Ying retorted playfully. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Yu Qing, her eyes sparkling with unspoken emotions. This display of exuberance made even Su Bai uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Yu Qing remained largely indifferent, leaving Su Bai puzzled. After all, the two had exhibited some chemistry in the cave. And logically, one would expect things to develop rapidly. Cui Ying cast a glance at Yu Qing, noticing his unchanging expression, and felt a pang of disappointment, realizing perhaps her sentiments were misplaced. The earlier buoyancy in her mood dissipated. I must get back to my writing. I'll head in first. Su Bai shot a glare at Yu Qing, questioning, what on earth are you doing? Yu Qing sighed as Su Bai pulled him into the room. Everyone has long recognized my sister's feelings for you. You may have been oblivious before, but after the recent incident, I refuse to believe you have no inkling of it. Do you like her or not? At least give us a word. If you don't, let my sister relinquish her hopes. With her qualities, she can certainly find someone better. Are you put off by the fact that she is older than you? Absolutely not, Yu Qing replied helplessly. I possess nothing at present. While she is already a renowned novelist, what right do I have to like her? As you said, if she wishes, she can undoubtedly find someone far superior. You are truly a coward, Su Bai remarked, then reflected on himself and felt a pang of guilt. He too was a coward. After all, Gong Susu had been living in his home for quite some time, and he still hesitated to speak with her. Despite all this time, there had been no progress. Alas, we are indeed bound by fate, both suffering in silence. Yu Qing continued, after being possessed by Yao Guang, I am fully aware of how she treated me. In that cave, when I called her name in my lucid moments, her tears fell upon my face. I felt something. That is something at least, Su Bai said. It's better than my situation. I am wholly unaware of what Susu thinks of me. She might only see me as her landlord. And my mother even suspects her origins. In truth, after listening to Su Bai's account, Cui Ying harbored similar doubts. If it isn't a matter of fate for the two of you, then it must be a conspiracy, or perhaps, you've just had an extraordinary stroke of luck. Surely it can't be that dire, Su Bai replied. Perhaps the goddess of fate has favored me. Perhaps. When we return from Changbai Mountain, remember to bring us something to see, Cui Ying remarked. Now go and rest. Chapter 101. Examining the chi pulse at that moment, the 3 were gathered around a meal. Bai Ma Xuan had long since returned home to confront his parents. Yu Qing spoke little, as he always preferred to keep his thoughts hidden, and now they were buried even deeper. Before departing, Su Bai imparted a meaningful farewell. Take care of yourself. Upon returning to pack his belongings, Su Bai realized that winter clothing was essential. As he focused on his task, Gong Susu pushed the door open and walked in. Having just washed her hair, it was still damp, and she held a towel in her hand, droplets of water lingering on her face. Su Bai stole a glance at her, immediately looking down to resume his packing. However, that brief glance sent a shiver of sweetness through his heart. In that moment, she appeared even more enchanting. Gong Susu, clutching a dry towel, asked, Are you leaving tomorrow? Yes, I must visit Changbai Mountain. I'm sorry that I can't take you along. Her lips curved into a smile, radiating warmth that lingered in Su Bai's memory. Actually, I will be leaving tomorrow as well. I feel quite apologetic for having overstayed my welcome at your home. Where are you going? Su Bai inquired. I have found a new place to stay, Gong Susu replied. I will be moving out tomorrow. Su Bai felt a pang of loss. You're leaving tomorrow? Can't you wait until I return? His expression resembled that of a child on the verge of losing a cherished candy. Gong Susu lowered her gaze, her hands twisting the towel together, then releasing it, only to twist it again. No, I can't. Su Bai forced a smile. It's all right. You move to your new place, and I will come to visit you when I return. Gong Susu retrieved an object from her pocket and placed it into Su Bai's hand. Since you refuse to accept my rent and living expenses, allow me to gift this to you as a token of my gratitude. Su Bai glanced down at his palm, revealing a piece of amber. Having spent time in an antique store, he discerned that this was a piece of blood amber, a particular variant of amber formed from tree resin that had been buried underground for millions of years, undergoing specific chemical transformations to become a fossilized resin. Within it, one could often find bubbles and fragments of ancient insects or plant matter, remnants of time itself. Blood amber was particularly special due to its vivid red hue. Did you not claim to despise red? Su Bai remarked, taken aback. This blood amber had a translucent quality, reminiscent of red wine, and from a distance, it appeared akin to the color of blood. When held, it felt warm and delicate. Gong Susu hesitated for a moment and softly replied, "But this was left to me by my mother. Is it truly that precious?" Su Bai felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. He clutched the blood amber tightly. It had already been drilled through and strung with a red thread, ready to be worn around his neck. He promptly adorned himself with it. "I shall treasure it well." Susu bowed her head in silence. That downward glance was one of shyness. Su Bai was momentarily captivated. "But I have no gift to return. That is of no concern. This is merely a token of appreciation. Safe travels," Gong Susu said as she stood and walked towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold, she turned back to glance at Su Bai, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yet he, engrossed in the blood amber, failed to notice. The next morning, Susu was nowhere to be found. Su Bai, having risen early, felt a profound sense of loss in her absence. He could only gather his belongings and meet up with Yu Qing and the others. The quartet appeared an unusual assembly. 3 beings, 1 fox, 1 ghost, and among them, 2 were anything but ordinary. Cui Ying surveyed the other 3 and chuckled. This combination is indeed peculiar. Bai Moshuan remained silent. If Cui Ying were aware of the original combinations of their fathers, she would understand that they were merely novices in the grand scheme of things. Wei Ji, although nominally a member, had largely been ineffective, having only played a role during the incident with old Jean. It was only natural that Su Bai would tease him, "No matter how beautiful you are. It amounts to nothing. You are the finest example of that." Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow, realizing the implicit meaning behind those words. "For now, I am without opportunity to showcase my talents, but you shall soon witness my prowess." He then reminded Yu Qing, "You promised that Qian Ranjie would devise a way for his release, yet there has been no progress." Yu Qing nearly forgot the matter. "Entities like him are exceedingly rare. I presently possess no means to assist him. We shall have to wait and see." He had once conveyed similar sentiments to him, suggesting he endure his boredom a while longer. Perhaps he might change his mind one day. Cui Ying scoffed. "Ghosts, like humans, have minds that are ever-changing. He is still distracted by the allure of beautiful women. I doubt he is contemplating his demise at this moment." Their destination was Changbai Mountain, with their first stop being the quaint town of Baihe, where Tang San and his companions had once resided. The quaint charm of this tourist town remains intact, bustling with crowds and numerous small shops, a compact area alive with activity. Baihe Town serves as an essential gateway to the majestic Changbai Mountain. Blessed by the allure of the mountain and the heavenly lake, Baihe Town boasts a unique offering: its guides. The moment 4 youthful faces appear, they are immediately targeted by a guide. "Are you planning to enter the mountains?" inquires a young man, no more than 20, yet his tone is remarkably mature. "Yes," Cui Ying interjects, "we aim to explore the main range." The young man's eyes gleam mischievously. "It's too late today. I can take you into the mountains tomorrow. The price is negotiable, and meals and lodging are included." Bai Mo-Shin scoffs quietly, sensing that the guide might be either a cunning trickster or malicious at heart. Cui Ying, however, remains somewhat cautious. "Let us first check out the accommodations." With a snap of his fingers, the guide assures, "I guarantee your satisfaction." Just as Bai Mo-Shin intends to voice his dissent, curious tourists begin to scrutinize him. Lowering his hat brim to avoid drawing attention, he reluctantly follows the crowd. The guide leads them not to an inn but to a private residence, a so-called homestay. The space is modest yet tidy, with 3 rooms available for rent, catering to both long-term and short-term stays. The proprietors, a middle-aged couple, appear unremarkable, and the 4 settle in. Bai Mo-Shin begins to wonder if he has been overly cautious and finds temporary solace in their lodging. He recalls his father's accounts of Baihe Town, 3 mountains standing in a prominent line, a classic feng shui formation. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could discern this. And he gazes into the distance to confirm his thoughts. Indeed, 3 mountains align perfectly, their peaks visible from afar. Yu Qing's gaze follows his, and their eyes meet in silent understanding. This signifies a branch dragon, linked to the main dragon. By deciphering the direction of this branch, they could locate the head of the main dragon, a matter of assessing the mountainous contours. The presence of undulating ridges signifies auspiciousness, while their absence foretells misfortune. They resolve to follow the path toward the mountains with favorable formations, assured that they are on the right track. With this knowledge in mind, they do not rush into the mountains, but choose to rest first. The 4 unfold a map, meticulously drawn by the previous generation, outlining the route into the mountains in great detail, rendering the guide unnecessary. They plan to proceed under the guidance of Bai Ling and Yu Qing once they venture further. Chuaying finds solace in the tranquility of the courtyard, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Yet, she is troubled by Yu Qing's avoidance. He cannot even meet her gaze when they converse. Reflecting on the age difference, she is 6 or 7 years his senior. She feels an unexpected sense of responsibility. Sitting alone in the courtyard, her heart grows heavier. And despite her attempts to reassure herself, tears threaten to well up in her eyes. Are you all right? Su Bai, feeling concerned, notices her solitary demeanor. Chuaying quickly blinks away her thoughts. Just sand in my eyes. Let me help you blow it out, Su Bai offers, leaning in. Chuaying playfully swats him away. Go away. He chuckles. If you can still hit me, you must be fine. Get some rest. We'll be heading into the mountains early tomorrow. Accidentally brushing against the necklace around Su Bai's neck, Chuaying felt a twinge of curiosity. Why aren't you wearing the Bodhi seed necklace? Have you replaced it with amber? Chapter 102. The Ridge. In this season, high-necked sweaters are appropriate attire. Su Bai casually removed the Bodhi seed necklace and donned the blood amber gifted to him by Gong Susu. It was given to me by Susu, he said. The blood amber contained no impurities, and Chuaying nodded in approval. Indeed, it is a fine piece. She is quite generous. Furthermore, it was a keepsake from her mother. Su Bai tenderly pressed his hand against the amber. If it weren't for my own misconceptions, she would surely have feelings for me. Chuaying replied, that's wonderful. Having confidence is a commendable trait. Su Bai responded with an and added, sister, your way of speaking is truly impressive. Compliments from you never sound like mere flattery. I must learn from you. With the presence of this delightful individual, Chuaying's spirits lifted considerably. The 4 of them spent the night resting in the quaint farmhouse. And the next morning, after settling the bill, they prepared to venture into the mountains. The middle-aged couple was quite honest, charging the 4 of them 300 yuan for the night, which included 2 meals. Bai Moshuan felt a pang of guilt, as a young man awaited them at the door, ready to lead them into the mountains. Upon learning they did not require a guide, he appeared somewhat disappointed, but still bid them farewell. Remember to bring friends next time. Following the map, the 4 trekked into the mountains. The dense foliage cast dappled shadows on the ground as the sun shone down. Chuaying remarked, the scenery is truly lovely. However, as they ventured deeper, the path narrowed and the chill intensified. Except for Bai Moshuan, the others tightened their clothing. Born in the Tianshan Mountains, Bai Moshuan was accustomed to icy landscapes. He preferred the dry and cold to the humid and warm, finding this place to his liking. The group fell into a contemplative silence until Yu Qing finally broke it. Boss Tang mentioned that these 3 dragon veins belong to a branch of the North Dragon Vein, all possessing the same dragon energy. If the dragon veins of these 3 mountains are not interconnected, it disrupts the dragon energy, turning a favorable situation into an unfavorable one. In such geomantic arrangements, it is typically a collective burial, like a brother's tomb. If there is a main burial site, there will certainly be a group of accompanying tombs, such as an emperor's resting place, which would include that of a queen or concubine, or perhaps loyal subjects of great significance during their lifetime, buried nearby to accompany their ruler. This has been the tradition since ancient times. Once we enter, if we discover a burial chamber, it will not be singular, but rather a multitude. Su Bai interjected, we need not linger here. Our task is to trace this dragon to find the main dragon. Regardless of how many tombs there are, they are of no concern to us. Bai Moshuan grunted in agreement, implying that Yu Qing's words were rather superfluous. As they ventured further, the mountain path was flanked by deep pools of water, unfathomably deep. Continuing onward, they spotted weathered stone tablets strewn haphazardly about, over 200 in total, inscribed with floral, and avian designs, as well as surnames. These were pictographic characters. Su Bai exclaimed with excitement. Look, they are all surnames from the 100 family surnames. Li, Wang, Chun. These must be the tombstones of the ancients. Yet, where are the graves? Bai Moshuan replied. Once you meet the 7 evils, you will understand. It appeared he possessed considerable knowledge, yet was reluctant to divulge it. Su Bai scoffed. What a display of mystery. Bai Moshuan suddenly gazed into the stone tablet, a knowing expression crossing his face. He anticipated trouble. A group of 7 or 8 individuals abruptly rose, each brandishing gleaming daggers. This was not a common path to the heavenly pool, and visitors were scarce. Clearly, these individuals were waiting here, having been tipped off. Reflecting on the young man's darting eyes, everything fell into place. He must have alerted them. And he was evidently in cahoots with these ruffians. How outrageous it was that even this place had become a den of robbers. Su Bai muttered to himself while retreating. What a spineless wretch, Bai Moshuan scolded, crossing his arms and striding toward the group, unarmed. Su Bai grew anxious for him, urging caution, suddenly recalling Bai Moshuan's identity. He deemed his concerns unwarranted. Indeed, upon reaching the group, one of them recognized him immediately. Oh, it's true. It's the big star Bai Moshuan. This time, he has really struck it rich. The name Z was quite foolish, and their actions were equally so. Bai Moshuan, having lost his patience, delivered a punch to the man's nose. Though it appeared to lack force, the man's nose twisted grotesquely, and blood gushed forth. The 7 companions stood frozen, while the leader, clutching his nose, seethed with rage. What are you all doing? Get him! The 7 lunged at Bai Moshuan, and Yu Qing, sensing the impending danger, kicked a stone from the ground. Each piece flew like an arrow, striking the knees of the first 4 assailants, causing them to double over in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Moshuan executed a kick that sent the 4 crashing to the ground, their heads colliding with the stone tablet, eliciting cries of pain. The remaining 3, sensing Bai Moshuan's ferocity, hesitated and fled, while the injured leader cursed vehemently, but soon followed suit, leaving only the 4 incapacitated on the ground, who could do nothing but watch as Bai Moshuan approached them. Are you working as a gang? The 4 nodded vigorously, one of them speaking up. That one was the leader. Z was merely the informant. As soon as you arrived in town yesterday, he recognized you and claimed you were a big star. Surely wealthy. Get lost. Bai Moshuan spat, and the 4 scrambled away in a panic. He nodded at Yu Qing. Thank you, but it was unnecessary. Su Bai remarked. Being with you truly is a burden. If I don't help you, I get scolded. If I do help, I can't even earn a thank you. Enough of that. If you don't want to have nowhere to stay tonight, hurry up, it gets dark early here. Bai Moshuan was unwilling to engage in further banter with Su Bai, whose words could turn the dead into the living. This silenced Su Bai at last. The 4 quickened their pace, moving swiftly, yet they still paused several times for rest. By the time they entered the mountains, it was already evening. Bai Moshuan, familiar with the path, led them into a cavern where others awaited. Upon seeing Bai Moshuan, the smallest among them rushed over, exclaiming, Little Fox. Little Fox is the affectionate name for Bai Moshuan, a title reserved for only the closest of companions. The individual named Su Bai had never encountered him before. He appeared to be around 21 or 22 years of age, slightly older than Su Bai himself. He was of modest height, slender and agile. His features unremarkable, yet pleasingly symmetrical, exuding a sense of comfort. With remarkable swiftness, he darted to the front of Bai Moshuan in mere moments, leaving Su Bai scarcely enough time to register his presence. The tall figure, whom Su Bai had already met, was Qi Xie. Su Bai grinned. Once again we meet. Qi Xie nodded indifferently. I fear you shall have to stay here tonight. We shall examine the energy pulse tomorrow. These 2 had anticipated their arrival and had kindled a fire, preparing a sleeping area complete with blankets, food, and water. The shorter individual, known as Xiao Shan, was also one of Tang San's companions. His abilities remained a mystery, but unexpectedly, he was a computer whiz, managing to secure a signal even in the depths of the mountains. With his laptop, he was able to connect to the internet, which piqued Su Bai's interest, leading him to engage Xiao Shan in conversation to learn how he accomplished this, quickly growing familiar with him. Qi Xie, embodying an aura of authority, radiated a commanding presence that naturally inspired reverence. Sitting beside him imparted a profound sense of security. Cui Ying, illuminated by the firelight, surveyed the cavern. Upon lifting her gaze, she was astonished to discover stalactites adorning the ceiling. Stalactites? She exclaimed. Indeed, a modest number of stalactites hung from the upper reaches of the cave, their moist, fresh appearance creating an enchanting spectacle. Some nearly grazed the heads of those gathered, their translucent sheen and peculiar forms resembling a waterfall suspended mid-flow. Abruptly halted, an exquisite sight to behold. Chapter 103. The steps. Su Bai was captivated by Cui Ying's words and promptly looked up, his mouth agape in astonishment. How could such a phenomenon exist here? It defies logic. Now, the realm of expertise lay within Su Bai's grasp. The formation of stalactites is quite straightforward. These caves are typically found in regions composed of limestone, primarily consisting of calcium carbonate. As water from the cave ceiling slowly seeps downward, the calcium bicarbonate within undergoes a chemical reaction, leading to some deposits forming on the ceiling while others settle at the bottom. Over time, the ceiling develops stalactites, while the floor gives rise to stalagmites. When stalactites and stalagmites connect, they form columns, a process closely tied to the geographical environment. Here, however, the conditions do not seem conducive to stalactite formation, a remarkable anomaly. This explanation resonated with Xie, evoking a sense of familiarity as memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Long ago, these very words had escaped Bai Yi's lips, prompting him to smile. It truly resembles that time. Resembles what? Cui inquired with curiosity. You bear an uncanny resemblance to us back then, Xie replied, chuckling, as he recalled the past, which felt as though it had transpired only yesterday. Uncle Xie, will you join us tomorrow? Bai Mashwan asked. No. Xie shook his head. Sansheng has instructed that you embark on this journey independently to hone your skills. His intentions are well-meaning. Xiaoshan and I have prepared some provisions for you. The two individuals prepared a generous box of wild ginseng for the four. Xiaoshan remarked. Retrieving such a treasure is a mere trifle for me. Each of you should carry a few stalks with you. Consume them judiciously when necessary, but refrain from devouring them all at once, lest the consequences be dire. After this, Qijie divided the ginseng into 4 equal portions, ensuring each person received their share. The 4 cautiously accepted their allotment, and as the hour grew late, they roasted some provisions and settled down to sleep beside the fire. At dawn the next day, Bai Mashwan and Yuqing ventured out to examine the energy veins. Without disturbing the others, they ascended to the summit of the highest peak to assess the condition of the ridges. The so-called ridge refers to the junction of 2 mountains, while wool pertains to the contour of the mountain's shape. As they gazed into the distance, observing the flow of the water below, they quickly discerned the direction they should take, eastward. However, the path to the east was not readily accessible. It required a strenuous climb into the eastern mountains. Descending the mountain, they encountered Su Bai entangled with Cui Ying. It appeared that this journey necessitated the retrieval of Su Bai's ancestral remains. Yet, the thought of carrying his forebears' bones left Su Bai feeling uneasy, rendering him restless at night. He insisted on placing the bones with Cui Ying, who, being a young lady, was naturally reluctant to comply. As they grappled, Yuqing approached quietly, taking the bones from Su Bai's hands. Let me hold on to them, he said. Cui Ying, without expressing gratitude, turned directly to Bai Mashwan and inquired, have we confirmed the route? Essentially, yes, Bai Mashwan replied, producing a hand-drawn map. We need to proceed eastward for about a mile from our current location, then ascend the mountain. This will lead us to the territory of the main dragon vein, where we can ascertain the position of the dragon's head. Qijie leaned in. I happen to know a shortcut, but you must cooperate. The so-called cooperation entailed blindfolding the 4. Xiaoshan covered their eyes and led them into a hidden passage. The sounds of mechanisms echoed around them, as the passage was laden with numerous traps. Guided by their companions, they traversed for approximately half an hour until a flood of light surged towards them. Even through their blindfolds, they could sense it. Qijie's voice rang out, we've arrived. Remove your blindfolds. Eagerly, the 4 lifted their blindfolds, momentarily blinded by the brightness. After adjusting to the light, they realized they stood atop a mountain, their feet firmly planted on its peak. The experience of surveying the vast expanse around them instilled a solemnity in their expressions. Qijie stated, we can accompany you no further. From this point onward, you must rely on yourselves. You can now see that there is a peak connecting this mountain to your destination. Once you cross that, you will reach the territory of the main dragon vein. The altitude here is significant, and snow can fall at any moment, so be vigilant for avalanches. Avoid loud conversations and boisterous behavior, for should an avalanche occur, you must seek refuge immediately. Qijie repeatedly emphasized the danger of avalanches, recalling a near-fatal incident from years past. Although Xiaoshan had not experienced it firsthand, he understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly in agreement. The two exchanged glances, and Qijie nodded. You may descend now. The descent involves utilizing ropes to glide from the summit of this mountain to the peak of the neighboring one, traversing over it to reach the location of the principal dragon vein. To the naked eye, this slightly lower peak appears deceptively close, yet the distance is misleading. The actual journey is protracted and poses a significant test of both physical strength and endurance. Bai Ling scoffed, do I still need ropes? Born in the Tianshan Mountains, he is unperturbed by the cold and excels at climbing. He leapt forward, declaring, I shall lead the way. Qi Xie shook his head in resignation. Such was the nature of the little fox, a creature of the fox clan, inherently wild and unruly. It takes time to truly understand his temperament, and those lacking in magnanimity could never befriend the little fox. The other three retrieved their equipment, specialized climbing ropes equipped with ascenders and descenders, allowing them to control their movements in midair and find the most suitable footholds. All the gear had been provided by the Bu brothers, and the trio, unwilling to be negligent, bid farewell to Qi Xie and Xiaoshan and promptly descended, striving to catch up with Bai Ling. As the four gradually vanished from sight, Xiaoshan furrowed his brow. Will they be all right? The flowers in a greenhouse are forever delicate. They must endure the trials of wind and rain to cultivate true skills. At present, they were still in a period of adjustment. Trust must be forged through life and death experiences. Qi Xie patted Xiaoshan on the shoulder. We shall accompany them no further. You must be missing your third brother. Let us go. The two turned to leave, while Su Bai and his companions proceeded cautiously. Despite maintaining a relatively brisk pace, Bai Ling had already disappeared from view, prompting Cui Ying to grumble. This guy is clearly a lone wolf, completely out of sync with us. Never mind. Yu Qing replied. That's just his nature. One will grow accustomed to it. Su Bai dared not look down, fearful that a mere glance would leave him dizzy and incapacitated. The trio encouraged one another, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the summit, only to find Bai Ling's absence. Enraged, Su Bai exclaimed, that cunning fox must have raced ahead on his own. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is indeed unethical. Just then, Bai Ling emerged from behind a large boulder, arms crossed. I have made a discovery. What Bai Ling unveiled was beyond the perception of ordinary individuals. The boulder weighed at least a ton, and it was unclear how he had discerned the anomaly. He had managed to shift it aside, revealing a staircase leading into the mountain. I have descended and traversed it. There are no traps, and it spirals downwards. I estimate it leads directly to the foot of the mountain. Su Bai, who had been fuming moments earlier, now beamed with joy. This is splendid. No need to endure the cold, and it simplifies matters. Your mood changes rather swiftly, Cui Ying remarked, shaking her head. Let us proceed. The four descended along the staircase. But Cui Ying quickly expressed her concerns. This staircase does not appear ancient. It feels as though it was constructed merely a few decades ago. Who would invest such effort into forging such a complex staircase within the mountain? The difficulty would be immense. Indeed, it is rather unusual. Su Bai lowered his head, switched on his flashlight, and illuminated the stone steps. They were granite, a type of intrusive igneous rock, resistant to weathering, aesthetically pleasing, and capable of maintaining its luster for over a century. Enough of the trivialities, he remarked. Is this more characteristic of modern times or ancient? Yu Qing was aware of Su Bai's penchant for flaunting his extensive theoretical knowledge, which he found most bothersome. This was not the time for scholarly debate. Certainly modern. Su Bai replied. The color of this granite remains vibrant. A century is still far off. I estimate, as my sister suggested, it is at most 60 years old. Bai Ling grunted in response. It appears we have an intriguing situation at hand. Instinctively, Su Bai searched the rock face for a fire pit, yet the wall was barren. The four of them relied solely on their headlamps and flashlights as they descended, the staircase evidently spiraling downwards in numerous circles. They all began to feel somewhat unsteady. Yet the destination remained elusive. Initially, they paid little heed, but gradually, they sensed something amiss. For instance, there were murky marks on the rock face that they had already passed, yet now they saw them again. Su Bai drew a knife and etched a deep mark into the rock. Let us see if we are indeed going in circles. The lad was surprisingly astute at critical moments. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. That works. Upon encountering the mark for the second time, None of the four felt inclined to continue. Su Bai inquired, is it a case of getting lost? When wandering at night or in the wilderness, one often loses track of direction with a blurred sense of self-awareness, resulting in a perpetual cycle of turning in place, a phenomenon referred to as getting lost. Should one hear their name called under such circumstances, it is crucial not to respond. Failure to heed this caution may lead to dire consequences. Bai Ling shook his head. It does not seem so. The space here is limited, making the likelihood of getting lost small. Why don't you strike the rock with your hand and see if it hurts? Su Bai frowned. I'm not that foolish. If it's not a case of getting lost, then perhaps we could explain it through physics. It may be a phenomenon akin to the hanging soul steps. You are familiar with the hanging soul steps? Bai Ling expressed surprise. It's nothing extraordinary, although it sounds eerie. It is said that the hanging soul steps consist of 23 levels. Regardless of how one walks, they believe they are moving in a straight line, but in reality, they are merely circling back, ultimately losing all sense of direction. The height difference between the steps is minimal, likely designed to create an illusion of elevation. Chuang nodded. I have also heard my grandfather mention it, and I incorporated it into my novel. It is said that this concept was first employed in tombs during the Tang dynasty to prevent theft. Modern individuals prefer to explain its existence through physics. Ultimately, it is a form of numerical hypnosis, intentionally leaving behind markers or numerical information to confuse the traveler. Mathematicians argue that it is a complex numerical model. Within it, one perceives only a single staircase, while in truth, it is a labyrinth of passages. There are sure to be marks on the steps, and the substance applied may be an ancient secret blend, a coating that absorbs light, further obscuring one's sense of direction. Once attention is drawn to these details, it may lead to logical misjudgments, causing one to believe they are moving in a straight line while unknowingly veering off course. Su Bai cast a fleeting glance at Yu Qing and Bai Ling, remarking, "This is your domain. You two take the lead." Bai Ling raised an eyebrow and replied, "In truth, my father had mentioned to me long ago that they encountered the soul-consuming steps in their time, and the one who resolved it was my mother. Thus, we find ourselves in quite a predicament." The stark contrast in his words left Su Bai puzzled. If your mother was the one who deciphered it, you should surely know the method. Indeed, I am aware, yet that is precisely what complicates matters. Even in such dire circumstances, Bai Ling maintained an air of detachment, as if he were not ensnared in the situation. Let us first search for the markings. We must ascertain our next steps. The four dispersed, and as anticipated, they discovered markings above, an abstract dragon-shaped insignia adorning each step. Counting them, they found exactly 23 levels. Bai Ling shook his head. How fortuitous. We have encountered the same challenge. Though it is evident we lack the luck of our parents. Could you please articulate your thoughts clearly? Su Bai exclaimed, nearly exasperated enough to throttle him. I recognize the source of this coating. It is a secretion from a plant known as the Ying tree, dating back to the Qin dynasty. The first emperor of Qin was named Ying, and this plant is called the Ying tree. It thrives solely in a particular marsh, and the emperor was displeased, perceiving the tree as a mockery of his humble origins. In a fit of anger, he commanded that all Ying trees be cut down and incinerated. Su Bai was taken aback. Does that not mean they have long been extinct? Not quite. My mother is a shaman, and among her ancestors was one named Qing Wan, a priestess during the reign of the first emperor. Aware of the tree's precious sap, she secretly collected it. Remarkably, the Ying tree secretes this liquid every 6 hours, exuding a delightful fragrance. My ancestor managed to gather 3 vials, yet one was damaged, and another mysteriously vanished, leaving only one remaining. When my parents were trapped in the soul-consuming steps, they speculated that the missing vial was the key to their escape. And how did they manage to resolve their predicament? Chuang inquired. If they could succeed, surely we can benefit from their experiences, Bai Ling asserted. Indeed, he continued. They recalled the damaged vial and learned that it contained the blood of Qing Wan. This caused the liquid to change color and become unfit for use. My mother, possessing a unique connection with Qing Wan, discovered that her blood could neutralize the Ying tree's sap. Through her blood, she dispelled 23 markings, allowing them to break free from their entrapment. At this revelation, all understood. It was no wonder Bai Ling lamented their lack of fortune. As the adopted son of Mr. Bai and his wife, he bore no biological connection to the legacy of the talismanic feathers, rendering him powerless against the Ying tree's sap. Su Bai sank onto the ground in despair. Well then, it seems we are trapped. Ying pulled out her phone, only to find it devoid of signal. Even the most rudimentary methods now seem beyond our reach. The so-called most foolish method was naturally to summon Fu Yu for urgent assistance. However, communication was currently unavailable. Suddenly, Yu Qing bit his finger, allowing blood to drip onto the mark. Bai Moshuan was taken aback and, emulating him, drew his own blood to test the theory. Each of the four tried in turn, yet the results yielded no effect, indicating that this sanguine approach was futile. The origin of the soul-devouring ladder remained a mystery. Su Bai remarked, "This is truly a dreadful predicament." At this juncture, words were of little use. They needed to devise a means of escape. Yu Qing pondered. If we think long-term, we cannot descend nor ascend. Eventually, our provisions and drinking water will be depleted. The implication was clear to all when that day arrived. The four of them would succumb to hunger and thirst. Su Bai suddenly recalled a question from a quiz show, which had posed the inquiry, how long can a person survive on water alone? Modern medical research indicates that in a state of starvation, the human limit is approximately 7 days. 3 days without food or 7 days without water would bring about the threat of death. Su Bai closed his eyes for a moment. From now on, they must conserve their supplies, or they would be hastening their own demise. The four sat in silence on the steps, and sensing the atmosphere was tense, Su Bai attempted to lighten the mood by jokingly asking Yu Qing, "Aren't you adept at reading faces? Pray tell, am I destined for a short life? If not, we surely have hope." Yu Qing replied, "You seem to have forgotten that you possess dragon lineage. In the past, Yao Guang was unable to discern Qinglian's fate. My abilities are inferior, so I too cannot see yours." Bai Moshuan suddenly leaned close to Ying, nearly touching noses. "Let me examine your longevity official." The longevity official refers to one's eyebrows, which in physiognomy are deemed to represent longevity. Your eyebrows are well-formed, crescent-shaped," he said, reaching to adjust Ying's brows. She did not shy away, and Yu Qing, observing this, felt a surge of jealousy. Bai Moshuan continued, "You possess 2 exceptionally long hairs among your brows, and the distance between your eyes, nose, and mouth is ample. With a healthy complexion, this is also indicative of longevity. With you among us, we should have a chance for salvation. Is that truly the case?" Su Bai inquired. "Yet you are not one to offer comfort." The four sat on the steps, diligently seeking methods for self-rescue, pondering how to restore signal to their phones. Ultimately, they resolved to employ the most rudimentary approach, to chisel through the stone wall. They began their labor with fervor, but amidst their efforts, Su Bai suddenly heard footsteps. "Wait, do you hear that?" The footsteps became increasingly distinct, approaching them. Bai Moshuan sneered. "It seems another fool is about to intrude." However, this time his prediction proved incorrect. The footsteps, which seemed to be right before them, abruptly halted. Su Bai vaguely discerned a shadow, and then a bottle rolled towards him, landing at his feet as the shadow swiftly retreated, the footsteps fading into the distance. It was a porcelain bottle, and as Su Bai bent to retrieve it, Ying interjected, "Be cautious, there may be a ghost." Yu Qing nodded, recognizing the need for caution regarding this seemingly random occurrence, a lesson imparted by Master Lazy. He donned his gloves before retrieving the vial, which, upon opening, released a fragrant aroma that immediately filled the nostrils of the four individuals. Su Bai's heart stirred. Could this be the essence of the Ying tree? A mere trial would reveal the truth. Bai Xian sensed the situation was dubious. How could a savior appear so unexpectedly? Yu Qing carefully poured the liquid from the vial onto the dragon-shaped imprint on the steps. The moment the liquid made contact, the imprint began to corrode from the center. Su Bai felt a jolt, as if a fog had been lifted, and his vision clarified. This could not be the Ying tree essence, yet it was undoubtedly its nemesis. Yu Qing remarked, "Whoever this person is, they have shown remarkable kindness by providing us with an antidote." Among the four, only Su Bai had glimpsed the shadow of that individual, but it was too indistinct, and the figure vanished too swiftly to ascertain whether they were friend or foe. Regardless, they had been aided this time. "We must leave quickly," he urged. Bai Xian pondered uneasily whether this place he had discovered was a boon or a bane. Yu Qing stowed the vial, the contents of which would only be understood in due time. The four, having learned from their recent experience, quickened their pace, eager to escape the mountains. The further they descended, the more peculiar Su Bai felt. This place was indeed eerie, devoid of vitality. Yu Qing remarked, "This is not an auspicious location." In such a dismal setting, shrouded in darkness, Bai Xian grew wary. In places like this, malevolent entities could thrive, and at any moment, something sinister could emerge. Their footsteps echoed clearly in the stillness, yet unbeknownst to them, another set of footsteps had joined their own. If it were a ghost, it would surely lack a heartbeat or the sound of footsteps. Yu Qing's heart raced. Calculating the time, he realized it was already the witching hour. For practitioners of the Maoshan arts, this hour was most unwelcome, marking the transition between yin and yang, a period when the potency of negative energy peaked and the likelihood of malevolent spirits manifesting was greatest, intensifying their wrath and making them far more troublesome than usual. Bai Mo Xian grunted, "Shall you confront it, or shall I?" "It matters not," Yu Qing replied, "as long as it is dealt with." The former adversaries now shared an unspoken understanding. Just as Su Bai intended to jest, he turned around to behold a monstrous figure behind him, humanoid in shape, yet grotesquely hunched, far more exaggerated than a mere hunchback. Its face was unrecognizable, but its enormous fangs stood out prominently. The eyes glowed a sinister red, and its fingers were elongated, with tattered clothing that had long since rotted away, revealing skin of a rusty hue. What on earth is that? Su Bai thought, relieved he had not embarrassed himself after fainting during their first encounter. He had been striving to suppress his terror, yet his stomach churned uncontrollably. This creature was a corpse demon or a flying zombie. Yu Qing observed Bai Mo Xian leap forward, clearly intrigued, and decided to remain as an observer while explaining the situation to Su Bai. The classification of zombies varies according to their respective sections. For the Maoshan sect, they are typically divided into 5 categories. The first is the white zombie, which is born from resentment during life and is buried in a corpse-rearing ground after death. The body absorbs the yin energy, resulting in the growth of white hair. Upon breaking free from the coffin, it becomes the white zombie. Emerging from its coffin, the white zombie absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, feeding on the blood of living creatures. Gradually, its white fur falls away, replaced by resilient black hair. This black fur is exceptionally tough, characterizing the black zombie. Although the black zombie is somewhat ferocious, its body remains rigid, making it manageable. The one encountered in the Big Dipper was indeed a black zombie. Despite its ferocity, a single yang talisman sufficed to overcome it. The black zombie can further evolve into the jumping zombie, exhibiting significantly enhanced agility and the nascent ability to reason and strategize its attacks. However, what stands before us now is a tier above the jumping zombie, known as the flying zombie, colloquially referred to as the corpse demon. This type of zombie has cultivated for over a century and possesses intelligence nearly indistinguishable from that of a human. Its speed is remarkable, akin to a fleeting wind, rendering it exceedingly difficult to confront. After absorbing vital essences for centuries, the flying zombie's visage becomes increasingly grotesque, resembling a monstrous figure with a fearsome countenance. It possesses the ability to alter its form and appearance to deceive others, capable of slaying dragons and summoning pestilence. In ancient times, when droughts coincided with outbreaks of plague, the populace firmly believed that the drought demon was at play. Such a drought demon was thought to be the result of excessive wrongdoing in a past life, leading to an unfortunate encounter. However, the drought demon is not the highest rank. It cannot even be classified as a corpse, but rather as the king of zombies, possessing over 10,000 years of mastery, though I have never witnessed one. Yu Qing pointed at the flying zombie engaged in combat with Bai Mo Xuan, declaring it the highest level of zombie he had ever seen. As Bai Mo Xuan pressed forward to confront it, the flying zombie's terrifying visage and astonishing speed caused several of Bai Mo Xuan's attacks to miss their mark. Bai Mo Xuan moved with the swiftness of the wind, a blur of white and black intertwining seamlessly, obscuring any discernible pattern. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yu Qing drew forth talisman paper, bit his tongue, and let his blood flow. Dabbing a bit onto 3 talismans, he inscribed yang talismans upon them. Seizing an opportunity, he affixed the talismans to the corpse demon's back, head, and chest. Flames erupted immediately upon contact with the flying zombie. In the midst of its battle with Bai Mo Xuan, the sudden assault from Yu Qing caught it off guard. As the yang fire ignited, the creature writhed in agony. Zombies, being entities of yin, are inherently averse to the sun. The potency of the yang talisman was amplified by Yu Qing's blood. Seizing the moment, Bai Mo Xuan joined his hands in prayer. Golden light, manifest swiftly. Protect the true being. By decree of urgency, the golden light struck the already burning flying zombie, cleaving it in 2. The portion that fell to the ground continued to smolder, and Su Bai Song let out a sigh of relief, addressing Cui Ying. At last, it is resolved. Bai Moshuan shared the same sentiment, letting out a sigh of relief. The flying corpse, with only half of its body intact, leapt towards him. At that moment, a bullet whizzed past Bai Moshuan's ear, striking the flying corpse and resulting in an explosion that transformed its remaining form into a cascade of dark rain. The black rain fell heavily, and Su Bai, dodging the foul substance, inquired about the origin of the bullet. Bai Moshuan's ear still throbbed painfully, marked by a bruise. Yet the shooter displayed remarkable accuracy. Observing the direction from which the bullet had come, he noticed a group approaching. At the forefront was a woman, armed with a gun, appearing to be in her mid-20s. She donned military green riding attire, complemented by knee-high boots, and her long hair cascaded down her back, reaching shoulder length. A distinctive red mole adorned her brow, and her bright, sparkling eyes gleamed with a smile as she regarded the crowd. Cui Ying, also a woman, silently admired the woman's impressive demeanor. Chapter 106. The detector, the gun in her hand, still emitted smoke from the barrel. Yu Qing recognized that this bullet was no ordinary projectile. Upon penetrating the flying corpse, it had exploded with a scent reminiscent of cinnabar, indicating that this group had come prepared. The woman's commanding presence suggested she was their leader. She blew gently on the gun's muzzle, remarking, "Indeed, the red sand bullet is extraordinary." With a smile, she holstered her weapon and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Thank you." Bai Moshuan maintained a cool demeanor, responding indifferently. The woman scrutinized Bai Moshuan, and Su Bai understood the feeling. It was a gaze that most women would cast upon him. Soon, her attention shifted to Cui Ying, seemingly surprised. "The renowned novelist, Cui Ying. I have read your magnificent works. I never expected to encounter you here." Cui Ying studied the woman before her, a sense of familiarity washing over her. "Have we met somewhere before?" "Ah, you remember. At a banquet," the woman replied with a brisk tone. "My name is Dai Jieli." Dai Jieli, Cui Ying finally recalled. No wonder her attire was so distinctive. She had previously been a member of the National Special Forces. Due to an incident, she had to retire and had since served a Chinese-American adventurer. Their first meeting must have been at a celebratory banquet following a book signing, where Dai Jieli had approached her for a chat, leaving a lasting impression with her straightforward manner. Regrettably, her name had proven somewhat difficult to remember. "That explains why your novels feel so authentic," Dai Jieli remarked with a smile. "If they are drawn from personal experience, it certainly makes sense." Bai Moshuan, clearly irritated by the social exchange, interjected impatiently, "We should leave." Dai Jieli glanced at him, asking, "Are you all heading up or down?" Su Bai initially presumed that the woman named Dai Jieli was the shadow he had seen earlier. However, her tone revealed otherwise, indicating the presence of a third party. It remained uncertain whether this individual was solitary or, like Dai Jieli, part of a larger entourage. Dai Jieli was accompanied by 6 men, all approximately in their 30s. Clearly individuals who had undergone physical training, as evidenced by their well-defined muscles. Each carried substantial gear, while she seemed unburdened, armed only with a water flask and a firearm, privileges typically afforded to a leader. What could possibly transpire to attract such a gathering? Su Bai glanced at Bai Moshuan. The passage having been discovered by him, could there be a hidden agenda? Bai Moshuan, a spirit fox, quickly discerned Su Bai's thoughts. It was merely a coincidence. "Should you doubt me, there is little I can do." Upon encountering one another, both parties exhibited a degree of caution. Cui Ying, familiar with Dai Jieli, promptly inquired, "Miss Dai, what brings you here? Is it due to Mr. Bailey's mission?" The mention of Bailey piqued Su Bai's curiosity, as it is a rather antiquated surname, quite rare in modern times. This surname traces its origins to the Ji clan, with 2 prevailing theories. One suggests that during the Zhou dynasty, a person from the Yu state with the Ji surname was granted the fief of Bailey upon entering Qin, with descendants adopting the place name as their surname. The other posits that it derives from Bailey Shi, a minister of the Qin during the spring and autumn period, whose descendants took on their ancestors' name as their surname. The surname is uncommon, with only a few historical figures bearing it, notably Bailey Shi and Bailey Song. While the former is relatively well known, the latter is less so. However, Su Bai is an exception, as a prodigious youth. Bailey Song is mentioned in Ban Gu's book of the later Han, a figure from the late Eastern Han dynasty who rose to the rank of inspector, renowned for his integrity. Legend has it that his arrival would bring rain, alleviating drought, earning him the title Inspector of Rain. Yet, Who exactly is this Mr. Bailey referred to by Cui Ying? Su Bai discreetly tugged at Cui Ying's sleeve, whispering an inquiry. Cui Ying replied, Mr. Bailey's full name is Bailey Sang, a renowned explorer dedicated to unraveling unsolved mysteries. His primary focus lies abroad, and he shies away from the limelight, seldom granting interviews. Hence, it is quite normal for you not to be acquainted with him. Despite his modest demeanor, he is well regarded in the exploration community due to his vigorous endeavors. Miss Cui, you flatter my master, Dai Jili interjected, her keen ears catching the conversation despite Cui Ying's lowered voice. Bai Moshuan scrutinized the group with his discerning gaze, what is referred to as the enlightened eye, a notion echoed by Yu Qing. Bai Moshuan, like Yu Qing, possessed this ability. According to the teachings of the Maoshan school, aside from ordinary sight, humans have a third eye located between the brows, known as the wisdom eye. Once awakened, it allows one to perceive the unseen, discerning the balance of yin and yang. At this moment, Bai Moshuan sought to ascertain whether this group harbored any supernatural entities. Yu Qing was engaged in a similar endeavor, yet upon observation, Dai Jili's party, though appearing suddenly, exhibited no peculiarities or signs of malevolent possession. Su Bo has always harbored a fascination for explorers, those intrepid souls who venture into perilous territories in pursuit of new discoveries, delving into uncharted realms. The motivations for exploration vary among individuals. Some pursue it purely for academic purposes, while others seek military, commercial, or religious ends. Regardless of their reasons, these individuals are undoubtedly courageous. In his youth, Su Bo once dreamed of becoming a modern-day Su Xiaka, but those aspirations have long since faded. Don't go up there, Yu Qing cautioned, convinced that this group posed no threat. There is a soul-suspending ladder above. Once you enter, there is no way back. Oh, then how did you manage to escape? Dai Jili promptly inquired, hitting upon the crux of the matter. If you had not ventured inside, how could you possibly know about the soul-suspending ladder? Yu Qing found himself at a loss for words, while Cui Ying shook her head, unaware of Dai Jili's formidable reputation. Women were a rarity in this unit, and with Dai Jili included, there were only 3. Despite being the last to join, she surpassed her male counterparts, ranking among the top 3, having undertaken numerous perilous missions. She possessed remarkable insight and observational skills, embodying the essence of a true pragmatist, in stark contrast to mere theoreticians. We owe you no explanations, Bai Moshuan sneered. We are not your subordinates. They are not my subordinates. They are my companions, Dai Jili replied. From what I witnessed during your duel with the flying corpse. I trust you. Lao San, change direction and descend. Understood. The man called Lao San, standing beside Dai Jili, was of modest height but robust build, with dark skin. As they descended, the two groups merged into one, proceeding down the steps in silence. Su Bo, trailing behind, scrutinized their backpacks. The impressions protruding from the bags led him to deduce that they were equipped with an array of sophisticated instruments. While he could not ascertain all their contents, one item stood out, a metal detector. This device had been introduced to them by Master Lei Zi, and for decades. It has been regarded as a standard tool among tomb raiders, though it also holds value in archaeology, particularly in battlefield archaeology, where most artifacts are metallic, such as bullet heads, cartridges, and swords, depending on the historical context of the conflict. Thus, the metal detector is the most vital tool for battlefield archaeologists. What were these individuals searching for with their detectors? Cui Ying nudged Su Bo. What are you pondering? Sister, do you think this expedition team is here to find something specific? They brought metal detectors. Su Bo replied, what of Mr. Bai Li? Why isn't he with them? Unconsciously, they lagged behind to converse more freely. Cui Ying suggested, it is not unusual for explorers to carry such equipment. As for Mr. Bai Li, he tends to keep a low profile and often dispatches a small advance team before embarking himself. I believe this group is the vanguard. Chapter 107. 7 barriers. This guy is truly impressive, Su Bo sighed. He sounds like a leader. Actually, I find it quite peculiar. Cui Ying inquired, Su Bo, do you know why the Shadow Organization wishes to recruit me as a member? Is it not because you are a renowned best-selling novelist? He replied, fool. How could that be? There are countless novelists like me. It is hardly remarkable. Cui Ying continued, I possess an exceptional memory for faces, adept at comparison. Even if presented with twins, I can discern their differences immediately. They recognized this ability in me and thus sought to persuade me. Why have you never mentioned this before? Su Bo asked, do you believe such a talent holds any practical value? Cui Ying responded with self-deprecation, Compared to the capabilities of the three of you, my skill seems trivial. However, what baffles me is that I just couldn't recall Dai Jieli's appearance from before. This is something that should be impossible for me. Every face my eyes have encountered, provided I have seen it before, I can invariably connect. Yet today, I failed to do so. Are you suggesting that this Dai Jieli is not the same as before, a mere imposter? Su Bai's nerves tightened instantly. I cannot say, Cui Ying replied. Her identity is peculiar. The person who initially introduced her stressed this point, hence my vivid impression. Given that, I have no reason to merely feel she looks familiar at first glance. After she introduced herself, it is even less conceivable that I would be unable to associate her past visage with her current one, though I am certain she bears a resemblance. Su Bai felt perplexed. This was the first time he had heard of such a talent from his sister. Yet, the enigma surrounding Dai Jieli and her group raised his suspicions, especially since they were armed. He pointed to the last person in their line, whose waist bulged conspicuously, revealing a firearm. In foreign lands, possessing a gun license is common, Cui Ying remarked. It is not unusual for expedition teams to carry firearms. However, Dai Jieli's gun seemed somewhat different. It contains red sand and other positive substances, Yu Qing interjected, turning back. It has been specially developed to deal with subterranean entities. When Dai Jieli turned her head, the three immediately fell silent. Bai Moshuan coldly commented, this woman's hearing rivals that of Uncle Tang. The sensitivity of a fox's senses is unparalleled. Bai Moshuan harbored a disdain for the overly confident Dai Jieli, her eyes too lively. Suddenly, the group ahead halted. What had once been a spiraling staircase now revealed a pool of stagnant, murky water, beneath which something appeared to be moving slowly. This pool completely obstructed their path downward. Su Bai's mind raced. Having descended from the mountaintop, the presence of a pool in such a precarious location defied logic. Thus, there was only one explanation: they were now on the ground. However, to exit, they would have to traverse the pool. Indeed, Dai Jieli affirmed. Su Bai grinned. So you all swam through this pool upon entering, did you? The expression on the third brother's face subtly shifted, and Su Bai's laughter grew more exuberant. Just by observing your expressions, it's evident that you are not from here. You must have entered through a different passage, not from this pool or the mountaintop. Honestly, why be so dishonest? Since there is a way in, we need not wade through this murky pool. We could simply exit from there. The pool appeared ominously eerie, particularly with the indistinct shadows beneath, which stirred an unsettling feeling within. Dai Jieli remarked with a smile, you possess quite the keen observational skills. However, if we could exit from there, why would we be meandering in circles here? Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow, noting that Su Bai was surprisingly perceptive today. It was clear that this group had indeed entered through another entrance, yet they too were likely ensnared, which explained their aimless wandering. Bai Moshuan turned his gaze back to the pool, where he saw Yu Qing intently scrutinizing the water, employing his discerning eyes. The water serves as a barrier between the realms of the living and the dead, with corpses submerged beneath its surface. Even if they had stiffened, or if malevolent spirits lingered, there was little that could be done. However, once a living soul entered the water, it would be akin to stepping into a pool of negative energy with unpredictable consequences. Currently, traversing this pool necessitated confronting the entities lurking beneath the surface. Having witnessed the earlier struggle between the two and the flying corpse, Dai Jieli understood they were formidable. She promptly inquired, what have you discerned? This is a pool of gathering yin, Yu Qing explained. A pool of gathering yin is a place where negative energy converges. If someone perishes here, over time, they become a damp corpse, absorbing the negative energy for years. Should a living person enter the water, it equates to an invasion of yang energy, which would inevitably result in the corpses undergoing transformation. Dai Jieli, I suggest we return and break open the stone. The others remained silent, while only the third brother spoke. It feels ominous down there. If we descend, it might spell disaster. Silence. Dai Jieli retorted with a huff. If we could open it, we would have done so after toiling for a day and night, rather than circling here aimlessly. It was apparent that they faced a formidable dilemma. Equipped with tools and a sizable group, yet unable to unlock that exit. Cui Ying proposed, Miss Dai, why not allow us to assess the situation? If all else fails, we could. Bai Moshuan cleared his throat, interrupting Cui Ying's suggestion. He understood that her implication was to return to the mountaintop, considering they still possessed that vial of liquid. The soul-restraining ladder could not hold them indefinitely. At worst, they could descend to the base using ropes and join forces to attempt a solution. Shall we accompany you to investigate? Bai Moshuan smoothly interjected. Dai Jili blinked her eyes, then blinked again. Very well. At that moment, Su Bai noticed that, apart from the third brother, the remaining 7 were intently fixated on Dai Jili's lips. Each time she spoke, their gazes fell upon her mouth. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that these 7 were reading her lips, much like Yu Qing's mother, Jieyu, who could decipher lip language. They are deaf mutes. Out of courtesy, Su Bai refrained from voicing his thoughts. Eventually, Dai Jili led them to their entry point, but astonishingly, they missed the location, which was merely 200 meters away from the suspension soul ladder. There, the path suddenly widened by 2 meters. Only after passing through that area did the steps continue to spiral downward. The mystery lay within this very spot. Dai Jili stood there, stating, "This is where we entered. When we first came in, this place was entirely different. However, now, this rock completely seals off the area. We have searched for mechanisms and attempted to force it open, but to no avail. The surface bore no signs of external force, which defied logic." Su Bai shook his head, took out a hand shovel from his bag, and struck downwards with considerable force, given his height of about 1 meter. Yet, the place remained unmoved, while his wrist vibrated with numbness. How extraordinary! How can there be no trace at all? Old 3 scoffed. Our equipment is far more refined than yours. Perhaps you should abandon that shovel. To hell with that. Su Bai retorted, "Isn't it true that even the most sophisticated tools are stuck here? The elder brother and even the second brother are clearly lost souls in the world. Why pretend otherwise? You truly are a scholar encountering soldiers. This fellow possesses a sharp tongue." Dai Jili shot a glance at old 3, who promptly fell silent. Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing began to search the vicinity, attempting to locate any mechanisms, but found nothing. They exchanged glances, realizing that the only option left was to traverse the gathering yin pool. This place was ingeniously designed. It seemed only one person could unravel its secrets, Tang San Cheng's father, Xianjing. This old sorcerer not only possessed extraordinary powers, but was also adept at mechanisms. Unfortunately, his whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 108. The white-haired monster. The 4 of them descended until they vanished from sight. Old 3 placed his hands on his hips, exclaiming, "What a waste of effort." "How so?" Dai Jili smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. "With these 4 around, we will surely benefit, as the end justifies the means. Brothers, let us move on." Upon returning to the gathering yin pool, Yu Qing produced some limestone powder, instructing everyone to apply it to their bodies. Su Bai expressed his skepticism. "What difference does it make? Once we enter the water, it will wash away. Having a layer of protection is better than none at all. It provides at least some barrier," Yu Qing replied. "Moreover, the limestone powder left in your pockets won't wash away, which can help obscure your yang energy. When you're underwater, you'll be their prime target." Born at the cusp of the Dragon Boat Festival, at noon when yang energy is most potent, Su Bai, alarmed by this, hurriedly took an additional handful and sprinkled it over his head, resembling someone who had been dusted with flour. Their backpacks were waterproof, and they tightened the straps to prevent them from slipping off underwater. Once they were adequately prepared, Dai Jili and the others descended, donning waterproof goggles and swimming caps. They too had limestone powder, applying it similarly to themselves. Dai Jili turned to the silent 7, saying, "Once we go down, be prepared to adapt. Do you understand?" Su Bai flicked his tongue, unintentionally allowing a mouthful of gravel dust to enter his mouth, which he promptly spat out. He was not afraid of the water, after all. His swimming skills were exceptional, having represented the school in the university games. If fear were to be mentioned, it would be of the ominous entities lurking beneath. Suddenly, Yu Qing leaned in, whispering a few words into Su Bai's ear. Initially taken aback, Su Bai nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "I understand." Bai Moshuan was the first to leap into the water, closely followed by Cui Ying. Yu Qing gave Su Bai a gentle push, urging him, "You go ahead of me." Warmth surged in Su Bai's heart as he inhaled deeply and plunged into the water, with Yu Qing swiftly following suit. Dai Jili felt a surge of delight. With someone leading the charge, they could now reap the benefits. As Bai Moshuan entered the water, he had anticipated murky depths and poor visibility. To his surprise, he found the water remarkably clear, allowing him to see with remarkable clarity not only the bodies lying at the bottom, but also the 7 gates submerged beneath the surface. In the practice of Maoshan, the 7 gates refer to Yunqing Gate, Shangjiang Gate, Ziqing Gate, Shangyang Gate, Tianyang Gate, Yusui Gate, and Taiyu Gate, each corresponding to a star in the Big Dipper, symbolizing the flow of vitality in any given location. To locate the 7 gates on land, one must first observe the stars. The Big Dipper orbits the North Star, completing a full rotation in a year with minute daily positional shifts. However, these shifts are so slight that the minimal observable displacement occurs over 9 days, a cycle termed the 9 days in Maoshan, recognized as the number of confrontation with the 9. By identifying a reference point on the ground and marking it from a fixed angle, one can easily determine the gates. While these 7 gates signify the flow of vitality on land, they transform into conduits of energy underwater, as water is inherently of the nature, particularly in such a gathering of Thus, it was prudent to swim swiftly to the opposite bank. With this thought in mind, Bai Moshuan surged forward, quickly gaining distance from Chuaying. Unwilling to be left behind, she pursued him fervently. Just as Bai Moshuan began to relax, believing he was nearing the shore, a hand suddenly grasped his ankle. Looking down, he was startled to find it was a water monkey. The water monkey, with its long fur undulating with the currents, bore a striking resemblance to a human-like figure, its limbs resembling dry twigs. Yet, it moved with remarkable agility beneath the surface, often preferring to attack humans starting from their feet. Yu Qing, following closely behind, observed the scene with stark clarity, reflecting on the karmic retribution for his earlier deception towards Chuaying when he claimed to have seen a water monkey. Today, the truth had indeed manifested. Suddenly alarmed, Yu Qing exclaimed, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." For beneath Chuaying, a water monkey was poised to strike. Chuaying had already perceived the situation. With agility, she delivered a swift kick to the head of the water monkey behind her. Her tall stature and long legs endowed her with considerable force, even underwater. The creature was propelled a meter away. Without hesitation, Chuaying accelerated and swam forward. Yu Qing chuckled inwardly at Chuaying's audacity, yet felt a sense of relief as he glanced back at Su Bai, who was grappling with another water monkey. Relying on his imposing height and build, he was momentarily holding his ground. Yu Qing quickly returned to assist him, pulling him forward. Gunfire echoed behind them, and Su Bai, amidst the chaos, found himself pondering a curious question. What kind of gun could possibly fire underwater? Blood began to swirl in the water, thick and viscous like sauce, emanating from the water monkey they had just slain. The scent of blood instilled a sense of trepidation in the remaining water monkeys, prompting them to retreat to the depths, disappearing from sight in mere moments. Su Bai surfaced, inhaling deeply. Goodness, he finally left. Ahead, the voice of Bai Moshuan reached him. It's unlikely to be that simple. As Su Bai submerged again and peered into the depths, a chill coursed through him. A white-haired creature was traversing the underwater terrain, unaffected by buoyancy. Towering at nearly 2 meters, it was neither a zombie nor human-like. Its back bore a double hump akin to that of a camel, and its head sported sharp, protruding horns. The grotesque protrusion on its face was indeterminate. Was it a lip or a nose? Strangely, there were no eyes to be found. As a water monkey scuttled past, the creature twitched, swiftly seizing it with its hands and tearing it asunder, sending the remaining water monkeys scattering in fright, soon vanishing from sight. Su Bai, alarmed, recalled the incantation that Yu Qing had taught him. Chaos was surely imminent, and he would have to fend for himself. Gunfire erupted as Dai Jieli and her crew began shooting at the monstrous entity. Bai Moshuan mentally berated them for their foolishness. The creature was blind, relying only on its instincts to sense its surroundings. As long as they maintained a safe distance and avoided detection, they could escape. However, the gunfire created complications. Indeed, the white-haired creature, which had been advancing towards Su Bai and Yu Qing, abruptly altered its course to approach Dai Jieli and her group. A sigh of relief escaped Su Bai, yet concern for Dai Jieli's team gnawed at him. Bai Moshuan gestured urgently to Dai Jieli, signaling her not to fire. Unfortunately, the chaotic waves stirred by the water monkey's thick blood had reduced visibility. Dai Jieli, unaware of Bai Moshuan's warning, noticed that conventional bullets failed to penetrate the creature's tough exterior. In a moment of desperation, she drew a red sand shell, intending to breach its formidable armor. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, a firm hand grasped her wrist. It was Bai Moshuan. His piercing gaze conveyed a silent command to desist. He pointed towards his mouth and nose, then indicated the water's surface, urging everyone to rise and hold their breath. Emerging from the depths, while oxygen was available, movement was hindered, and one had to hold their breath, which proved to be quite challenging. Dai Jieli and her companions, having undergone specialized training, floated on the surface, allowing their bodies to drift gently with the waves, exhibiting no superfluous movements or sounds, and appeared quite self-satisfied. Cui Ying and Su Bai performed commendably as well. Both were robust figures, truly athletic individuals. Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan, being practitioners, found it even less of a challenge. The white-haired creature had approached Dai Jieli and Bai Moshuan, just a finger's breadth away, and they could almost feel the white fur brushing against them, causing their hearts to race, prompting Dai Jieli to shut her eyes. Eventually, the creature moved away, and the stillness of the water dulled its judgment. It ambled along the bottom until it reached the rocky wall at the edge of the pool, disappearing into an unseen crevice. Bai Moshuan exhaled, urging, "Now's our chance. Hurry up." The group, compelled to tap into their latent potential, swiftly swam towards the shore, scrambling up in a disheveled manner, drenched to the bone. They discarded their gear onto the ground and collapsed onto the earth. Among the 7, 3 had sustained injuries from the water monkey, with wounds on their heels. The third member busied himself tending to their injuries, while Dai Jieli turned to Bai Moshuan, saying, "This time, I owe you a favor." Chapter 109. Night Wanderers, I merely wish to avoid being a burden to you. Do not misunderstand. Bai Moshuan's words elicited an immediate darkening of Dai Jieli's expression. She rarely owed favors, and was even less accustomed to such ridicule. His manner of speaking is thus. "Your ire stems from a lack of understanding," Su Bai remarked, collapsing onto the ground, exhausted. "If one were truly to be angry with him, 9 lives would not suffice," he added. Bai Moshuan delivered a swift kick to Su Bai's leg, admonishing, "Cease the chatter. Did you observe? He can be ruthless towards his companions." That is the essence of Bai Moshuan. However, Su Bai soon found it curious. As a woman, did Dai Jieli truly not know who Bai Moshuan was? "Miss Dai, may I inquire if you are truly unaware of his identity? I only learned his name today." Su Bai found this amusing. The man who captivated countless women had unexpectedly met his match today, and he relished the thought. Cui Ying lightly tapped his head, chiding, "What time is it? We just escaped with our lives, and you still have the leisure to revel." "I rejoice simply because we are still alive," Su Bai replied. "I believe we need to start a fire. We are both hungry and thirsty." The third member had already taken the lead in gathering supplies. The pool emitted a strange odor, which was quite unpleasant, and the group worried that the white-haired creature might return. They decided to distance themselves from the site, fortuitously discovering a resting place thanks to the third member. After some tidying up, they relocated. Their assumptions proved correct. They had descended to the lowest point. After walking approximately 40 meters, they would exit the mountain. However, after a day of turmoil, darkness had fallen, their clothes were soaked, and for the moment, they had no choice but to settle in. In order to accommodate the 2 soul women, the third man rekindled the fire behind a large rock, allowing Cui Ying and Dai Jieli to change their clothes and warm themselves. Both women possessed spirited temperaments, and upon reaching the fire, they promptly shed their damp garments, laying them on the stones closest to the blaze. The stones, having absorbed the heat, emitted a sizzling sound as the clothes came into contact, releasing a plume of white smoke. Cui Ying's gaze fell upon Dai Jieli's back. Her skin, though not flawless, bore the roughness of past hardships endured through harsh training and the elements, a testament to her former profession. Yet, the scar was particularly striking. It twisted grotesquely from the nape of Dai Jieli's neck down to her waist, its jagged contours reminiscent of a saw's cut, suggesting a grievous injury that had once torn flesh apart, leaving a stark contrast in color between the scar and her normal skin, a sight both unsettling and poignant. Noticing Cui Ying's scrutiny and contrasting her own not overly fair yet smooth skin, Dai Jieli chuckled. "What's the matter? Did I startle you?" Cui Ying, speaking candidly, replied, "Given your profession, I am not entirely surprised, though it is rather unfortunate." Dai Jieli's eyes grew distant as she murmured, "Someone once said the same to me." Seizing the moment while Dai Jieli's defenses were lowered, Cui Ying inquired, "What, may I ask, brings you here? It appears there is little of value to be examined." "Indeed, there is," Dai Jieli responded. "However, in exchange, I wish to understand your purpose here." This woman proved to be formidable. Yet Cui Ying was no naive fool. "I suspect your interest in joining us stems from Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing, does it not? The imagination of a novelist is quite vivid." Dai Jieli laughed. "Your reasoning is quite sound. When faced with the absurd, one often seeks out those equally irrational to resolve it, and those two fit the bill. Indeed, Associating with the unreasonable often leads to equally irrational deeds. I wonder if you and your companions are of the same ilk? Cui Ying's incisive remark caused Dai Jieli to retract her smile, yet Cui Ying quickly added, I'm merely jesting. It's the humor of we wordsmiths. Now standing in their nakedness, Dai Jieli donned her clothes, revealing a high-necked riding outfit, likely chosen to conceal the scar on her neck. She flashed a smile at Cui Ying. I think we should make our exit soon, lest those men begin to speculate. Having gleaned nothing, Cui Ying noted that the woman's lips were even more tightly sealed than she had anticipated. Watching Dai Jieli depart, she leisurely dressed herself. Was this truly the mistress of that name? Cui Ying retrieved her phone from her waterproof backpack, the device nestled safely within its protective casing. She quickly sent a message to a number she had found, then deleted it, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she stepped outside. Her damp hair framed her face in a way that was more enchanting than usual, prompting Yuqing to glance up briefly before lowering his gaze. Recently, he had become aware of the dwindling exchanges between himself and Cui Ying. Su Bai jested, Sister, if you were like this regularly, you could surely captivate many men. As it stands, you are quite lethal. Are you subtly praising your first love? Listening to you, it resembles a bashful mimosa. And just the thought of it must cause your heart to blossom with joy, does it not? Cui Ying retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Su Bai sighed deeply. I wonder if I will ever find her again upon returning. I cannot shake the feeling that she harbors some unspoken worries. This child is evidently deeply infatuated, and Cui Ying ceased her teasing, focusing instead on roasting provisions. Dai Jieli and the third brother were engaged in hushed whispers, conspiring about something unknown. Su Bai nudged Yuqing. Young man, those 7 individuals appear to be deaf mutes. Indeed, they had noticed, for they remained silent, fixating their gaze on Dai Jieli and the third brother's lips. Yuqing remarked, they are receiving information through lip reading. Our understanding of this group's intentions remains unclear. Once we are outside, we should strive to part ways and follow our separate paths. Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow. Yuqing's words echoed his own thoughts. The woman named Dai Jieli seemed to possess a cunning mind. Moreover, he could not dismiss the lingering question of who had come to their aid on the soul rescue ladder. After Cui Ying's probing yielded no results, Dai Jieli severed communication with them completely, and the 2 groups dispersed, each finding their own place to sleep. As Su Bai lay on the ground, thoughts of Gong Susu stirred a wave of sweetness within him. He gazed into the flames, striving to conjure every memory of her. In his recollections, Susu had transferred to their class from another school. On her first day, she sparked a fervent reaction. She seemed almost unreal, like a character stepped out from an animation, exuding a serene smile and speaking in soft, gentle tones, as if her words could be distilled into water. Some girls criticized her for being pretentious, but how could one be so naturally graceful if it were mere affectation? That tranquility and gentleness emanated from her very essence. Yet she carried an unmistakable air of distance, leaving no female classmates eager to befriend her. During group activities, she always stood apart, solitary. Su Bai was the first to reach out to her. Even so, her words were few, and no one knew her family background. She was a transfer student from afar, her hometown a mystery. She had a passion for painting and spent her free time gazing out the window, capturing the scenes her eyes beheld on paper. Su Bai bought her paints and paper, secretly placing them on her desk without signing his name. She knew they were from him and would turn back with a faint smile, her features becoming even more enchanting. In his dreams, Su Bai smiled, murmuring, so beautiful. A hand reached out, caressing his face gently, like gossamer brushing against his skin. Su Bai rolled over, a shiver coursing through him, and opened his eyes to find himself beneath a rocky overhang. He propped himself up and looked around. Everyone else was sound asleep. Bai Moshuan turned to him. Eyes wide open, someone has been here. A chill ran down Su Bai's neck, and he stammered, are you certain? If not for seeing him touch you, I would have acted. Bai Moshuan replied nonchalantly, dressed all in black, with a mask. Who would have thought you would be so popular in a place like this? Chapter 110. Memory, I do not flatter. I genuinely do not flatter. Su Bai began to doubt the truth of his words. Bai Moshuan, are you jesting? Believe it or not, came the indifferent reply. Bai Moshuan turned away, closing his eyes. The individual he had just encountered, clad in dark garments, was unmistakably a woman, her footsteps silent as a whisper. Had it not been for his innate fox spirit sensitivity, he would have remained oblivious to her presence. Even Yuqing was in a deep slumber, unaware of her arrival. The woman's intentions were clear. Upon entering, she knelt beside Su Bai, gazing intently at him. Her eyes conveyed a poignant mixture of longing, affection, and a heart-wrenching sadness. Bai Ling mused that if ever a woman were to look at him in such a manner, he might find himself captivated, regardless of her identity. Su Bai was indeed fortunate. Reluctant to interrupt the dark-clad figure, Bai Ling allowed her to depart unscathed. He was uncertain whether to feel regret, but Su Bai certainly did, glaring at the back of Bai Ling's head with frustration. This fox spirit, merely observing with wide-open eyes, could have at least made a sound to alert him. How vexing! Were it not for the inability to confront him, he would have demanded accountability for this oversight. Turning around, Su Bai's gaze fell upon a faint trail of footprints on the ground. He stood abruptly, entranced, and followed the prints. Hearing movement behind him, Bai Ling sat up. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "I'm going to follow the footprints," Su Bai replied. "Absolutely not," Bai Ling countered. "You seem to misunderstand the gravity of the situation. This is not the time for distractions. Furthermore, her form is swift. By the time you reach her, she will have vanished. It would be a futile endeavor. I believe she will inevitably reappear." "Really?" Su Bai placed his hands on his hips. "Fine, I'll trust you this once." Yu Qing, awakened by their conversation, remarked, "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" "It's nothing, just resting," Su Bai replied. "Young man, you may continue." Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Jieli rolled over, casting a sidelong glance at them, a faint smile gracing her lips. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. As dawn broke, the group finally had the energy to reflect on the events of the previous day, their curiosity piqued by the white-haired creature lurking beneath the water. Yu Qing explained, "Within the Maoshan sect, we have the Maoshan Chronicles and Maoshan Sorcerers, both of which serve as sources of information for our practitioners. They contain numerous accounts of vengeful spirits, but also have their shortcomings, as many entries lack illustrations, and some names are entirely absent from these texts." The white-haired creature left Yu Qing perplexed. The only certainty was that it had evolved from a corpse within the 7 gates of the Gathering Yin Pool. The extent of its evolution remained a mystery. It was sightless yet possessed an awakening perception. Should it continue to evolve, its lethality would be evident, and he was simply relieved he would not have to confront it again. Su Bai and his companions had resolved not to mingle further with Dai Jieli's group. However, before they could voice their intentions, Dai Jieli approached them, saying, "Thank you for your assistance yesterday. We shall now part ways and pursue our separate paths. Take care." "That suits us," Bai Ling replied. "It spares us the trouble." "The third one is rather irritable," remarked Jieli. "Let us not waste words with them. They have nothing good to say. Let us depart." Dai Jieli smiled faintly, leading his companions towards the cave entrance, and soon they vanished from sight. Su Bai felt a twinge of regret. He still had not uncovered their true intentions. The ability to fire a weapon underwater was not something just anyone possessed, was it? No one responded to him, as his query was patently trivial. Given the indistinguishable nature of friend and foe, it was prudent to act independently for the time being. The four took a moment to regroup, and at that juncture, Wei Jia, within the jade, quietly remarked, "There lies an ancient tomb here." "Well, if you remain silent, we might as well consider you absent," Su Bai retorted, launching into verbal jabs. "In such perilous times, you, esteemed elder, couldn't he offer a word of caution? You might meet your demise." "Oh, my apologies, you are already deceased," Wei Jia responded. "I have been seeking clues for all of you, aiming to locate the main dragon vein. Such places typically harbor ancient tombs, for in antiquity, geomancers often sought out dragon lairs. Thus, where there are grand tombs, there surely exists dragon energy." His words held merit, and Yu Qing interjected, "Hold your tongue for a moment. Let us first venture out to explore the direction of the dragon vein. If our paths align, we shall proceed. If not, your role as a pathfinder will have been in vain." "By the way, when did you slip away?" Wei Jia replied. "That would be when the white-haired creature made its appearance." "You coward," Su Bai scolded. "If the information you gathered proves erroneous, you shall face dire consequences. I could be reduced to ashes in no time. If you possess the capability, why not venture forth yourself?" Yu Qing, however, chose not to cooperate. Although this fellow wielded the power of the reverse scale, he remained oblivious to its control. It only manifested during life and death situations, ordinarily. Su Bai was but an ordinary individual adorned with scales. The four, accompanied by a ghost, shared light-hearted banter as they strode towards the cave entrance. Upon emerging, they realized the mountain weather had transformed dramatically. Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan commenced their search for the dragon. The mountains were named as such due to their characteristics resembling a dragon, with ridges, peaks, and ranges undulating and spiraling, akin to a mythical serpent, thus earning the moniker of dragon. The dragon vein, akin to the arteries of the body, channels life force throughout all cells, hence its designation as a vein. As the ancient adage goes, what is a dragon? It is the pulse of the mountains, the dragon vein. In their quest for the dragon, they scrutinized the energy pathways, discerning between vitality and the interplay of yin and yang. In terms of the dragon's body, it is categorized into 3 tiers, the upper, middle, and lower grades. An upper-grade dragon flows with grandeur, akin to a river's currents, with waves crashing and a commanding presence, leading forth and safeguarding from all sides. Akin to a royal procession, majestic and awe-inspiring. Such dragon veins are destined to produce nobility and high officials, warranting utmost respect. A middle-grade dragon, while still impressive, spans 100 miles, yet lacks the grandeur of its upper counterpart due to a shorter course of energy. Thus, it is termed middle-grade dragon. A lower-grade dragon, meanwhile, extends merely 10 miles, often solitary, without escort or reception. Yet, if it finds a warm gathering of energy, it may still belong to a well-to-do household, even if it is that of commoners. Previously, Tang Xin mentioned that there are 9 types of dragon energies in the dragon vein. At present, after a thorough examination, Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan discerned the presence of a soaring dragon energy. Not far to their left, the mountain range manifested a dynamic configuration reminiscent of a flying dragon, gracefully soaring through the air. Like wild geese taking flight and eagles ascending, its 2 wings were spread wide, akin to phoenixes dancing and mythical birds soaring, their wings embracing the sky. Having established their direction, Yu Qing inquired of Wei Jia, "Where is the ancient tomb you discovered?" Wei Jia pointed, indicating the very direction they were scrutinizing. Unexpectedly, he had indeed stumbled upon it. Su Bai, filled with urgency, asked, "Is it in the same direction?" "Indeed," Yu Qing replied. "Let us proceed." The 4 of them headed towards that location, and after approximately 5 minutes, Dai Jieli and her group arrived at the scene. The 3rd member remarked, "Jieli, you were right. We can certainly reap the benefits effortlessly. We should follow them immediately." "Not so fast," Jieli replied with a smile. "These individuals are quite astute. Getting too close may lead to detection. A good game ought to be savored slowly." As Su Bai and his companions advanced toward the dragon vein, the atmosphere remained undisturbed. Although the sky grew increasingly dim, Su Bai shivered, observing, "It appears snow is on the horizon." "Ah, the good fortune does not seem to favor us," Cui Ying remarked, tilting her head as snowflakes fell upon her face, icy and refreshing. She wiped her hand across her cheeks, adding, "A bit of snow is welcome, but the night will surely be harsh." "Hey, Su Bai, what are you doing?" As the snowfall intensified, a layer began to accumulate on the ground. Su Bai, reveling in mischief, began to build a snow mound. Bai Moshuan, growing impatient, urged, "Hurry along, the snow is heavy. If an avalanche occurs, you'll find yourself transformed into an icicle." Chapter 111. The handsome American Su Bai immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten." Suddenly, Bai Moshuan halted, looking back with suspicion. Yu Qing asked, "What is it?" "We have a tail," Bai Moshuan replied. "If I am not mistaken, it is that woman from earlier." Dai Jieli, being remarkably clever, had been trailing them from a distance. However, in the current icy conditions, Bai Moshuan's instincts were fully awakened. In this environment, he felt as if he were in his element, quickly realizing, if they were merely an ordinary expedition team, there would be no need for such stealth. Cui Ying, as an author of adventure novels, was well connected within the overseas Chinese community, cultivating relationships with these individuals to garner inspiration. Had it not been for this, she would not have had the chance encounter with Dai Jieli. Reflecting on this, Cui Ying felt a throbbing headache. The Jieli she encountered now did not align with her memories. This matter had only been disclosed to Su Bai, and now it unveiled her capability, namely her memory. Su Bai remarked, "Memory reflects past experiences within the human brain. It encompasses 4 fundamental processes: encoding, storage, retrieval, and recall. Its forms include iconic memory, conceptual memory, logical memory, emotional memory, and motor memory, among others." "Sister, which category do you belong to?" "All of them. My ability lies in synthesizing these various forms of memory to arrive at a final conclusion," Cui Ying remarked. "Moreover, I possess a remarkable talent for observing faces. Perhaps it is an instinct of mine to scrutinize each individual, to retain their distinctive features, and to unravel the stories that lie beneath. I recall, during my childhood, there were a pair of twins at school whom no one could distinguish, save for their parents. Yet, in my mind, it was as if I had an internal recognition machine. Their appearances at various ages flickered through my thoughts like a revolving lantern, revealing subtle differences almost instantaneously. Thus, I was always able to call them by name with precision. My parents once took me to see a doctor who declared me normal, simply stating that both my left and right brains were more developed than average. Ah, Su Bai expressed with admiration. No wonder you can become a best-selling novelist. What issues does Dai Jili have? Yu Qing inquired. There are discrepancies, Cui Ying replied. Her face differs from the image I have in my mind. Although the resemblance is 99%, it remains distinct. Just a moment ago, while we were changing clothes, I noticed a long scar on her back. Despite her past involvement in special operations, such a wound, characterized by flesh being torn away, is exceedingly rare. Flesh being torn away? Bai Mashwan pondered. The likelihood of extrajudicial punishment is quite high. Extrajudicial punishment? Su Bai and Yu Qing exchanged glances. In this day and age, does such a thing still exist? That is merely my conjecture, Bai Mashwan responded. The only way to uncover the truth is to ask her directly. By the way, Cui Ying, what do you know about Bai Ling? He is quite low-key, Cui Ying replied. I have only heard that he owns a vineyard in Europe and spends the majority of his time there, occasionally returning to the country. However, his team remains stationed domestically, and Dai Jili appears to be one of his trusted subordinates, handling many of his affairs. I had never heard of the third one before. In which regions do their exploratory activities primarily take place? Su Bai inquired with renewed interest. Cui Ying was momentarily taken aback. How could she, as a novelist, overlook such a salient point? According to the scant information available, the exploration teams sponsored by Mr. Bai Li are concentrated within the country. That is not surprising, Su Bai remarked. With vast lands and abundant resources, it attracts many foreigners to explore. However, I find the presence of those 7 deaf mutes rather peculiar. Typically, exploration requires robust health. Why would they specifically employ the deaf and mute? Bai Mashwan halted, turning away with a cold smile. Shadows flitted past him, and the group trailing behind Dai Jili, emboldened by their prolonged pursuit and the stillness ahead, grew increasingly audacious, encroaching upon a perilous distance. Observing their audacity, Bai Mashwan felt a surge of irritation. Su Bai leaned closer and said, with your and Yu Qing's capabilities, surely you could easily shake them off? Yu Qing's heart stirred. Su Bai was alluding to the art of misdirection. Yet Bai Mashwan calmly replied, I actually believe we should allow them to follow. Cui Ying added, I too wish to understand their relentless pursuit of us. Are you unaware of the necessity to evade risks? Su Bai exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping. I fail to comprehend why one would invite trouble upon themselves. Bai Mashwan shot him a sidelong glance. You are still too inexperienced. Trouble tends to seek one out. Rather than allowing it to find us, it would be wiser for us to preemptively resolve any potential issues. What theory is this? Su Bai muttered, while Yu Qing surprisingly stood by Mo Xian's side, asserting, I believe there is no error in our judgment. We should hasten our pace and reach our destination swiftly. Wei Jie, how much further do we have to go? Not long now, perhaps 20 minutes, Wei Jie replied. If it weren't for the snow, we would have arrived by now. The 4 ahead suddenly quickened their steps, causing Dai Jili's expression to darken. I fear we have been discovered. These individuals possess an instinct akin to that of animals, far too perceptive. Should we continue to follow them? The third one queried. I do not understand why you are so fixated on these people. Fixated? Dai Jili scoffed. Indeed, I am quite determined to keep my hold on them. Their capabilities are extraordinary, yet they refuse to be of service to us and even attempt to shake us off. I have always loathed being disregarded. The third one replied solemnly, no one would disregard you. At least, I would not. Dai Jili's gaze sharpened, yet as she turned, her expression softened. Unconcerned by the stares of the other 7, she gently caressed the third one's face, saying, I know that even if everyone forsakes me, you shall not. The third one felt as though he might melt away, reaching out to touch Dai Jili's hand, only to grasp at air as she withdrew. Let us continue our journey, she urged. The 7 behind them regarded the interaction between the two with indifference, perhaps accustomed to their situation or simply unconcerned, merely executing orders. Su Bai and the others quickened their pace, the continuous mountain range drawing near. This mountain loomed taller than the previous one, and looking up, They saw the peaks resembling wings, akin to a dragon in flight. Wei Jie began to point. Earlier, I dashed here and was drawn in by a force, but alas. With the heavy snow, the ground is obscured, and I cannot discern how to enter. Su Bai chuckled. Simple enough. Just take another breath. Hey, handsome, come forth. The sun is absent now. That is indeed a splendid idea, Yu Qing interjected. Wei Jie, begrudgingly complying, floated out from the jade, his face a mask of frustration. As he emerged, he suddenly exclaimed and darted towards a large rock, vanishing in an instant. Su Bai, witnessing his futile attempt to maintain composure, could not help but laugh. Hey, handsome, where are you? I'm here. Wei Jie managed to poke his head out, just behind this rock. Snow fell upon him, landing swiftly on the ground. Su Bai remarked with a sense of realization, so it truly is an illusion. Young man, this rock is immense. How shall we enter? Yu Qing approached, attempting to shift the large stone. After a brief effort, he discovered that it was part of the mountain itself. I think we cannot move a mountain unless we emulate Yao Guang. But there is a crevice here, Chuang said, inserting her finger into the gap between the stone and the mountain. Handsome, what is the situation inside? Handsome, Wei Jie seethed. Should you continue to call me that? I shan't respond at all. Do not call me an American beauty. Rather, a handsome devil, Su Bai remarked. If you have the ability, stay inside and do not come out. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. In Chapter 112, Wei Jie sighed deeply, initially believing he had found a strong ally, only to realize he had stumbled into a den of wolves. This large boulder, although part of the mountain, possessed a rather peculiar structure. Upon entering, they encountered a natural stone staircase. Natural? Su Bai inquired. Is it not quite orderly? Relatively orderly, Wei Jie replied. Why do you ask? Just because it appears orderly does not necessarily imply it is natural, Wei Jie countered. You are dismissing my intelligence of 180, Su Bai retorted. Brother Lei once said, one should not draw conclusions too early, otherwise, it may lead to one's own demise. Bai Moshuan nodded slightly, observing that the three were increasingly getting into the groove. He approached to thoroughly check and confirm that there were no traps. At this point, it seems our only option is to blast this boulder apart. But we did not bring any explosives, Yu Qing interjected. Though Su Bai and I have learned from Brother Lei, this is not something one can master in just a few attempts. Thus, when we returned, Boss Tang had not prepared such materials for us. Our master conducted a divination and accurately predicted that we would encounter noble benefactors, Bai Moshuan said, turning to Miss Dai. Since you are here, do not stand idly by. Dai Jili stepped forward, clapping her hands. You all possess remarkable skills. Initially, I thought I was tracking you, yet it appears you are leading me by the nose. Enough of the chatter, Bai Moshuan urged, tapping the boulder. You can surely handle blasting this thing, right? Dai Jili remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Moshuan's face. This fellow always had a way of inciting her anger. The third man clenched his fists. What do you take us for? We only heed Jelly's command. Blast this boulder. Dai Jili ordered, leaving the third man momentarily stunned. Bai Moshuan shrugged. Did you hear that? Su Bai whispered, young man, do you see? He is merely putting on a facade, trying to charm us while maintaining a serious demeanor. At Dai Jili's command, the third man dared not disobey. He extended his hand, and immediately a box was presented to him. Upon opening it, they found an assortment of detonators and explosives, everything they needed. Su Bai was somewhat astonished. How did you bring these through customs? We are an expedition team. Naturally, we have our methods, Dai Jili replied with a smile. Miss Chuang knows this better than anyone, she added. Chuang smiled without speaking. Indeed, as an expedition team, they had a series of procedures in place to ensure everything was legitimate. Su Bai shook his head, curious to see the third man's capabilities. The third man worked with remarkable efficiency, pulling out a tape measure to gauge the large boulder and test the gap. He quickly began preparing the explosives, installing 7 detonators in the crevices of the boulder and grasping a remote control. You all should step back. I won't take responsibility for any accidents. His technique was quite adept. Bai Moshuan was uncertain who surpassed whom, the third man or Brother Lei. The group stepped back as the third man pressed the button. With a loud bang, the boulder shattered into numerous pieces, scattering around them and revealing an entrance large enough for a person to pass through. Su Bai clapped his hands in admiration. Wow, what a master! How could one achieve such precision? Lao San, a man seasoned by the battlefield, let out a subdued grunt. What more do you want from me? The name Bai Moshuan pierced his heart like 2 icy bullets. Lao Sen cast a fiery glance at Bai Xuan, whose indifference was palpable as he silently slipped into the cave. Wei Jie, quick-witted, promptly followed him into the jade depths, and the group entered together. Dai Jieli, unwilling to lag behind, joined them, while Su Bai felt a twinge of apprehension. Why is this woman trailing us again? With such heavy snow outside, we must find shelter, Dai Jieli asserted confidently. Su Bai steeled himself and boldly suggested, how about we be forthright? Where are you all headed? If our two groups can assist each other, that would be splendid. If not, we shall remain separate and unbothered. What say you? Sounds good, Dai Jieli replied readily. Catching Su Bai off guard, he blinked in surprise. You truly agree? There is nothing we cannot discuss. Mr. Bai Ling merely instructed us to seek the ruins of the Yu dynasty here, Dai Jieli explained. Have you heard of it? Su Bai nodded. Indeed, I am aware. In ancient Chinese history, we commonly refer to the three dynasties, Xia, Shang, and Zhou. However, some ancient texts mention four, Yu, Xia, Shang, and Zhou. Prior to the Xia dynasty, the only recorded political events are the abdications among Yao, Shun, and Yu, with Shun reigning for 50 years. Yet, Han Fizi states that the Yu dynasty lasted over 2,000 years. By this account, the Yu clan surely existed for more than just 50 years. The Xia dynasty spanned over 470 years, and considering the cataclysm of the Ice Age floods, the Yu dynasty must have endured for over a millennium, regrettably. This era has not garnered the recognition it deserves from historians. Dai Jieli looked at Su Bai with keen interest. I didn't realize you had such knowledge in this area. Bai Xuan remained expressionless, yet internally he felt a stirring of excitement. It was astonishing that, after so many years, there was still interest in the Yu dynasty. The seven evils were indeed descendants of the Yu dynasty, and having just departed from Changbai Mountain, they appeared here. Could their intentions truly revolve around the Yu dynasty? As he pondered this, Dai Jieli continued, the absence of recognition from historians does not equate to non-existence. Mr. Bai Li once heard domestic historians mention a manuscript from the early Xia dynasty, which distinctly recounts how citizens hunting in Changbai Mountain observed figures clad in animal pelts moving swiftly through the mountains. They possessed extraordinary speed, able to vanish in an instant. And when those who witnessed it went searching, they found nothing. The accounts led some elders to claim these were the descendants of the Yu dynasty, known for their agility and innate talents. Mr. Bai Li was greatly intrigued, but alas, he could not visit in person due to scheduling conflicts, thus leaving it to me and Lao Sen to scout ahead. Cui Ying listened intently, but upon noticing Yu Qing frowning, she inquired, what troubles you? Nothing, Yu Qing replied. That being said, have you found any clues? None, which is why we've been lingering in this vicinity, Dai Jieli responded. While we are cautious, rest assured, we are not foes. There is no need for you to be wary of us. Enough with the chatter, let us proceed deeper, Bai Xuan interjected, his impatience evident. Are there not enough words exchanged already? Wait, I have always held a deep appreciation for fairness, remarked Dai Jieli. What is your purpose? In chapter 113, titled Golden Needle, 1, Su Bai was about to speak when Yu Qing interjected. As you have just witnessed, I possess some knowledge of Maoshan techniques. We have been entrusted to investigate a dragon's lair here. However, this place is filled with dragon veins, and we have yet to ascertain the location of the main vein. Today's affluent individuals not only aspire to wealth for themselves and their offspring, but also seek to achieve prosperity for generations to come. Dai Jieli chuckled. Indeed, the thoughts of people today are truly elusive. Bai Xuan, disinterested in their conversation, proceeded directly to the steps mentioned by Wei Jie. He gazed upwards at the steps chiseled directly into the stone wall, which were evidently formed by nature. Water dripped from above, exemplifying the adage that constant dripping wears away the stone. Over millennia, the persistent water had sculpted these stone steps. Su Bai exclaimed, water drips through stone. What are you doing? Dai Jieli's voice rang out. Among the 7 mute individuals, one suddenly had red eyes and forcefully pinned another to the ground, using his elbow to constrict the latter's neck while his other hand gripped tightly. These individuals had undergone professional physical training, and in this uncontrollable situation, the one being strangled was already rolling his eyes in distress. The others were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Dai Jieli, reacting swiftly, drew his firearm and aimed it at the out-of-control assailant, prepared to shoot. Stop! Yu Qing struck Dai Jieli's wrist, forcing the gun downward. A shot rang out, and the bullet struck the ground. Bai Xuan swiftly leaped behind the assailant, his speed leaving the third member in awe. He delivered a powerful blow to the frantic man's neck, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Yuqing shot Dai Jili a glare, realizing that had he not intervened in time, the bullet would have struck his comrade. That was his teammate. In Chapter 114, titled Golden Needle 2, Su Bai rushed over to examine the man who had been choked. He was gasping for breath, so Su Bai lifted him and delivered a firm slap to his back, helping him regain his breath. Yuqing crouched beside the suddenly violent individual, inspecting his eyes. They were bloodshot, and the area between his brows was darkened. He retrieved a black wooden box from his backpack and opened it to reveal 5 golden needles. Su Bai gasped, "Wow, these are incredible. Young man, I didn't know you had such treasures." Yuqing, too preoccupied to heed Su Bai's jest, signaled for Su Bai to support the man's upper body. He then took the 5 golden needles and skillfully inserted them into the man's heart meridian, Dantian meridian, Yinho meridian, Tumun meridian, and Dingtong meridian, nearly embedding them entirely within his body. The third member gasped sharply, "He'll either die or be seriously injured." "What do you know?" Dai Jili retorted. The third member felt chagrined and silently fumed, closing his mouth. The others gathered around Yuqing, and Su Bai inquired of Bai Moshuan, "What is Yuqing doing?" "This place is haunted by malevolent spirits, and this individual is possessed, overtaken by dark energy that has rendered him irrational. The human body has 7 meridians: the heart-yang meridian, the Dantian meridian, the yin-shou meridian, the Tu-min meridian, the ding-tong meridian, the hui-ding meridian, and the foot-yang meridian. Among these, the hui-ding and foot-yang meridians serve as the starting points for the circulation of yang energy. Metal objects do not conduct yin and yang. Instead, they can obstruct these energies, thereby sealing the 5 meridians to expel the invading dark energy from within." Bai Moshuan remarked, "This is the swiftest method, and it will not claim a life." This statement struck a chord with Dai Jili, who recognized its implications. With a slight furrow of her brow, she swallowed her words. Meanwhile, Yuqing observed as the golden needles slowly darkened, and with a surge of determination, he withdrew all 5 needles. The individual gradually regained consciousness, his eyes losing their crimson hue. He raised his hand to gesture at his body, shaking his head vigorously. Yuqing reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. I understand that you were unable to control your body moments ago." Yuqing scanned the surroundings and produced ancient coins, arranging them into a thunder pool formation. "You all enter first." "What are you doing?" Su Bai inquired in surprise. "Isn't it already resolved?" A chilling wind swept through, prompting Su Bai to immediately close his mouth. Accompanying the cold gust was a rustling noise, and Dai Jili, with keen eyes, spotted numerous snakes emerging from beneath the rocks, each dark and surging toward them. She fired at one, sparks flying, but the snake remained unharmed. Her expression shifted as she holstered her weapon and retrieved another, this one loaded with red sand bullets. When she fired, the bullets detonated upon impact, transforming the black snakes into wisps of gray smoke. Before the triumphant smile could fully grace her face, more black snakes surged forth, causing her countenance to stiffen. Yuqing interjected, "Your red sand gun cannot contend with such a multitude of yin snakes. Allow us to handle this." He produced talisman paper, bit his tongue to draw blood, and applied it to the paper, inscribing a yang talisman. In an instant, the talisman ignited, and Yuqing cast the burning paper onto the snakes. Upon contact with the flames, the dark energy dissipated into nothingness. Bai Moshuan stood still, observing, the formidable entities are finally emerging. Suddenly, the gun in Lao San's hand became useless, and feeling the need for assistance from 2 outsiders ignited his frustration. What formidable entities! In a fit of anger, he stepped out of the thunderpool formation. Dai Jili shouted, "Come back!" Alas, it was too late. Lao San had already stepped forward, and the formidable entity ensnared his foot, yanking him away and sending him crashing onto a rock. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have lost consciousness. Infuriated by this misfortune, he drew his weapon and turned back, firing 6 shots at the entity. Yet, as he beheld what lay before him, Lao San's mind went blank. Before them lay a colossal serpent, its body as thick as a barrel, astonishingly adorned with 3 heads. The central head was void of eyes, while each of the lateral heads boasted a singular eye, their pupils gleaming like rubies. When the serpent's dark scales were struck by bullets fired by the third man, sparks erupted, and the projectiles plummeted to the ground, 6 in total, each landing with a thud. The third man rubbed his eyes in disbelief, gasping as he noticed a dark shadow upon the serpent's back. Su Bai and Chuaying observed with wide eyes, questioning what it could be. That is the spirit behind. Yu Qing cautioned, glancing back. Do not step beyond the confines of the Thunderpool formation. Do you understand? His tone was grave, prompting an immediate nod from Su Bai. Yu Qing was taken aback. Typically, spirits of this nature were tethered to the living, manifesting in two forms: benevolent guardians or malevolent entities. This wicked spirit had somehow gained dominion over the serpent, which, despite originally absorbing the dragon energy of this sacred land, had now been tainted by an aura of malevolence under the spirit's control. To subdue this serpent, one must first vanquish the malevolent spirit. Without hesitation, Yu Qing clasped his hands, invoking the golden light incantation. Golden light, swiftly manifest, shield the true being, urgent as the law commands. A beam of golden light surged toward the malevolent spirit, which evaded the strike, morphing into a multitude of shadows that lunged toward the group within the Thunderpool formation. This formation, forged from the bloodlight blade bestowed by Old Master Chui, was impervious to ordinary malevolent spirits. However, these shadows breached its defenses, advancing toward the group with alarming speed. Yu Qing's heart raced as he saw Dai Jieli at the forefront, perilously close to possession. The shadow ensnared her wrist, and as she drew her red sand gun to fire, a sudden numbness seized her arm, causing the weapon to tumble to the ground, while the shadow lunged for her face. Though Dai Jieli was known for her bravery, she instinctively shut her eyes in fear. In that moment, a white figure interposed itself before her, radiant light driving the shadows back. The others found themselves enveloped in darkness, unable to see clearly. When Dai Jieli reopened her eyes, she beheld Bai Moshuan shielding her. The dark shadows regrouped, and seizing the opportunity while Bai Moshuan was engaged with them, Yu Qing hastily inscribed a true Yang talisman upon the ground, awaiting the malevolent spirit's entry. Su Bai, come forth, he bellowed. Me? Su Bai hesitated, suddenly realizing he was the embodiment of pure Yang, prime bait for the spirit's possession. Yu Qing intended to use him as a lure. Be a man and be decisive, Chui Ying urged, delivering a swift kick to Su Bai's backside, propelling him out of the Thunderpool formation. Yu Qing swiftly pulled him onto the true Yang talisman, commanding, stand here, only move when I instruct you. As soon as Su Bai positioned himself on the talisman, he saw the dark shadow rushing toward him. With Yu Qing yet to issue a command, he gritted his teeth, bracing himself. Just as the shadow drifted closer, Yu Qing's voice rang out, dodge now. As the call echoed in the air, it was too late to flee. Su Bai rolled on the ground, escaping beyond the talisman's reach. Behind him, the Zhengyang talisman flared with flames, ensnaring the shadow that writhed in a desperate struggle. Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan exchanged a glance, deciding to work together to assist. Golden light swiftly manifests, shielding the true being, hastily as the law commands. Two beams of golden light cleaved through the flames, and the shadow emitted a piercing wail, transforming into a swirl of black smoke. The colossal serpent, stripped of its malevolent control, no longer exhibited the agility it once had, nor did it show any signs of aggression. Only then did Chui Ying feel reassured, stepping out of the Thunderpool formation to help Su Bai to his feet. Are you all right? You treated me as bait. My body is unharmed, but my spirit is deeply wounded, Su Bai lamented, adopting a woeful demeanor. You heartless lot. They say companions should stand by each other, yet you treat a brother as a mere commodity. What else could you expect from such a unique existence? Yu Qing retorted. Besides, would I truly allow you to come to harm? Dai Jieli approached the third brother, assisting him up. His eyes brimmed with gratitude as he gazed at her, his expression softening. Jieli, when will you amend your reckless nature? Dai Jieli shot him a fierce glare, her voice low and urgent. You'll inevitably ruin something grand. The three-headed serpent watched the group with predatory intensity. Bai Moshuan approached, gently placing his hand upon its head and murmuring several words. Astonishingly, the serpent turned and glided deeper into the cave, disappearing from sight. The third brother spat in frustration. What is this? Can he truly converse with snakes? This is no ordinary serpent. It is a guardian, typically existing to protect the master of an ancient tomb, Yu Qing explained. Such serpents possess spiritual awareness, allowing them to communicate with humans, much like these 7 brothers. Though they cannot speak, they can certainly convey their thoughts. Are you comparing my brothers to a serpent? The third brother seethed, seizing the opportunity to vent his pent-up anger. I have long found you all distasteful, flaunting your supernatural abilities with unwarranted arrogance. As he spoke, He brandished his gun at Yu Qing. In a swift maneuver, Chuaying stepped in front of him. Sir, please, do not act impulsively. Dai Jieli's expression darkened as she drew her own weapon, aiming it at the third brother's temple. Lower your gun, or do not blame me for severing our past ties. Jieli, are you truly siding with them? The third brother exclaimed. What has come over you? Ever since you met them, you have acted uncharacteristically. Have you taken leave of your senses? In a grave tone, Dai Jieli replied, I do not wish to engage in idle chatter. I will count to 3, and if you do not lower your weapon, do not expect me to show mercy. Fuming, the third brother stormed out into the snow, raising his voice to the heavens. The 7 onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to console him, knowing they could not communicate. Dai Jieli holstered her weapon and approached Yu Qing. I apologize. He is like this, unable to discern right from wrong. Please bear with him. Yu Qing remarked, It is indeed my fault. My choice of words was inappropriate, and I did not intend to insult the 7 brothers. I understand, Dai Jieli replied. Otherwise, you would not have exerted yourselves to save us just now. Excuse me. I shall step outside to check on him. Also, I owe you a favor. Bai Moshuan coldly nodded. I care only for the adversaries I face and am indifferent to all else. Having anticipated no kind words, Dai Jieli was accustomed to this and let out a soft grunt before exiting the cave. Upon stepping outside, she was taken aback to find no trace of Lao San. Anger welled up within Dai Jieli, and just as she was about to turn around, she caught a glimpse of Lao San's clothing peeking out. Approaching, she discovered Lao San crouched behind a large rock, weeping softly. Dai Jieli scoffed. You have not shed a tear on the battlefield, yet you allow such things to bring you to tears? Lao San raised his head, snowflakes dancing gently downwards. In the snow, Dai Jieli appeared even more enchanting. She crouched down, cradling Lao San's face in her hands. Why direct your anger towards outsiders? You know I have walked through life and death. Only you and I inhabit the same world. Are you truly unaware of the significance you hold for me? Jieli, Lao San replied. I am a man too. You should know my thoughts. I cherish my freedom. It is for you that I serve Mr. Bailey. Should I lose this initial purpose, I have no reason to remain. Do not think I am blind to the truth. Observed by Moshuan's eyes, they are not the same. Dai Jieli lowered her hands and stood up. I have never owed anyone a favor. He has saved me repeatedly, and by all accounts, I owe him twice. Naturally, my regard for him differs from that of others. If you overthink this, I shall not stop you. This place is guarded by serpents, indicating the presence of an ancient tomb. I do not wish to delay further. Whether you choose to follow is entirely up to you. After speaking, she turned and departed. Lao San remained crouched, deep in thought, before finally standing resolutely and following her. Dai Jieli had anticipated he would not abandon her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Su Bai and the others, fatigued from the recent fierce battle, were resting. Yu Qing stated, Where there are guardian serpents, an ancient tomb must be nearby. And it is undoubtedly of considerable age. The staircase descends, yet the direction the serpent departed is different. Which way do you think it leads, forward or downward? The stairs descend, likely due to the effects of dripping water, a mere coincidence, though the spirit serpent may also deceive. Bai Moshuan interjected, Therefore, we shall revert to our old method and proceed with exploration. Upon seeing Dai Jieli enter, Bai Moshuan promptly closed his mouth. Was he to wield a Luoyang shovel in front of this self-proclaimed expedition team? Chuaying shared the same concern, and as Dai Jieli approached, she declared, I do not wish to waste any more time. An ancient tomb is assuredly here, and I am eager to expand my horizons. Shall we continue? Chuaying scoffed. Miss Dai, your intentions are not truly about the Yuzhao. When you answered earlier, your response felt rehearsed, delivered too hastily. Truly a renowned novelist. With exceptional logical prowess, Dai Jieli's expression turned cold, and with a wave of her hand, the 7 men simultaneously drew their weapons, aiming them at the 4. The fable of the farmer and the snake has long served as a warning to humanity. Some individuals are eternally unworthy of compassion. The old Jin too was such a person, and now, before us, stands Dai Jieli. Has her true nature finally been revealed? Bai Moshuan let out a cold laugh, remarking that the most terrifying aspect of a woman is not a fearsome visage, but a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Enduring for so long must have been quite a challenge for her. Dai Jieli's heart quivered, a wave of bitterness washing over her, yet she suppressed it. Her grip on the gun unwavering. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. This is a fundamental truth. Were it not for your recognition of me, I would not have needed to weave lies. Considering your recent assistance to my team, I shall spare your lives, provided you cooperate. Su Bai glanced at Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan. With these two present, Dai Jieli could not possibly contain them. Yet, to his astonishment, they remained utterly still, leaving Su Bai in a state of anxious bewilderment. At that moment, Cui Ying's words caused Dai Jieli's complexion to pale. You are not Dai Jieli at all. Who are you really? Old 3 stiffened at this declaration. What nonsense are you spouting? Dai Jieli's gaze grew increasingly menacing. But Cui Ying remained undeterred. I possess no extraordinary talents, save for an exceptional memory. Identical twins may share the closest resemblance, yet each individual is unique. No matter how similar you appear to Dai Jieli, you are not her. It is likely that the Dai Jieli I saw at the celebration after the book signing was not you, yet you are aware of that detail. Thus, only one possibility remains. You share a profound connection with the true Dai Jieli. Old 3 was left astounded by Cui Ying's revelation, turning to Dai Jieli, whose eyes were now filled with murderous intent. Her hand trembled slightly as she raised it, pulling the trigger. Yu Qing instinctively threw himself at Cui Ying, and the bullet grazed Yu Qing's back, embedding itself in the stone, leaving a burn mark on his skin. Bai Moshuan was utterly enraged. In an instant, he appeared before Dai Jieli, his hand gripping her throat, causing her weapon to clatter to the ground. If you wish to preserve her life, discard your gun, and you, produce the powder box. The 7 individuals, like automatons, simultaneously discarded their firearms. Old 3, gritting his teeth, threw the powder box to the ground. Su Bai hurried over, placing the box in his backpack before collecting 4 of the discarded firearms, unloading the rest of the bullets, and discarding the empty weapons, which were soon engulfed by the snow. Su Bai remained preoccupied with the red sand gun, approaching Dai Jieli. My apologies, fair lady. Chapter 116. Guardian Spirit Cui Ying abruptly pushed him aside. Do not take advantage of the situation. I will handle this. Su Bai rolled his eyes. Is my moral character truly so lacking? You have such a low opinion of others. The group laughed and jested before her, driving Dai Jieli to the brink of fury, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Cui Ying retrieved 2 guns from her, one of which was the coveted red sand gun. As Su Bai reached for it, Yu Qing interjected, let us leave the red sand gun for Cui Ying to use. Su Bai smirked, you are so biased. Whoever wants it can take it, Cui Ying said with irritation as she shoved the gun into Su Bai's hands. Then I shall not be courteous. Su Bai disregarded Yu Qing's eye roll, nonchalantly placing the gun into his backpack and even making a face at Yu Qing. Dai Jieli turned to Bai Moshuan, saying, let me impart a lesson. It would be prudent for you to eliminate us now. Otherwise, the tides of fortune turn unexpectedly, and no one can predict the outcome. Kill you? Bai Moshuan scoffed. I am not inclined to such amusements. Having saved you twice, to kill you now would be to mock myself. Rest assured, I possess a superior method of resolution. Dai Jieli, upon observing the pink hue in Bai Moshuan's eyes at close range, felt a chill. What do you intend to do? Bai Moshuan's intentions were straightforward. He had long discerned that the 3rd man harbored feelings for Dai Jieli. He proceeded to bind Dai Jieli and the 3rd man face to face, leaving them in the frigid wilderness, while the other 7 were similarly ensnared like dumplings, discarded nearby. Enraged, Dai Jieli cursed. Bai, may you meet a wretched end. If I survive, I will ensure you pay. Let us see if you can survive. Bai Moshuan clapped his hands together. Let us be on our way. As Bai Moshuan entered the cavern, he glanced at the vast entrance and exchanged a look with Yu Qing before casting an illusion. To the naked eye, it appeared as though there was a solid rock face. Those who wished to enter would find it impossible for years to come. Their capabilities had already positioned them as exceptional practitioners of the art. Su Bai was astounded by Bai Moshuan's cunning. I never expected you to be so devious. But surely, they will perish in this icy expanse. You underestimate them, Cui Ying interjected. With their skills, those ropes are trivial. I suspect they will free themselves shortly. For now, we must focus on our own safety. Where do we go from here? As we currently stand beneath the flying dragon, the guardian serpent we encountered earlier possesses intelligence. I dare say it misled us. The ancient tomb is not in that direction. We can simply inquire with Wei Jing, can't we? No sooner had Bai Moshuan spoken than Wei Jing floated forth of his own accord. Brother Bai, you are indeed astute. That guardian serpent was leading us astray. The ancient tomb lies not in that direction, but rather down these stone steps. Come, follow me. Wei Jing guided the group to the rocky wall where water droplets fell, creating a small puddle at the bottom of the steps. Each drop splashed, sending droplets flying, rendering this area particularly damp and advantageous for the four of them. Wei Jing continued, "If we wish to descend, we must excavate here. It is at least 8 meters deep, and once at the bottom, you will behold the ancient tomb I mentioned, not a single tomb, but a tomb complex. If it is indeed a complex of ancient tombs, the subterranean space would be astonishing. In previously discovered tomb complexes, the distance between individual tombs is typically measured in kilometers." Su Bai began to dig, and with the help of the others, they carved out an opening sufficient for one person to pass through. Dust fell, and it took a moment for the sound of it hitting the ground to reach their ears. With a pop, Su Bai's vivid imagination took flight. Upon hearing that sound, he couldn't help but envision the moment a body strikes the earth. "Good heavens, young man, why do I feel increasingly nauseated?" Su Bai set aside his tools and peered through the small hole below, where darkness loomed. As his headlamp illuminated the abyss, he gasped. The three-headed serpent lies just beneath. "Oh!" Cui Ying, emboldened, pushed past Su Bai to gaze down herself. Indeed, the serpent was raising its head, its crimson eyes meeting the light without flinching. Cui Ying felt a thrill. It has returned so swiftly. There must be a quicker passage. "Dear sister, you must not be so naive. Snakes are soft-bodied creatures. The paths they traverse are inaccessible to us, who possess bones. Our only option is to descend from here," Su Bai replied, a shiver of fear coursing through him. "If we intrude upon its domain, it will surely consume us whole." Such was the purpose of the guardian serpent's existence. Bai Moshuan declared, "I shall go first." Just as he was about to descend, he suddenly froze. No wonder there are malevolent spirits here. There must be a sinister formation below. We assumed it was the malevolent spirit controlling the spirit snake, but Yu Qing interjected, awakening to the realization they are, in fact, one and the same, amplifying their lethality. The ancient tombs below may very well be structured as a malevolent formation, with the malevolent energy manifesting that spirit. Su Bai and Cui Ying were perplexed. What is a malevolent formation? Yu Qing, struck by insight, produced a small yellow flag adorned with celestial symbols, intended to glimpse the secrets of the heavens. With the pointed end facing downward, he cast the flag straight into the darkness. It descended in a straight line, embedding itself firmly in the earth below. Just as Su Bai exclaimed, "Oh!" the flag snapped in two with a resounding crack. Yu Qing inhaled sharply. The malevolent energy below is indeed extraordinary. "You still haven't explained what a malevolent formation is," Su Bai exclaimed, exasperated. "Please do not engage in actions we cannot comprehend without providing explanations. The ancient tombs harbor grievances that, over the years, have accumulated into malevolent energy. This place functions similarly to a spiritual eye, capable of gathering malevolent energy to generate various spectral entities. As Wei Jie mentioned, the ancient tombs below are indeed numerous, and the moment the flag inscribed with celestial symbols touched the ground, it broke, indicating that nearly every tomb below harbors grievances. These collective grievances generate a force that protects this realm, with guardian spirits primarily embodied by serpents and turtles. Upon absorbing this malevolent energy, they can merge into a singular entity of malevolent spirit and guardian spirit. As we witnessed earlier, the spirit snake is indeed tainted by a malevolent presence. Yu Qing concluded, in other words, the situation below is perilous. Su Bai retrieved the crimson sand gun and handed it back to Cui Ying. "Sister, you should wield this." Cui Ying hesitated, but Su Bai insisted, "Do not forget. I possess the reverse scale. It will activate in times of crisis." "He's right. Take it for your own protection if the need arises," Yu Qing mused. Producing a yellow talisman, he bit his tongue, letting blood stain the charm as he wrote an incantation to ward off evil and affixed it to Cui Ying. This should offer some measure of protection. Cui Ying bowed her head in silence, accepting the gesture. Bai Moshuan then stated, "In such a place beneath the flying dragon, I shall descend to uncover the truth. You shall act according to the circumstances." Bai Moshuan had released the rope, one end firmly embedded in the rock face, while his feet dangled in midair, his body slowly descending. Below, two enormous, lantern-like eyes fixated intently on him. Cui Ying, feeling a surge of anxiety, aimed her red sand gun at the ethereal serpent below, prepared for any eventuality. As Bai Moshuan reached the bottom, the serpent's body hovered, its head lunging towards him with an ominous gust of wind. Sensing the impending threat, Cui Ying was about to pull the trigger when Yu Qing restrained her, insisting, "Do not shoot. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the serpent, although seemingly poised to attack, softened its demeanor as it approached Bai Mashwan. The serpent's head brushed against his, exuding an unexpected affection. Su Bai gazed in astonishment, pondering whether this was an innate characteristic in some respects. Bai Mo was indeed akin to a spirit. After contemplating for a while, the word beast remained unspoken, and Su Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hastily descended, leaving Yuqing and Chuaying above. Understanding Su Bai's intention, Chuaying eagerly followed suit, declaring, "I shall go down first." Chapter 117, The Wind Seal Wait. Yuqing grasped Chuaying's wrist firmly. "Ever since our arrival at Changbai Mountain, you have scarcely spoken to me. Have I offended you in some way?" Chuaying felt a pang of inexplicable grievance and shrugged off Yuqing's hand. "It's cold. I simply do not wish to converse." "Is that a sufficient reason?" As she watched Chuaying's figure descend, Yuqing felt a flicker of irritation, though it was directed at himself. He had intended to express a few kind words, perhaps gently inquiring, "Chuaying, are you feeling unwell?" or teasingly asking if Su Bai had upset her. Yet, the words that escaped his lips bore a harsher tone, resembling an interrogation. Chuaying's poor reaction was a consequence of his own missteps. With a sigh, Yuqing lamented his lack of social skills, particularly when it came to women. Perhaps he should seek advice from Bai Mashwan. However, observing Bai Mashwan's manner of speech, which lacked charm and relied solely on his appealing appearance, Yuqing felt himself at a disadvantage in this regard. As Yuqing continued his musings, Su Bai's voice broke in. "Young man, are you not coming down?" Chuaying had already landed, pressing her lips together. The notion of having a normal conversation with Yuqing now seemed a distant luxury. When had their relationship deteriorated to this point? Yuqing descended and gazed at the serpent. Although he was aware that spiritual entities were not bound by human form, being so close and catching a whiff of the serpent's pungent odor was still disconcerting. Su Bai, without hesitation, found refuge behind Yuqing. In contrast, Bai Mashwan appeared unfazed, leaning almost casually against the serpent, exuding an air of leisure. "Have you become friends with it?" Such intimacy. Su Bai glanced at the serpent's 3 heads before diverting his gaze to the ground, where a severed yellow banner lay quietly. The spirit serpent, being sentient, could indeed communicate with human thoughts. Bai Mashwan remarked, "As you have observed, its offensive capabilities are limited. It only becomes ferocious when possessed by malevolent spirits. Those small black serpents are merely manifestations of malevolence. You can connect with it mentally, and it will reveal to you the location of the ancient tomb it guards." "Will it not?" Su Bai, feeling indignant, retorted, "Are women exempt from harm? Must even spiritual beings be susceptible? There is no need for concern, for we have the experienced American gentleman with us, who will lead the way. My only task now is to soothe it," Bai Mo Xin declared. "Let us proceed." Even as they prepared to leave, Su Bai carefully surveyed the surroundings. It was evident that this place had not undergone any specialized external processing. The ground beneath their feet was composed of damp earth, which clung to the soles of their shoes with each step. After Bai Mo Xian's calming words, the spirit snake obediently followed behind them. Occasionally, stones protruded from the muddy walls, and the atmosphere was distinctly subterranean, pervaded by an icy chill. Su Bai wrapped his coat tighter around himself and shivered, exclaiming, "How cold it is!" A shadow seemed to flit past him, and when Su Bai turned to look, he saw nothing, dismissing it as his own overactive imagination. Chuaying slowed her pace, waiting for Su Bai to catch up. "What is the matter?" she inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. The shadows here are so dense that they make me paranoid," Su Bai replied, patting his chest. "I fear that before I am devoured by some monster, I might just scare myself to death. I do not understand why someone of your height, standing at 1 meter 80, possesses such a timid heart," Chuaying remarked. "All right then, you can walk ahead of me. If you stay in the middle now, it should ease your fears, shouldn't it? You are fortunate." The two in front show no compassion whatsoever. No sooner had Su Bai spoken than Bai Mo Xian turned back, his gaze frosty. "I only look after minors. If you admit to being underage, I shall evaluate your conscience." "Oh, come on." Su Bai rolled his eyes and followed along. Behind them, the shadow halted, cloaked in black, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. His hand pressed against the muddy wall, his gaze fixed intently on Su Bai's retreating figure. With a sigh, he melted away into the darkness. Su Bai glanced back, and Chuaying asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su Bai replied. "I fear I am merely frightening myself again. Let us continue." Accompanied by the spirit snake, The four of them ventured forward through the murky, muddy terrain for about 100 meters until they encountered a low, arched entrance, crudely constructed, evidently forced open through sheer brute strength. This must be a thief's tunnel, I presume, Su Bai speculated. It is highly probable, Bai Ling confirmed. This area was once the ancestral land of the Manchus, where numerous royal family members were interred. Many have sought to exploit this place, but I doubt this group is of modern origin. What do you mean? Su Bai inquired. This tunnel has long since integrated with its surroundings, Bai Ling explained. It is obvious that this tunnel has been in existence for many years. This is advantageous for us. American gentlemen, is this the location? Indeed, Wei Ji replied. Let us enter. I am curious as to what mysteries lie within that have drawn me here. Bai Ling had already entered the tunnel, which led directly to the tomb chamber. The ground of the chamber was covered with sand, yielding softly underfoot. Bai Ling's expression shifted as he jumped a few times, noting that the sand was at least a centimeter deep. The headlamp illuminated the area, and Yu Qing, who followed closely behind, observed clearly. This is the wind seal. Please provide an explanation, Su Bai urged as he entered. The tomb chamber was barren, save for the sand covering the floor and some enigmatic symbols drawn in the sand. Is this what is known as the wind seal? What do the markings on the wall signify? Su Bai aligned his finger with the pattern on the wall. When Yu Qing smacked his hand and admonished, do not imitate. You bear the mark of the forbidden. What if it awakens? The wall depicted the hand gestures of wind seals, while the sand below illustrated protective incantations. The synthesis of the two would forge a protective barrier. For the wind seal is originally a mantra within the esoteric Buddhist tradition. Yu Qing continued, the practice of this esoteric school is known as secret methods, preserved intact in Tibet, yet scarcely found in the Han lands. The term secret denotes the reliance on oral transmission from master to disciple, perpetuating the teachings through generations. Do not disturb anything here. Tread carefully as we exit. Bai Mashwan turned around to see the three-headed spirit serpent lingering outside the cave, maintaining its distance. He nodded at the spirit serpent and proceeded toward the tomb's entrance. The serpent turned and slowly withdrew, as a shadowy figure emerged, gently caressing the serpent's body, whispering softly, "Thank you." The spirit serpent slightly shook its head and vanished into the darkness alongside the shadow. Bai Mashwan stepped onto the sandy ground, though the sand was soft. Their footsteps stirred not a single grain, as if the sand were glued firmly to the earth. As they approached the tomb door, a faint aroma of wood shavings wafted through the air, a delightful scent that caught Cui Ying's attention as well. What a fragrant smell! This enticing fragrance emanated from the tomb door, which was painted a deep black, obscuring its texture and the material from which it was crafted. Bai Mashwan donned gloves and cautiously pulled the door open. As it creaked ajar, a chilling wind seeped in, causing the sand on the ground to shift ominously. Bai Mashwan's face paled in alarm. Hurry, we must leave this place. The four of them fled into the tomb passage, with Bai Mashwan hastily shutting the tomb door behind them. Just as it closed, a hollow sound erupted from within, akin to a thunderous roar that threatened to numb their ears. Su Bai, puzzled, inquired, what is happening? The malevolent energy has invaded. The protective incantations are manifesting. Yu Qing explained. While these incantations serve to protect, you and Cui Ying are merely ordinary individuals. The expulsion of evil resonates like a tolling bell, and it will be unbearable for you. Cui Ying fixed her gaze on the exorcism talisman affixed to her, which had been fluttering in the wind since entering the tomb passage. It stirred unease within her. This place feels profoundly sinister. Yu Qing hesitated momentarily, but then mustered the courage to reassure her. Do not fear. I shall protect you. Cui Ying, initially inclined to retort, ultimately restrained herself, turning away with a huff. With determination, Yu Qing declared, I will stand in front of you, come what may. I shall be your human shield. Chapter 118. Illusions 1. Su Bai trembled slightly. I was not deafened inside, but now I fear I might die of your sentimentality. Are you still the same boy I once knew? Cui Ying observed Yu Qing's trembling hands and blushing face, and secretly chuckled to herself, deciding to relent. You said it yourself. If we encounter something inexplicable, do not try to sneak away. That sort of thing is usually Su Bai's doing, Yu Qing blurted out. Su Bai found himself caught in an unexpected predicament. Left utterly speechless, he let out a low grunt and remarked, if you wish to indulge in romance, at least choose a suitable location. What kind of place is this? Are you still engaged in sweet nothings? Bai Mashwan, surprisingly, sided with Su Bai, asserting, indeed, a cinema would be far more fitting for a rendezvous. Yu Qing emitted a soft grunt, turning to assess the narrow tomb passage, which bore no resemblance to the burial chambers of nobility. Yet, it was evident that the tomb's architect had employed esoteric protective measures, suggesting he was a person of considerable skill. Such practices were rare in Han territory, with their prevalence peaking during the Qing dynasty. The tomb was constructed predominantly of stone, reminiscent of the Qing dynasty's mausoleums, which extensively utilized stone features. The walls and doors adorned with intricate carvings of Buddhist figures, scriptures, and deities. Su Bai confidently stated, "There is no doubt this tomb dates back to the Qing dynasty. Furthermore, it is certainly not that of any royal or noble lineage, nor could it possibly be an imperial tomb." He continued, during the Ming and Qing eras, the symbolic elements within imperial burial chambers diminished significantly, while the realism of their designs became increasingly pronounced. Thus, numerous grand and truly magnificent underground palaces emerged, such as the near-authentic palace we observe in the tomb of the Zhengwen Emperor. If this were indeed a royal burial, the structure of the tomb would differ entirely. "Enough of your intellectual posturing," Su Bai interjected. "This is a collective burial site, not merely a singular chamber, so do not succumb to fear just yet." Bai Moshuan proceeded down the tomb passage, where another chamber awaited. As he approached and pushed open the door, he was met with a dark, lacquered coffin, harmonizing with the color of the tomb's entrance. Inside, there were no accompanying artifacts. Like the previous chamber, the floor was covered in sand, upon which incantations had been inscribed. Su Bai and his companions hastily followed suit, and Bai Moshuan had already begun to open the coffin. Upon witnessing this, Su Bai instinctively covered his mouth and nose. However, once the lid was lifted, a fragrant aroma of wood shavings wafted forth, devoid of any foul stench. Within the coffin lay a figure, hands crossed upon his chest. Swathed in white cloth, his bald head revealing that he was undoubtedly male. Despite the absence of any offensive odor, the body had withered significantly. Su Bai, emboldened by curiosity, leaned in closer, discovering that this was indeed a desiccated corpse, its countenance serene and frame emaciated. The state of the remains indicated a passage of at least a century. Intrigued by the corpse's tranquil appearance, Su Bai found himself drawn to it, and in a moment of impulsiveness, lifted a corner of the white cloth. This act would soon prove to be his folly, for he discovered a gaping hole in the chest where the heart should have been. "Wow!" Su Bai gasped. Stepping back in shock, he clutched Yu Qing's arm, exclaiming, "This corpse has no heart." Bai Moshuan had fully unveiled the white cloth, and upon closer inspection, remarked, "Not only is there no heart, but all the ribs are broken. Each person possesses 12 pairs of ribs, arranged in a symmetrical arc. This corpse's 12 pairs were entirely shattered, as if it had endured unimaginable torture." Chuaying remarked, "How cruel. One can only wonder what transgression warranted such a fate." And he was a bald man. Bald, esoteric practices, Yu Qing pondered aloud. Torture, esoteric practices. Could he have been a lama? It is highly probable, came the reply. Bai Moshuan gazed intently at the incantations inscribed upon the sand below, murmuring softly to himself. Su Bai struggled to comprehend his words. What was he reciting? Emosen man duo, mu tuanan, abo luo di. He Qing, observing the inscriptions, remarked, "These are the auspicious prayers for warding off disasters." One of the 10 minor spells recorded in the morning and evening chanting collection. It is said that Shakyamuni Buddha uttered these words in the pure abode heaven. The scripture states that reciting this spell 108 times will eliminate calamities and usher in good fortune. If that is true, I would recite it daily until I become a billionaire, Su Bai retorted with a hint of annoyance. This tomb owner must have been quite impoverished. There are no burial items, and the chamber is rather plain, yet it is filled with numerous incantations, and it appears he met a tragic end. Wei Jie commented, "No wonder I was drawn here. The abundance of spells is rather daunting. Indeed, had it been other spells, one might have been reduced to ashes upon arrival." Yu Qing added, "We are quite fortunate. By the way, are there other tomb chambers nearby?" "Perhaps," Wei Jie replied. "I dared not linger here, but I know that the closest one lies just beside this wall. Descend this passage, and it is just beyond that barrier." The wall Wei Jie referred to was at the end of the passage, adorned with a yin-yang talisman, which serves to separate the realms of the living and the dead. Beyond that wall lay another burial chamber. The 4 of them swiftly opened a hole in the wall, and Yu Qing tore down the talisman. However, Bai Moshuan promptly snatched it back and affixed it to the wall, saying, "You ought to know better as a Maoshan practitioner. This is a relic from our ancestors, and its purpose remains unknown. How could you remove it?" Yu Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, while Su Bai muttered, "Is such ferocity necessary? In the underworld, do you understand how people meet their demise?" Bai Moshuan coldly replied, "Many perish due to their own actions, simply because they meddle too much." Cui Ying remained silent. Her grandfather had said the same. Yu Qing, aware of his shortcomings, felt a sense of shame, yet as a man, he could not let his pride falter. Ignoring Yu Qing's reaction, Bai Moshuan affixed the talisman back on the wall before stepping through, crossing only a thin barrier. Yet the world on the other side was vastly different. Compared to the previous chamber's simplicity, this one was resplendent. The ground beneath was no longer a crude mixture of earth and sand, but rather smooth, polished blue bricks. The floor of the chamber was not level. It sloped gently from north to south. This elongated passageway extended inward, flanked by smooth stone walls, which bore carvings depicting scenes of the lives of bannered nobility. "The offspring of the banner people," Su Bai remarked. "It appears they were at least of noble descent." At the end of the lengthy passage stood a single burial chamber, constructed directly upon the blue brick floor. The chamber was modest in size, barely 2 meters high and only 1 meter wide, just sufficient to accommodate a coffin. Upon the granite coffin platform lay a pitch-black coffin, and atop it rested a porcelain jar with an eel-colored glaze, covered by a porcelain bowl of black glaze, all enveloped in a textile. The chamber was filled with a substantial amount of charcoal, mainly for moisture prevention, as cremation was prevalent during the Qing dynasty. Su Bai remarked, "Typically, a coffin contains urns with remains, and if that corpse were indeed a lama, it would defy reason, for lamas adhere to the practice of cremation. Let us take a look to ascertain the truth." Cui Ying's gaze fell upon the peculiar lacquer vessel beneath the porcelain bowl on the platform. "This object is quite strange. I wonder what it is." The moment her fingers brushed against the oddly shaped lacquerware, darkness enveloped her vision, and she saw a figure. "Mother, what are you doing here?" Startled, Cui Ying's body trembled, sensing something amiss, yet she was compelled to approach. "Mother, where have you been all these years? I've missed you so much." Suddenly, she hurled herself toward the wall, her head aimed directly at it, the force of her impact promising to be catastrophic. Yu Qing swiftly grasped her waist, exclaiming, "Cui Ying, have you lost your mind?" Cui Ying convulsed slightly, finally regaining her senses. The vision of her mother had vanished, revealing only the remnants of her own hallucination. Overwhelmed by dread, she questioned, "What just happened?" "Wow, sis, you scared us half to death with your sudden impulse to self-harm," Su Bai remarked. "What drove you to madness? Attempting to smash your head against the wall?" Chapter 119. Illusions 2. Cui Ying reflected intently, pointing at the lacquer vessel. "It was this object. I merely touched it. And suddenly I was confronted with the specters of those long departed. I saw my mother, who perished in a traffic accident 7 years ago. Naturally, I was overwhelmed with emotion and sought to rush towards her, not to crash into the wall. If there is a ghost here, it must be tied to this object." This. Su Bai scrutinized the lacquerware, noting its grotesque design. It was columnar, not particularly tall. Lacquerware is typically crafted from wood, and prolonged burial often results in cracks or peeling paint that reveals a weathered appearance. Yet this lacquer piece was pristine. Donning gloves, Su Bai gingerly lifted the item, realizing it was surprisingly well balanced and not made of wood. "Be cautious. That was genuinely eerie, leading to hallucinations," he warned. Cui Ying, recalling her earlier experience, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "With us watching over you, you won't come to harm," Bai Moshuan assured. "If you intend to study it, do so swiftly." "Something feels off," Su Bai declared. "This object is crafted from metal. If it was housed within the coffin, unless the temperature and humidity here are conducive to its preservation, it should have rusted, and the exterior lacquer would have flaked away. Furthermore, this metal possesses an unusual quality. It seems to have anti-acid and anti-corrosion properties." "Hold on a moment." Su Bai retrieved a magnifying glass to examine the interior closely. "Indeed, something is amiss. This is clearly a modern technique. Look here. There are conduits embedded within, and numerous fine cracks on the surface, which are exceptionally smooth and detailed. Such intricate markings could not possibly be the work of ancient artisans." Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing Su Bai to shudder, and he blurted out, "Su Su." Before me stands Su Su, who is currently crouched in the corner, her face buried in her legs, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. My heart clenches painfully at the sight, and I rush toward her, exclaiming, "Susu, what has happened to you?" Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes the back of my head, jolting me back to reality. Bai Mashwan's actions were undeniably ruthless. As I discover a sizable bump forming, "Are you attempting to harm me for profit?" I remark. "If I do not restrain you, you may meet a fate akin to Cui Ying's." Yu Qing interjects, "This object is truly sinister, Su Bai. You should cease your investigations and look for a way to escape." I retort, "Indeed, we have become grave robbers. Yet it matters little, as whether overt or covert. The act of thievery remains the same. However, something feels amiss. This object exudes an unsettling energy. Just moments ago, I felt no sensation. Only a gust of wind brushed past, leading to this predicament." "Winds?" Cui Ying muses. "Just before my incident, I too sensed a breeze." Raising my hand, I say, "That pattern I observed earlier seems familiar. It resembles the grooves on a record. The sound, its sound. Do you know the frequencies that the human ear can perceive?" In unison, the three of them respond. "Spit it out." I roll my eyes. "This lacquerware contains some conduits that serve as instruments. Sound is generated by vibrations, and the human ear can detect frequencies ranging from 20 to 20,000 vibrations per second. Beyond this range, we become oblivious to sound, much like dogs hearing a whistle that eludes human ears. This is the marvel of sound." "So," Cui Ying asks, perplexed, "what does this have to do with our hallucinations?" "This object acts as an instrument emitting abnormal frequencies. When we hallucinate, we experience the same phenomenon, wind. If we liken the lacquerware to a record player, then the cracks within are akin to the record itself, while the wind serves as the essential external condition. When the wind enters the lacquerware, it is akin to a needle dropping onto a record, and the sound commences. Such sound can influence our brains, stimulating our neurons in silence and prompting us to envision whom we are thinking of. Sister, you just saw your deceased mother, while I hesitate, recalling the enchanting image of Gong Susu, my cheeks flushing crimson. Cui Ying inquires, "Who did you see?" I choose to remain silent about my vision. That is not the crux of the matter. What is pivotal is that this object is certainly not a relic from centuries ago. Its complexity and sophistication must stem from modernity. Cui Ying rolls her eyes. "When it comes to you, you stutter. But given your flushed expression, I can surmise you were thinking of your secret crush, Gong Susu." "I've said it before, this is not the time for such discussions," I assert. "You all need to remain vigilant. Block the entrance to prevent the wind from surging in." As Yu Qing turned around, he noticed that the wind had yet to stir. Su Bai remarked, "If you do not trust my analysis, take this back and have someone else examine it. This object is undoubtedly a creation of modernity. How can we transport it? If you can perform such meticulous analysis, surely you must realize that once exposed to the outside, it would be impossible to keep the wind at bay." Bai Mashwan interjected. "We should take photographs to send to my mother for further research," he continued. "A splendid idea." Su Bai agreed, retrieving his camera to capture images from various angles. The three behind him formed a tight barrier, ensuring no breeze would intrude. After completing the photo shoot, Su Bai expressed his satisfaction, marveling at the exquisite nature of the artifact before him. "I wonder who crafted such a delicate piece. Now, may we open the coffin?" Cui Ying, unable to contain her excitement, interjected, "I have a strong intuition that the one inside is a woman." The intuition of women can indeed be formidable. Yu Qing had already lifted the coffin lid, revealing the body of a woman, which, much like the male corpse earlier, had also become desiccated. Surprisingly, there was no foul odor within the coffin. Instead, a subtle fragrance of which shavings lingered. The female remains were smaller in stature, suggesting a dainty appearance in life. Her long hair was styled in a traditional updo, and the most striking difference from the male corpse was her opulent burial attire. The coffin contained numerous grave goods. Scattered among them were withered flower petals, adorning the woman's hair like intentional decorations. A prominent purple jade hairpin caught Cui Ying's eye, and as she reached for it, Yu Qing restrained her, advising her to first test it with a silver probe. Upon contact, the silver turned pitch black. "It's poisonous," he warned. "Oh, woman, do not let beauty lure your hand, for reaching out will surely bring harm." Su Bai teased Cui Ying. Yu Qing shot him a disapproving glare, asserting, "It is in a woman's nature to be drawn to beautiful things." Cautiously, Yu Qing wrapped the purple jade hairpin in a handkerchief and secured it. Aside from this hairpin, all other burial items were laced with poison. Bai Mashwan declared, "From now on, Let me handle the retrieval of grave goods. You should refrain from meddling. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you a fox spirit, so extraordinary? Truly, it is like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a kind heart. Bai Mashwan retorted with a grunt. I bear my mother's protective charm. Ordinary poisons do not affect me. You should have mentioned that earlier, Su Bai chuckled. How peculiar. Cui Ying remarked. That male corpse seemed to have endured immense suffering prior to death. His heart was removed, and every rib was fractured. Yet this female corpse conveys an entirely different narrative. She must have been cherished by someone in life, and even in death, that individual poured their affections into her resting place. This tomb may lack opulence, yet every detail is meticulously crafted. The earlier engravings on the walls were exquisite, and now, though this tomb chamber is modest, it is constructed with remarkable precision. The dried flowers adorning her head and the arrangement of grave goods, even the modern artifacts Su Bai mentioned, starkly contrast with the previous tomb. Chapter 120. Duoluo Gij by Mashwan was meticulously gathering the burial objects, among which one item stood out, a snuff bottle crafted from white jade. It contained a potent blend of snuff, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of roses. Judging by its exquisite design, it was likely an item reserved for the imperial court. Bai Mashwan remarked, a snuff bottle, in essence, is a container for holding snuff. It is small enough to be held in one hand, making it convenient for carrying. During the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, snuff was introduced to China, leading to the gradual orientalization of snuff boxes, which eventually resulted in the creation of the snuff bottle. This is a snuff bottle? Cui Ying asked as she donned gloves to take it. I know about snuff. It involves grinding high-quality tobacco into a fine powder, mixed with precious materials such as musk or floral essences. The craftsmanship is intricate, and the flavors are categorized into 5 distinct types: gamey, pasty, sour, bean, and bitter. Because snuff can ferment when stored in a bottle, it is typically sealed with wax for several years, sometimes even decades, before being sold. Cui Ying took a close whiff and immediately sneezed. Wow, this scent is quite pungent, yet somewhat fragrant. Oh, it has inscriptions on it. Duoluo Gij? Upon hearing the name Duoluo, Su Bai reacted with heightened sensitivity. Duoluo Gij refers to a banner person. What are your thoughts? Yu Qing inquired. Su Bai replied, there are many individuals among the banner people who bear the name Duoluo Gij. From the 17th year of Xuanji's reign, Gij was classified into 5 ranks. The first rank is the daughter of a prince, known as Heshua Gij. The second rank includes the daughters of an heir and a prince, referred to as Duoluo Gij. The third rank consists of the daughters of Duoluo Bail, also called Duoluo Gij, albeit with different Han names. The fourth rank includes the daughters of a Baizi, known as Gushin Gij, and the daughters of dukes and marquises are simply referred to as Gij. Below that, all other daughters are termed Zongnu. Therefore, if this female corpse is indeed Duoluo Gij, there are only 2 possibilities. She is either the daughter of an heir or a prince, or the daughter of Duoluo Bail. Cui Ying remarked, Su Bai, you are truly impressive. Of course, Su Bai said with pride. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. My mind serves as the most comprehensive database. I may not know what the ancient Gij looked like, but it is a pity that now, as a corpse, all that is left is her figure, while her appearance remains a mystery. Hey, that is not important, is it? Yu Qing retorted with annoyance. Do you really want to fantasize over a corpse? Wow. Su Bai said, crossing his arms. Let us not speak carelessly. This place, I can't tell if it's psychological, but a chill swept through as a gust of wind rushed in. It's quite eerie here. Have we taken everything? Let us leave. Agreed, Bai Mashwan responded. Let us withdraw and seek the leader. Cui Ying had just stepped outside when a hand landed on her shoulder. Instinctively, she reached for her gun, but the stranger pressed her hand down. Do not act rashly. I am not your enemy. The sudden appearance of this cloaked figure startled Cui Ying, prompting her to take a step back and whisper, Are you a fellow practitioner? The figure, slender and with a slight rise and fall in her chest, caused Cui Ying to freeze. You're a woman? Who I am is no longer significant. Time is of the essence. You must come with me at once, or you will not escape. The cloaked figure deliberately softened her voice, evoking suspicion. Yu Qing interjected. Why should we trust you when you do not even reveal your true identity? The mere presence of a mesmerizing figure was already enough to astonish. But now a mysterious figure clad in black emerged. The figure, visibly agitated, hesitated momentarily before resolutely pulling down their mask. Su Bai. It is I, Su. Su. Su Bai was more shocked than if he had encountered a ghost. The Su before him possessed a lithe physique, starkly contrasting with the usual timid demeanor of Gong Su. Furthermore, her attire was decidedly unconventional, the only constant being her exquisite visage, complemented by an underlying sorrow that resonated deeply. Gong Su, now perspiring with urgency, implored, "If we do not leave now, it will truly be too late. Su Bai, trust me, I mean you no harm." Her sudden appearance raised questions in Bai Xian's mind, but just then, he heard the faint sound of footsteps, suggesting a considerable number of individuals approaching with ill intent. Bai Xian took the initiative. "I will trust you this once." Gong Su exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly instructed, "Follow me." Her steps were light as she led everyone back into the crypt, pressing her hand against the granite altar, revealing an opening before them. "Quickly, exit through here." She was intimately familiar with this place, though even Su Bai began to harbor doubts. Gong Su urged him forward with a gentle shove. "Go." The five of them squeezed into the passage, with Gong Su leading the way. Su Bai's mind was in disarray, his previously sharp intellect rendered ineffective by the bewildering presence of Gong Su, causing him to slow his pace. Behind him, Chuang nudged him. "What are you doing?" "Keep moving." Su Bai replied, "Oh." His voice seemed drained of life, and he had never before seen him so disoriented. Chuang sighed. Even someone as carefree as Su Bai could experience such a day. Gong Su at the front felt a pang of emotion, instinctively clenching her fists. "Su Bai, how am I to face you?" The passage was lengthy, yet thanks to Gong Su, they encountered no obstacles, traversing smoothly without any strange occurrences. However, Su Bai found himself stumbling, his legs moving without his conscious direction. In light of this, the others refrained from teasing him, while Gong Su focused intently ahead, not daring to glance back. Observing her timid demeanor, Chuang was convinced she was indeed the bashful girl Su Bai had described. Suddenly, Gong Su halted. The passage had reached its end. Without a word, she unlocked the final mechanism, and light flooded their vision. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from the sudden brightness, except for Gong Su, who appeared accustomed to such scenes, her eyes remaining unblinking. Her voice was as delicate as her presence. "You may exit from here." "Wait." Bai Xian stepped in front of Gong Su. "We owe you a debt of gratitude, yet we still do not know who you are. Who are those about to storm in? Moreover, how do you possess such knowledge of this place? Are you interrogating a suspect?" Su Bai interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Gong Su. "I do not know who she is, but I do know one thing. She is my friend and the one who is saving us." "Be a bit more alert," Bai Xian scoffed. "Her origins are shrouded in mystery. From the moment she first appeared, it could very well have been a trap. The world has always been rife with coincidences." "I don't care," Su Bai insisted stubbornly. Gong Su was taken aback, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Su Bai. "Su Bai, our reunion is truly a coincidence, not a scheme. You must believe me. A woman's tears are indeed the most formidable of weapons." Yet, Bai Xian remained unmoved. "They are nothing but poison, capable of clouding judgment." "Su Bai, do not be so naive." Chuang wore a troubled expression. She yearned to side with Su Bai. Humanity is inherently emotional, and if he chose not to support Gong Su at this moment, he would not be a man. However, reason also reminded her that Bai Xian's words held merit. Su Bai turned to Su. "Su, tell them you are not a bad person, right?" For a moment, Gong Su was at a loss for words, then replied evasively, "Su Bai, you will always believe me, won't you?" Bai Xian let out a derisive snort. Women are such deceivers. Unperturbed by Bai Xian's disdain, Su Bai nodded vigorously. "Of course. Just go outside, and I will explain everything." Gong Su's use of "you" prompted another grunt from Bai Xian. Yu Qing interjected, "With so many of us, are we afraid of a single weak woman?" Bai Xian, "Grant her a moment. Let us step outside first. As men, we should maintain a modicum of decorum." Chapter 121. The Gong surname Bai Xian could hardly miss the underlying sarcasm in their words. He grunted in resignation, "Do as you please." Gong Su sighed in relief as she led everyone outside. Just as they exited, the passage sealed behind them. Su Bai had expected to find solid ground, but to his surprise, there was a rope ladder leading up. The light filtering down illuminated the scene, and Gong Su displayed remarkable agility, swiftly scaling halfway up. Fearing she might attempt some trickery, Bai Xian quickly pursued her and soon found himself behind her. "I warn you, Su Bai is innocent. If you intend to exploit that, remember, he is not alone." I would never do anything to harm him, Gong Susu replied, biting her lip, her eyes reddening once more. Bai Mashwan felt helpless. Her delicate demeanor resembled that of Lin Daiyu, making it appear as though he was the one bullying her. Before departing, his master had repeatedly instructed him to integrate with them, yet how could Bai Mashwan be expected to compromise? Frustrated, he pondered why dealing with humans was so arduous. The five ascended the rope ladder, only to discover they were at the side of a mountain, within a vast cavern. Bai Mashwan peered out, and his expression shifted dramatically. It's the dragon head. Gong Susu gasped. You are searching for the dragon head. You know about it? Bai Mashwan's skepticism deepened. Ordinary people are utterly unaware of the significance of the dragon head. Gong Susu took a step back, colliding with Su Bai's chest. He steadied her, saying, Do not heed him. He is a monster. Susu, how did you come to know of this passage and those mechanisms? Confronted by 8 curious eyes, Gong Susu sighed. That place earlier was the tomb of my family. I grew up here. How could I not know? The tomb chamber where you recently lingered houses the remains of my ancestor. In my youth, I was often brought here to pay my respects. Your unwarranted intrusion into our family's ancestral burial site has been discovered, and those individuals who just departed were sent to apprehend you. An ancestral tomb? Yu Qing remarked. To construct an ancestral tomb beneath the flying dragon is indeed to bestow blessings upon future generations. However, I find myself intrigued by the identity of the male corpse. According to Su Bai, the female remains should belong to a noblewoman from the Qing dynasty. Could it be that you are a descendant of the Manchus? While she held the title of noblewoman, she was, in fact, an adopted daughter of Han descent. Thus, we do not possess Manchu blood. Gong Susu interjected, moreover, she was originally not meant to be adopted. A slight misfortune altered the course of events. Misfortune? Chui Ying inquired. Susu, could you recount the whole story for us? Gong Susu hesitated, her hands nervously rubbing together. Su Bai's hand suddenly covered hers. Susu, if you feel uncomfortable, it's perfectly all right. We do not wish to press you. Please note that you speak for us all. Your perspective represents only yourself. Bai Mashwan interjected at an opportune moment. What is this? Aren't you the one with an IQ of 180? Su Bai suppressed his rising irritation as Gong Susu softly replied, I am willing to share what I can, but only the parts one am able to divulge. Su Bai, you should be aware of the origin of the Gong surname. Indeed, the Gong surname derives from the Ji clan, its progenitor being Gong Ziqi of the spring and autumn period. Su Bai elaborated. Gong Ziqi, whose birth and death dates remain uncertain, was a resident of Exingong in the state of Yu during that era. He was a man of foresight and unwavering loyalty, assisting the ruler of Yu. Despite his great capacity for tolerance and lack of jealousy, he recommended Bai Li, and together they aided the ruler. However, in later years, the ruler became arrogant and disregarded Gong Ziqi's counsel. Foreseeing the inevitable downfall of the Yu dynasty, Gong led his kin away, and that very winter, the Jin state launched a surprise attack, easily obliterating the Yu state, capturing both the ruler and Bai Li. Yu Qing pondered. It seems Gong Ziqi was indeed a remarkable individual, absolutely akin to Zhang Liang, who gracefully withdrew from the current. Su Bai noted. Susu, is your ancestor truly Gong Ziqi? Yes, Gong Susu affirmed. I have heard from the clan leader that the character Gong originally included a radical, representing the place of a state. When our ancestors departed their homeland, they left behind the, thus removing the radical and leaving just Gong. Consequently, the surname has persisted for over 2,600 years. The clan leader, your lineage? Su Bai was astounded. So Susu, you are indeed a descendant of those whom Gong Ziqi took with him? Yes, Gong Susu replied. However, I cannot divulge further details. This is a secret of our clan. Su Bai, I apologize. Very well, let us leave that aside. Bai Mashwan unexpectedly relented. As for the matters concerning our ancestors, let us set that aside and discuss the tomb chamber we just encountered. It appears that the corpse lying within is indeed a noble lady from your clan. However, fate intervened, leading her to be adopted by the Manchus. Fortuitously, she was taken in by a prince or a noble heir. I can comprehend this. Thus the tomb chamber appears quite authentic. But what of the bald man situated just beyond the wall? Who is he? It is evident he was interred alongside the aforementioned noble lady, yet a barrier of yin and yang symbols separates them. Furthermore, that man underwent unspeakable torment before his demise. His heart extracted. What does this signify? Gong Susu's countenance darkened. You must have already encountered those esoteric mantras. They were intended to suppress the Lama's vengeful spirit, though they ultimately proved ineffective. Hence, the clan leader devised a sinister scheme, utilizing the Lama's wrath after death to conjure malevolent spirits, thereby guarding this sepulchre. An ingenious method indeed. Yu Qing found his horizons broadened and expressed a keen interest in the clan leader mentioned by Gong Su. This leader is a formidable figure. Gong Su continued. The noble lady departed from her clan, only to inadvertently become the adopted daughter of a prince. Possessing unparalleled beauty, she caught the eye of a certain nobleman. However, she developed feelings for a lama, a scandalous affair that drew immense societal pressure. Tragically, the lama met a violent end. As you have observed, his ribs shattered and his heart excised. Yet, the horror does not end there. What more is there? Su Bai gasped in shock. This is truly a form of extrajudicial punishment. Bai Xuan let out a muffled groan, implying that Su Bai should trust his discernment. Gong Su lowered her gaze, recalling her own shock upon learning the truth. Now, articulating it felt cruel. The lama's internal organs were ravaged by poison. The body you see is but a shell, for his insides had disintegrated, leading to a death of excruciating agony. Such poison is indeed merciless. Only those who wield such substances can be deemed truly cruel. Su Bai, filled with indignation, protested, even in the face of immense hatred. To take a life in such a manner is akin to the king of hell, comparable to being cast into boiling oil or thrown upon a mountain of blades. The lama was unable to cry for help as his tongue was severed. Yet, this is not the conclusion. For Gong Su's words sent a chill through the four. His limbs were bound, and the poison could corrode his internal organs without harming his skin, rendering him seemingly intact while his insides were ravaged. Gong Su paused, her vivid depiction evidently igniting the imagination of her audience. Su Bai's face turned pale as she gently inquired, "Are you all right?" I'm fine, Su Bai replied. "How could such tales frighten me? Please continue." The lama met a gruesome fate. However, as he practiced esoteric Buddhism and died unjustly, his spirit was steeped in deep resentment after his demise. Gong Su remarked. Shortly after his demise, Duoluo Gij also met her end by poison, leaving behind only a plain handkerchief embroidered with the lama's name. Their fates were intertwined in life, yet in death, they were beset by turmoil. The prince believed that by eliminating the lama, he could finally embrace his beloved, but he underestimated Duoluo Gij's fierce spirit. She would rather perish than yield. Helplessly, he attended to her funeral arrangements. The clan seized this opportunity to intervene in the burial, claiming it was for the selection of a dragon's lair, ultimately placing Duo Gij's tomb beneath the soaring dragon, hoping she could rest in peace. Chapter 122. The Beast Trap. However, it seems peace would elude them. Yu Qing stated, the lama, having practiced esoteric rituals and met an unjust fate, would surely leave behind restless spirits. Indeed, Gong Su affirmed. After Duoluo Gij's 7th day of mourning, the prince suddenly passed away, and her coffin was adorned with dried flowers, the very lilacs she cherished. Su Bai and Yu Qing simultaneously turned to Cui Ying, who exclaimed, "Could those dried flowers have been scattered by the lama?" Gong Su replied. Though Duoluo Gij also died unjustly, the clan leader performed rites for her, allowing her to swiftly reincarnate. However, the lama became a significant issue. The clan leader, to prevent further turmoil, had no choice but to exhume his remains and relocate them here, aiming for a shared resting place to quell his vengeful spirit. To err on the side of caution, sand was laid in the tomb, employing esoteric practices to dissipate his malevolent energy, and yin-yang talismans were placed between the two graves to temporarily restore calm. So that was the purpose of the esoteric incantations inscribed in the sand, Su Bai mused. This arrangement was quite clever, yet it ultimately failed. Could it be that the lama realized Duoluo Gij had reincarnated and thus continued his rampage? Yes, this situation was a severe blow to the lama's spirit. Ultimately, the only solution was to relocate the remains of other clan members to form a protective barrier against his wrath, Gong Su explained. Additionally, the protective spirit sensed your unwarranted intrusion because we vanquished that malevolent entity, effectively disrupting the protective barrier. Bai Xuan had already discerned the reason. Correct, Gong Su admitted. Feeling somewhat guilty, the clan has always been secretive towards outsiders. I was concerned for Su Bai's safety, which compelled me to reveal myself and urge your departure. Regrettably, you did not believe me, forcing me to show my true nature. My dear, are you not being overly naive? Chuaying sighed. Perhaps it is you who is too trusting or foolish. Everyone harbors suspicion towards strangers. Once the protective barrier is broken, the Lama's spirit will surely wreak havoc. Bai Moshuan said, furrowing his brow. We have inadvertently stumbled into a disaster. What shall we do now? Su Bai asked, bewildered. Alas, it is all the fault of that handsome man. Had we not been drawn in, we would not have found ourselves here, seeking the dragon's head directly. Wei Jie felt wronged. I intended to do good, yet somehow the blame has fallen upon me. It is futile to dwell on such matters now. Gong Susu concluded. The malevolent spirit is vanquished, but without it, whether the protective spirit can guard this cursed tomb remains uncertain. These matters no longer concern us. Bai Moshuan remarked. I have listened to your words. Your clan leader is quite formidable, and I trust he will not be easily thwarted. We have our own matters to attend to, and the enigmatic Gong family does not pique my curiosity. I shall not press you for further details. However, I do have my own demands. You must depart from us at once. Su Bai sprang to his feet. Why? Chuaying replied helplessly. The reason is straightforward. As long as we remain with Su Su, her kin will inevitably track us down. To ensure our safety, Su Su must leave. Gong Su Su lifted her head. You speak the truth. You cannot linger here. It is likely that my relatives will soon follow the underground passage. You must hurry. I shall cover your retreat. What will happen if your kin capture you? Will you be in danger? Su Bai expressed his reluctance. Why not join us instead? It is fine. The clan leader has always cherished me. He will not harm me, Gong Su Su urged, pushing Su Bai forward. Hurry, or it will be too late. Allow me to see this through. I promise, I will seek you out in the future. Bai Moshuan stated, we have lingered here long enough. If their clan leader is astute, he may soon discover our escape via the underground passage, and time is of the essence. Take care of yourself, Miss Su Su. Come on, you little rascal, let's go. Su Bai was forcibly dragged away by Bai Moshuan, descending the mountain directly. The head of the main dragon vein loomed near. And though Su Bai initially resisted, he was carried over by Moshuan's shoulder along the narrow path. Su Su stood at the cave's entrance, tears welling in her eyes. A sight that even Chuaying found heart-wrenching. Yu Qing advised, Su Su, take care of yourself. However, I believe you should refrain from making too many promises to Su Bai. His heart is pure, and he will believe whatever you say. Are you referring to my intention to seek him out? Gong Su Su was not naive. Indeed, if you cannot fulfill it, do not promise, Yu Qing said solemnly. I do not wish to see him clinging to false hopes. We all cherish that innocent, carefree Su Bai. Yu Qing and Chuaying turned to leave, while Gong Su Su bit her lip in silence before finally retreating into the cave. Chuaying felt a pang of pity. Why must you say such things? She is risking a grave transgression by aiding our escape. Yu Qing replied, it is not so simple to extricate oneself. Do not be deceived by Su Bai's high intellect. He is rather simple-minded when it comes to emotions. If he waits in vain, I fear he will suffer greatly. This Gong Su Su's background is indeed mysterious. What she has revealed indicates the Gong clan's secrecy. For now, let us depart. Bai Moshuan, fully aware that Gong Su Su's kin would pursue, should have warned us sooner. Chuaying remarked, this is not his usual behavior. He fears that Gong Su Su might be too frightened to reveal the whole truth, Yu Qing noted. In truth, he is a rather perceptive individual. Now, let us move quickly, Chuaying. Chuaying paused. Did you just call my name? Why should it be unusual? I am not the same person I once was. What is so surprising about calling your name? Yu Qing chuckled. Chuaying. Chuaying smiled subtly. And the two pursued further down the path. However, after descending merely 20 meters, the trail vanished. The four continued to rely on the ropes to descend. Landing at the base of the mountain, Su Bo appeared to be in a state of despair. As soon as he touched the ground, heedless of the snow covering it, he plopped down, throwing a tantrum. Bai Moshuan, you scoundrel. Even your attempts at cuteness are futile. Bai Moshuan replied. You can either oppose what I have done or muster the courage to confront me and change my mind. Are you capable of that? Su Bo was momentarily speechless. Bai Moshuan continued. Moreover, do not forget our ultimate goal for this outing, the dragon head. That is our true objective. Dai Jieli and Gong Su Su are merely peripheral matters. Su Su is not a mere side issue. Su Bo retorted defiantly. I like her. Like her? Bai Moshuan scoffed. What a flimsy reason. In a fit of frustration, Su Bo scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at Bai Moshuan. With a cold smirk, Bai Moshuan flicked his hand, redirecting the snow back towards Su Bo, who was instantly splattered with it, leaving him momentarily stunned. Just then, Chuaying and Yu Qing arrived. witnessing the snow-covered face of Su Bai. They struggled to suppress their laughter, but ultimately burst into giggles. Cui Ying stepped forward and helped Su Bai to his feet. Enough of this childish behavior. Are you going to attend to the matter at hand or not? As Yu Qing descended, he quickly discerned the location of the dragon head. The mountain before them was indeed its sight. Its majestic stance, with unimpeded currents of energy flowing, stretched for miles, undulating like a river, with waves crashing and the dragon's body coiling, culminating in a powerful convergence. The grandeur of the scene resembled a royal procession, imposing and awe-inspiring. Yu Qing sighed, truly. This is the dragon vein of the highest order. Let us proceed, Bai Moshuan said. I find myself yearning for a nap. The mention of rest was timely. Within the mountains, the day passed swiftly, and with the previous night behind them, dusk was fast approaching once more. Realizing this, Su Bai ceased his sulking, glanced up at the mountain, and, with a pout, trailed behind the three. His lackluster demeanor evoked both amusement and exasperation from Cui Ying. Enough already. Pick up the pace. It's not that I don't want to hurry. I feel a profound sense of desolation, akin to the days when Yu Qing was in a frenzy. Your mood was similar. Su Bai's unintentional remark struck a chord with Yu Qing, who turned to look at Cui Ying. She rolled her eyes. What are you staring at? I had no idea how carefree you were during those days of your disappearance. Su Bai sidestepped Cui Ying, mumbling, no wonder the old saying goes. A woman's words cannot be trusted. They are often contradictory. When is the truth revealed, and when is it a facade? You're aware of that? Bai Moshuan feigned surprise, glancing back. Anticipating yet another mention of Gong Susu, Su Bai shot Bai Moshuan a glare. I can't be bothered with you. If I can't confront you, I'll simply avoid you. Su Bai began to run ahead, but not far into his sprint, he suddenly fell, disappearing into the snow. Yu Qing's eyes widened in alarm. Su Bai? Three individuals hurriedly pursued, glancing down to find Su Bai in a disheveled state, his rear end in the air, head buried in the mud. As he pulled himself free, his face and hair were caked in dirt. Spitting out the muck, he exclaimed, half amused and half exasperated. And they call it a dragon's head? Is there truly such a splendid place? This was, after all, an old trap once used for capturing wild beasts. Indeed, he was rather fortunate. Bai Moshuan spoke in a calm tone, tossing down a rope and swiftly hauling Su Bai back up. Feeling the sting of this unexpected embarrassment, Su Bai incessantly patted the mud off his head. Suddenly, Yu Qing's eyes brightened with realization. Wait a moment. He picked at a small clump of mud from Su Bai's head, crumbling it between his fingers before bringing it to his nose. Su Bai, you are indeed fortunate. This mud contains cinnabar. Su Bai froze for a moment, continuing to spit out the dirt in his mouth. Even falling can yield good fortune. You all need to treat me better from now on. No one paid him any heed. Bai Moshuan leaned down to inspect, remarking, cinnabar beneath the dragon's head? This is intriguing. Let us descend and see what kind of illustrious tomb we have stumbled upon. Perhaps even spend the night. No sooner had he finished speaking than he leaped down, landing gracefully. He began to sift through the pile of mud, confirming the direction of the cinnabar before eagerly commencing excavation. As he dug through the top layer, he uncovered a pure layer of cinnabar beneath, indicating that the individual who had set this trap must have had some understanding of the hidden secrets below, thus missing a remarkable opportunity. With the mud still clinging to him, Su Bai returned below, and the four began to dig in earnest. After burrowing approximately 2 meters down, they found not merely mud, but layers of pure cinnabar extending nearly 6 meters down, alternating in clear distinction between mud and cinnabar. As they continued to unearth, their bodies became coated in the vibrant red substance. The excitement escalated as they neared what appeared to be the ceiling of a tomb, and all four exhaled in unison, taking a moment to sit and quench their thirst. What an orderly arrangement, Yu Qing mused. Could it be that there lies an imperial mausoleum beneath? The mention of an imperial tomb invigorated Su Bai. The last grand sepulchre he encountered was that of the Jiangwen emperor, the largest he had ever seen. Regrettably, it still paled in comparison to an authentic imperial mausoleum. To illustrate, one need only compare it to the tomb of Empress Dowager Cixi, where even the smallest details seemed to dwarf the rest. After taking a sip of water, he found the cold rations hard to swallow, forcing himself to nibble a few bites before putting them away. Suddenly, a jolt ran through him as he slapped his thigh in realization. Oh no, I nearly forgot something crucial. Startled, Cui Ying replied with annoyance. It seems the only thing you never forget is your beloved Susu. It truly relates to Susu. Su Bai insisted. I should have inquired about the lacquerware we found on that Daraga's coffin. Was it not crafted by her kin? If so, their lineage must be extraordinary. It is not surprising, as per the words of Gong Susu, that Duoluo Gij had once fled from her clan. This indicates that their lineage led a rather insular existence. Perhaps it was the unbearable confinement of such a life that compelled Duoluo Gij to depart, thus initiating the series of events that followed. However, since Gong Susu is your classmate, it implies that she has had the opportunity to pursue education beyond the confines of their tribe. This suggests that over the centuries, the customs of this clan have evolved, allowing its members access to new technological knowledge, making the creation of such an object through acoustics rather unremarkable. Chueying remarked, "It's quite possible that it was crafted by Gong Susu herself." Su Bai grinned widely. That's entirely feasible. She is remarkably intelligent and quick to grasp concepts. Bai Moshuan let out a muffled sound. It's simply a case of love's blind admiration. Have you rested well? Let us proceed and see what lies ahead. The ceiling was tiled, and with a few strikes, Bai Moshuan made an opening and peered down with his headlamp. His expression shifting slightly. This appears to be an ordinary dwelling. The emperor had a penchant for relocating the palaces he inhabited in life to subterranean realms. A prime example being Qin Shi Huang. However, the effort to bring a common residence underground seemed uncharacteristic of an ordinary person. Bai Moshuan tossed a small stone down, hearing it clatter before silence ensued. Finding no mechanisms, he leapt down first, discovering the room was empty, with a conical hat hanging on the wall. He gestured upward. "It's all clear, come down." The other three descended cautiously, stepping into what felt like an old residence, devoid of any tomb-like atmosphere. Clearly, this imperial mausoleum had turned out to be a wild goose chase. Yet, Su Bai did not feel disheartened. Following Bai Moshuan, he pushed open a door, revealing not a burial passage but a courtyard leading to 5 additional rooms. Su Bai shook his head, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him. Upon noticing the vented windows atop the courtyard walls, he finally comprehended. Snt this the 4 waters returning to the hall. Yu Qing expressed surprise. You understand feng shui? I've never heard you mention it before. I don't claim to understand feng shui, but I am familiar with architectural layouts. The 4 waters returning to the hall is a quintessential example of Hui-style architecture, where individual structures are based on units of rooms, generally in odd numbers, 3 or 5 rooms, each with a width of about 3. 4 meters and a depth ranging from 5 to 9 beams, with each beam measuring 15 meters. The buildings are interconnected by corridors, forming a closed courtyard alongside the walls. To facilitate ventilation, vented windows are often incorporated into the courtyard walls, and the houses have windows both at the front and back. Do you see? It's identical to this place, and the arrangement of the courtyard is also the same. The 4 waters returning to the hall is also a feng shui layout. In feng shui theory, the courtyard is associated with wealth and prosperity. It creates a space where the rain and fortune do not flow away, allowing the wealth from all directions to enter one's home, akin to the continuous flow of water from the heavens. Positioned beneath the dragon's head, it carries further significance. Yu Qing turned to Bai Moshuan, who seemed captivated by something. What's the matter? Something feels amiss. Bai Moshuan remarked, You are indeed correct. The configuration of the 4 waters returning to the hall serves as a significant feng shui arrangement. Placed beneath the dragon's head, it carries deeper implications. The dragon's head is a nexus of feng shui, a reservoir for gathering energy. Beyond attracting wealth, it also ensures the prosperity and success of future generations, fostering unity among family members. Regrettably, it only provides half of its intended benefits. Half. Yu Qing followed Bai Moshuan's gaze, noticing an unexpected object in the courtyard. This was a classic case of overindulgence, as a millstone had been carelessly added to an otherwise pristine feng shui setup, positioned on the eastern side of the courtyard. Bai Moshuan continued, It can indeed attract wealth and ensure smooth sailing, yet it is unfortunate that such prosperity will be short-lived, leading to discord among brothers. We must investigate and uncover the remains of this family's ancestors. Su Bai began to search earnestly, scouring all 5 rooms without success. Yu Qing glanced upward, retrieving a compass. And after a meticulous measurement, his attention settled on the very center of the courtyard, beside the well. As Su Bai approached, he noticed a lever on the well frame. Quick to act, he pulled it. The blue stone slab beneath him gave way, causing him to stumble. Looking down, he realized he was standing atop a coffin. The coffin was not particularly sturdy, and his sudden weight caused it to tremble, stirring the bones within. Chapter 124. A Narrow Path for Enemies. 1. In a flurry of panic, Su Bai chanted, "I beg your pardon. Please do not take offense." The coffin, though somewhat intact, emitted a foul odor upon being opened. Unlike before, luck was not on his side this time. The stench overwhelmed him, causing him to retch. Clearly, this was not the resting place of any noble family. Bai Mashwan, however, donned gloves and began to sift through the pile of bones, prompting Su Bai to express his disdain. "Aren't you afraid of catching the deathly poison?" Bai Mashwan appeared disinterested in explaining, and it dawned on Su Bai that he was protected by a talisman from his mother, rendering him immune to such concerns. After some time, Bai Mashwan indeed made a discovery. The shroud adorning the corpse bore the individual's birth date and name, albeit obscured by decay. Nevertheless, he discerned the name, Zhao Hongyin. Su Bai squeezed closer, asking, "Are you certain? I can recognize the characters." Bai Mashwan inquired, "What do you know about him? You mentioned earlier that this feng shui arrangement contained a minor flaw. It may attract wealth and ensure smooth sailing, yet such fortune is fleeting, leading to familial strife. If this is the case, this individual might share the same name as another, known to few. Yet his two sons are recognized by those with a modicum of historical knowledge." Su Bai replied, "Zhao Guangyin and Zhao Guangyi." Cui Ying suddenly comprehended, "So it is them. What an unexpected revelation. However, as far as I know, the 7 emperors and 8 tombs of the Song dynasty are located in Gongyi. If this truly is Zhao Hongyin, the tomb of the Song's founding emperor must be an empty coffin. Otherwise, it is merely a nominal burial site, a facade to deceive the masses." Su Bai added, "Zhao Hongyin was known for his exceptional bravery in youth, excelling in horseback riding and archery. During the later Han period, he held the title of chief commander. Later, his son Zhao Guangyin sought refuge in the court of Guowei, while Zhao Hongyin was tasked with protecting the emperor during campaigns. Under his son's persuasion, he turned against the Han, contributing to its downfall. Upon the ascension of Emperor Taizu, Zhao Hongyin was posthumously honored as Emperor Xuanzu of the Song dynasty, with the posthumous title of Emperor Wu Zhao. It is well known that he was later interred alongside his son in Gongyi. If one were to speak of defeat, it could not be more evident, for first, the brothers fell into discord. Su Bai gazed at Yu Qing and Bai Mashwan, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable. Let us discuss serious matters," urged Cui Ying. His two sons, Zhao Guangyin and Zhao Guangyi, both ascended to the throne, with historical accounts asserting that Zhao Guangyi usurped the imperial position, displacing his own nephew. On the night of October 19th in the 9th year of the Kaibao era, the founder of the Song dynasty, Emperor Taizu, unexpectedly passed away at the tender age of 50. 2 days later, Prince Zhao Guangyi ascended the throne, becoming Emperor Taizong. The untimely demise of Taizu and the subsequent ascension of Taizong raised questions that would linger through the ages. Su Bai remarked, "Is this not a case of brotherly betrayal?" The Song dynasty, though it endured for over 3 centuries, was not known for longevity, its fortune rather ephemeral. Concerning Zhao Guangyi's usurpation, historical records speak vividly. It is said that on the night of the 19th, amidst a flurry of snow, Emperor Taizu summoned Prince Guangyi, then the governor of Kaifeng, into the palace. Once inside, Taizu dismissed those around him and engaged in a private drinking session with Guangyi, deliberating on matters of state. Outside, the palace maids and eunuchs, cloaked in candlelight, observed Guangyi occasionally rising from his seat, gesturing as if to evade or decline something, while hearing Taizu wielding a jade axe striking the ground, the sound distinctly resonating. Concurrently, the maids and eunuchs also overheard Taizu exclaiming, "How splendid! How splendid!" The two continued their revelry until the late hours, after which Guangyi took his leave, and Taizu retired to rest. However, by dawn, Taizu had passed away. Upon learning of Taizu's death, Empress Song immediately instructed the eunuch Wang Jian to summon the Prince de Feng to the palace. Yet, Wang Jian opted to seek Guangyi at the Kaifeng government office, where Guangyi had already positioned his trusted physician Cheng Dishuan to await outside. Cheng Dishuan claimed that at the second watch of the previous night, someone had called for him, asserting that Prince Guangyi wished to meet, yet upon venturing out, he found no one. Concerned for Guangyi's health, he had come to check on him. The two knocked and entered to see Guangyi, who, upon hearing the summons, appeared astonished and hesitated to proceed, suggesting he ought to consult with his family first. Wang Jian urged, "Time is of the essence. We must not allow others to take the lead." Thus, the three braved the wind and snow towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace's outer hall, Wang Jian asked Guang Yi to wait outside while he delivered the news, but Cheng Dashuan advocated for immediate entry. And together they boldly entered the hall. Upon learning of Wang Jian's return, Empress Song inquired, "Has Defeng arrived?" To which Wang Jian replied, "The prince has come." Upon seeing Guang Yi, the Empress's face displayed shock, yet being the matriarch of the inner palace and well-versed in governance, she discerned the gravity of the situation and cried out, "Our lives, mother and child, are entrusted to the sovereign." The term sovereign refers to the emperor, and her declaration acknowledged Guang Yi's ascent to the throne. Zhao Guangyi, shedding tears, reassured her, "We shall safeguard our prosperity. There is no need for concern." Thus, Zhao Guangyi ascended as emperor. The circumstances surrounding Taizu's death are both peculiar and enigmatic. However, the fact remains that Taizong usurped the throne before Defeng could. This transition left many unresolved mysteries, leading to persistent speculation throughout history regarding the notion that Taizong may have poisoned Taizu. The Emperor Taizu enjoyed robust health, yet his demise came abruptly within a mere 2 or 3 days of falling ill, suggesting that he died unexpectedly. It appears that Zhao Guangyi had foreknowledge of Taizu's impending death. Otherwise, he would not have instructed his confidant, Cheng Dashuan, to wait outside the residence, thus facilitating the unfolding events. Is this not a case of fraternal betrayal? Su Bai sighed, expressing his skepticism. However, for me to believe that Zhao Guangyi poisoned his own elder brother due to the influence of geomantic principles is rather far-fetched. If you harbor doubts, we may as well take our leave, Bai Mashwan interjected. My master believes that by manipulating the geomantic situation, one could alter one's fate, perhaps even avert impending doom. If you are unconvinced, what purpose does it serve to proceed? With a look of alarm, Su Bai replied, "No, I merely voiced a suspicion. I did not claim disbelief." Yu Qing remarked, "We stand directly beneath the dragon's head. We must remove any superfluous items and place your ancestors' remains here to ensure success. How shall we handle these remains?" Su Bai pondered. Is it not unsettling to abandon another's forebear in such a manner? Their fortune has long since waned. There are no eternal geomantic arrangements. Every configuration has a finite efficacy, rendering the location of the remains inconsequential. Bai Mashwan extended his hand, "Bring it forth." Yu Qing produced the relic, and to their surprise, Bai Mashwan had come prepared with a small jade box to contain the fragments. He excavated a small hole beside the coffin to place the box within, then retrieved a yellow talisman, biting his tongue to draw blood, inscribing a spell upon it, one that Yu Qing recognized as the incantation for calming the earth deity. Su Bai's perception of Bai Mashwan shifted. The latter had demonstrated remarkable foresight in preparing a vessel for the remains, prompting an internal apology to their ancestor. Upon completing these tasks, the four of them collaborated to shift the stone mill, which stood remarkably stable, though it took considerable effort. Once everything was in order, fatigue set in, and realizing the time had slipped into the deep of night, they opted to remain there for the evening, intending to address matters in the light of day. This humble dwelling proved quite suitable for their overnight stay. That night, they kindled a fire and finally enjoyed warm sustenance. After a night's rest, they emerged to seal the cave entrance, striving to restore it to its original state. Bai Mashwan and Yu Qing employed a concealment technique to ensure everything was discreetly handled. The four of them felt a wave of relief. Despite the numerous tribulations faced along the way, they had ultimately fulfilled their mission. Su Bai remained somewhat perplexed, uncertain of how the geomantic arrangement would influence his fate and how long it might take to manifest effects. Nevertheless, hope, he mused, was preferable to despair. Having concluded their task, the four felt lighter in spirit as they plotted their return route, which would still lead them back to Baihe Town. The path they had taken previously was no longer viable, so they recalibrated their map to embark on the nearest route. After traveling for half a day, Su Bai suddenly inquired about Dai Jieli and his companions, wondering how they fared. Dai Jieli and his group had long since vanished, the snow having buried their ropes, with only a small portion visible. Upon tugging at the rope, Su Bai discerned distinct knife marks upon it, indicating a struggle. Their firearms had been seized. Yet they still concealed blades, a testament to their professional training. Su Bai shook the rope, acknowledging, truly, they are formidable adversaries. Chapter 125. The Narrow Road of Enemies. 2. Upon hearing the term rival, Cui Ying chuckled, remarking that if they were not to encounter each other again, they could hardly be deemed opponents. Regrettably, she still had not discerned the true identity of Dai Jieli. She reached for her phone, only to discover it was out of battery. While changing clothes in the cave, she had sent a message inquiring about Dai Jieli. But whether she received a response remained uncertain. For now, returning to Bai town was the only course of action. As the four returned to Bai town, they spotted a young fellow at the town's entrance. The moment he caught sight of Bai Mashwan, he fled faster than a rabbit. This individual seemed to have made it his profession to loiter at the entrance, watching for affluent patrons and, under the pretense of guiding them to accommodations, gleaning insights into their itineraries so his companions could act accordingly. It was likely he had heard of his companions' recent misfortunes. Upon seeing the four of them, he appeared as if he had seen a ghost and vanished in no time. Cui Ying stomped her foot in frustration. Such a scoundrel. If I ever catch him, I shall deal with him appropriately. Yet she reconsidered, pondering the futility of stooping to the level of such a petty individual. Yu Qing glanced at his watch. There is only one bus to the county each day, and we've missed it. It seems we must stay another night. This time, the four dared not seek a guest house and opted for a larger inn instead. Ironically, as they completed their check-in and were descending the stairs, Dai Jieli and her entourage appeared upstairs. One group was ascending while another was descending, leading to an unexpected encounter. Su Bai let out a whistle. What a tangled fate. Dai Jieli's eyes nearly blazed with fury upon spotting Bai Mashwan. Had it not been for the presence of numerous onlookers below, she might have lunged at him, hands poised to strangle. Bai Mashwan, with a cold smirk, sauntered past her, and as their shoulders brushed, he leisurely remarked, "What a coincidence." His smile dripped with mockery, radiating an air of superiority, reminiscent of the humiliation he had inflicted upon her when he had bound her and the third member face to face. In a fit of rage, she swung her hand towards Bai Mashwan's face, only for him to grip her wrist firmly. His pink eyes bore into hers as he coolly stated, "Such a woman is hardly charming." The third member's expression darkened completely, filled with a mix of resignation and animosity as he regarded Bai Mashwan. The latter coldly released Dai Jieli's hand and ascended the stairs, leaving her in stunned silence. Truly, he exuded the demeanor of a grand figure, a royal presence indeed. Cui Ying tugged at Su Bai. "Stop staring. Let us head to our room." They had 3 rooms, one for Cui Ying, one for Bai Mashwan, and one shared by Su Bai and Yu Qing. As the sole female, Cui Ying had her own room without question. However, Bai Mashwan unhesitatingly claimed a room for himself and swiftly locked the door, leaving Su Bai feeling a bit miffed. This guy is quite domineering, isn't. What difference does it make? We used to share a room. Yu Qing remarked. In the past, I did not quite harmonize with Bai Mashwan. However, it was not a significant issue, merely a divergence in our approaches to tasks. He is direct in his actions, while I tend to contemplate the long-term implications. He possesses a certain aloofness, yet undoubtedly, he is not a villain and will rise to the occasion when necessary. I am aware of this. Su Bai, with his hands nestled beneath his head, gazed at the ceiling. What I mean is, his words may be harsh, but other than that, I cannot pinpoint any flaws. He is handsome, possesses profound skills, and comes from a prestigious lineage. In this day and age, who still selects a consort? It seems he is destined to monopolize all the fortunes of the world. As a fellow man, I cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow. By the way, do you think Dai Jieli and his associates might resort to underhanded tactics against us, such as poisoning? Yu Qing replied, now that we have emerged from our seclusion, they likely wish to avoid trouble. Let us safely navigate this night and return home early tomorrow. This sentiment echoed Bai Mashwan's thoughts. That night passed as quietly as a calm sea, devoid of the tempestuous storms Su Bai had envisioned. Moreover, Dai Jieli and his group vanished even earlier than they did. Upon their departure, inquiries revealed that the 9 individuals had been picked up by a car well before. They lingered no longer, retracing their steps to the county town, circling back before heading to the airport. It was only when Su Bai boarded the plane that a troubling thought struck him. How did those firearms evade detection during security checks? Just as he was about to voice his concern, Bai Mashwan glanced at him with a mysterious smile before closing his eyes to drift into a deep slumber. Su Bai could only helplessly curse inwardly. This prodigy. Upon returning to the antique shop, a sense of surrealism enveloped him. As soon as he dropped off his luggage, he called his parents. Bai Mashwan took the photograph of the lacquerware and departed hastily. During this journey, Cui Ying's thoughts had been thoroughly awakened. Upon returning to the antique shop, she retreated to her room and began to organize her writings with fervor. In the call, Su Bai struggled to convey the entirety of the exhilarating experience. He yearned to inform Bai Ling about the matter concerning Gong Susu. His mother's intuition was remarkably accurate. After much contemplation, he merely summarized the outcome, glossing over the details. Upon learning of their return, Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi rushed over, clearly having received an exhaustive account of the events from Bai Moshuan. As soon as they arrived, they delved straight into the matter. You have indeed stirred up trouble, disrupting someone's meticulously crafted trap. I fear that the spirit of that lama has already seized the opportunity to escape. Tang Sancheng shook his head repeatedly. However, this cannot be blamed on you. It was purely accidental. Yu Qing remained silent, fully aware of the dire consequences as a practitioner of Maoshan sorcery. The lama, like Yao Guang, had a spirit capable of wielding magic after death, far surpassing that of Shi Qing. Bai Yi added, the most pressing concern is that you have retrieved the burial goods of Duoluo Gij. Thus, in the coming days, you must remain vigilant. In his eyes, you are intruders who have disturbed Duoluo Gij. Su Bai's mouth fell slightly agape. Is there a lingering consequence from this affair? It is merely a possibility. Let us hope fortune favors you. Tang Sancheng replied with resignation. By the way, we will send someone to investigate Dai Jelly. But Cui Ying's abilities have truly surprised us. She is a true talent in discerning people. Cui Ying chuckled, remarking that otherwise, it would be a disservice to the organization, which is filled with extraordinary individuals. Once her phone regained power, she received a message from a friend. Regrettably, her friend was unaware of Dai Jelly's past and had no knowledge of whether there truly existed a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Dai Jelly. With the emergence of the shadow organization, Cui Ying felt a sense of relief, believing that they would surely uncover something significant. You must have discovered the tomb of Zhao Hongyin, Bai Yi stated. The Song Mausoleum is renowned for the 7 emperors and 8 tombs. In addition to the 7 monarchs of the Song dynasty, there is an 8th, Zhao Hongyin. The Song Mausoleum in Gongyi has long been disturbed, leaving it in disarray. It was reported at the time that Zhao Hongyin's coffin contained no remains, merely garments. Tang Sancheng added, the emperors of the Song dynasty did not construct their mausoleums during their lifetimes. Rather, they would complete the burial site within 7 months of their death, thus establishing the custom of burial in July. From Zhao Guangyin onward, the northern Song imperial tombs were not only buried in July, but their scale and design closely mirrored those of Zhao Guangyin's Yongchang tomb, all oriented north to south. Each mausoleum complex consists of the upper palace for the coffin and the lower palace for daily rituals, as well as the tombs of the empresses and royal descendants. The Song tombs were constructed within just 7 months, a process that was exceptionally brutal, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. Su Bai's heart stirred. Does this relate to the subsequent looting of the Song mausoleum? Astute observation, Tang Sancheng replied. During the construction of Zhao Guangyin's father, Zhao Hongyin's Yong'an tomb, over 200 workers perished under the weight of stones. During the mausoleum's construction, conditions grew even more dire. It was recorded that there was a lack of drinking water and no shelter for the workers, who had to reside in the wilderness, resulting in numerous deaths. The inscriptions tell of ghostly wails during rainy weather, which the people attributed to the cries of wronged souls. Such occurrences incited the ire of local grave robbers, who ultimately banded together to loot the Song mausoleum. Chapter 126. The first 7 days Su Bai felt a surge of adrenaline, clenching his fists repeatedly. Tang Sancheng remarked, although this time there are many complications, the ultimate outcome seems satisfactory. Let us rest for a while before seeking the second dragon vein. By the way, regarding Gong Susu, upon hearing the name, Su Bai immediately straightened up, his voice tightening considerably. How is she? What did Bai Moshuan say? Do not be anxious. Bai Yi reassured him. Moshuan merely mentioned that she and her kin are quite mysterious. With this, Su Bai exhaled, feeling a sense of relief, and shyly admitted, in truth, the possibility of us meeting again remains uncertain. I have heard a few things about her this time. We were classmates for a brief period, but she departed suddenly. If you have the chance to encounter her in the future, it might be worthwhile to inquire further, Bai Yi suggested. Upon seeing a subtle change in Su Bai's expression, he inquired, what is it? I do not wish to pressure her, Su Bai replied. I cannot bring myself to ask. Tang Sancheng lowered his head, reflecting on the boy's earnestness. Should Gong Susu harbor any ill intentions, it was likely that Su Bai would plunge headfirst into trouble. For now, it was imperative that others keep a closer watch. The most unpredictable element in this world is the human heart. and Su Bai's innocence might very well lead him to his own demise without his awareness. Cui Ying inquired, Boss Tang. When shall we embark on our journey to the second dragon vein? No rush, Bai Yi interjected. There are still matters that San Chung and I have yet to clarify. Let us first attain clarity on those issues. For now, you all should rest well. By the way, Cui Ying, it seems you haven't been in touch with your family for quite some time, have you? Cui Ying was taken aback. She had indeed forgotten. In recent days, she had not made a single call to her family, nor had they reached out to her, creating a sense of estrangement. Yu Qing fell silent, then turned his gaze towards Cui Ying. With a smile, she admitted, Yes, I haven't contacted my grandfather in ages. A foreboding feeling settled heavily in Yu Qing's heart as he looked up at Bai Yi, whose eyes momentarily evaded his. Yu Qing understood. The last time Cui's grandfather visited, he was but a shadow of his former self, and the end was drawing near. Counting the days, Yu Qing's fists clenched as his hand brushed against the bloodlight blade in his pocket. Glancing at Cui Ying's smiling face, he realized the emotional toll this revelation would take on her. Prompted by Bai Yi, Cui Ying had already risen to step outside to make a call. Yu Qing asked, Is something wrong with Grandpa Cui? The old gentleman passed away a week ago. Today marks his 7th day, Bai Yi replied. Before he departed, he made a phone call expressing his relief at the resolution of the Yao Guang matter. He wished for Cui Ying to remain untroubled, yet he did not want her to endure the pain of loss. His only request was to see her once more on this 7th day. Yu Qing felt a tightness in his chest. The bond between Cui Ying and her grandfather had been one of profound affection. This loss would undoubtedly be a monumental blow to her, as the grandfather was destined for reincarnation, with this 7th day being their sole opportunity for a final farewell. Cui Ying had been gone for quite some time, and Yu Qing, unable to quell his concern, ventured out to find her. He discovered her crouched on the ground, Xuefan standing silently nearby, watching her. Though she did not weep aloud, her body trembled, her right hand clenching the phone so tightly that the veins on the back of her hand stood out. Upon seeing Yu Qing approach, Xuefan discreetly stepped aside. Cui Ying, are you all right? Yu Qing crouched down, attempting to lift her. To his surprise, she managed to smile, saying, No, it's nothing really. Everyone must face death eventually. My grandfather was elderly, and this day was bound to come, wasn't he it? She lifted her head, a smile on her face. Yet tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking her collar. Typically lively and spirited, Cui Ying struggled to maintain her composure, but ultimately collapsed into Yu Qing's embrace, sobbing softly. Yu Qing felt a sting in his own eyes as he gently patted her back, reassuring, It's all right. Tonight, you will see your grandfather once more. He had long anticipated this moment. How could he depart without seeing you? Cui Ying raised her head, her tears drenching Yu Qing's shoulder. She stared blankly for a moment, struggling to suppress her tears. What do you mean? She asked. Today is the 7th day after your grandfather's passing, known as the Head 7. This night is when souls return, Yu Qing explained. Though separated by realms, you and your grandfather can still meet. The term the first 7 days refers to the 7th day following a person's death. After one passes away, their soul attaches to their bones, and on the 7th day, it encounters the celestial and earthly forces. Due to their demise, the soul is agitated and thus departs from the bones. At this moment, the soul retains awareness, realizing its own death. This initial encounter with the celestial and earthly forces, experienced with heightened sensitivity, fosters a yearning for protection, which gives rise to the belief in the soul's return on the 7th day, or the notion of burial following this period. On the day of the first 7, the deceased soul is expected to return home. Family members should prepare a meal for the soul before its return. Some believe that after death, the soul wanders until the midnight of the 7th day, at which time families should burn a ladder-shaped item at home, allowing the soul to ascend to the heavens. While interpretations may vary, the essence remains consistent. Cui Ying, deeply heartbroken, cherishes this rare opportunity for reunion and begins to prepare dinner for the evening. Yu Qing stands by her side, attentively assisting, ensuring everything is in order, awaiting the moment to guide the elder back for a final meeting with Cui Ying. As the evening approaches midnight, Yu Qing burns a yellow talisman and spreads white rice as a path. Gradually, the shadow of Elder Cui materializes. Upon seeing Cui Ying, he exhales a sigh of relief. Cui Ying, having learned from a previous encounter that the realms of the living and the dead are separated, Cui Ying approaches Elder Cui, extending her hand. He shakes his head. Each person has their destiny. I knew I wouldn't last much longer. I concealed this from you. fearing you could not accept the truth. You appear strong on the surface, yet beneath, you are fragile. I was not by your side when you passed, Chui Ying reflects, tears inevitably streaming down her cheeks. Su Bai, feeling the weight of the moment, shrinks back. Had it not been for her own matters, her sister would have returned to America and been by their grandfather's side. His inherently kind nature, when connected with the past, causes her eyes to redden. It's all right, Elder Chui says, gazing at Chui Ying and Yu Qing, a smile breaking through. When you were little, I had a master predict your romantic fate, stating your destined partner would be 6 years younger than you. Who would have thought it would indeed come true? When Yu Qing appeared, I knew someone would watch over you, and I could rest easy. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Chui Ying's face flushes with embarrassment, her speech faltering. What does that even mean? That fortune teller was just talking nonsense. How could they possibly know such details? Grandfather, please, don't say such things. Elder Chui shakes his head. Chui Ying, my time in this world is limited. Our family has long carried a debt, one of abandonment. That weight has now been lifted from my heart. The only thing I cannot relinquish is your happiness. I can say no more. The outcome is in your hands. Chui Ying, blushing fiercely, wishes to hide in a crevice, unable to meet Yu Qing's gaze. Her grandfather, though no longer present, still places her in this predicament. Su Bai bursts into laughter. Grandfather, I believe that fortune teller is truly a sage. They are remarkably accurate. Grandfather, you can leave in peace. I shall take care of these two. Anyone who tries to separate them will find themselves at odds with me. All right, you said it. At this moment, Old Master Chui still had the spirit to jest. If you fail to accomplish this, I cannot peacefully transition into the next life. Rest assured, Su Bai reassured. Patting his chest, I will take care of it. Chapter 127. The Crane's Message. Grandfather, Chui Ying exclaimed, is this why you came to see me on the 7th day after your passing? Only then did Old Master Chui adopt a serious demeanor. In truth, I have long been gravely ill, enduring in hope of unraveling the family mystery before my demise. At last, I can leave this world without regrets. Though our ancestors acted impulsively and forsook their brother, each subsequent generation has adhered to their wishes, returning annually to pay homage. As for you, little Ling, though you are a girl, your loyalty embodies the noble spirit of our forebears. Yet, your romantic life remains a blank slate. Many pursue you, yet you refuse even to entertain a relationship. This weighs heavily upon my heart. I cannot bear the thought of you marrying and bearing children without having held my great-grandchild. However, with Yu Qing by your side, I can finally rest easy knowing this concern is resolved. Grandfather Chui's optimism nearly made Chui Ying forget the reality of his passing. As she witnessed his form wavering, her heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. She was overwhelmed with sorrow and tears threatened to spill. Yu Qing felt a fiery resolve within him. He lifted his hand and then lowered it, ultimately mustering the courage to take Chui Ying's hand. Grandfather, I promise to take good care of Chui Ying. I do not care about the age difference. I only believe in feelings. Yu Qing raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Master Chui chuckled. No need for grand declarations. The ability to fulfill one's promises does not require momentary oaths. Old Master Tang Sansheng quietly interjected. It's nearly time. Very well, Old Master Chui replied. Little Ling, take care. I shall take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Sansheng ignited a yellow talisman and sprinkled water from a willow branch taken from a bottle. The water, mingling with the ash of the talisman, formed a path on the ground. Old Master Chui followed this path and vanished in an instant. Watching a loved one depart forever into the realm of the departed, Chui Ying, regardless of her strength, felt her eyes welling with tears. Yu Qing clenched his jaw and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Su Bai gave a thumbs up to Yu Qing. He truly proved his worth in this critical moment. Chui Ying, with tears brimming in her eyes, turned to Tang Sansheng. Boss Tang, do you believe in reincarnation? What do you think? Tang Sansheng countered. Some claim they remember fragments of their past lives, fleeting images that flash in their minds. Some dismiss these as mere coincidences, while others believe these fragments are scenes from their previous existence. There are even those who use hypnosis to uncover their past identities, convinced they have not drunk the soup of oblivion, believing the images in their minds are echoes of their previous lives. Some are even fixated on their past. What brings you to such contemplations, Boss Tang? Have you encountered such individuals in the past? Su Bai probed. Tang Sen nodded. Indeed. I encountered a journalist who vividly recalled numerous scenes from the life of Yang Guifei, leading her to stubbornly believe that she is the reincarnation of the legendary beauty. Her present existence is fraught with turmoil. Cui Ying's eyes were still slightly red, drawn in by the tale of this reincarnated Yang Guifei. If that were the case, I would prefer for my grandfather in the next life to forget everything from this one, to have no attachments, and to live his life to the fullest. Yes, that would indeed be preferable, Su Bai remarked. I believe that old Master Cui himself has come to terms with life and death, with me as your overseer. You both can enjoy your time together without regrets. Speaking of which, to put old Master Cui's mind at ease, you should have a date tomorrow. Both Yu Qing and Cui Ying were taken aback to discover that their first official date was orchestrated by Su Bai. He even instructed Su Dahong to prepare a delightful bento, ensuring that refreshments were at the ready. This meticulousness left both of them feeling somewhat awkward. They were accustomed to each other as company, yet found themselves at a loss in this newfound intimacy. As Su Bai laid out a picnic mat on the grass of the park, he sighed, I can't help but think, had Su been here, I would have arranged a date just like this for her. However, since she is not, you two might as well take the opportunity to practice. I shall refrain from being a third wheel and take my leave. This sudden push into a date made Cui Ying feel distinctly uncomfortable. Once Su Bai departed, an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped her. Oh, grandfather, what a grand jest you have played. A destined partner 6 years my junior. Surely you must be jesting. Meanwhile, Yu Qing felt his face flush. What splendid weather we have today. Is it? Cui Ying looked up, noting the overcast sky and the sun's conspicuous absence. Yet, Yu Qing's nonsensical remark elicited a laugh from her. It hasn't rained, so I suppose it qualifies as decent weather. Yu Qing wished he could slap himself for uttering such a feeble line. The absurdity of it left them both speechless. After a prolonged silence, Cui Ying suddenly collapsed in laughter. Can we not continue like this? I genuinely cannot bear it. Yu Qing, I must ask, are you being kind to me out of your grandfather's pressure, out of sympathy, or do you truly have feelings for me? I am sincere, Yu Qing replied earnestly. When I narrowly escaped death and opened my eyes, you were the first person I saw. The feeling was peculiar, a sense of relief that it was you. His words emerged from the depths of his heart. When your tears fell upon my face, it pained me. I didn't want to see you cry. I preferred the carefree Cui Ying, which is why I tried to cheer you up, pretending not to remember your name. I cherished the smile that graced your face when I called you by it. Cui Ying crossed her arms tightly against her chest, suppressing her racing heart. If she didn't she feared it might leap forth. All right, no more of this. I'm feeling rather hungry. Yu Qing, maintaining a serious demeanor, inquired. Are you feeling nauseous? Cui Ying, exasperated, replied, no, it's actually quite pleasant to hear. She lay there once more, laughing uncontrollably. Yu Qing quietly slipped the note back, realizing that the earlier words were actually a cheat sheet written by Su Bai for himself. It appeared that Su Bai's intellect surpassed his own. At least the atmosphere had become less tense, and their situation had improved significantly. When they opened Su Bai's lunchbox, both were pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that despite Su Bai's rough exterior, he had put such exquisite effort into the meal, even crafting 2 hearts atop the dishes. No wonder he managed to win over Annie. Cui Ying, filled with admiration, picked up some food and fed it to Yu Qing. Though it was a spicy dish, it felt sweet on Yu Qing's palate. Just as they were finally getting accustomed to their date, a paper crane suddenly fluttered down to the mat, landing right beneath Yu Qing's knee. Startled, he picked it up and unfolded it, revealing several lines of blood-red ink. His expression changed immediately. Cui Ying asked, "What's wrong? This paper crane is quite strange. Where did it come from?" "It has flown here," Yu Qing replied. "This is called a flying crane message. In the practices of Maoshan Taoism, if a disciple encounters a dire situation and realizes their end is near, they may write a farewell message using such a crane to seek help from their fellow disciples. Of course, there is another scenario where someone is in distress and urgently needs assistance. Cui Ying, we don't have much time. We must hurry." Their date was abruptly interrupted as they hastily gathered their belongings from the mat and followed the address indicated on the crane. The location felt familiar. Previously, that ghost money master from the Republic had observed beauties from the rooftop of this very building. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yu Qing spotted a one-armed Taoist collapsed there. Instantly, he recognized him. It was the esteemed Xuanxu Taoist. Chapter 128, The Present World, 1. The one-armed Taoist lying on the ground was indeed Xuanxu. His eyes were tightly shut, and a black handprint marred his chest, exuding dark energy. Yu Qing was alarmed. He swiftly sealed Xuanqiu's chest acupuncture point and retrieved an ancient coin imbued with bloodlight. He carefully lifted Xuanqiu's Taoist robe and began to scrape at his chest, akin to sanding. With each scrape of the bloodlight blade, the dark energy thickened and surged outward, gradually dissipating. Shuiying observed as Xuanqiu's chest turned a purplish red, marred with ghastly streaks of blood. Is he all right? Is this the Xuanqiu Taoist you mentioned? Yes, that is indeed him. He saved Su Bai's life in the past. He is a benefactor to Su Bai. As the dark energy subsided, Yu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, adjusting the Taoist's body upright, only to find him still unconscious. We should take him back to the antique shop for now. Xuanqiu's injury was inflicted by malevolent energy, indicating that his adversary was formidable, leaving a mark of allure upon him. Su Bai, though delighted to see the Taoist again under such circumstances, felt a pang of worry seeing him still in a state of unconsciousness. Will he be in danger? He won't, Yu Qing reassured. Before losing consciousness, the Taoist attempted self-rescue, using the flying crane message to seek help from his fellow disciples. It is fortunate that Shuiying and I were nearby. We must also thank you. Whichever park you chose led us to him. It can be said that you indirectly saved the Taoist. Fate has its design. Su Bai gazed at the Taoist priest, feeling a surge of emotion. My mother once mentioned that had it not been for you, I would have perished at birth. You saved me with your own spiritual prowess. Otherwise, the calamity I encountered today might have been far more severe. It seemed this young man was burdened with guilt. The slender Taoist priest, observing his own missing arm, stirred Su Bai's heart with a mix of sorrow and curiosity regarding the bond between the priest and his grandmother. What kind of connection could compel the Taoist to make such a significant sacrifice to save the grandson of his old friend? When the Taoist finally awoke, dusk had settled in. Upon noticing his consciousness returning, Su Bai hurriedly brought a bowl of warm porridge. Taoist, please have something to eat. I tested it. It's just the right warmth. Is it you? The Taoist, surprised to encounter Su Bai for a third time, pondered whether their fates were inextricably linked. It was Yu Qing who saved you, Su Bai continued. The paper crane fortuitously found its way to him. Yu Qing had been waiting nearby. Taoist, what entity caused your grievous injury? A llama, replied the Taoist. He sought to possess a body, and I could not stand idly by. I engaged him in a struggle atop the platform, but his malevolence was overwhelming. I was caught off guard and suffered his attack. A llama. Yu Qing and Su Bai exchanged a glance, recalling their recent encounter in the Changbai Mountains where they had disrupted a deadly scheme set by the Gong clan. What a twist of fate that it was the very same individual. Noticing their uneasy expressions, the Taoist inquired, what troubles you? Taoist, how did that llama come to be here? Yu Qing asked. Whose body is he attempting to possess? A young man, the Taoist replied. By his appearance, he appears to be no more than 24 or 25 years of age. From the analysis of his life palace, his fortune seems to be flourishing, making it improbable for him to be the target of possession. The life palace refers to the area of the forehead, and according to physiognomy, a person has 12 palaces. Through the analysis of these 12 palaces, one can discern various fortunes throughout a person's life. To understand the dynamics between brothers, one examines the brother palace for career prospects, the official and wealth palace, and for love, the couple palace. The key to determining fortune lies in the aura, luster, markings, and moles present in each palace. While Yu Qing had not delved deeply into this realm, the Taoist clearly possessed considerable expertise. Thus, he was targeted. Yu Qing began to comprehend. Indeed, he was sought after. The Taoist confirmed. The attack was brutally severe, infused with intense malice. To forcibly attach himself to that man, surely the possessed young man must be left in dire straits. Although I happened to pass by, I could not look away and allow a life to be extinguished. The Taoist's expression turned pained, prompting Su Bai to interject. It is my fault. Had you not saved my life, impacting your spiritual journey, perhaps today would have unfolded differently. The Taoist was genuinely taken aback. After a period of separation, this young man had come to understand his significance. How did you come to know? My mother told me, Su Bai replied. Taoist, thank you. I am at a loss for how to repay your life-saving grace. The Taoist mused, glancing at Su Bai's life palace. Strange. By all accounts, the 20-year cycle is nearing its end, and you should be facing inevitable calamity. Yet now, there is a discernible change in your life palace. What could this mean? Su Bai recounted his quest for the dragon vein, seeking to alter fate through the principles of feng shui, while simultaneously revealing the disruption of the Lama's tomb's malevolent aura. The Taoist priest Xian Su shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "It must indeed be the same individual. You have unwittingly stumbled into grave peril. If he has failed to possess a body today, one cannot guarantee he shall not attempt again. We must act to thwart him." Su Bai pondered. "Has he come here in search of Duoluo Gige's earthly presence? I suggest we first consult Qian Renjia to gather some information." Yu Qing turned to the Taoist priest. "Please rest here. Should anything arise, summon Cui Ying from outside. Exercise caution," the priest instructed. Upon stepping out of the antique shop, Su Bai was suddenly reminded of his mother, who had been searching for the whereabouts of the Taoist priest. After notifying Bai Ling, Su Bai followed Yu Qing to the building. Yu Qing had previously established contact with Qian Renjia, making it relatively easy to locate him. Qian Renjia, known for his penchant for excitement, had already arrived at the scene of the incident, albeit with a rather grim countenance. Sitting there late at night, he hugged his knees and sighed mournfully. Su Bai, somewhat irked, remarked, "Hey, Republic-era ghost, why do you seem so lifeless today?" Sighing again, Qian Renjia replied, "I long for death. You have already died once and become a singular entity in this world," Su Bai retorted, attempting to kick him, but missing. "See how potent your presence is. I often forget you are a ghost. Is that meant to console me?" Qian Renjia asked with utmost seriousness. "You promised. Once I help you locate the whereabouts of Yao Guang, you would assist me in my liberation. Time is of the essence. I can no longer wait." The two exchanged glances. Qian Renjia appeared uncharacteristically off. Following his gaze, they observed the same window as before, where a young female office worker resided. Previously absent, they now beheld her true form, a delicate visage, embodying the grace of an old-time Jiangnan woman. She cradled a book, staring blankly out the window. The couple mugs that had once adorned the sill were now reduced to a solitary piece. Su Bai quickly deduced, "Has this beauty experienced heartbreak?" "Indeed," Qian Renjia confirmed. "Last night, her boyfriend went mad, scooping up all his belongings and fleeing while muttering about having seen a ghost. What a dreadful man, even in parting. One ought to devise a more plausible excuse. Look at the distress he has caused this fine young lady." Yu Qing and Su Bai exchanged a knowing glance, pondering the possibility that this man, nearly possessed by the Lama, might indeed be the same. "And what of this young lady? Why do you look so perplexed?" Qian Renjia inquired, evidently agitated. "Are you not curious to engage with her up close?" Su Bai teased mischievously. "Perhaps to see her private quarters and judge her taste, whether it matches that of a gentleman from the Republic." The title of Republic-era gentleman seemed to invigorate Qian Renjia. "Shall I venture inside? After all, if she is contemplating despair, perhaps you could offer her some solace." Su Bai decisively administered a strong remedy, and Qian Renjia nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, I've been watching for so long, fearing for her life. I shall go at once." Chapter 129, Present World, 2. He departed the moment he uttered his intention, vanishing in a flash. Su Bai glanced across, noting his swift movements. He was already by the girl's side, appearing quite foolish. "This fellow is indeed easy to manipulate. Your eloquence has led him astray with just a few words," Yu Qing remarked. "The Lama specifically targets men, likely for one of two reasons. Either he seeks a vessel to roam freely during the day, or he believes this girl to be the reincarnation of Duoluo Gige, possessing this man to engage closely with her." "Astute observation," Su Bai replied. "Men in love are quite resourceful. By the way, how did today's rendezvous fare? I trust the cheat sheet I provided proved useful?" "Not particularly." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing tightened his grip around Su Bai's neck, exclaiming, "You rascal! You've made me the subject of ridicule today, do you realize? This incident will forever remain an indelible stain. Where shall I show my face henceforth? Young man, what have I done wrong?" Su Bai protested, prying Yu Qing's hand away. "Did my sister not react?" Yu Qing rolled his eyes. "It's not that she didn't react. She was lying there laughing, breathless." "Would you say that's a minor response?" "Significant indeed," Su Bai remarked. "How could she laugh without some semblance of emotion?" "I cannot fathom it," Yu Qing lamented. "Here I am, inexperienced, yet you dare to instruct me. Alas, no matter how many years I live, this moment will haunt me. Cui Ying will always mock me." Yu Qing abruptly cut off the conversation, sensing something amiss. Su Bai cast his gaze across the room, observing Qian Renjia curled up on the windowsill, appearing utterly motionless, as a woman's piercing scream echoed through the air. Instantly, they both sprang into action, racing downstairs. Even so, they understood that their haste might be in vain, descending only to ascend again. Even should the elevator operate at peak efficiency, time was of the essence. Relying on instinct, they reached the appropriate floor. As they stepped out, their eyes widened in surprise. The layout of this apartment building resembled that of a student dormitory, with countless rooms on each floor. Although they could ascertain the direction of the young professional's room, pinpointing the exact one proved challenging. As they held their breath and searched, the scream resounded once more, clarifying their target. They dashed to room 1612, ignoring the doorbell, and began pounding on the door. A flurry of footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal a pale face, trembling and exclaiming, "There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" She immediately dove into Su Bai's broad chest, prompting him to raise his hands in alarm. As she nestled against him, weeping softly, her chest heaving, Su Bai felt his face flush. Miss, where's the ghost?" "It's already gone," Qian Renjie replied. "It was a llama." Indeed, it seemed he was convinced this young lady was the reincarnated Duoluo Gij. Su Bai gazed at the delicate figure in his arms, then turned his attention to Qian Renjie, whose countenance was less than favorable. He cleared his throat gently. "Miss, perhaps this is not quite appropriate. You see, everyone is outside." Indeed, the commotion within the room had drawn the attention of neighbors, who peeked through their doors to witness the unfolding scene. Only then did the beautiful woman regain her composure, lifting her gaze to the two unfamiliar men before her. It seemed that her earlier sense of safety had stemmed from Su Bai's towering presence, prompting her to rush forward without a second thought. She asked softly, "Who are you?" In a moment of inspiration, Su Bai nudged Yu Qing towards her. He is a Taoist priest specializing in exorcism. While she had read numerous novels featuring Taoist priests, this was her first encounter with one in reality. Recalling the earlier incident, her heart raced with trepidation. "Why don't you come in?" she suggested. With so many residents in the building, even if these men were ill-intentioned, they would likely refrain from causing trouble. Moreover, their appearance had been witnessed by several neighbors, emboldening her as she invited Yu Qing and Su Bai into her home. The single apartment was a testament to optimal space utilization, reflecting the refined taste of its occupant. Despite its modest size, it was tidy and well-decorated, with subtle home embellishments that were perfectly placed. As she nervously led the two men to sit, she attempted to fetch water, only to realize there were no spare cups, causing her to hesitate. Su Bai quickly reassured her, "No worries, we can sit for a moment. We merely wish to inquire about the ghost. What does it look like? And what is its purpose here?" The mention of the ghost caused the fair-skinned beauty to widen her eyes in astonishment. "Is it truly a ghost? I am Su Muqing." But upon its arrival, it excitedly called me Duoluo Gij and later referred to me as Wanru. It had no shadow at all. Thus, the name Duoluo Gij was revealed to be Wanru. Su Bai glanced at Qian Renjie, who was pitiably seated on the television cabinet. Having at least learned the name of the woman, now infatuatedly murmuring, "Su Muqing, Su Muqing." Fortunately, Su Muqing remained oblivious. Otherwise, she might have fainted from the embarrassment. There are several ways one might perceive a ghost. The first is through the influence of cow's tears. The second involves a deep connection with the spirit, such as a recently departed relative with whom one still shares a bond, allowing visibility. The third, exemplified by Yu Qing and by Ma Xuan, involves possessing a keen insight to perceive ethereal beings. Lastly, a ghost imbued with magical abilities can render itself visible to the living. It remained uncertain which category applied to Su Muqing's encounter with the llama today. "Miss Su, forgive my bluntness, but have you ever experienced peculiar sensations, such as visions of scenes you have never encountered, yet feel strangely familiar? Or do dreams count?" Su Muqing suddenly inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself to voice her inquiry. Her words straightened Su Bai's posture instantly. "What kind of dream? It's rather strange. I frequently dream of lying in a coffin, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air, not the scent of perfume, but rather." Su Muqing offered a wry smile. "I am at a loss to describe it. Is it akin to a subtle aroma of wood shavings?" Su Bai blurted out in astonishment, quickly covering his mouth in disbelief. Yes. I have always struggled to articulate this flavor," Su Muqing remarked, her expression one of sudden clarity. "No wonder. I only caught a whiff of sawdust when I was a child and could never connect the dots. This dream recurs with alarming frequency, which is why I consulted the Book of Dreams. The general interpretation suggests that dreaming of coffins signifies fortune. However, that clearly does not apply here. Her charming personality shone through as she playfully gestured towards her residence. If that were true, why am I still living here? Yuqing frowned, realizing that Su Muqing had indeed dreamt of the tomb of Duoluo Gij, particularly that intoxicating scent reminiscent of sawdust, which was utterly perplexing. Miss Su, would you mind if I moved about your home to place some talismans? He inquired. Not at all, Su Muqing replied, her heart racing with excitement at the unexpected arrival of two handsome gentlemen. Yuqing examined the layout of her home, affixing the talismans in shadowy corners, each drawn with his own blood. With these talismans in place, even the llama would have to exercise caution. Miss Su, under no circumstances should you remove these, understand? Yuqing instructed solemnly, jotting down his phone number. This is my number. Contact me immediately should any issues arise. Su Muqing blinked a few times, gazing at Su Bai. What about your number? I want that too. With a charming smile, she exhaled sweetly, prompting Su Bai to beam as he diligently wrote down his number and handed it over with utmost respect. Feel free to reach out at any time. You said it. Su Muqing seemed to have completely forgotten the earlier terrifying scene. As they exited the apartment, Qian Renjia grumbled, Are you two hunting ghosts? It seems you have ulterior motives. Chapter 130. Crossing the Yang. While I am indeed a ghost hunter, there are certain individuals I simply do not comprehend. Previously, one could see the unwavering devotion towards Gong Susu. Now, the shift in demeanor is as rapid as turning pages in a book. Yuqing scoffed. Have you forgotten Gong Susu so quickly? Not at all, Su Bai replied. I was merely trying to lift her spirits. Her happiness is essential for our cooperation. Professionally speaking, one must look beyond mere appearances to discern the essence of the situation. Qian Renjia sulked. I feel like a failure. I know that Lama cannot harm me. Yet I still tremble in fear. Sigh. I cannot even reveal myself to her. It's utterly pathetic. I wish I could just disappear. Yuqing felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly dismissed him. You could stay nearby. If she encounters any trouble, you can alert us promptly. There may be moments when she finds it inconvenient to call, would there not? Qian Renjia brightened instantly. Right. Why didn't I think of that? I'll head back now. With a swift motion, he vanished, allowing Yuqing to exhale in relief. Even in the realm of spirits, one must possess integrity. A ghost that frequently laments its own demise is simply unacceptable, especially one so unique in the world. If the heavens do not extinguish you, why should you let your own virtue fall to ruin and seek your own end? Returning or not returning is indeed a vexing dilemma. Su Bai gazed up at the lights above. That llama will surely come back. Should we wait until dawn? Indeed, Yuqing replied. We are responsible for the chaos we have created, and it is only fitting that we clean up this mess ourselves. Resigned to their fate, they found a step to sit upon. Su Bai mused. What do you make of Miss Su's claim that she smelled the scent of sawdust in her dreams? Could this be considered a fragment of a past life? Not quite. Yuqing shook his head. When one enters a tomb, it signifies that the person has perished. The 3 souls and 7 spirits should depart the body immediately. Not everyone is like Qing Lian, capable of keeping their spirit tethered to the body. Su Bai's expression changed. But Duoluo Gij is not an ordinary person. This revelation jolted Yuqing from his thoughts. You're right, I nearly overlooked that. Duoluo Gij, like Gong Susu, belongs to the Gong family, which is shrouded in mystery and perhaps possesses extraordinary powers. A note of regret slipped into Su Bai's voice. Unfortunately, Susu is not here. Ever since our parting at Changbai Mountain, I wonder how she is faring. Will she face consequences for helping us escape? Thinking of her, Yuqing remarked. Baimo Xian's words may be harsh. Yet he spoke a truth. Gong Susu's loyalties are unclear. You must remain composed. Our knowledge of the Gong family's background is scant. Your affection for her is not misplaced. But if this is a trap, do you still intend to leap into it? Absolutely, Su Bai asserted. I shall follow my instincts. Yuqing, feeling helpless, acknowledged Su Bai's obstinacy. They remained seated on the steps until 4 in the morning, their bodies trembling from the cold. Realizing this was no viable solution, they decided to leave the narrow alleyway. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at them. A figure of immense strength that slammed into Su Bai's lower back, sending him sprawling far away, as if his waist had been shattered. He fell to the ground. While Yuqing turned back, stunned to see a corpse, a zombie, before him. This was a newly deceased individual, their flesh still relatively intact, though the exposed skin had taken on a purplish hue, with tightened veins slightly protruding. Its eyes were clouded, with congealed crystals hanging beneath the eyelids, towering and robust. Its fists seemed forged of steel, creating a fierce wind as it swung. Yu Qing faced this formidable opponent, feeling the pressure of its imposing aura. Each punch aimed at his head. He skillfully dodged, catching sight of the crystals beneath the zombie's eyelids, likely formed from the fluids of the corpse, resembling frost. Noticing the creature's chest heaving, it was evident that gas was trapped within. This was a zombie artificially animated, fueled by a surge of life force that, if not expelled, would lead to a violent outburst. Such a creature was a rare sight in the heart of the city. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yu Qing's mind, and this distraction nearly cost him as the zombie's fist came perilously close. Thankfully, Su Bai delivered a kick to the creature's chest, a glimmer of silver flashing at his throat. Yu Qing, alarmed, shouted, "Step back. Do not provoke the power of the reverse scale." Su Bai had already sensed something amiss within his body. The surging heat coursing through him rendered his palms scorching. He could scarcely hear Yu Qing's admonitions as he charged headlong into the zombie, his immense strength sending the towering creature hurtling through the air, where it landed with a thud. Observing the crimson hue in Su Bai's eyes, Yu Qing surmised that the surprise attack from the zombie had awakened the power of his reverse scale. In a moment of desperation, he drew a knife and rushed to Su Bai's side. As a being of pure yang, Su Bai's blood was the most fitting conduit for this energy. The process of channeling yang was akin to Yu Qing biting his tongue to draw blood and inscribe a talisman, imbuing the blade with yang essence. Without further ado, Yu Qing slid the knife across Su Bai's fingertip, drawing a line of blood that dripped onto the ground. The pain jolted Su Bai back to awareness, his senses gradually returning. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed. "Channeling yang," Yu Qing replied. "This zombie has not fully formed. It harbors energy in its chest. Releasing that energy will shatter its foundation." Realizing the plan, Su Bai snatched the knife from Yu Qing. "I'll do it." Undeterred by the prospect of death, Su Bai's courage was fueled by the power of his reverse scale, driving him toward violence. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the recently risen zombie, and the yang-infused knife plunged into its heart. With a hissing sound, a plume of black smoke erupted, and the zombie's movements abruptly ceased. Seizing the moment, Yu Qing swiftly approached and affixed a talisman of pure yang to the creature, causing it to disintegrate into nothingness, leaving only the acrid scent of charred remains in the air. Panting heavily, Su Bai's eyes gradually returned to normal. Yu Qing pulled him to his feet and urged him to leave. The commotion was bound to attract unwanted attention. Once they reached a secluded area, Su Bai suddenly crouched down, exclaiming, "It's so hot." "Do you remember the calming heart incantation?" Yu Qing asked. "Focus your mind and recite it silently to dispel that inner fire. Do not dwell on anything. Forget the heat, the palace, the reverse scale. Let it all fade away." Leaning closer, Yu Qing's voice resonated like a mighty bell as he began to recite the incantation, guiding Su Bai in the process. Gradually, Su Bai found his tranquility, closing his eyes as the fiery turmoil within him began to subside. Time slipped away, and when he finally opened his eyes, he was astonished to see daylight breaking. Yu Qing sat beside him, resting with closed eyes. "Ah, you're awake," Yu Qing exclaimed, rousing himself and stretching his limbs, his back protesting. "Let us return swiftly to find Boss Tang. The zombie we encountered last night was rather peculiar, and I fear someone is deliberately cultivating these creatures." As Su Bai stood, he felt as though his body might split apart from the soreness. He had lost all recollection of how he had vanquished the zombie the previous night, with only one thought pervading his mind: kill. Only through bloodshed could he find some relief from the fiery sensations within him. It struck him that he was perilously close to the brink of madness, as often depicted in martial tales. "Let us go," he declared. Yu Qing gazed at Su Bai, his thoughts entirely concealed upon his visage. He began to feel a surge of anxiety and trepidation. The speed at which he moved last night was nothing short of astonishing. Had there been surveillance in that alley, the footage would have merely captured a fleeting shadow, rendering his face indiscernible. The power of the reverse scale was indeed formidable, and this force would inevitably consume Su Bai, much like it once devoured Qing Lian. Upon returning, Yu Qing recounted the events of the previous night to Su Bai. Tang Sancheng expressed considerable concern about the sudden emergence of the zombie. Such occurrences are rare in the heart of the city, particularly with a lifeless entity. Reflecting on past experiences, he pondered, could it be that someone is deliberately cultivating zombies? Chapter 131. Hypnosis. Though a person may perish, if they do not decay, they become a zombie. The cultivation of such beings is not beyond the realm of possibility. In the practices of Mao Shan, there exists a notion of nurturing corpses, but nurturing zombies is an entirely different matter. Born on the red sand day, dying on the black sand day, and buried in the flying sand region. They arise amidst blades and halberds. Tang San Chung elaborated, to nurture a zombie, the deceased must be born on the red sand day, die on the black sand day, and subsequently be interred in the flying sand region. Only after a period of 49 days can the body remain uncorrupted and unyielding, awaiting its evolution. The one you encountered was evidently buried not long ago, likely just past the 49 days. Yu Qing was aware that the red sand day is considered a day of great misfortune, specifically the Meng Yu day, the Zhong Yusi day, and the Ji Yu Chou day. All three are deemed inauspicious, and folklore warns. Building a house on red sand incurs 100 days of fire. Marrying on red sand means a daughter weds 3 families. Falling ill on red sand ensures an encounter with the king of hell. Traveling on red sand guarantees one will not return home. Who could possibly be cultivating zombies? Mused Tang Sancheng. Allow me to investigate this matter. You must first deal with that llama. He too is troubled by love, having met an unjust demise, and now seeks to reunite with Duo Luo Gugu to resolve past grievances. Unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to lethal measures. As for the young lady named Su Mu Qing, she possesses certain memories. I happen to have a friend who is exceptionally skilled in hypnosis. It may be worth the risk to enable Su Mu Qing to recall her past life and achieve closure with the llama. Hypnosis? Su Bai's interest was piqued. Might I inquire as to the identity of this hypnosis master? Xie Yun, replied Tang Sancheng. She is an overseas practitioner, the most esteemed hypnotist in the city. Securing an appointment with her could take a year or more. However, we enjoy certain privileges. Therefore, seek out Su Mu Qing and arrange a meeting promptly. Human curiosity is a powerful motivator. Keep this in mind and employ some potent persuasion. Surprisingly, Tang Sancheng revealed this facet of his character, prompting Su Bai to stick out his tongue. He then heard Tang Sancheng continue, Su Bai, in the coming days, you must familiarize yourself with the tranquil heart mantra, enabling its use at any moment to maintain your composure. The power of the reverse scale is just beginning to awaken, and while you can still control it to some extent, this opportunity to harness it may soon slip away. I understand, Su Bai replied gravely with a nod. The two contacted the hypnosis master, Miss Xie, only to discover that she was also a psychologist, operating a clinic in the city center. Hypnosis is an optional service, requiring the full consent of the individual involved. Upon learning that the two were making an appointment on behalf of a friend, her demeanor cooled, instructing them to first seek the individual's consent. Thus, the two had no choice but to wait downstairs at the apartment building where Su Mu Qing resided. After the fright she experienced last night, Su Mu Qing was exceedingly obedient to Yu Qing's counsel, leaving work early to return home while it was still light outside. As she nervously walked along the path, she heard someone call her name, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. Upon recognizing it was Su Bo and Yu Qing, her spirits lifted immediately. What brings you here? She exclaimed, once the two explained their intentions. Su Mu Qing hesitated at the mention of hypnosis. Miss Su, Su Bo stated earnestly, it is no coincidence that the spirit has sought you out. According to our findings, it is highly likely that you and that llama were once lovers in a past life. He died for you, and tragically so, he has refused to reincarnate, yearning only to find his beloved in this world to fulfill his wish. Did you not mention a dream where you encountered a tomb and caught a whiff of sawdust? Do you not wish to unravel the mystery of why this dream recurs? As Tang, the proprietor, had advised, one must administer a potent remedy. For curiosity serves as the finest elixir. Indeed, Su Mu Qing's expression shifted as the dream had haunted her for many years, replaying in a cycle of vivid scenes, each detail etched in her memory. But is hypnosis reliable? She inquired. Su Bo invoked Xie Yun's credentials, causing Su Mu Qing to waver. Resolute, she made an additional request, for the two men to accompany her for the night, lest she encounter that spirit again. The two gentlemen exchanged incredulous glances, but ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. Observing her demeanor, it was apparent that she had moved past the sorrow of her unrequited love. The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed as elusive as a needle in the ocean. This love, or lack thereof, had transpired rather swiftly. Su Bo's thoughts drifted to Gong Su Su, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he wondered where she might be and how she was faring. As the two men settled, one sprawled on the sofa and the other on the floor. Su Muching remained cautious, securing the door tightly. Su Bai even heard the sound of a chair being dragged, perhaps used as an extra barrier for protection. When Qian Renjia arrived that evening, he was displeased to find the two had encroached upon Su Muching's space. You two are not taking advantage of your position, are you? He chided. Quite the opposite. Su Bai replied in a lowered tone. Should that llama return tonight, I hope you won't be frightened out of your wits. Qian Renjia cleared his throat. I am not afraid. I am merely astonished. To be afraid and to be astonished embody entirely different sentiments. Please ensure you comprehend the distinction before speaking. I have no interest in engaging in wordplay with you, Su Bai retorted, tugging at his short blanket. We are here to protect the object of your affection. If you are ungrateful, we shall take our leave. Immediately, Qian Renjia donned a more congenial expression. Please don't say that. With you both here, the llama surely won't dare to return. I implore you to stay. Your audacity and haunting is truly shameless, Su Bai remarked. I am curious. Over the years since your passing, how many girls have you secretly admired? Qian Renjia faltered at this query, prompting a flash of insight in Su Bai. Surely over the years, you must have harbored affections for a considerable number of girls. Is this one your favorite? The question caught Qian Renjia off guard. He nodded, then immediately shook his head, ultimately seething with embarrassment. I cannot be bothered to engage with you two. His figure vanished from the window, and Wei Jia let out a deep sigh. In the past, I too harbored a secret affection for a lady, yet I lacked the courage to step outside. However, I was able to be close to her every day. Su Bai, drenched in sweat, retorted, That's because you were hanging around her neck, right? Indeed. Wei Jia insisted stubbornly. That too can be considered intimacy. Being a ghost is no easy feat if one were to fall for a living person. That would be truly torturous. Why has this turned into a ghostly roast session? Yu Qing interjected. Rest now. We must visit Dr. Xie tomorrow. I believe the Xingyang talisman is taking effect. The Lama spirit 1T be visiting tonight. The Lama spirit did not make an appearance, and the night passed peacefully. The following day, Su Muching took a leave of absence to accompany the two to meet Dr. Xie. The doctor was not clad in a white coat but donned a well-tailored professional outfit. Her long, wavy hair cascading down her back, dyed a light shade of brown. With a prominent nose and deep-set features, she embodied the allure of a mixed-race beauty, her physique quite commanding. Su Bai, upon seeing her resemblance to a mixed-race model, exclaimed, I never knew a psychologist could be so stunning. Dr. Xie responded with a soft hum. Do you have friends who are as candid as you, Mr. Tang? I'm merely speaking the truth. How is that being candid? Su Bai protested, feeling aggrieved. If you are beautiful, is it not permissible to comment? Dr. Xie then laughed. For this minute, I shall not charge you. From now on, the clock begins. She pressed the timer beside her, causing Su Bai's scalp to tingle. Truly, she was the city's most expensive psychologist. Even minutes were accounted for. So let us begin now, Su Bai quickly stated, to which Dr. Xie smiled again. The bill will be sent to Mr. Bai. You need not worry about payment. Su Bai sighed in relief and made a silly face. Then taking our time is perfectly fine. Su Muching shared her dreams in detail, including the year they began, their frequency, and various aspects of the dreams. Dr. Xie's expression remained composed, occasionally glancing at Su Muching's figure, even her feet, allowing a hint of a knowing smile to surface. Chapter 132, Deception. Once Su Muching finished her narrative, Dr. Xie stopped the timer. I have something to discuss with both of you. Miss Su, could you please wait outside? As soon as Su Muching stepped out, Yu Qing inquired, Is there something amiss? Your friend appears quite optimistic, Dr. Xie replied directly, but it is all a fade. She suffers from severe depression. Depression? Su Bai exchanged glances with Yu Qing, as Su Muching had always seemed so generous and cheerful, entirely unassociated with depression. Depression can be categorized into two major types. Endogenous depression, which arises from internal bodily factors and displays distinct biological characteristics, often with pronounced hereditary components, and exogenous depression, which typically stems from external environmental events, responses to setbacks, unfortunate life occurrences, and pressures from work and study, such as reactive depression or depressive neurosis. Dr. Xie continued, twirling the pen in her hand. It is a result of prolonged repression concerning a particular event. As the two remained silent, Xie Yun spoke up. From the perspective of my expertise as a psychologist, I must advise that hypnosis can be perilous for patients with such conditions. It may exacerbate their symptoms. Shall we proceed? The two exchanged glances, finally arriving at a difficult consensus to continue. Hypnosis is an altered state of consciousness induced by various techniques, during which individuals exhibit heightened responsiveness to suggestions. It is a state of profound suggestibility, eliciting reactions in perception, memory, and control. Although hypnosis bears resemblance to sleep, true slumber plays no role in the process. If one were truly asleep, they would not respond to any suggestions. The term hypnosis itself can be somewhat misleading. Su Bai sincerely hoped that through hypnosis, Su Muqing could recall the events concerning Duo Gugu. Watching Xie Yun escort Su Muqing inside, the two crossed their arms, and Yu Qing remarked, "It is all our fault. Otherwise, we would not have stirred up so much trouble. What was a perfectly good situation has been disrupted by us, almost costing a life." He referred to the life of Su Muqing's ex-boyfriend. After waiting outside for a considerable time, they heard soft music playing within, and moments later, an abrupt, jarring ringtone pierced the air. The door swung open, revealing Xie Yun, her expression foreboding. "I apologize, the hypnosis was unsuccessful." The sudden ringtone startled Miss Su awake. Su Bai and Yu Qing were greatly disappointed. At that moment, Su Muqing emerged, clutching her bag, appearing timid. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I forgot to silence my alarm. I'll just step into the restroom for a moment." Observing her retreating figure, Xie Yun's pace quickened. "The following observations are complimentary. There will be no charge." From the outset, Miss Su has been evasive and has employed a self-questioning approach throughout her narration, consistently nodding, only continuing after confirming her own answers. This indicates she has been contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. Moreover, her legs and knees were tightly drawn together, displaying considerable wariness, and her hands were clasped anxiously. Noticing the two remained silent, Xie Yun continued, "We were on the verge of delving into the core of the hypnosis, but the alarm interrupted. However, prior to commencing, I had already reminded her to silence her phone, to which she agreed and mimicked the action of turning it off. This timing was neither for waking up nor for work reminders. It was predetermined that she would come here today, correct?" Su Bai cautiously inquired. "So, what is the conclusion?" "She is lying," Xie Yun asserted with conviction. "Miss Su does not wish to undergo hypnosis, and regarding her dreams, I harbor reservations. She may have only disclosed part of the truth. Furthermore, the portion she did share could very well be fabricated. That is all." Su Bai and Yu Qing were astonished, confronted with an unforeseen complication. Had Su Muqing been acting from the very beginning? Su Muqing's voice interrupted. "Excuse me, can we leave now?" Su Bai fixed his gaze intently into her eyes. "Why? What do you mean, why?" Su Muqing felt a surge of anxiety as she clutched her bag, instinctively retreating a step. Su Bai, with a glint in his eye, remarked, "My dear, since this young lady is not being truthful, why should we concern ourselves with her? Let us depart to my home for a delightful meal. I have not had a proper meal in days." As he spoke, he patted his stomach, adopting the demeanor of one who had starved in a previous life. Su Muqing, in a flurry, hurried after them, exclaiming, "Please don't leave." Yu Qing attempted to halt, but Su Bai tugged him out of Xie Yun's clinic. Xie Yun, unhurried, returned to her office, leisurely pressing the timer, deducting the complimentary time, and began to track the duration, subsequently pressing the telephone button. "Please send the bill to Mr. Bai." Su Muqing followed closely, her initial urgency escalating into panic. Witnessing the two men's indifference, she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, drawing the attention of passers-by. The two men, unable to bear the sight of a woman's tears, finally paused, though Su Bai maintained a deliberate pace as they turned back. Su Muqing was genuinely distraught. Her eyes and nose reddened from tears. Su Bai's heart softened at the sight, reminiscent of the way he felt about Gong Su. "If you wish for our assistance, you must speak the truth. From the outset, you have deceived us," Su Bai stated. "I am not one to waver. Do you truly believe we would aid someone who has lied to us from the beginning?" Su Muqing's expression shifted abruptly. She fixed her gaze ahead, her demeanor peculiar. Following her line of sight, Su Bai turned to behold Gong Su. She stood there, adorned in a flowing white dress that reached her ankles, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Su Bai, softly uttering, "Su Bai." The mere sound nearly sent Su Bai's spirit soaring. A radiant smile lit his face as he hastened toward her. Yu Qing, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Su Bai's fervor for a girl, pondered why such affection evoked an unsettling sensation. He shielded his face with his hands, but inadvertently caught sight of Su Muqing's expression, which bore a venomous intensity directed at Gong Su. A chill ran through Yu Qing. He sensed he had stumbled upon something significant, yet the threads of understanding eluded him. After an extended absence from Gong Susu, Su Bo's heart yearned to reveal everything to her. Susu, has your clan leader caused you any distress? No, she replied, shaking her head. I have told you, he is quite fond of me. Moreover, the clan leader mentioned that the malevolent formation was already on the verge of collapse. It was merely your interference that hastened its demise. The emergence of that vengeful spirit was only a matter of time. Then why have you come now? Su Bai inquired. Somewhat dazed. Her words implied that a certain process was inevitable, merely expedited by their actions. Yet, their interference could not be denied. And if the clan leader was aware of the impending instability of the formation, he would certainly devise another means to seal the breach. By disrupting it, they had lost the opportunity to prevent the catastrophe. Just moments ago, Su Muqing was sobbing inconsolably, but now she abruptly ceased her weeping. With a smile illuminating her face, she rose and approached Gong Susu, exclaiming, It's you. I've finally seen you again. Su Bai, quick to react, caught sight of the darkness in Su Muqing's eyes and the craft knife tightly gripped in her hand. Alarmed, he instinctively positioned himself in front of Gong Susu as the blade grazed the back of his hand, causing blood to flow in slender rivulets and splatter onto the ground. Upon witnessing the blood, Su Muqing dropped the knife and fled, colliding headlong with Yu Qing, who seized her firmly. Su Muqing screamed, You wretched woman! I shall never forget you. I will kill you. Chapter 133. True Name. 1. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and the veins on her forehead bulged ominously. If Su Muqing's earlier actions had left any doubt in their minds regarding Xie Yun's words, they were now utterly convinced. She had discerned Su Muqing's instability with remarkable clarity. Gong Susu's complexion turned ashen as she confronted the hysterical woman, utterly bewildered. She anxiously glanced at Su Bai, exclaiming, She has mistaken the person. This is the first time I've seen her. I came over because of you. Your hand is bleeding. As she spoke, she produced an exquisitely white handkerchief to bind Su Bai's wound. This gesture filled Su Bai with delight, but upon lifting his gaze and noticing Gong Susu's pallor, he suddenly remembered her aversion to blood. Quickly, he pressed down on the injury. Recognizing that he understood, Gong Susu did not attempt to hide her reaction but instead turned her head away, apologizing. I'm sorry. You mustn't look at the blood. This Su Muqing is truly unhinged. Su Bai, sensing her distress, attempted to comfort her, saying, She has encountered some peculiar circumstances recently, so please do not take it to heart. I will go and see what's the matter with her. No matter how vigorously Su Muqing struggled, she could not escape Yu Qing's grasp. Tears still clung to her cheeks as, from a distance, she fixed a fierce glare on Gong Susu, as if she had encountered a sworn enemy. The commotion between Yu Qing and Su Muqing attracted the attention of the building's security guards, who rushed over, demanding, What is going on here? In broad daylight, attacking a woman. Where is your sense of justice? As the guards approached, Yu Qing momentarily faltered, loosening his grip just enough for Su Muqing to collide with his chest, breaking free and sprinting away. In a matter of moments, she had dashed through the traffic and vanished across the street. The two security guards exchanged puzzled glances. They had initially perceived the beauty as the victim. How could she escape with such swiftness? Su Bai raised his injured hand in exasperation, declaring, See clearly, you men. Women can be dangerous too. Look. The guards were momentarily at a loss for words, finally asking, Is she insane? She looks rather refined and well-groomed. Should we call the police? Su Bai sighed. Never mind. It's not a severe injury. The two guards exchanged glances, and with reluctant resignation, they departed. Their heroic rescue thwarted. Gong Susu, still in shock from the sight of blood, finally approached. Yu Qing, hands on her hips, regarded Gong Susu with curiosity, asking, Why does she hate you so much? She, too, had no answer. Su Bai remarked with a hint of frustration, Dr. Xie is indeed remarkable. I can understand the steep fees now. Su Muqing's issues are quite significant. By the way, Qian Ranjia should be aware of the situation, as he has been keeping a close watch on her, hasn't he? In this instance, it seems that even the supernatural has been deceived by human trickery. Setting aside this matter for the moment, Su Bai joyfully led Gong Susu home. The last time, Gong Susu's sudden departure left both Su Dahong and Bai Ling with lingering questions. Now that Bai Ling was aware of Gong Susu's mysterious background, he found himself pondering her ephemeral presence more thoughtfully. Gong Susu remained as gentle and amiable as ever, returning to assist Su Dahong in the kitchen, which filled Su Dahong with a sense of warmth, as he had begun to regard Gong Susu almost as a daughter-in-law. To have such a sweet and gentle daughter-in-law who would affectionately call him dad was simply delightful. As they watched the elderly and the young bustling in the kitchen, someone munching on chips playfully nudged Su Bai. "Hey, son, opportunities like this come but once. Let us irrevocably seal the deal and ensure she can't escape." "Mom, you must have watched too many melodramas," Su Bai retorted with mild annoyance. "Should we add some strong spices to her food? Wouldn't that make things easier?" "Excellent idea," Bai Ling replied with utmost seriousness. Su Bai felt he had underestimated Bai Ling's penchant for drama. "Ugh, Mom, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but you've been thoroughly influenced by these soap operas. It's a sickness that needs curing." "Get lost," Bai Ling replied, playfully tapping Su Bai on the head. "This is truly a case of a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person. This girl is wonderful, but she comes and goes like a spirit. You must find a way to keep her close. My advice ends here. The rest is up to you. Just don't wake up one day to find her gone, leaving you heartbroken. You, for all your merits, seem to have inherited your father's stubbornness in matters of the heart. Whether that is a blessing or a curse, who can say?" Bai Ling's words left Su Bai in deep thought. Indeed, how long would he remain in this one-sided affection? Even though she had gifted him the blood amber and often gazed at him with tenderness, she had never uttered a word of her feelings for him. The reasons behind her constant presence in his life remained shrouded in mystery. As Su Bai pondered, Bai Ling cleared his throat, and upon looking up, he met Gong Susu's gentle gaze. "Let us eat." If only the dining scene before him could be a glimpse into the future, healthy, vibrant parents, a gentle and lovely wife, and a promising version of himself, accompanied by a delightful little baby, such would be the portrait of happiness. Alas, as Su Bai gazed out the window, he recalled his plans with Yu Qing and Shui Ying to confront Qian Ranjia and clarify what had transpired the night the llama appeared, particularly regarding any peculiar occurrences involving Su Muqing. Upon meeting the two, Shui Ying jested, "I bet you can hardly bear to leave her side tonight. With such a beauty nearby, your heart must be racing. Why not seize this opportunity and ensure she cannot escape?" Su Bai felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Women, indeed, are quite formidable. The words of Sister Shui Ying and his mother were remarkably similar. And Shui Ying, true to her overseas upbringing, was direct. "Go ahead, make your deductions, and be done with it. If you wish to push, start with Yu Qing." Su Bai retorted sharply, "Talking is easy. Who can't do that?" This left Shui Ying momentarily speechless. He continued, "I understand it's impossible. Yu Qing is a Miao Mountain sorcerer, after all, and must retain his youthful purity. This way, he can confront ghosts and slay zombies. For our safety, dear sister, please be gentle and do not strike too harshly at the youth." Shui Ying stepped forward, pretending to attack his mouth, while Yu Qing shook his head helplessly. "You too. Stop this nonsense. Despite your ages." Shui Ying shot him a glare, and Yu Qing, realizing his faux pas, chuckled awkwardly. "I meant mature, not old. What a shameless youth." When Su Bai looked at Shui Ying again, having exchanged his words, he managed to bring a smile to her face. Women are indeed intricate creatures. To everyone's surprise, Qian Renjia had deviated from his usual behavior, not staying in the apartment of Su Muqing, but instead at the cemetery on the mountain where they first met. Upon seeing the trio approach, he perched on a branch, propping his chin on one hand, his arm resting on his thigh, sighing dramatically, embodying the essence of a melancholic spirit. "Why didn't you keep vigil tonight?" Su Bai teased. "Another heartbreak, is it? How many times now? I have never been in love. Where's the heartbreak in that?" "Today." Qian Renjia bore the air of a talented youth from the Republican era. "I have simply come to a sudden realization. Humans and spirits are destined to be apart. To develop feelings for someone is ultimately futile. Why waste emotional energy? Enough with the melancholy. Please recount the details of that day when the llama appeared," Su Bai urged. "Your resignation is justified. That Su Muqing is nothing but a lunatic, unworthy of you." "Ah, but her real name is not Su Muqing, it is Yang Qing." Qian Renjia's revelation stunned everyone. Su Bai slapped his forehead. "Damn it, even her name was a facade. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" "It is only natural to be cautious in the presence of two unfamiliar men," Qian Renjia remarked. "In fact, I once admired her cleverness. Yet, after observing her for so long, it would be unreasonable not to know her true name, Yang Qing." Shui Ying interjected, "This woman is truly a puzzle. Every strand of her being seems shrouded in mystery. It's absurd that you both kept watch all night, fearing for her safety. What fools you are. Su Bai, who usually had a sharp tongue, found himself at a loss for words. Shui was right. They had indeed been naive. And they had learned this lesson the hard way. Qian Renjie recounted the events of that fateful night in detail. Encouraged by Su Bai and Yu Qing, he entered Yang Qing's room and almost immediately sensed something amiss. When the Lama's ghost manifested, Yang Qing astonishingly could see it. This was not unexpected, as the Lama was a spectral entity endowed with supernatural powers, capable of making others perceive its presence. Upon seeing the Lama, Yang Qing recoiled several steps, exclaiming, "I am not Duoluo. I am not Duoluo." Su Bai interrupted Qian Renjie's narrative with a wave of his hand, asking, "Did the Lama say anything when Yang Qing declared she was not Duoluo Gij?" Upon hearing the name Duoluo, he became visibly agitated, muttering, "So it is you." Noticing the change in Su Bai's demeanor, Qian Renjie hastily completed his account. After that, when you all arrived, the Lama departed in haste. It was that simple. Yet, it is perplexing, mused Su Muqing. Yang Qing's reluctance to accept hypnosis may suggest that she remembers everything from her past life, but is unwilling to disclose it to Dr. Xiaorus. If Yang Qing is indeed aware that she is Duoluo Gij, she would be troubled by the emotions of her previous existence. What frightens her upon seeing the Lama? Su Bai, with his sharp intellect, adopted the demeanor of a detective. This is quite troubling. Shui proposed. There is also the possibility that she is not Duoluo Gij at all. But how does she know of that tomb and the scent of the wood shavings? The three were left in a state of confusion. Su Bai continued, "Moreover, she harbors an intense hatred for Susu, despite it being their first encounter. Had I not intervened, Susu would have been harmed." Shui, taken aback by Su Bai's repeated mention of Susu, felt he was deeply entangled in the matter and shook her head. "You are truly beyond help. However, it is indeed strange what connection could exist between Yang Qing and Susu. Should we not seek out Yang Qing for further inquiry? Would she even be willing to meet us?" Yu Qing hesitated. Given the events of the day, she has likely developed a complete distrust of us. Frankly, honesty seems out of the question. Dr. Xie interjected, "If she were willing to assist, it would simplify matters. We could find Yang Qing and conduct hypnosis, forcefully if necessary." Though Shui found merit in this idea, Dr. Xie's expression darkened upon hearing their intent. "I am a professionally trained psychologist. My practice of hypnosis is intended solely to aid patients in understanding their current state and restoring their mental and emotional well-being. If I were to comply with your request, would I not be straying into unethical territory? Moreover, it contravenes the regulations of our profession. Hypnosis must be conducted with the subject's consent, and the entire process must be recorded. This is both a professional standard and an ethical obligation. But the current circumstances are exceptional," Su Bai implored. "I understand you are highly educated and trained, but do you believe in the concept of past lives? Yang Qing's situation is quite extraordinary. If she is not genuinely recalling her past life, she may be suffering from a delusional disorder with violent tendencies. This could potentially jeopardize a life. Can we make an exception? What would it cost? I am willing to pay." "This is not merely a matter of money," Dr. Xie raised an eyebrow, dismissively replying. "It is a matter of ethics." As Su Bai felt the urge to curse, he quickly plastered a smile back on his face, realizing he was in a position of seeking assistance. Just as he was about to persuade them anew, a voice rang out. It was Bai Moxuan. "Dr. Xie, this young man has a point." Upon seeing Bai Moxuan, Xie Yun's expression brightened considerably. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Naturally, I am here for this matter," Bai Moxuan replied, displaying a familiar rapport with Dr. Xie as he stood beside Xie Yun. He turned his gaze to the three individuals present. "I am aware of the situation." Could it be that once again, Bai Moxuan would resolve the matter with ease? Su Bai inwardly exclaimed, feeling frustrated that at such a critical moment, he had to steal the spotlight. Who exactly is the protagonist here? Dr. Xie, Bai Moxuan continued. The woman named Yang Qing likely remembers events from her previous life. She is currently showing signs of schizophrenia. Given the special circumstances, we must take special measures. Most importantly, saving a life may not be limited to just one. You know how much havoc a deranged mental patient can wreak. Knowing this, why not intervene early to prevent a tragedy? He added, besides being a psychologist, you hold another identity. The mention of another identity opened Su Bai's eyes wide. Could it be that Dr. Xie is also? Indeed, she is a member of the organization, Bai Moxuan confirmed, crossing his arms. Otherwise, how could you enjoy such privileges? Meeting at will while being so slow to react? Damn, how long has it been since this guy brushed his teeth? Su Bai thought, inwardly cursing him as a stinky fox. Thankfully, Bai Mashwan couldn't read his thoughts. Xie Yun sighed. It's all Fu Yu's fault for misleading me into this. Now I am compelled to act against medical ethics. No, it's about saving lives, Bai Mashwan chuckled, his smile radiating like a halo. Xie Yun's grin stretched from ear to ear. All right, just this once. Bai Mashwan merely smiled, fully aware that as a member of the organization, it was impossible to engage in such exceptional conduct only once. The organization had its regulations, with the most fundamental rule being that when the organization required it, one must judiciously utilize their resources. What was breaking the rules? Even the current leader, Uncle San, had done so countless times. Women just love to deceive themselves. Xie Yun changed into a more streamlined outfit and turned to Cui Ying, exclaiming, what a shame, such a fine figure should be a model. I have no interest in the entertainment industry, Cui Ying replied with a laugh. Having a Bai Mashwan is more than enough. He's been shelved. Sister, it's your turn now. Su Bai seized the moment to jab at Bai Mashwan. Apologies, I have already been unfrozen, but currently, I am only filming commercials, Bai Mashwan retorted with a cold laugh. What do you think I have been doing all these days? If it weren't for my master summoning me, I wouldn't have this leisure. Each word struck Su Bai like arrows to the chest, causing him to grunt in discomfort. At that moment, Xie Yun was ready. Let us proceed. Yang Qing did not go to the office. The moment she laid eyes on Gong Su, a surge of blood rushed to her head. In that instant, she recognized who she was. Without a trace of hesitation, a singular thought consumed her. How wonderful it would be if she were no longer in this world. Subsequently, events spiraled entirely out of control. Realizing the extremity of her actions, Yang Qing was struck with terror. She feared the talismans plastered around her room would fall, so she hurriedly reapplied glue to secure them. She also prepared a statue of Guanyin, now sitting on the sofa, holding the statue in a daze. Oblivious to the ringing doorbell, Bai Mashwan, growing impatient, pulled out a slender wire and inserted it directly into the keyhole. Su Bai gasped, "Hey, what are you doing?" No sooner had he spoken than a click echoed. The lock had been opened. A prominent star, capable of picking locks. Was this indeed a hallmark of celebrity? As the door swung open, Yang Qing shrank into the corner like a startled bird, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Fortunately, it was daytime. But Cui Ying promptly shut the door. Xie Yun glanced at Bai Mashwan and quickly stepped forward, her voice gentle. "You need not be anxious. You are frightened, aren't you? I thought you no longer cared about me." Upon seeing Yu Qing and Su Bai behind Xie Yun, Yang Qing's voice grew frantic. "If you don't help me, he will kill me. He will certainly kill me." Xie Yun's voice softened further, while Su Bai noticed her tender hands gently patting Yang Qing's shoulder. A soothing gesture that slightly calmed Yang Qing's emotions. "It's all right. Look, we are all here. No one can harm you. So please relax and take a deep breath. You will feel much better." Chapter 135. Gargia. Her voice was laced with seduction, and as Yang Qing followed her advice and inhaled deeply, Xie Yun seized the moment. Her hand reaching into her pocket. Su Bai mused that it must be a pocket watch, a common prop in numerous novels and films, typically essential for such situations. His gaze fixated on Xie Yun's pocket, and when she finally produced it, he was taken aback. An unassuming crystal ball. Wasn't it supposed to be a pocket watch? This stark deviation from his expectations prompted an involuntary outburst from Su Bai, drawing disapproving glances from the others, compelling him to hastily cover his mouth. Only later did Su Bai comprehend that the specific tool employed during hypnosis was inconsequential. When hypnosis was introduced from abroad during Freud's era, the pocket watch served as a symbol of the hypnotist's identity. The ultimate purpose of using such an object was to capture the subject's attention, directing it to a singular point, thereby inducing visual fatigue and encouraging the individual to shut their eyes. It was a gradual process, far simpler than directly instructing someone to close their eyes. As a tool, its form was irrelevant, whether a pocket watch or a crystal ball. Both merely served as focal points. Xie Yun shifted Yang Qing's attention to the crystal in her hand. "Look, each of us is akin to this crystal ball, possessing many facets. Different individuals perceive us in various ways." Yang Qing's gaze fell upon the crystal ball, her eyes becoming somewhat entranced. Cui Ying had witnessed hypnotic performances abroad. Yet Xie Yun's natural handling of the situation was truly enlightening, earning her profound admiration. Apart from Xie Yun's voice, the The others remained silent, their attention fixated on her movements. Observing that Yang Qing had entered a hypnotic state, Xie Yun finally began to ask suggestively, Yang Qing, everyone calls you that, but do you have any other names? Wu La Gua Er Jia Mu Qing. Su Bai exchanged glances with Yu Qing. Gua Er Jia is a surname of the Manchu people, one of the 8 prominent surnames among them. During the Qing dynasty, distinguished clans such as Yihe Gua Er Jia and Su Wan Gua Er Jia existed. And after the fall of the Qing dynasty, many Manchu individuals adopted Han surnames. Those residing in Su Wan often took the surname Su, but the name Gua Er Jia was still spoken of. Su Bai felt a stirring in his heart. This must be Yang Qing's name in her previous life. Although Xie Yun was unaware of the history involving the Lama and Duo Luo Gugu, she had a general understanding upon hearing this answer. Calmly, she continued her inquiry. That's quite a unique surname. Do your family members share the surname Gua Er Jia as well? My grandfather was a third-rank official of the Huron, and our family name has been passed down through generations. Naturally, my family all bears the surname Gua Er Jia. Yang Qing's voice suddenly changed, sounding far more decisive than her earlier timid tone. Xie Yun was taken aback. The current Yang Qing was speaking in the identity of her past life. Such instances had been heard of in academia, with some abroad claiming to be the reincarnation of Marilyn Monroe, and indeed, such claims had been validated during hypnosis. Now, a genuine case was unfolding before her eyes. Xie Yun felt fortunate to have embarked on this journey for such a novel experience. Did you happen to know Duo Luo Gugu? Following Su Bai's subtle hint, Xie Yun posed a crucial question. That wretched woman. I would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Yang Qing's voice grew anguished. If it weren't for her, I would have already married the prince. If it weren't for her, the prince would not have met such a tragic fate. That woman is undeniably a harbinger of disaster. Su Bai silently acknowledged her words. Indeed, she was not merely any Duo Luo Gugu, but rather, she was her rival. Though Xie Yun was bewildered, she quickly pieced together the situation in her mind and ventured to ask, the prince must have been remarkable. Indeed, it is well known among all that the second consort of the founding emperor bore 2 princes. Unfortunately, his elder brother, Meng Guer Tai, retained the title of prince, while he was stripped of it and even lost his Manchu surname. All of this is to blame on that wretched woman. If it weren't for her ensnaring the prince, how could he have met such a fate? Yang Qing's expression twisted into a grimace. Su Bo's mind swiftly began to race. Although Yang Qing's expressions during hypnosis were not particularly detailed, she had mentioned Mangertai and the title of Taizu, which allowed him to make some educated guesses. The prince who had subjected the Lama to a brutal fate was indeed the second consort of the Qing Taizu, Fucha. And it was likely that her involvement in this affair had displeased Taizu, leading to the prince's title being stripped away and his expulsion from the royal family. It could be said that this prince was also a victim in this tangled web, for there was no one in this matter who emerged unscathed. Xie Yun continued to gently coax. Such is the way of the world. You love the prince, yet he has fallen for that Dorjich. If their affections are mutual, you need not grieve. Yang Qing's face flushed with fury, her teeth clenched audibly, her demeanor growing somewhat fearsome. Xie Yun's back stiffened, wary of any unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, after a brief spell of agitation, Yang Qing gradually calmed down. That wretched woman. How could she forsake her position as a consort and disgrace herself with a Lama? She deserves to die? Su Bo's heart jolted. In Changbai Mountain, he had once heard Susu mention that the Lama had been brutally slain by the prince, who was infatuated with Dorjich, leading to her overwhelming grief and eventual suicide by poison. Now, it seemed that Yang Qing's words hinted at a deeper conspiracy surrounding Dorjich's demise. He leaned closer to Xie Yun, whispering a few words that she quickly understood. Following Yang Qing's lead, she remarked, such a reckless woman deserves a swift end. But I wonder how her death truly unfolded? A cup of poisoned tea could easily claim her life, Yang Qing replied with a hint of pride. She would never dream that I had slipped poison into her drink. Cui Ying furrowed her brow, recognizing the ruthlessness of the woman known as Wula Gargia Muching. No wonder. In the fierce contests of ancient harem politics, few emerged with their integrity intact. Though she too was a woman, she could not help but mutter. The heart of a woman can be the most venomous. At that moment, Yu Qing suddenly felt a chill pass through her. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Bai Moshuan subtly shake his head, prompting her to feign ignorance and continue listening to Yang Qing. Xie Yun, being forthright, asked, You killed Dorjich. Yet she had family. How could they not investigate you? She had already angered her family by rejecting her role as a consort and dishonoring them by consorting with a llama, being merely an adopted daughter. Her death allowed her family to claim she had repented and thus committed suicide, sparing them any need for deeper inquiry. Yang Qing's tone dipped once more. I had believed that with her death and the llama's demise, the prince and I could soar together. Yet, the prince vowed never to marry again after her passing. And before long, he met an untimely end. Those in his household spoke of hauntings, suspecting it was the spirit of that llama at work. Despite all my efforts, the prince still departed. Receiving a glance from Su Bai, Xie Yun inquired, what a pity. However, given the nature of their romance, it would have been conducted discreetly. How could it have been revealed? There are no secrets that remain hidden, Yang Qing replied with a laugh, embodying the fierce spirit of Wula Gargia mooching. Her tone turned sharp. The prince loved her so fiercely, yet she dared to engage in such deceit. If I allowed her to succeed, how could I ever face the prince? So, it was you who disseminated the news? Xie Yun nearly forgot her identity as a hypnotist. Wishing to give this woman a few slaps, did you also attend Duoluo Gige's funeral? After her demise, a group suddenly emerged, claiming to be her kin, demanding to take her back to Changbai Mountain for burial. Originally, she was not even qualified to rest in the ancestral tomb, but fortunately, her adoptive parents consented and sent a team to escort her. I mingled among them, eager to see how she would be laid to rest after death. I truly did not expect that her family had some means. They actually managed to create a tomb that looked quite decent. In conversation, I learned that it was the prince who, out of compassion, funded its construction. I loathed her immensely. In life, she caused the prince such suffering, and in death, she still compelled him to make such sacrifices. I genuinely felt for him, truly felt it was unfair. Why, oh why, would the prince not turn to look at me? Not see me, Wula Guergia mooching? What do I lack compared to that Duoluo? Recently, she has resurfaced once more. I must kill her. I absolutely must kill her. I cannot allow her to ruin my life any longer. That woman, I must eliminate her. Yang Qing grew agitated again, her voice becoming increasingly wretched. Sensing the situation was dire, Xie Yun discreetly signaled to those behind her that this session of hypnosis should conclude here. The consequences of prolonging it were unimaginable. Hypnosis generally comprises 5 stages: inquiry and clarification, induction, deepening, treatment, and the release of hypnosis. The success of hypnosis hinges on 2 conditions: the quality and skill of the hypnotist and the state of the subject. If the subject is highly suggestible and possesses a trusting attitude towards hypnosis, the process can proceed. Undoubtedly, the hypnosis was successful. However, it also provoked a reaction in Yang Qing's brain. Xie Yun ceased further questioning and entered the treatment phase. In truth, everything that transpired was merely a dream. Your name is Yang Qing, not Wula Guergia mooching. That is simply a character conjured in your imagination, appearing in a dream. Yang Qing repeated her name, experiencing an oddly unfamiliar sensation. Xie Yun continued to reinforce. Yes, your name is Yang Qing. You must remember this name. Your name is Yang Qing, Yang Qing. At last, Yang Qing calmed down, seemingly coming to terms with her identity. Xie Yun inquired, now, tell me your name. What is your name? Yang Qing murmured, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Xie Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, snapping her fingers. Everything had come to an end. Unbeknownst to her, there were also fine droplets of sweat on her own forehead, as she too had been in a state of extreme tension. Yang Qing took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and was surprised to see so many people in her home. Who are you? How did you get in here? This astonished Su Bai. You don't recognize us anymore? With past experiences in mind, Su Bai was no longer easily convinced by this woman. Hey, are you really unable to recognize us? Or are you merely putting on an act? With your acting skills, you could contend for a Golden Horse Award for Best Actress. Xie Yun's expression darkened. Seeing this, Su Bai felt it was best to leave the judgment to her. They had previously witnessed Xie Yun's capabilities, and she had her own methods. Yang Qing's current condition had indeed been seen before. Miss Yang, how do you feel now? My head is spinning, Yang Qing replied, struggling to stand while supporting herself against the sofa, her legs feeling weak and numb. Xie Yun assisted her, intuitively sensing the shift in her balance. She then patted Yang Qing on the shoulder, to which Yang Qing responded with heightened sensitivity. What is it? Nothing, Miss Yang. I am Dr. Xie Yun, a psychologist. You recently visited my clinic for treatment, Xie Yun said with a smile. Unfortunately, you seem to have no recollection of it now. Yang Qing's eyes reflected confusion. Me? I went to a psychological clinic? Xie Yun let out a deep breath, smiling as she added, I believe you will no longer need to return. Congratulations. Su Bai, perplexed by Xie Yun's swift conclusion, was about to inquire further when he felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck. Turning his head suspiciously, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a garment, startling him. What was that? Something good, Bai Mashwan sneered. It seems your Su is in trouble. This fox spirit always spoke in a cryptic manner. Su Bai retorted, Su can manage on her own. Young man, tell me, what just happened? I felt particularly attuned. Yu Qing glanced at the now-recovered Yang Qing. This life was separate from the last. Regardless of her past misdeeds, all was bygone. Sighing, he suggested, let us discuss this outside. As they departed, Yang Qing scanned the room, noticing the yellow talismans on the wall and the guanyin statue on the sofa. Her expression shifted. What is this? How did I end up with so many items in here? Dr. Xie, is she truly not acting? Su Bai inquired impatiently as they stepped outside. Not at all, Xie Yun replied. You must understand that a person's actions are invariably tied to their consciousness. Following the recent in-depth treatment, the patient would certainly experience physical exhaustion. While she could feign dizziness, the shift in her center of gravity as she stood was genuine. That cannot be pretended, at least not in my presence. Lastly, when I mentioned her visit to my clinic, her gaze was unflinching, devoid of guilt, coupled with her look of confusion. I deduced she was not lying. I cannot fathom why she has completely forgotten her past upon waking, but it is evident she has long identified as Guargiasi, even fabricating a false name that included the characters for Mu Qing. If one were to explain scientifically, it might suggest a form of dissociative identity disorder. However, your interpretations are beyond my concern. Dr. Xie truly exudes a certain coolness. After delivering this discourse, she turned to Bai Mashwan. Consultations outside the clinic also incur fees, Mashwan. This time, the bill is yours to collect. Thank you for your consideration. I must take my leave. Watching Xie Yun's retreating figure, Su Bai shrugged. Impressive. A contemporary woman of strength, indeed. I am thoroughly impressed. By the way, did that llama come by earlier? Chuaying asked. Su Bai remarked. The glances exchanged between you two have revealed that he has come, and they also indicate that I am in trouble. The presence of the legitimate boyfriend had emerged. Chuaying commented, you have now become the third party. With your intelligence quotient of 180, you surely must have deduced that the true duo Lugagu is none other than your own Gong Su. Su Bai sighed. He had indeed contemplated this. Upon hearing Yang Qing assert that she recognized Su at first glance and intended to eliminate her, it naturally led him to connect the events of the previous day. That woman, was she not Gong Su? The connections were so evident that little analysis was required to conclude that Gong Su was indeed duo Lugagu. In a certain sense, the past lives of Lama and Su could be viewed as intertwined. Yet, Su Bai stubbornly retorted, one matter should not be conflated with another. Su does not remember her past life. Otherwise, how could she have failed to mention it during our last encounter at Changbai Mountain? He continued, do not forget. It was she who informed us about duo Lugagu. Suddenly, Su Bai fell silent as a question flashed through his mind. How did Gong Su come to know the origins of those two tombs? His unease elicited a mocking smile from Bai Mashwan. What? Is logic only now beginning to take effect? I will return to inquire with her. Su Bai declared, hastily fleeing. Observing Su Bai's somewhat disheveled retreat, Chuaying felt a pang of sympathy. Everyone has their vulnerabilities. It seems that Gong Su is Su Bai's Achilles heel. Is this what they call fate? Bai Mashwan remarked, the Gong clan and Bai Lisong have both been on my mind. Chuaying furrowed her brows, finding Bai Mashwan's tone consistently ambiguous. At times, it was difficult to discern whether he was complimenting or criticizing. Such a temperament would typically hinder success in the entertainment industry. However, his unparalleled beauty compensated for any shortcomings in character. Bai Mashwan was a king, the sovereign of his own realm. Meanwhile, Su Bai, his thoughts in disarray, entered his home. The sight of the Taoist Xuanxu seated on the sofa finally helped him gather his scattered thoughts. Taoist, he greeted. Noticing the sweat on Su Bai's brow, Bai Ling chided. What season is it? Look at you, drenched in sweat, making a fool of the Taoist. Hurry and tidy yourself up. Where's Su? His mother inquired as soon as he stepped inside. Bai Ling's brow furrowed slightly. Do you not see anyone else? Not that, mother. Su Bai found himself at a loss for words. Please tell me where Su is first. I will explain everything else later. Chapter 137. 8 years old, how should I know? Bai Ling, despite her usual patience, was now aflame with irritation. She hurriedly left just now without informing me of her destination. I am not her legitimate mother-in-law and have no authority to pry. Su Bai squatted on the ground, cradling his head in his hands. Daoist Xuanqiu sighed. Every cause has its effect. Lamenting will not resolve the issue. Su Bai, remain calm and composed. Daoist, Su Bai rose. You are unaware. Su has encountered trouble. The Daoist master Xuanqiu had never encountered Gong Su. By the time he arrived, Su had already departed, and they had not crossed paths. Su Bai did not regard Master Xuanqiu as a stranger, for his very life was a gift from this man. He recounted in detail the intertwined fates of the Lama and Duoluo Gij, ultimately revealing that Gong Su was indeed the present incarnation of Duoluo Gij. Master Xuanqiu and Bai Ling exchanged glances, and Bai Ling remarked, "This child Su has unexpectedly found herself entangled in such matters. Are you now concerned that the Lama may trouble her? What troubles me is whether Su remembers her past as Duoluo Gij. Is she now Gong Su, or still Duoluo Gij?" Su Bai's face flushed crimson, causing Bai Ling great distress. She had believed Su Bai's actions toward Gong Su were merely driven by a secret infatuation, and thus she paid little heed. After all, men often pursue what eludes them. However, it was now evident that her son was in too deep. Every movement of Gong Su rendered him utterly disoriented. As a mother, she disliked this state of affairs. Bai Ling turned to Su Bai, inquiring, "Where's your necklace? Wasn't it here?" Su Bai reached for his neck, realizing that what hung there was a blood amber, not a Bodhi bead necklace. Coming to his senses, he offered a sheepish smile. "Well, the weather has turned chilly," so Bai Ling exchanged a knowing glance with Master Xuanqiu, their expressions shifting dramatically. Bai Ling leaned forward and yanked the necklace from his neck, scrutinizing it closely. Master Xuanqiu's excitement caused his body to tremble. "This is hers. Where did you acquire this?" Bai Ling clutched the blood amber tightly, demanding, "Speak quickly." The sudden transformation of his mother left Su Bai bewildered. He could not fathom the significance of the blood amber. "This was a gift from Su," he replied. Bai Ling held the blood amber up to the light once more and said, "Su Bai, let me tell you. There is something very amiss with Gong Su. How could your grandmother's possession end up in her hands?" Su Bai had always regarded the blood amber as a token of affection from Gong Su, and Bai Ling's words struck him like a thunderbolt. Everything circled back to his grandmother. Master Xuanqiu interjected, "Your mother recognizes this blood amber. I remember it well. When I and your grandfather were both pursuing your mother. On her 18th birthday, your grandfather presented her with this very piece, winning her favor." Su Bai was taken aback, realizing the scandalous truth. Master Xuanqiu had once courted his grandmother and was his grandfather's rival. The complexities of Gong Su's past and present remained unclear. Yet the fact that his grandmother's possession had found its way into her hands left Su Bai speechless. Despite his stubbornness, he acknowledged his mother's words held merit. Su was indeed shrouded in mystery. Whether this was good or ill, he could not ascertain. He merely hoped for her swift return, that all would be revealed, and that Gong Su would emerge untainted. As Gong Su pushed open the door, she immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the room was amiss. With her signature smile adorning her face, she asked, "Are there guests?" Su Bai rose, clutching the blood amber, hesitating for a long moment before finally speaking. "Su, I wish to ask you something." At his words, Bai Ling nearly stumbled, for his tone resembled not that of an inquiry, but rather a plea. Such a thing was unheard of. Bai Ling, impatient by nature, took matters into her own hands. "Su, from whom did you receive this blood amber?" Upon her utterance, she directly asserted that this blood amber did not belong to her, Gong Su. Taken aback, Gong Su swiftly diverted the conversation, inquiring, "Is there a problem?" "Su, you have stayed at our home twice. Though I find your origins somewhat dubious, I have never regarded you as an outsider." Bai Ling's eyes flickered with a hint of anger. "Yet, the appearance of my mother's blood amber in your possession seems rather coincidental, does it not?" Su Bai was momentarily stunned. "Su, did you not claim that this blood amber is a relic of your mother?" Bai Ling, upon hearing this, adopted a more severe tone. "Are you lying? Why do you lie?" A trace of sorrow swept across Gong Su's face, and upon witnessing this, Su Bai's heart softened. He pitifully tugged at Bai Ling's garment. "Mother, please take it slow. Your grandmother has been missing for 21 years. She did not even witness my marriage. Her fate remains uncertain. How can you expect me to take it slow?" Bai Ling snatched the blood amber from Su Bai's hand. "This blood amber, while appearing translucent. Conceals secrets. When viewed under the light, your grandmother's name will emerge within. Bai Ling held the blood amber to the light, and Su Bai leaned in to see. Indeed, the characters Bai Hong flickered within. This serves as the finest evidence that this blood amber is not yours. Bai Ling's tone grew increasingly severe. Gong Susu, if you do not clarify matters today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The sight of her mother's wrath was truly fearsome, and Su Bai turned to look at Gong Susu, who stood pale, the revelation of the secrets within the blood amber profoundly affecting her. With a sigh, she dared not raise her gaze to meet Su Bai's, instead fixating on her own feet. Her demeanor only heightened Bai Ling's anxiety. This matter cannot be resolved by merely playing the role of a delicate maiden. Indeed, this blood amber is not mine, Gong Susu confessed. When I was 8 years old, I once encountered Su Bai's grandmother. Bai Ling exhaled deeply, and the enigmatic elder swallowed hard. Based on the timeline, since Gong Susu and Su Bai were of the same age, she had appeared 9 years after the disappearance, which was sufficient to indicate that she was not dead. Bai Ling covered her face with her hands. She is not dead. Su Bai, in a daze, remarked, but how do you know she is my grandmother? True to her 180 IQ, she had not overlooked the critical point at this pivotal moment. Bai Ling lifted her head. Indeed, even if 8-year-old Gong Susu fortuitously encountered a middle-aged woman, how could she know she was Su Bai's grandmother? The logic here seems flawed. Gong Susu responded, in Changbai Mountain. I have already explained to Su Bai that our clan belongs to the Gong lineage, one branch of which bears a special mission, residing underground. I was born and raised in the depths, and prior to my 8th year, I had never seen sunlight. No wonder her complexion bore a pallid hue, indicative of poor health. Balan stood transfixed, exchanging a glance with the Taoist Xuanqiu. Gong Susu smiled and recounted, when I was 8 years old, it was the first time I encountered sunlight. I was raised in the depths of the earth, seldom venturing outside. Our clan selects an individual every 20 years to absorb new knowledge and return to instruct the others. However, I could not wait. I was uncertain if I would be the fortunate one. So, at the age of 8, I clandestinely slipped away. Having never seen the sun, I was overwhelmed and fainted in the mountains. The person who rescued me was a strikingly graceful woman. She treated me kindly, inquiring about my name. Being so young, I divulged everything. I still remember her laughter, teasing me that someone would surely sell me if I continued to wander like this. Balan relaxed his clenched fists. His mother had spoken to him in a similar tone. His vigilance towards Gong Susu eased. A hint of sorrow glimmered in her eyes as she continued. I was merely 8, yet I admired her. In her gaze, I was not a child. She confided in me as though I were an adult. I recall that moonlit night vividly. She told me about her family, her daughter, and her grandson, who might believe her to be long deceased. How could someone so young and beautiful have a grandson? She mentioned her grandson, Su Bai, who was of the same age as I. That was the first time I heard that name. Su Bai felt an unusual sensation stir within him. He had always believed that his connection with Gong Susu began at the age of 16, yet for her, it all started in that fateful year of 8. His earlier eagerness dissipated. The image of 8-year-old Gong Susu and the grandmother who longed for her and her mother under the moonlight filled him with warmth. His grandmother had returned. She knew of his birth and his name, yet why did she not reveal herself to him? Chapter 138. The End of Fate. 1. I envied that child named Su Bai immensely. We were both 8, yet he could roam freely under the sun, while I scurried like a mouse in the shadows of the earth. He basked in the sunlight, unafraid of its rays, while I had to cautiously embrace it. Gong Susu's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness as she confessed, I envied him, and thus, his name became etched in my heart. I never imagined that one day I would meet this child named Su Bai. Su Bai felt a pang of emotion. Gong Susu would forever carry this delicate demeanor. Delving deeper revealed her unfortunate origins. Balan regained his composure. How long did you spend together? 1 month. Gong Susu remarked. She instructed me to call her grandmother, yet I have never uttered the word. The reason lies in her appearance. She seems to be merely in her 40s, which renders it difficult for me to speak it. Having stealthily ventured out, my kin ultimately discovered my whereabouts, forcing me to part ways with her. Before my departure, she gifted me this, containing secrets she personally divulged. She once expressed a desire to place this blood amber into her grandson's hands. She had believed that there would be a future opportunity, yet that chance may never come again. She insisted on regarding me as her grandson. Thus, this piece of blood amber has already found its way into her grandson's possession. The notion that she thought there would be a future opportunity, yet it might never materialize, caused a tremor in Bai Ling's heart. Are you certain she spoke of never having another chance? Indeed, Gong Susu affirmed. Though I am but 8 years old, her presence in my life is indelible. Were it not for her, I would not have striven so fiercely, ultimately becoming one of the few from our generation capable of engaging with the outside world. The implications of her words troubled me. It seemed she was aware of her fate. Su Bai felt a tumult of emotions, oscillating between joy and shock, now teetering on the brink of sorrow. The Taoist Xuanxu stated, "This situation indeed resembles your mother's actions. Yet what calamity befell her that led her to believe she would never return? My dear girl, where did you encounter her?" "At Jilong Mountain," Gong Susu replied. Xuanxu gasped. "Jilong Mountain, located in southern Sichuan? How did she come to be there?" At this moment, Gong Susu continued, "Every word I utter is the truth. I am aware of my peculiar origins. You might deem me unreliable. Yet I am destined to belong to the Gong clan. This is my fate, one I cannot reject. She transformed my life, thereby affording me the opportunity to meet Su Bai and transfer to that high school." Upon hearing the name Su Bai, I felt that all of this was preordained. Su Bai was not pleased. If that were the case, did it not imply that her initial attention towards herself was merely a favor bestowed by her grandmother? What then was her own attitude towards herself? He stammered, "So, when did you realize that I am the Su Bai she mentioned, amidst the multitude of people bearing the same name?" "Recently," Gong Susu answered. "After meeting your mother and realizing her surname is Bai, I was certain you are the grandson she referred to." Su Bai's countenance fell into despair. "No wonder you bestowed the blood amber upon me. It was not a token of affection." He felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Joy that the amber was a legacy from his grandmother, yet sorrow that he had entirely misinterpreted its significance. Bai Ling sighed in relief. "Susu, I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. It matters not. Individuals like me are often misunderstood. I appear so peculiar that it is no surprise." "It seems I do not belong here," Gong Susu said with a melancholic smile. "In truth, I have brought you considerable trouble. Why does your clan dwell beneath the earth?" Belan looked at Gong Susu with a troubled expression and waved her hand dismissively. "Very well, if you are in distress and unwilling to speak, then so be it." Sighing, Xuanxu understood the reason for Belan's lamentation. The discovery of her whereabouts should have been a joyous occasion, yet the words conveyed by this girl stirred a sense of unease. What troubles had she encountered that made her prophesy her inability to return? Suddenly, Xuanxu stood up. "Belan, I believe I must make a journey to Jilong Mountain. Though many years have passed, and hope may be scarce, I must try." "Taoist, I shall accompany you," Belan exclaimed, but the Taoist shook his head. "No, you should remain here. If she is still alive, she may return seeking you. I shall go ahead." In a swift motion, Taoist Xuanxu vanished through the door. Su Bai had not anticipated that his quest to inquire about Susu would unexpectedly lead to the revelation of his grandmother's whereabouts. His mind was in disarray, no? Not just a little, but profoundly tangled. Belan, fully aware of her son's inner turmoil, patted her shoulder gently. "I have matters to attend to. I shall step out for a while and pick up your father from work. You two should have a good conversation." Gong Susu approached Su Bai's side. "I apologize. I should have revealed this sooner." "It is not your fault," Su Bai replied, "but you sent me the blood amber, leading me to a moment of misguided joy." Susu's eyes sparkled as she intertwined her hands, taking a long moment before speaking. "Actually, I once gifted you something. Is it that painting?" Su Bai's eyes brightened instantly. "I'm sorry, I do not possess anything of great value to offer you," Gong Susu continued. "You took such good care of me back then, and I wanted to express my gratitude, which is why I painted that picture." Su Bai's heart, which had just soared, fell back down. "The painting is quite beautiful. When I saw it, I immediately felt it was me." "Indeed, your name is inscribed upon it," Gong Susu replied. Instantly, Su Bai's face flushed crimson, and he scratched his head. "Oh, yes, my name is written there. Haha." Putting aside his fluttering thoughts to focus on the matter at hand, Su Bai asked, "By the way, Susu, did you encounter anything strange on your way back?" "Strange?" Gong Susu shrank her neck slightly. "Nothing unusual. Just that the weather feels a bit chilly today." Su Bai was taken aback and quickly glanced around. Fortunately, there were no ominous presences. He breathed a sigh of relief. Without Yuqing present, he felt truly unsettled. Looking at Gong Susu, he inquired, "Susu, How did you come to know the story of Duoluo Gij? It has been passed down through generations in our clan, Gong Susu explained. Duoluo Gij's real name is Gong Zhiruo. Back then, shortly after the Qing people breached the pass, our clan had no established customs, and we were strictly forbidden from appearing above ground. Our sustenance was entirely sourced from beneath the earth, self-sufficient. At the age of 12, Gong Zhiruo ventured out, driven by curiosity, much like myself, but later, a tragic event occurred, and her tale has been recounted through the ages, serving as a cautionary lesson for us. Each year, we are also required to pay homage to her. Su Bai sighed in relief. Thankfully, Susu did not recall any past lives involving a certain llama. Then why did you return so suddenly? The clan leader said that you have broken the curse, and the llama's spirit is in disarray, worrying that he may wreak havoc outside. Thus, I was summoned back to tidy up the aftermath. Gong Susu lowered her head and said, as a punishment for letting you go. Su Bai inquired, can you deal with that llama? No, she replied. Our greatest strength lies in our ability to operate in darkness as if it were daylight, and in communicating with our guardian spirits. We excel in defense rather than offense. But such strengths are of no use against ghosts. Thus, the clan leader's intention was to have you resolve this matter. Gong Susu remarked, the moment he spoke. I understood his purpose. Su Bai chuckled, your clan leader is quite astute. He has tasked you with being the intermediary. However, even without his suggestion, we would have resolved this predicament ourselves, as it is a consequence of our own actions. Yet, there is something you may not have considered. He revealed to her that Susu was the reincarnation of Duo Rog. Initially skeptical, Gong Susu recalled Yang Qing's frenzied demeanor upon seeing her, which sent a chill through her. Observing her expression, Su Bai anxiously confirmed, you don't remember, do you? How could I possibly remember? Gong Susu suddenly realized, nearly biting her silver teeth in frustration. You suspect that I deceived you in Changbai Mountain, don't you? No wonder you asked me how I knew about Duo Rog's past. Su Bai felt panicked. No? I just thought of it suddenly. I wondered, what if you do remember your past life? Are you Gong Susu or Gong Zhiruo? If you were Zhiruo, then the llama's visit would bring you joy, wouldn't it? Gong Susu retorted, why did I never notice how many schemes you harbor? I only know that I am Gong Susu now. Duo Rog is merely my ancestor. How could I possibly confuse myself with her? Su Bai laughed heartily. It's good that you don't remember, it's good. Suddenly, he recalled that he needed to summon Yu Qing quickly, lest the llama arrive unexpectedly. Just as he placed the call, a familiar ringtone echoed, as if summoned by his thoughts. Yu Qing and Chueying soon arrived, ringing the doorbell. Upon entering, Chueying laughed. Did you see how well I planned? I knew you would call us over. After hanging up, Yu Qing first gauged Su Bai's expression before saying, it seems the outcome is favorable. Su Bai exclaimed, young man, Susu truly does not remember her past life. She doesn't remember, huh? Chueying shook her head. This is hopeless. You, a genius, could at least display some composure. I am simply elated. You both arrived just in time. If that llama were to attack, I would be at a loss for how to respond. By the way, you should draw several Xinjiang talismans for Susu, quickly. Su Bai extended his hand. But Chueying shot him a fierce glare. Xinjiang talismans must be drawn with blood from the tongue. Drawing more is easy for you to say. After all, you are the Xinjiang body. Your blood is even more effective. Yu Qing, teach Su Bai how to draw a few Xinjiang talismans. Chueying found it rather peculiar that today, Gong Susu appeared less sullen than usual. Typically, she wore a frown reminiscent of the tragic Lin Daiyu, but today, her demeanor was significantly more pleasing. Unbeknownst to Chueying, Gong Susu was burdened with a plethora of thoughts, having finally expressed a portion of her inner turmoil, which inevitably lightened her spirit. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart, and this was precisely the case. With Yu Qing present to lend support, Su Bai felt considerably reassured. Suddenly, Yu Qing's ears perked up. He heard a distant, resonant chime that was unlike any he had encountered before. The sound was profound and heavy, devoid of the usual clarity associated with bells. Yu Qing remarked, he has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than another figure materialized in the living room. He was gaunt, clad in a flowing red llama robe that seemed somewhat vacant. His features were relatively handsome, but it was his eyes that captivated the most. Upon his arrival, he fixated on Gong Susu, and the intensity of his gaze caused Chueying to feel a pang of sympathy for him. Is it him? She thought. It's evident you are a novelist. Given your attire. Su Bai glanced at the floor and murmured, he casts no shadow. Gong Susu was mentally prepared. Upon seeing the llama, She recognized him without a hint of fear. Instead, she strode purposefully towards him. Su Bai attempted to intervene, but was a beat too late to stop her. Gong Susu approached the Lama, bowed respectfully, and spoke softly. I am Gong Susu. Zhiruo, the Lama suddenly smiled. You have indeed reincarnated. Although Yu Qing had initially been on high alert, witnessing the Lama's calm demeanor prompted him to adopt a more observational stance, refraining from immediate action. Upon hearing the Lama call her by the name Zhiruo, Gong Susu shook her head, saying, I have no recollection of my past life. In this life, I am Gong Susu. Gong Zhiruo is my ancestor. The Lama's expression shifted slightly. I did not expect your reincarnation to be inescapably tied to your fate. Still a member of the Gong clan. Inescapable, thus I accept it with equanimity. Gong Susu's gaze was resolute. Just as with life and death, the Lama suddenly lowered his head, murmuring to himself. Reincarnation was a concept he should have comprehended well, yet Gong Susu's words plunged him into contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he looked up, fixing his gaze on Gong Susu's eyes. I have unraveled the truth. Our destinies are entwined by the Gargia clan. However, I indeed took the life of that prince. Puzzled, Yu Qing remarked, how has the Lama's malevolence vanished so swiftly, as if clarity has returned? Su Bai observed Gong Susu, who usually appeared so fragile, now emanating a newfound strength, unperturbed in the presence of the Lama. Moreover, it was evident that she could perceive him. Remembering that Susu had mentioned her ability to communicate with her guardian spirit, Su Bai felt a sense of relief. This day marks our reunion, as well as our final encounter. The Lama closed his eyes, stating, when will the cycle of vengeance cease? I depart. As he opened his eyes to glance at Gong Susu, his form gradually became transparent until he completely vanished. Su Bai, bewildered, scratched his head. What just transpired? Did I bleed for naught? Moments ago, he had inflicted several cuts upon himself, drawing forth blood to create a handful of Zhenyang talismans, while blood had indeed flowed. The talismans had proven ineffective. Cui Ying yearned to smile but restrained herself, saying, it's nothing. These 10 or so charms can still be utilized in the future. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. However, what has caused this Lama to suddenly find peace? Yu Qing recalled the events that transpired with Yang Qing. During the hypnosis, the Lama had arrived quietly, comprehending the intricate connections of past and present. Guoerjia Muqing had revealed long-buried truths, her emotions collapsing in waves. The Lama, a practitioner of the esoteric teachings, understood the profound essence of reincarnation, wherein everything resets, beginning anew. Yet, Yang Qing had been unable to fulfill her desires. Burdened by the sins of her previous life, suffering inexplicably, the Lama seemed to be moved by the circumstances, suddenly finding clarity. Cui Ying was astonished by Gong Susu's composure. She had never imagined that the usually delicate Gong Susu could remain so serene. Su Bai observed the Lama's disappearance, feeling an indescribable sentiment. Yu Qing, however, felt relieved. Who would have thought he could reach such enlightenment on his own? It's a fortunate conclusion. Yang Qing has returned to normal now. Su Bai, you can also ease your heart. Recalling matters concerning his grandmother, Su Bai sighed. My heart has now risen to my throat once more. Cui Ying, noticing Gong Susu, thought of the lacquerware and inquired, Susu, what is the origin of the tubular object inside the lacquerware on Duoluo Gige's coffin? That was crafted by me, Gong Susu replied. Years ago, a group frequently traversed Changbai Mountain. The clan leader, concerned about the tomb being desecrated, intended to install mechanisms within it. And I conceived the idea of utilizing sound. Su Bai's eyes gleamed with admiration, while Cui Ying feigned exasperation, playfully striking the back of Su Bai's head. Gong Susu smiled gently as she continued, the principle is rather simple, employing the concept of a record. Utilizing wind as a medium to create sounds imperceptible to the human ear, thus influencing the central nervous system to induce hallucinations in tomb raiders. The principle indeed aligned with Su Bai's conjectures, and he declared with pride, I was correct in my assumptions. The craftsmanship resembles that of a modern artisan. Susu, you truly are remarkable. You could deduce it, you could create it as well. I am not that impressive. Gong Susu felt that Su Bai's flattery was excessive and lowered her head. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, with the matter of the Lama resolved. I should return. Su Bai's smile faltered. Are you leaving again? His disappointment was palpable, causing Yu Qing and Cui Ying to avert their eyes. Gong Susu glanced at them, feeling a twinge of sadness. Clenching her fists, she stated, our family bears a natural mission. There are matters I must tend to upon my return. Su Bai, I apologize. The blood amber should have been entrusted to you sooner. Su Bai felt a lump form in his throat, drawing in several deep breaths to stifle his tears. Reluctance washed over him. It was always this way. Gong Su opened her mouth. Su Bai. Actually, chapter 140. Corpse malice. Su Bai perked up, anticipating the most awaited words. Yet as Gong Su began, she suddenly clenched her fist, swallowing the words back. With a composed gaze, she calmly declared, "We will meet again in the future. I must go gather my things." Chueying gazed at Su Bai, who sat curled up like a homeless stray cat. This was truly a tragic entanglement, and her heart ached for him. She offered some solace. In truth, there are flowers blooming everywhere. Why must one fixate on a single bloom? Su's identity is particularly unique, and she likely cannot linger here for long. What difference does it make if you two are together? It is not much better than being worlds apart. Yuqing cleared his throat, thinking how blunt her words were. The phrase worlds apart typically described the living and the dead. The thought of the impending separation left Su Bai feeling stifled. Unbeknownst to him, inside the room, Gong Su had already shed tears. To offer him hope only to have it dashed seemed unnecessarily tormenting. Desiring to escape the situation, Su Bai decided to return with Yuqing to the antique shop. Upon hearing their footsteps and the door closing, Gong Su sighed and entered her study. She picked up a pen and paper, writing a note and pressing it under the pen holder. Her gaze fell upon a book on the shelf, marked conspicuously with a Su Bai-style label and a small doodle of her own. Compelled by some unseen force, she took it down, causing a piece of paper to flutter out and land on the floor. She picked it up, and, upon glancing at it, the tears she had just managed to suppress welled up again. The neatly written white paper bore her sketch from years past, inscribed with Su Bai's name. It turned out he had kept it all along. Her nose tinged with bitterness, Gong Su's tears fell onto the drawing, spreading rapidly across the paper. She covered her mouth and nose, the clan leader's words echoing in her mind, a refrain that warned of dire consequences for any further reckless actions. Realizing this, her hand trembled as she returned the drawing to its place and resolutely exited the study. Bai Ling and Su Dahong had not yet returned, and the warmth of home felt profoundly comforting. Her bond with this family ran deep, yet no warmth could ever be truly hers. With a simple bag in hand, she pushed the door open and left. Meanwhile, Su Bai and the others made their way back to the antique shop. Not long after they departed, Yuqing spotted a familiar figure, Vincent. He still wore those heavy glasses, hurrying along without noticing the three of them. Just as Yuqing was about to call out to him, he noticed a refined woman waiting at the corner, and he let out a sigh of relief. Vincent joined her, and their mutual joy was palpable. Chueying remarked, "He has ventured out and appears quite well. I wonder how Naihe is faring." Naihe. Yuqing's body stiffened. Since Yao Guang and Qing Lian had left, Naihe had vanished without a trace. She was intended to be a new woman of the era. Yet an unforeseen incident had ensnared her in an illicit affair, forsaking her former love for Yao Guang. Now, with Yao Guang liberated and gone, Naihe must be grappling with a multitude of emotions. Yuqing recalled the previous lifeless body, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Growing increasingly anxious, he urged Su Bai and Chueying to return and seek news from Tang Sancheng. The intuition of the Maoshan sorcerer is remarkably precise. As Yuqing inquired about the whereabouts of Naihe, Tang Sancheng meaningfully posed the question, "Are you aware of what a corpse's malevolence is? When a corpse in the grave comes into contact with yang energy, it may rise, somewhat akin to a false resurrection. When entering a grave, one must refrain from touching an uncorrupted corpse. Any contact could potentially evoke malevolence, bringing trouble upon oneself." After Yuqing finished speaking, he added, "These teachings are from Master Lazy. It should be the other way around," Tang Sancheng remarked. "However, the situation surrounding the corpse that attacked you last time was different. You mentioned that its chest was swollen, clearly indicating a presence of vital energy within. Yet, some of it was not life force, but rather a lingering resentment, a ghost's malice. Boss Tang, what have you discovered in recent days?" Su Bai's curiosity was palpable, eagerly wishing for Tang Sancheng to divulge information succinctly. "It was not me, but Mo Xian," Tang Sancheng clarified. "After you were unexpectedly attacked by the corpse, I instructed him to investigate. Being of the Fox clan, his senses are exceptionally acute. Following the last trace left by that corpse, he found another one and confirmed that it was indeed a recently deceased body that had not yet become a zombie. However, it was not meant to become one. It was the resentment that catalyzed the malevolence, and the owner of that resentment is someone you are quite familiar with, Nai He. Yu Qing had already contemplated this possibility. Although Nai He had met a tragic demise, her feelings for Yao Guang had not rendered her a vengeful spirit. The current circumstances, however, were entirely different. Nai He's profound emotions had turned into resentment, and if she were to possess the body of the recently deceased, it all fell into place. This resentment would inevitably be directed at them, as they ultimately facilitated the union of Yao Guang and Qing Lian. It was only natural for them to encounter such an assault. After all, every cause begets an effect, and everything unfolds as it should. Tang Sancheng was greatly pleased by Yu Qing's insight, feeling envious of Su Bai for having such a gifted son. This character, once a narcissist, was now quite astute. Indeed, it is her. Her resentment has unsettled those who were peacefully laid to rest. What a pity, what a pity. Where is she now? Shui Ying inquired. The last time the corpse was vanquished by Su Bai, she managed to escape, Tang Sancheng replied. If only we could rid her of her resentment. It would be one thing. If not, I fear. He made a gesture across his throat, and Shui Ying sighed. It is truly a shame. Tang Sancheng's phone rang, and upon seeing the address, he read it aloud and waved his hand. You may go. As usual. Yu Qing slung his small backpack over his shoulder, a veritable treasure trove containing whatever he might need. Once, Su Bai had even spotted a wooden bowl inside. But Yu Qing refused to explain its purpose, playfully teasing Su Bai. After all, different fields can feel like distant mountains. As night fell, the trio arrived at a desolate graveyard. The night was deep, and the wind was cool. Each step they took crunched the brittle branches beneath their feet, the sound startling in the stillness of the night. Surprisingly, the graveyard was unusually quiet. Typically, such places were teeming with restless spirits, a veritable Lang of the spectral. Peaceful. Indeed, it was remarkably serene. Su Bai stretched lazily, expressing relief at not having to confront entrails and viscera. Yu Qing remained silent, his gaze fixated on a particular grave mound, its soil freshly laid, with ashes from burnt paper offerings still visible. With swiftness, he drew forth a blood-glint blade, encircling the mound and arranging a thunderpool formation. Observing his actions, Su Bai gasped as Nai He inside. Yet, Yu Qing offered no reply. He retrieved a wooden bowl from his backpack, igniting 2 talismans, the ashes fortuitously falling into the bowl. He then produced a flask, the potent aroma of liquor wafting forth as he poured it into the bowl, stirring it lightly before sprinkling the mixture around the grave while reciting incantations. Yuan Shi and Zhen, proclaimed to all spirits. Yu Du Zhenguan, land spirit deity. Suddenly, a plume of white smoke erupted from the grave, swirling and expanding, only to retract sharply at the edge of the thunderpool formation. The smoke coalesced once more, gradually revealing none other than Nai He herself. Yu Qing surmised that beneath this new grave lay a robust man, and for days, she had been infiltrating fresh corpses to manipulate the corpse's malevolence against them. According to Boss Tang, Bai Mo Xian had been closely trailing her. Hence she dared not act beyond the first corpse for now. It seemed she was in the midst of her endeavor when the thunderpool formation disrupted her unstable form, causing her to flicker like static on a television screen. Trapped, her voice wailed mournfully. How I despise not having killed you last time. Please, remain calm. Su Bai urged, stepping forward but quickly retreating upon witnessing Nai He's terrifying visage. Devoid of true magical prowess, she relied solely on her resentment. Within the confines of the thunderpool formation, the more she struggled to escape, the more her form flickered. Yu Qing, remembering his past connection with Vincent, hesitated to let Nai He dissipate into nothingness. Nai He, teacher one was gravely wounded by you. Yet yesterday I saw he has let go of the past and begun anew, even finding a new girlfriend. And you? From beginning to end, you were aware that the one Yao Guang loved was not you. You have been obstinate, even to the point of harming your beloved in life. If you truly love Yao Guang, witnessing his liberation should bring you joy. Have you forgotten your own words? For him, I would do anything, even if he does not appreciate it. It is merely what I wish to do, unrelated to him. He has never regarded me. The words exchanged could be counted on 10 fingers. Yet what of it? I have willingly accepted it. Nai He's earlier declarations echoed in the air, prompting Shui Ying to interject. If you claim it is your willing sacrifice, seeking no reward, what do you call this? Wounding the one who loves you, and now inflicting harm upon yourself? You have invaded fresh corpses with your resentment, preventing the deceased from finding peace. This is a transgression, and you will inevitably fade into ashes. Yu Qing spoke solemnly. It is not too late to withdraw. I can cleanse your malice, and perhaps you may still have a chance at reincarnation. Su Bai was taken aback. Was the youth deceiving him? He recalled that Yu Qing had mentioned that the time for reincarnation was finite. If missed, it was forever lost. However, Yu Qing cast him a meaningful glance. Alas, the young man had learned the art of manipulation. He was already wavering, and Cui Ying, being a woman, understood a woman's heart best. I truly sympathize with you. The one you love has already found companionship with another, and though reincarnation may elude you, they remain together in a different form for eternity. As for the one who once loved you, he now has a new partner by his side. Yet you find yourself on a path leading to your own destruction. Why must it be so? Even as a ghost, one should live for oneself. This is a truth you must grasp. Su Bai silently gave a thumbs up. His sister was indeed skilled in psychological warfare, striking at the very heart of Naihe's turmoil. Naihe stood there, lost in thought, when Yu Qing urged, Naihe, this is your final opportunity. Naihe's expression was one of profound anguish. Ghosts do not shed tears, yet Cui Ying sensed the sorrow that enveloped her. Naihe finally closed her eyes, dark mist swirling above her head. Upon witnessing this, Yu Qing retrieved a yellow talisman from her bag. Holding it between her hands as she chanted, chronic ailments can heal themselves, burdens of dust can be alleviated, the netherworld shall provide aid, thus ascend to immortality. The talisman ignited, flames rising without singeing Yu Qing's fingertips, reaching skyward as ashes drifted from her hands, the dark mist trailing behind before vanishing entirely. Looking at Naihe, her form steadied, yet she remained trapped within the confines of the Thunder Pool formation. Yu Qing stepped forward to collect the bloodlight blade. Sensing no lingering resentment from Naihe, she smiled serenely, nodding slightly to the onlookers before gradually disappearing, leaving one to ponder her fate. Cui Ying remarked, in the past, when I witnessed unresolved love between humans and ghosts, I often wondered if ghosts possessed emotions akin to ours. It was only during the head's 7th day when I encountered my grandfather that I realized ghosts too have their attachments, existing in a spiritual form. Yet their emotions are no different from those of the living. Su Bai touched the blood amber around his neck. Its significance had grown more profound. Seeing Su Bai lost in thought, the other two could easily surmise his feelings. He truly missed her and longed to return home. Cui Ying suggested, let us go back and check on her. Very well. Su Bai regretted having left Gong Susu alone at home. After hearing Cui Ying's words, he hurriedly rushed out to find a vehicle. Cui Ying shrugged. I can't tell if he is pitiable or endearing. More pitiable, I suppose, Yu Qing replied. However, there is something peculiar about Gong Susu's countenance. What do you mean? Cui Ying exclaimed in surprise. I am unable to discern Su Bai's features due to my limited skills, which are hindered by his unique circumstances. Yet regarding Gong Susu, her forehead is clear and bright, unlike one with poor fortune. However, I did notice something unusual about her palm lines. Yu Qing took a deep breath. The lines on her right hand are entirely different from those of an ordinary person. Typically, one's palm reveals 3 prominent lines: the love line, the life line, and the career line, also known as the wisdom line. Cui Ying glanced at her own palm lines, aware of these fundamental concepts. What about Gong Susu's? She has only 2 lines. The life line has vanished. Yu Qing stated. Indeed, palmistry can reveal extraordinary phenomena. For instance, the term broken palm refers to the intersection of the wisdom line and the love line, forming an unbroken line that traverses from one edge of the palm to the other, signifying a true broken palm where the love line and wisdom line merge into one. I have indeed heard my grandfather mention this. A man with a broken palm possesses the ability to create wealth, while a woman with a broken palm is destined to be raised by others. This saying implies that a man's broken palm signifies a capacity for generating immense value, whereas for a woman, it suggests a frail connection with her parents, indicating that she is to be adopted by others from a young age. A woman with a broken palm suggests a hard fate, one that brings misfortune to her parents, husband, and children. It is rather striking that the same condition bears such disparate implications for men and women. Cui Ying could not help but express her discontent, exclaiming, is there truly a bias favoring males in this notion of broken palms? Typically, Cui Ying exudes a bold and candid demeanor, but her current display of vulnerability is a rare sight. Yu Qing, captivated by her appearance, impulsively pinched Cui Ying's cheek, only to feel a sudden wave of shyness wash over him, leading him to clear his throat and mutter, "No, there's just a bit of dirt on your face." Cui Ying, half believing and half skeptical, touched her face and remarked, "It must be from the ashes of the talismans you burned earlier. Hey, let us not change the subject. What's wrong with Gong Susu's palm print?" The occurrence of a broken palm is indeed quite exceptional, yet it is not entirely extinct. One might say it has merged into a singular form. Palm lines may vary in thickness and significance, and their patterns can change, generally due to alterations in internal organs, often resulting from illness. In such circumstances, changes in palm lines can manifest within as little as 8 days or extend beyond 3 months. Cui Ying grasped the concept, yet, no matter how much they change, they cannot completely vanish without a trace. Indeed, Yu Qing affirmed, however, what troubles me is that Gong Susu's lifeline has entirely disappeared. This point weighs heavily on my mind. But as you know, Su Bai harbors deep feelings for Gong Susu, so I have no intention of disclosing this to her, lest it frightens her unduly. That's true, Cui Ying shrugged. It's almost as if she's under a spell. At that moment, neither of them was aware of the intricate ties between Gong Susu and Su Bai's family. When they eventually learned of it, they could only be left astounded. Meanwhile, Su Bai, having departed swiftly, returned home to find Bai Ling standing in front of Gong Susu's room in a daze. "Mom, where is Susu?" In the past, Bai Ling would have slapped him in annoyance, but now he could only manage a bitter smile and reply, "She has left, leaving only this." The note contained only a few brief sentences, expressing gratitude to Bai Ling and Su Dahong for their care, yet it mentioned Su Bai not at all. Su Bai felt a pang of disappointment, realizing she had departed so quickly. If she intended to leave, so be it. Yet, why omit a mention of him in her note? Bai Ling observed, "Susu gives me the impression that she harbors significant burdens within her heart, influencing her every action and word. This weight must be something troublesome, as it causes a girl of your age to consistently furrow her brow." Initially, I misunderstood Susu, for she remained silent about her origins. Now that I know a bit more, I empathize with her plight. At such a young age, she bears so many responsibilities and obligations. Son, my intention in sharing this with you is not merely to critique Susu, but to convey that loving a girl like her is bound to be fraught with challenges. If you wish to let go, now is still the time. Su Bai lowered his head, and after a long pause, finally asked, "Mom, you have never shared with me the story of my grandfather. How did he and my grandmother meet? Is grandfather's coffin empty? Is he alive or dead?" Chapter 142. The 9 dragons ascend to heaven. Do not keep me in suspense. What is it that you wish to convey? This lad was born of his own accord after a 10-month gestation. To attempt to mock his mother is rather juvenile. Bai Ling placed her hands on her hips. Your trick has been employed countless times in the past. I have developed immunity to it. What I intend to say is that neither your grandfather nor your grandmother likely experienced a seamless romance, although you refuse to speak of it. Your resentment towards your grandfather suggests a reluctance to recount their past. This is quite apparent. Yet, despite the tumultuous journey, the outcome gifted me with a delightful mother, which ultimately led to my existence as this prodigious youth. Su Bai grinned widely and declared, "Thus, I fear not hardship or adversity. I remain undaunted by a tumultuous path. I shall follow my own feelings. I simply adore Susu, regardless of her nature, even if she were a villain of the highest order." Bai Ling raised her hand, intending to strike Su Bai, but ultimately let it drop, exclaiming in exasperation, "Your temperament is strikingly reminiscent of your grandmother's, unyielding to the core." Speaking of grandmothers, let us delve into her character. What sort of person was she? Su Bai cast a glance at his father busily toiling in the kitchen. Aside from possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan, who was she? And what of that Taoist priest? Did he harbor feelings for her? Bai Ling tugged at Yu Qing's ear, pulling and releasing it with annoyance. "You are truly bothersome. Your grandmother was once a renowned huadan in Peking opera. Are you familiar with the term huadan? It is a category within Chinese opera, which encompasses various branches such as the Guimin Dan, Xiaoyao Dan, and Poleta Dan. Bai Zhen transitioned from the Guimin Dan to the Poleta Dan. The former refers to an innocent, unwed young woman, typically characterized by vivacity and a cheerful disposition. As Bai Zhen matured, she began to perform as a Poleta Dan, often portraying headstrong and audacious young women. In her youth, she was a celebrated Guimin Dan, her every gesture captivating in its elegance. However, Your grandmother was not a delicate flower. I often ponder that she was born in the wrong era. Had she lived during wartime, she would have been the one charging bravely to the front lines, her spirit resolute and loyal. As Bai Ling continued, her voice grew bitter. Otherwise, why would she have remained devoted to that man her entire life? In her youth, your grandmother had begun to gain recognition as a Guimindan. Yet at the age of 25 or 6, she boldly switched to the Polaidadan, altering her style entirely. This decision caused quite a stir. I was merely 6 years old then, witnessing her endure the scornful glances of many. The one who steadfastly protected us, mother and daughter, was the mysterious Taoist priest. At that time, he was not yet a priest, merely a fervent young scholar of Taoism. Where was your grandfather during this tumult? Su Bai felt compelled to mention this man. The scrutiny directed at your grandmother stemmed not solely from her transition to the Polaidadan, but primarily because she was a widow. The community believed her change was not voluntary. Her shift to the Polaidadan was deemed fitting for her status. At that time, your grandfather was not dead but missing, with rumors swirling that he had eloped with another woman. Bai Ling remarked, 5 years later he re-emerged, but only in the form of his lifeless body. That year, I was 11. Su Bai was taken aback, and this led to the subsequent burial. His mother witnessed her father's interment, but not long ago, the grave was unearthed, revealing an empty coffin. Observing Su Bai's furrowed brows, Bai Ling remarked, your grandmother, in her youth, certainly had numerous suitors, among whom your grandfather and Master Xuanqiu were the most fervent. Your grandfather arrived in this city unexpectedly, having watched a play in a theater, and chose to remain for your grandmother. Perhaps she believed at that moment it was destiny. For the sake of one person, she halted her journey in a city, her heart swayed, disregarding the affections of the master, and thus married him, giving birth to me. I thought it was all perfect. Yet your grandfather vanished without a trace, which was a significant blow to her. Later, he returned as a corpse, shattering her completely. So, in what year did your grandmother go missing? Su Bai inquired, and what about the master's arm? When I was 18, your grandmother suddenly disappeared without a word, leaving me only a letter and all her savings. Yet the letter contained not a single word. Bai Ling's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In those years, we relied on each other, just the two of us. When she left me, it felt as if the world had collapsed. The master sought your grandmother, but encountered a mudslide, resulting in the loss of his arm. Su Bai felt a heaviness in his heart. His mother's narrative was somewhat disordered, yet he grasped the essence. His grandmother was a performer of Huadan, and his grandfather was merely a passerby, a man who once gazed at the young Huadan from the audience. Yet, he remained for her, marrying and siring children, producing his mother, only to vanish when she was 6 years old. In her ire, his grandmother switched to portraying a more assertive role, perhaps reflecting her tumultuous emotions. 6 years later, his grandfather's remains returned, and his mother witnessed the burial of her father. Under the watchful protection of Master Xuanqiu, the mother and daughter relied on each other for 7 years. But in the year of his mother's coming of age, his grandmother departed, while the master, in his search, faced misfortune and lost an arm. After encountering your father, Master Xuanqiu officially renounced worldly ties. It was only the night before my wedding that he revealed to me he had long known of our lineage as descendants of the Dragon Clan. This was the sole reward for his years of guarding us, Bai Ling shared. Seeing that I had found a secure place with Su Dahong, he ascended the mountain. Yet, I have heard that he spends a considerable part of each year wandering. Perhaps he remains unwilling to let go. Su Bai sighed. A man like Master Xuanqiu, even if he had a heart of stone, would be softened. However, he found himself paired with a grandmother of fierce temperament. It was fate, indeed, a part of his destiny. The master is truly pitiable, Su Bai remarked. You perceive it as pity, yet perhaps in the master's heart. It is luck, having encountered a woman worthy of such devotion throughout his life, Bai Ling replied. In truth, you do not resemble your grandmother in the realm of affection. Your attitude mirrors that of the master. Alas, his coffin remains empty. Indeed, this has become a source of distress for my mother. As the coffin lid opened, the empty casket was truly startling. Bai Ling remarked, I witnessed his corpse with my own eyes. When he was buried, I struggled to shed tears for his death, and now it seems those tears were in vain. Su Bai, your grandfather's origins are likely not as he claimed, a product of overseas studies. Your grandmother has never met his family. How could such an astute woman marry someone of dubious background? Even the most intelligent can find their intellect diminished in the throes of love. Bai Ling gazed meaningfully at Su Bai. You should understand this better than anyone. Bringing the focus back to himself, Su Bai chuckled. This is simply our family lineage. Bai Ling retorted. Ah, this is precisely why I chose to marry your father. The most ordinary of men. Witnessing your grandmother's struggles, I was wary of pursuing any man with a mysterious past. Your father is honest, of reputable lineage, and straightforward. I merely sought stability. Such is life, where we influence one another in ways that can alter our very existence. As Su Bai touched the photograph of his grandmother in his wallet, a fire ignited within him. Mother, I will surely find her. As long as she exists in this world, and since Su has seen her, others must have encountered her as well. Let fate decide. Your travels might serve as an opportunity. Bai Ling continued, I share this with you for a reason. Should you, by chance, meet her, you will have a means of recognition. Besides, you now possess that blood amber. I wonder whether Su is our benefactor or a source of misfortune. Mention of Su altered Su Bai's expression, prompting Bai Ling to say, All right, I won't dwell on your pain. I'll go assist your father. Chapter 143. Cheng Yaojin. 1. Su Bai entered the study in a daze, sitting at the desk, lost in thought for quite some time. Suddenly, he rose and pulled out a book with ease, which opened to the page containing a sketch. Over the years, Su Bai had often revisited this page. Now worn with time, he picked up the sketch and noticed tear stains upon it, momentarily taken aback. Reaching out to wipe them away, he realized they were fresh. An indescribable feeling surged within him, a blend of sorrow and joy. Su, is it you? After a restless night, Su Bai was awakened by Cui Ying's phone call. A summons of sorts. He arrived at the antique shop and saw Shui Fan engaged in conversation with a customer, an unexpected sight given her usual aloofness. She rarely exchanged more than a few words, let alone smile. Yet today, she radiated warmth, her smile captivating. The bloodline of the nine-tailed fox is indeed exceptional. As evidenced by Bai Mo Xian, Shui Fan is his own aunt. This smile seemed to mesmerize the male customer, who, upon closer inspection, was rather unremarkable compared to Su Bai. He pondered what had inspired Shui Fan's unusual behavior today. Did she, like his mother, prefer the most ordinary of choices? Tang San summoned everyone, primarily to guide them along the forthcoming path of the dragon vein. Recently, Su Bai's spiritual center showed some improvement. Although the influence of the reverse scale occasionally manifested, it had not yet reached a level of devouring. The young man remained vigorous and full of life, and it was imperative to proceed with the next steps. Moreover, having resolved the matters concerning the Lama and Nai He, there were no lingering concerns. Where shall we go next? Su Bai recalled the frigid weather of Changbai Mountain and shook his head. It cannot possibly be the north. Rest assured, it is certainly not the north. Tang San chuckled, producing a map that bore clear markings. It is right here, Julong Mountain. Julong Mountain. Su Bai was taken aback. The mysterious Taoist had recently visited Julong Mountain, and it was here that Su had encountered her grandmother years ago. What a coincidence! Tang San donned a sly smile. And Su Bai quickly grasped the implication. Is it my mother? Indeed, it is a coincidence, but this location is not the same Julong Mountain visited by your grandmother. The name is shared by many places. I refer to the nearby Dafang Mountain, which houses a Julong Mountain. Have you heard of the prophecy, 9 dragons ascending to heaven? The Manchu dynasty enters the pass? Yu Qing interjected, the phrase 9 dragons ascending to heaven. The Manchu dynasty enters the pass is a prophecy that must be traced back to the era of the conflict between Yu Fei and Jin Wuzhu. At that time, Jin Wuzhu had an 18-year-old general under his command, known for his valor in battle, who ascended through the ranks to become a general of the elite cavalry and later the Dragon Tiger Guard. This general, named Wanyan Liang, was an outstanding descendant of the Jin Taizu Wanyan Aguda. In his quest for the throne, he personally assassinated his own uncle, Jin Shizong Wanyan Dan, and became known in history as Emperor Hailing. After relocating the capital to Yanjing in 1153, he moved his ancestral tomb from Heilongjiang to the western part of Dafang Mountain. What does this have to do with 9 dragons ascending to heaven? Cui Ying furrowed his brow. Yu Qing glanced at him and replied, Do not rush. The site of the Jinling, known as Dafang Mountain, is also referred to as Julong Mountain. It took Emperor Hailing over a year to find this auspicious location for the nation's fortune, as dictated by feng shui, and construction commenced in 1155. Julong Mountain is connected to the mountain range, exhibiting distinct traces of dragon movement according to geomancy. By tracing the mountain range backward, one can observe clear indicators of the dragon veins associated with Shaozong, Shaozu, Taizong, and Taizu. Julong Mountain lies beneath Lian Mountain, aligning with the geomantic principle known as the black tortoise lowering its head. To the east of Julong Mountain are the rolling hills, which serve as evident protective mounds for the imperial tombs, adhering to the theory of the azure dragon entering the sea as the left assistant. To the west, several prominent hillocks also serve as protective mounds, corresponding to the notion of tiger lurking in the mountains as the right assistant. In the valley on the northwest side of Julong Mountain, spring water flows forth, continuously meandering to the southeast for millennia, representing a clear source of water for the imperial tombs, consistent with the vermilion bird taking flight theory. Opposite Julong Mountain lies Shibi Mountain, known as the shadow wall of Jinling, also referred to as Chaos Han or Bien Mountain. The central depression is interpreted in geomancy as where the emperor reviews documents and rests his pen, hence it is also called Desk Mountain. The main tomb of Jinling, the Taizu tomb, is situated along the meridian line between the main ridge of Julong Mountain and Shibi Mountain. Tang Sen nodded repeatedly, affirming the accuracy of the master chosen by the Sea Ridge King from the perspective of geomancy. His insight was indeed remarkable. However, regrettably, it did not bring fortune to the Jin kingdom. At this point, Su Bai could continue the conversation. 6 years after the establishment of the mausoleum, in 1161, the Sea Ridge King was slain by discontented subordinates following a defeat against the Song army at the age of 40. Subsequently, in 1234, the Jin kingdom ultimately perished under the dual onslaught of the Song and Mongol armies. Cui Ying, increasingly bewildered, remarked, "Is this not contradictory? It is a land of auspicious feng shui, yet the nation's fortune faltered. What then is the purpose of our journey to Mount Nine Dragons?" Tang Sen responded, "Every matter possesses both positive and negative aspects. On the surface, one might readily conclude that the master's judgment was flawed, a lapse in foresight. Yet, one must remember that he is merely a mortal, not a deity. Thus, I believe there must have been an unforeseen event in the terrain that disrupted the feng shui equilibrium. Beyond tectonic shifts, human intervention is another factor. Only the emperor has the power to undertake such extensive construction in the mountains. If you could uncover the cause and rectify the feng shui imbalance, it would be a remarkable boon for Su Bai, an immediate advantage." Understanding dawned upon Su Bai, yet he still felt a lingering doubt regarding the distinction between this Mount Nine Dragons and another. His regret was palpable. Tang Sen remarked, "I have heard some things regarding your grandmother, and I can only offer you 4 words. Remain patient. What difference does it make whether you say it or not?" Su Bai sighed, "Alas, when shall we set forth? I find your grandfather's feigned death rather peculiar." Bai Moshuan interjected, having remained silent until now. Who would be so idle as to bury themselves only to dig themselves out again? Bai Moshuan's words were often unpalatable, and Su Bai shot him a glance. Yet he had to concede that ordinary individuals would not behave so frivolously. This indicated that his enigmatic and dubious grandfather was no ordinary person. Merely being able to remain in a coffin, entombed in earth without perishing, was a feat in itself. "Very well, let us conclude matters here. We depart from Mount Nine Dragons in 2 days." Tang Sen chuckled. "I am curious to see whether you can unravel this ancient enigma. 2 days may seem neither long nor short. Traditionally, it suffices to make necessary preparations and embark on the journey." Su Bai missed Gong Su, yet he understood that discovering the dragon vein would alter his fortunes. Surviving was essential for any potential future with Gong Su. Even if she harbored many unspoken grievances, he was willing to shoulder them, provided she consented. Upon returning to the antique store, Su Bai was taken aback to find Cui Ying at odds with Yu Qing, packing her belongings, not for a trip to Mount Nine Dragons, but to return to America. "Sister, what has gotten into you? Have you a fever?" Su Bai reached to touch Cui Ying's forehead. "Where is Yu Qing?" "I do not know," Cui Ying replied irritably. "I am unaware of where she is frolicking now. Step back. Be careful lest I accidentally harm you." Cui Ying, with her towering stature and long legs, could easily deliver a kick to herself if she wished. Su Bai clutched his chest, feigning fear. "Please, sis. I am your beloved brother. Spare me. If anyone must be harmed, let it be the one who has wronged you. Accidental injury? Let's avoid that." Emboldened, he leaned closer. "What's this? Did you fail to win over Yu Qing?" "Get lost," Cui Ying retorted, thoroughly vexed. She delivered a swift slap to the back of Su Bai's head. "If you don't watch your tongue, I might just kick you out. One after another. None of you are serious." "One after another? Aside from me and Yu Qing, who else is there?" Su Bai glanced towards the counter. where Xuefan wore an expression of resignation, not wanting to provoke Chueying further. He quietly sidled over to the counter. Xuefan, what is going on with my sister? Is she really planning to return to America? Chapter 144. Cheng Yaojin, 2. It appeared to be no mere pretense. Xuefan sighed. Things have become rather chaotic. Just as Su Bai was about to inquire further, a commotion erupted outside. Yu Qing burst in, nearly jogging, accompanied by Ma Xuan and a charming young girl, with her attire as white as snow. Su Bai quickly deduced her identity. So, the Fox clan hasn't given up and sent another girl? Indeed. But it seems this young lady does not share an interest in Ma Xuan, Xuefan remarked with a rueful smile. Initially, she was attracted, but alas, her affections have shifted. The phrase shifted affections sparked realization in Su Bai's mind, his eyes widening. Yu Qing. He turned his gaze towards the girl in white. Like Xuefan, her long black hair cascaded down her back, yet she appeared far more ordinary than the previous beauties, her eyes sparkling with the vivacity of youth, resembling glistening purple grapes. Endearing compared to her predecessors. As soon as Yu Qing returned, he rushed towards Cui Ying's room, but before he could step inside, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, leaving him at a loss. Su Bai, unable to bear the sight, squeezed his eyes shut, then peeked through barely opened lids. Yu Qing's face was a mix of red and white, quite a sight to behold. He pounded on the door. Can I at least explain? Silence reigned within. Though Su Bai was unaware of the specifics, he understood that Cui Ying, a modern, independent woman, was not easily swayed by mere words. Having grown up abroad, she was self-reliant and proud, and would respond to issues with directness and speed. He quickly approached Bai Ma Xuan. What exactly is happening? Who is that girl? Not my concern. Bai Ma Xuan shrugged. That's not what I want to hear. I'm asking why my sister is upset, Su Bai insisted, pointing at the girl. Did she cause this? To his surprise, as he pointed, the girl turned around and they collided. He quickly withdrew his hand. The girl laughed, her voice ringing clear like the chimes described in books. She bounded over to Su Bai with ease. Hello, you must be Su Bai? I am Ning. Su Bai felt an electric current coursing through his entire body, not because he was captivated by the young lady, but rather due to the name she bore. What could one possibly say? Ning was indeed a name befitting a fox spirit. Yet, what was this girl thinking? Ning was the most enchanting fox spirit in the writings of Pu Songling. Wait a moment, could these two young women actually be the same person? Both named Ning, and their laughter was eerily identical. Su Bai felt his hair stand on end. Observing Su Bai's bewilderment, Bai Ma Xuan let out a muffled grunt. You are overthinking it. Not the same person? Su Bai asked cautiously. Certainly not, Bai Ma Xuan replied irritably. She merely borrowed the name from Pu Songling's Ning and became enchanted by it. That sounded rather implausible. Ning blinked her eyes and smiled even more joyfully. You must be Brother Su Bai, right? Brother is too much to claim, and besides, you must surely be older than I am. Su Bai suddenly turned to Bai Ma Xuan. I see now, you are a super-evolved fox spirit, not one who has undergone ordinary cultivation. So, doesn't that mean all these young ladies are your elder sisters? Haha, it turns out they are all older than you. Bai Ma Xuan's face darkened, and he shot a glance at Ning. If you have nothing else to do, you should head back. We have serious matters to attend to. And by the way, watch less television and read fewer novels. They poison your mind, you know? You don't like me? I was planning to leave. But I found I have developed a fondness for Brother Yue Qing. Ning's words sent Su Bai into a frenzy. What on earth? Of all people, why him? He already has a girlfriend, do you understand? What does that matter? Ning blinked innocently. I can be the little one. Su Bai slapped his hand to his forehead. Even if you are a fox spirit, you are still a woman. How can you be so lacking in principles? This is simply unreasonable. You are heartless, cold, and unreasonable. Ning retorted, effectively silencing Su Bai. Wasn't that a classic line from some drama? Looking at Bai Ma Xuan, he appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Su Bai grumbled. You are the one who is heartless, cold, and unreasonable. Ning's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, Where am I heartless? Where am I cold? Where am I unreasonable? Where are you not heartless? Where are you not cold? Where are you not unreasonable? Su Bai clenched his fists. This girl was challenging him, but as an old internet veteran, he was well versed in such classic lines. Nevertheless, he had no intention of continuing this playful banter. Hey, enough already. Based on the timeline, you arrived just yesterday, and you met Brother Yue Qing nearly 24 hours ago. In that short span, how much can you truly understand about a man? How can you have developed feelings for him? You could step outside, and perhaps fall in love with 7 or 8 others in an instant. Moreover, what is so special about that young man? Everything about him is wonderful, Ning replied. Brother Yueqing possesses magical skills. He looks pleasing, and his height is just right. Don't you think that sister standing next to him is too tall? What a flimsy reason. And for heaven's sake, do not call her sister. By age, you are practically an old woman. We might as well start calling you great-grandmother. Su Bai sighed. Young lady, refrain from this. You must understand the 4 words, to help others achieve their beauty. I do not comprehend. Ning's eyes darted around as she contemplated. I only know that brother Yuqing now resides in my heart. I fail to comprehend why the other sisters are enamored with Mo Xian, for he is certainly not as remarkable as brother Yuqing. Su Bo, with a serious demeanor, shook hands with Ning, acknowledging, you have just revealed a profound truth. For that alone, I shall shake your hand. Shuefen cleared her throat lightly and said, Ning, Mo Xian and the others have pressing matters to attend to. They depart tomorrow. You should return to Qingqiu. Furthermore, the union between the human and fox clans has no precedent, so you must cease your daydreaming. The elders will not consent. Thus, Su Bo regarded by Mo Xian, pondering if this celebrity was destined only to marry a vixen. However, given his stature, it seemed unlikely that an ordinary woman would suffice. Ning's expression dimmed, and with frustration, she sank into her seat. Yuqing, preoccupied, hardly paid them any mind. Since her sudden arrival, she had clung to Bai Mo Xian, who was as cold as ice. Despite the numerous alluring fox maidens before him, none had captured his interest, and this girl was nothing short of a natural madcap, rendering him even less inclined. Upon her arrival, she had bounced about, incessantly engaging Shuefen in conversation, clutching novels, and demanding to watch television. Most intolerable was her fervent admiration for a certain aunt from the island, passionately consuming every drama and memorizing classic lines, often tossing out a quote to leave others in stitches. This girl, though exasperating, had inexplicably latched onto Yuqing, incessantly calling him brother Yuqing, which made his heart ache. This, however, paled in comparison to the fact that Ying was fuming. Initially, Ying had approached the little vixen with patience, attempting to reason with her, only to discover that all her efforts were in vain. The little fox had set her sights resolutely on Yuqing, causing chaos without justification. What infuriated her most was Yuqing himself, who resembled a block of wood. He simply accepted kindness without reciprocating. In matters of the heart, ambiguity was the greatest foe, and Ying had resolved that Yuqing must make a decisive choice, or she would return to America at once. Ying, could you please open the door? Yuqing, typically at a loss for words, found himself even more tongue-tied in this moment. If he spoke too bluntly, it would reflect poorly on the young lady. Rubbing his head in frustration, Su Bo abandoned Ning and approached, saying, Young man, this will not do. I must ask you, do you have feelings for Ning? Yuqing glanced at Ning, hesitating before whispering, is it appropriate to speak so candidly in front of her? Chapter 145. The 9 Dragons Enter the River Sister. What time is your flight? I shall see you off, Su Bo called out, his voice raised. Yuqing waved his hand dismissively. All right. I certainly do not have feelings for Ning. What did you say? Can they hear you through the door? Su Bo was unwilling to let Yuqing off the hook so easily. Could you raise your voice? I will ask you once more. Do you like Ning? I do not like Ning. How could I possibly like her? Yuqing exclaimed in agitation, his voice rising. Ning heard him clearly, and naturally. Ying within also caught every word, pausing in her task of folding clothes. It cannot be that you are being coerced, can it? How could that be? Yuqing remarked. Grandfather has mentioned that we are fated by heaven. When you were young, someone calculated our connection. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that we are separated by exactly 6 years? Hearing this, Ning furrowed her brow and began to sob uncontrollably. Yuqing brother, how could you treat me this way? I genuinely like you. Sister Ying, I am indifferent. If it comes to it, I can be the little one, and you can be the big one. I only wish to be with Yuqing brother. Su Bai interjected, Miss, what era are we in? Stop dreaming about such distinctions. If you wish to be the little one, perhaps you should traverse time. Yuqing, unfazed, continued, Ning, I believe you do not comprehend the essence of love. Love is not contingent upon conditions. It is a matter of the heart. Ying and I have endured life and death together. In my darkest hour, she stood by my side, unwavering in her belief in me. The first person I saw when I opened my eyes was her. I have never witnessed her cry, yet. Her tears fell for my sake. Do not speak of your fox lineage. Even if you were an ordinary girl, my affections would remain with Cui Ying. Is this not a preposterous script? The door opened to reveal Cui Ying, her arms crossed. Su Bai, did you write this? Of course not, Su Bai replied. I had no such leisure. If I hadn't come, I would not have known of the commotion here. Listen, little fox. If the young man's heart does not lie with you, it indicates that he is not your destined companion. Quickly seek your own fate. You know well the esteemed position you hold in my heart. So exalted, so precious. No one in the world occupies such a place in my affections. I respect you, cherish you, love you, admire you, and long for you, nearly tearing myself apart in the process. Yet, you evade me as if I were a venomous serpent. Do you have any idea of my anguish? Do you know how desperately I await a glance from you, a word, or even a hint? You leave me in torment, feeling as though life is unbearable, and now you turn the tables, accusing me of bullying you. You are so cruel, so heartless. With a stomp of her foot, Ying Ning turned and vanished from the antique shop in an instant. All present, including Bai Mo Xian, collectively exhaled in relief. Su Bai reflected. That segment seems scripted as well. This girl is truly enchanted. Who would have thought that, besides the exceptional Bai Mo Xian, there exists another gem like Ying Ning among the Fox clan? Xuefan astutely observed. Otherwise, she would not have been the one to arrive. Consequently, all the young women of the Qingqiu Fox clan are drawn here. Mo Xian, you may need to prepare a speech to appease the elders. I have no time to entertain them, Bai Mo Xian replied. I would rather enter the Nine-Dragon Mountain. Even stones there are preferable to their company. Su Bai rolled his eyes, and Cui Ying, seeing Yu Qing's resolve, felt her anger dissipate. She playfully slapped Yu Qing on the chest. Remember, as a woman, I detest a man lacking decisiveness. Should you encounter a similar situation in the future, you shall know how to act. Understood. Yu Qing felt somewhat embarrassed, but nonetheless agreed. Stating, having learned from this experience, I shall certainly remember it for the future. He lowered his voice and added, however, might you spare me a little dignity next time? Dignity is a mutual offering. If you grant it to me, I shall, of course, return the favor. Cui Ying retorted with a hint of annoyance, sister. I possess my own allure. Do not blame me for soaring to better prospects and leaving you behind. Yu Qing sighed in resignation, while Su Bai cleared his throat and remarked, I had warned you earlier. You are at her mercy now. Accept your fate. This brief interlude did not disrupt the group's plans. The following morning, they set off for Julong Mountain. Yet, Ying Ning returned, murmuring something about how her affection was solely for Yu Qing and did not concern others. This was a classic case of infatuation, and as a fox spirit, she was indeed a peculiar one. Fortunately, Xuefan was present, and with a swift binding spell, she rendered Ying Ning motionless. Allowing the four to depart while Ying Ning continued to call out, Brother Yu Qing, I will not return to Qingqiu. I will stay here waiting for your return. Brother Yu Qing. Ying Ning's performance was truly remarkable. Her cries of Brother Yu Qing could have caused the very earth to tremble. Finally, Xuefan grew irate, exclaiming, Ying Ning, cease your foolishness, or I shall silence you. Ying Ning, feeling wronged, promptly closed her mouth. Please, Aunt Xuefan, she pleaded. Xuefan sighed. You, my dear, are well aware that our Qingqiu Fox clan is the noblest of all. Yet, here you are, displaying this foolishness learned from who knows where. Bringing shame upon our clan. I am sorry, Ying Ning blinked innocently. Like you, Aunt, I simply wish to understand what love truly is. Nonsense. When have I ever expressed such thoughts? Xuefan affectionately patted Ying Ning's head. You silly child, the clan leader sent you to attract Mo Xian, yet here you are, enamored with a mere human. Like and love are different, Ying Ning replied naively. Unless Brother Yu Qing loves me, I shall not love him. Xuefan, utterly exasperated, said, Enough. You have no business here. Hurry back. The elders have likely been worried since the moment you left. Return quickly to ease their minds. With that, she released Ying Ning from the binding spell. Ying Ning moved her limbs slightly and stuck out her tongue, declaring, I shall definitely return. After delivering her final line, she vanished from sight. Xuefan wiped the sweat from her forehead, murmuring, Dear child, perhaps it is for the best that you do not return. Meanwhile, Yu Qing hastily walked away, as if fleeing. Cui Ying observed him and inquired, How do you feel? Is there a twinge of heartache? Not at all. Merely a sense of helplessness, Yu Qing replied. Isn't she from Qingqiu? How can she consume herself with so many novels and dramas? This infatuation runs deep. Xuefan would ensure she returned to Qingqiu and would not allow her to sneak away again. Bai Mo Xian remarked blandly. Thus, she will no longer be a source of trouble. Su Bai added, truthfully, as long as she refrains from spouting lines incessantly, she is quite lovely. But that constant stream of dialogue is unbearable. Enough, came the reply. Ing Ning, after all, belongs to his own kin. Bai Moshuan scoffed. Are you not currently relying on the Fox clan to seek the dragon's veins? Su Bo furrowed his brow. This is no time for jest. Let us proceed. Yu Qing remarked. The Jiulong mountain is not far from the capital and has gained a modest reputation, being the royal cunning. Throughout history, many experts have come to explore it. Thus, upon entering the mountain, the group quickly discovered various old and new theft tunnels, excavated in different eras. Each one they checked turned out to be abandoned, clearly a futile endeavor. The ridges on both sides of Jiulong Mountain undulate with 4 spines, resembling 8 colossal dragons lying back to back. Another dragon descends along the mountain slope, stretching down to the riverbank. From the perspective of the mountain's shape, it indeed embodies the essence of 9 dragons standing tall, presenting a magnificent spectacle. The ancients chose to dig on the backs of the great dragons. Yet none of the tunnels led anywhere, evidently not aligned with the true dragon's energy. Yu Qing took out a compass and, after some adjustments, his brow tightened further. Noticing this, Su Bo inquired, What troubles you? Chapter 146. The Spirit Fox. It is strange. Although the formation of the 9 dragons persists, the dragon's energy is chaotic. Akin to a disordered pulse, Yu Qing stated, confirming the presence of a problem. Bai Moshuan raised his gaze to the mountain's contours. Although the principal mountain formation depicted the 9 dragons entering the river, there were indeed hundreds of subsidiary peaks. The mountains surged like tumultuous ocean waves, resembling dancing dragons and serpents, undulating majestically, instilling a sense of grandeur and soaring power. The dragon energy adhered to these peaks was indeed, as Yu Qing described, chaotic and disarrayed. What shall we do now? Chuang questioned. With the dragon's energy in such disarray, how are we to locate the head of the dragon? We must proceed step by step, Yu Qing replied, his response too swift, evidently influenced by the events of the previous day. Su Bo, unable to contain his frustration, noted the sigh of Wei Jia. I never expected Yu Qing to find himself in such a predicament. Yu Qing's face flushed crimson. What do you know? You merely departed this world too early. Have you ever loved a woman? No, Wei Jia replied. In this world, I love only myself. Besides, who among them could ever be worthy of me? Goodness, Su Bo remarked. You are the most brazen old ghost I have ever encountered. I recall someone once claimed to have harbored a secret crush, yet it ended as fruitlessly as a ghost from the Republic era. Wei Jia was momentarily speechless. While Bai Moshuan found their chatter tiresome, we cannot locate the main dragon's lair, and you still have the leisure to jest. Indeed, Su Bo grew increasingly dismal. Just as a sudden downpour began, the 4 seized their backpacks and sought refuge in a nearby cave to escape the rain. This season's rain arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, leaving the ground damp, which is advantageous for the group. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the clouds wove an ethereal tapestry amidst the towering peaks, which appeared intermittently, the sea of clouds shifting between dense and light, creating a myriad of scenes. It was autumn, and the frost-tinged colors were utterly enchanting, with fiery red maple leaves artfully dotting the green trees against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, composing a vivid autumnal landscape. Truly beautiful, Chuang exclaimed, unable to restrain her admiration. As a novelist, such a scene resonated deeply with her. Indeed, it is quite splendid. A familiar voice resonated, prompting Bai Moshuan to raise his eyebrows in surprise. Have you emerged so swiftly? I expected you to scurry away like mice for a while longer. Your impatience is rather palpable. You already knew they were here? Su Bai retorted, somewhat irked. Why didn't you mention it sooner? The voice belonged to Dai Jieli. Su Bai continued, even if there was an arrangement, it seems rather coincidental. Are you following us? The same group from last time had returned. Upon seeing Bai Moshuan, the third member's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Dai Jieli remarked, the eternal enigma of Jiulong Mountain. Are we not permitted to take an interest? Her words sliced through the air, and Su Bai chuckled. It's hard to believe you, woman. Wherever we go, you shadow us. Such coincidences are hardly plausible. What scheme do you have in mind this time? Dai Jieli replied sharply, with your impressive capabilities, what tricks could I possibly conjure? Since our last encounter, my constitution still feels quite chilled. Chuang interjected, Miss Dai? I am indifferent to your reasons for appearing here, but let me be clear. Let us each attend to our own affairs without interference. With a wave of her hand, Dai Jili signaled the third member, who produced a box. Upon opening it, it revealed an abundance of crisp banknotes. Su Bai's suspicion was piqued. What does this mean? Rest assured, this is Mr. Bailey's intention. He has heard of the previous incident and instructed me to convey his apologies. This is a gesture of goodwill, Dai Jili explained. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of those present, she quickly added, You must be wondering how we knew you would come here. No one responded, and Dai Jili turned to Bai Mashwan. Others may be oblivious, but I suspect Mr. Bai has already deduced it. Bai Mashwan reached into Su Bai's backpack, extracting a small black button-like object. Your people are quite astute. It appears this individual had no inkling of the device attached to him. A state-of-the-art tracker, indeed quite discreet. When did this occur? Su Bai inquired, astonished. The other three were equally unaware. Bai Mashwan continued, The thoroughfare is wide, yet they chose to squeeze into the center. Fortunately for them, they selected the most careless individual to approach. Su Bai suddenly recalled that shortly after leaving the antique shop, they had collided with a tourist group. The four had been unable to evade the throng, and it was likely during that moment that the device found its way into his backpack. The swiftness of the act was impressive. He spat on the ground in frustration, contemplating how this group would excel in espionage if the most careless among them caused no harm. The sun would surely rise in the west. Mr. Bailey has asserted that since you are all talented individuals, collaboration rather than conflict is essential. We possess the most advanced modern technology, while you harbor elusive mystical arts. A partnership would be mutually beneficial, Dai Jili stated. Thus, it is preferable to turn foes into allies. This is merely a small token of our introduction. A rough estimation of the cash in the box revealed a considerable sum, $50,000. Cui Ying remarked, I did not anticipate Mr. Bailey's wealth. However, we seek a meeting of minds, not merely monetary exchange. Cui Ying's demeanor was remarkably resolute, and Dai Jili seemed to have anticipated this. I am aware that you will not easily place your trust in me, nor will you in the future. Therefore, I shall speak solely of monetary matters, not of sentiments. If we can successfully navigate this situation, a substantial reward awaits us. This was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Ill intentions masked beneath a veneer of civility. Su Bai murmured, Do not acquiesce to their demands. However, Bai Mashwan responded with a calm smile, Very well. His swift agreement left the other three astounded, particularly Su Bai. Master Lei had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of avoiding risks, and Dai Jili was nothing short of a ticking time bomb. One could never predict when it might explode. Why would they willingly offer themselves as fodder? Upon Bai Mashwan's consent, Dai Jili approached him with a box in hand, ready for the exchange. Suddenly, several shadows darted in, their claws poised towards the money box. With a swift motion, Dai Jili felt an immense force as the box was snatched away. The shadows fled the cave, and the quick-witted third brother drew his gun, aiming at one that clutched the box. As he pulled the trigger, the bullet seemed destined to pierce the shadow's form, yet it leapt aside at the last moment, causing the bullet to embed itself in the stone, sparking a shower of embers. Witnessing the $50,000 slip away, Dai Jili was instantly consumed by rage. Damn it. What are those creatures? Spirit weasels, Bai Mashwan replied. Yet these are no ordinary ones. Their agility and techniques suggest they have been trained. The third brother spoke gravely. Could there be others involved? Perhaps, in their eyes, we are the outsiders, Bai Mashwan mused. These spirit weasels have grown up in these mountains. Despite their intelligence, they are not easily tamed and require prolonged personal interaction for effective communication and subsequent training. Their movements exhibit a martial prowess, indicating their handler is no ordinary individual. Thank goodness for what? Dai Jili interjected. Miss Dai, the money is gone, and our partnership has dissolved. Whether I choose to share information with you henceforth will depend solely on my disposition, Bai Mashwan retorted coldly. At present, my mood is rather poor. Thus the fortunate aftermath remains beyond your grasp. Do not take advantage of our situation, Bai, the third brother warned. As he spoke, 7 mute individuals stepped forward, their gazes intense. Bai Mashwan showed no fear. Not long ago, certain individuals relied on us to salvage their lives. Today, it seems they lack discernment. Su Bai, let us depart. Su Bai, rarely feeling so invigorated, thought to himself, this is Bai Mashwan indeed. In just a few phrases, he had left the opposition floundering. For the first time, he felt genuinely convinced and followed by Ma Xuan closely. The 4 hastened their steps, while the 9 trailing behind matched their pace, unhurried yet resolute. Cui Ying, somewhat puzzled, inquired, by Ma Xuan, why not have distanced ourselves from them sooner? Chapter 147. I find it peculiar that Mr. Bai Li is expending such effort to engage with us. Bai Ma Xuan remarked, the last encounter was fortuitous, but this time it is a deliberate engagement. They even attempt to entice us, and the destination they have chosen is equally significant, as it lies within the dragon vein. This piques my interest. My instincts suggest that while we may have evaded confrontation today, future clashes are inevitable. Rather than wait for that to unfold, it would be prudent to ascertain their true intentions, which would ultimately benefit us. It seems intuition is not merely a feminine trait. Su Bai responded, however, I must admit that your intuition appears remarkably accurate this time. Where shall we head next? $500,000 is no trifling sum. We should investigate further. Bai Ma Xuan flashed a sly smile. Fortunately, I am a vixen, and my senses are far more acute than yours. Moreover, the appearance of that spirit civet is quite peculiar. Indeed, Su Bai interjected, the spirit civet typically thrives in warm climates, residing in tropical and subtropical regions, making its presence here rather unlikely. The civet possesses a square pouch from which a viscous substance, known as civet musk, is secreted. Despite its name, the aroma is quite foul, only transforming into a rare and exquisite fragrance upon refinement. When threatened, it releases this noxious substance to disorient its adversaries. Just now, when that third party fired a shot, the civet must have instinctively emitted its musk. Oh, Bai Ma Xuan, you are now on the scent of a stinky civet. With a stern expression, Bai Ma Xuan playfully smacked Su Bai's forehead and then proceeded forward with composure. The air after the rain was particularly refreshing. How delightful it would be if it were snowing. If it weren't for the bothersome group trailing behind, her mood would be even brighter. Rather than being upset by Bai Ma Xuan's playful gesture, Su Bai found it amusing. This version of Bai Ma Xuan was much more endearing, lacking the demeanor of a superstar and possessing a childlike charm. Little did Su Bai know that, when converted to human years, Bai Ma Xuan was merely 16, making her the youngest among the group, truly the baby of the bunch. As she inhaled the lingering scent, Bai Ma Xuan eventually halted before a crevice in the rocks, situated between 2 mountain ridges. This narrow gap could barely accommodate a hand, and the musk emitted by the civet had ultimately settled here. Could those civets possess the ability to shrink? Speaking of shrinking, one must mention Xiao Shan, whose body can freely contract. If he were here, he could easily slip in and uncover the truth. Unfortunately, only Su Bai remained. Shaking his head, Su Bai remarked, it is fortunate that group followed us. This task was evidently assigned to the third party. Dai Jieli, who had trailed behind, could not suppress a sense of pride. I have always maintained that collaboration is our most effective mode of interaction. The third party cast them a disdainful glance. After all, his toolbox had been confiscated during their last encounter at Changbai Mountain. He produced a new box, which this time was secured with a lock, a digital one at that. Swiftly, he pressed the buttons, and the box sprang open, revealing neatly organized detonators, gunpowder, and a tape measure. However, before he could measure, he glanced up at the protruding rock and estimated the distance to the ground. His expression darkened. This is quite challenging. Regardless of how much gunpowder we use, the stones above will inevitably collapse due to the vibrations, sealing this place entirely. Su Bai nodded, acknowledging that Lao San's conjecture was entirely accurate. Thus, pursuing those elusive spirit raccoons had, in theory, become impossible. Unless another method could be devised, relinquishing the sum of $500,000 was the only option. Bai Ma Xuan rested his chin on his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. Those raccoons, unless they have attained sentience, I cannot believe they would possess the skill of bone contraction. Bai Ma Xuan bent down, inhaling the foul odor, while retrieving vermilion powder to sprinkle along the path of the scent. The crimson traces began to reveal themselves, and Su Bai discerned the hidden intricacies. Indeed, there is a mystery here. Look, the spirit raccoons must have squeezed through this crevice, yet they have also ventured here. He tapped the solid rock wall, exclaiming, Bai Ma Xuan, you've done well. Bai Ma Xuan remained unperturbed by Su Bai's praise, indifferent as he turned to study the solid rock face. The rain-soaked surface glistened, and the recently scattered vermilion powder slowly began to slide down. Bai Ma Xuan fixated on the trajectory of the powder, a cryptic smile forming at the corner of his mouth. So that's it. Su Bai also noticed that the vermilion, which should have continued its descent to the bottom, unexpectedly swirled back halfway, returning to a higher point. Su Bai, attuned to such violations of physical principles, observed as the powder continued to spiral until it formed a perfect circle. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Moshuan had merely stumbled upon a crucial insight. Visual perception is misleading. Su Bai remarked. What appears to be an ordinary rock face is entirely different to the touch. As he spoke, he placed his hand against the surface, immediately sensing a gust of wind swirling within, round and round. It was this very wind that had caused the vermilion to roll in a completely sealed rock. It was inconceivable for wind to escape. Thus, this location must conceal a mechanism. Su Bai exchanged glances with Bai Moshuan, and together they pressed firmly against the wall. With a resounding clang, akin to a resonant gong, an opening yawned wide in the rock face, only to threaten closure immediately. Both Bai Moshuan and Su Bai squeezed through, followed closely by the others who hurriedly made their way inside. Just as the last of them, Lao San, slipped through, the entrance sealed shut, leaving the group engulfed in darkness. Before Su Bai and the others could react, Dai Jieli and her companions donned their headlamps. The convergence of so many lights created an unexpectedly bright atmosphere. Su Bai sighed, reflecting on their training, while they were merely a makeshift team. In the midst of his contemplation, several shadows darted forth, lunging toward the light. In a flurry, claws struck out, and in mere moments, someone fell to the ground, followed by a cry of anguish. Su Bai was pulled back several steps by Yuqing. It's the spirit raccoons. The spirit raccoons are exceedingly sensitive to light, and thus they immediately launched an attack towards the illuminated area. Dai Jieli and her companions fell victim to their treacherous hands. Su Bai, initially engulfed in self-doubt, swiftly transformed his feelings into relief. He patted his chest, only to be startled by the sound of gunfire. One spirit raccoon plummeted to the ground, a stark warning to the rest. The remaining spirit raccoons abruptly retreated, seizing their fallen comrade and vanishing into the darkness. Only then did Su Bai and his three companions activate their headlamps. The 9 individuals appeared somewhat disheveled, with 3 of them collapsing onto the ground, their faces marred by several claw marks. Dai Jieli's gun still emitted wisps of smoke. She was fierce and relentless, always the first to pull the trigger. Su Bai cleared his throat and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Such trivial injuries are inconsequential. Mere beasts are so audacious," he replied. Dai Jieli holstered her weapon, stating, "As they fled, I sprinkled them with luminous powder. We can follow their trail now." Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her strategy's merit. Indeed, on the path taken by the fleeing spirit raccoons, glimmering specks of light dotted the ground. The injured 3, unable to tend to their wounds, hastily pursued. Yet, barely 2 steps outside, they suddenly bent over in pain. Yuqing approached and discovered that what had been mere scratches were now swollen, the skin engorged and the wounds gaping, showing a dark crimson hue. Alarmed, Yuqing exclaimed, "Their claws are venomous." The trio, rendered mute, could only grunt in agony. Their hands clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, revealing their profound suffering. The third member opened his backpack and retrieved a medical kit, applying various anti-inflammatory ointments. Yet to no avail. Their once pristine faces now resembled swollen dumplings, tinged with red and purple hues. Suddenly, Bai Moshuan produced a knife, approached the most severely injured one, and pressed on his shoulder, "Do not move, endure this." He poured a bit of alcohol onto the blade, igniting it with a lighter, and made a swift incision on the man's face. To their astonishment, pus erupted from the wound. As the blade sliced through, the foul substance gushed forth. Bai Moshuan had anticipated this, quickly using a white cloth to shield against the spray, a rancid odor immediately permeating the air. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Moshuan had also acquired a vial of powder, which he sprinkled into the wound. The mute felt a sharp sting, yet also a refreshing sensation. After a moment of discomfort, the pain gradually subsided, and the burning sensation on his face faded away. He exhaled in relief and offered a slight bow to Bai Moshuan, who recognized him as a fellow unfortunate soul, having suffered injuries on 2 separate occasions. In Chapter 148, Old Acquaintances, the other 2 individuals also found hope as Bai Moshuan, adhering to his method, treated their facial wounds. "Your lives are preserved, yet you shall bear lasting marks," he remarked. Dai Jieli grunted in agreement. "Survival is already a blessing." Su Bai inquired, "What was that powder?" "It's remarkably effective. A special concoction crafted by my mother," Bai Moshuan replied. "Shall I let you try it one day?" Su Bai shivered at the thought and vigorously shook his head. Perhaps it's best to conserve it. The three individuals suddenly faced Bai Moshuan, bowing in gratitude. Bai Moshuan merely waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "The spirit raccoon itself is not venomous. The poison on its claws has been deliberately applied. Given their sensitivity to light, it is evident they have been trained in darkness. We must remain vigilant regarding the illumination. Should anything seem amiss, extinguish the lights immediately." The earlier scene had sent shivers down the spines of the group, and even the third member involuntarily nodded in understanding. They proceeded along the trail marked by the phosphorescent powder, the cave interior surprisingly damp, with water droplets descending from the rock walls. The silence was punctuated only by the soft plop of drops hitting the ground, amplifying the tension in the air. Su Bai tugged at Cui Ying's sleeve, saying, "Sister, this atmosphere is rather eerie. Could you make some noise? What is there to say? Are you not concerned about startling those within?" Cui Ying retorted. In contrast, Bai Moshuan maintained a leisurely demeanor, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Unbeknownst to him, Dai Jieli had silently positioned herself behind him, murmuring her thanks. "You too have moments of gratitude?" Bai Moshuan replied without warmth. "They are your companions, yet you remain indifferent. I may appear cold, but your heart is truly frigid." Such blunt words caused Dai Jieli to flinch, rendering her speechless. Observing the two in close proximity, the third member intruded, positioning himself between them, prompting Dai Jieli to retreat to the side. Bai Moshuan let out a muffled grunt, pondering the third member's overt nature. Individuals like him typically harbor few secrets and are easily dealt with in conflict. However, this woman concealed her thoughts deeply, proving herself a worthy adversary. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the phosphorescence vanished entirely. Dai Jieli, with a flash of inspiration, had managed to extend its glow longer than anticipated. Standing there, Su Bai felt an odd sensation. Raising his hand to the ceiling, a breeze is blowing down from above. Cui Ying also noticed faint claw marks on the wall, shallow yet resembling the paw prints of the spirit raccoon. Such marks could only be left over many years. Glancing up, the barren rock face troubled Cui Ying. This could lead to significant trouble. There was no doubt the spirit raccoon was ascending. The dilemma remained whether to follow upwards or downwards. The four of them were in search of the dragon vein, which necessitated descending into the depths, yet the spirit raccoon was heading upwards. For a moment, Su Bai hesitated. But Yu Qing interjected, "This area is rife with chaotic dragon energy, and the trained spirit raccoon suggests that the one training it may be the mastermind behind this disorder. Since we cannot locate the primary dragon lair, we might as well follow the trail of the spirit raccoon. It may yield unexpected discoveries." Thus, they resolved to ascend. Su Bai understood the implication. Dai Jieli exchanged a glance with the third member and promptly declared, "For that $50,000, we too shall ascend. We are prepared." Physical exertion was unavoidable, and with no other option, Su Bai retrieved his climbing ascender. The 13 of them ascended in an orderly fashion. The rock walls were slick, and several times Su Bai's foot slipped, leaving him momentarily suspended in midair, the ropes creaking ominously. He could not help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, this is truly going to cost me my life." As they approached the white ink pavilion, it was uncertain whether it was out of deference to Dai Jieli or some other reason, but today they opted to use the ascender, advancing steadily. However, their positioning placed them behind Dai Jieli, with the third in line below her, followed by Yu Qing, while Su Bai trailed closely behind Cui Ying, bringing up the rear among the seven. Such an arrangement, albeit unintentional, inevitably aroused suspicion. Dai Jieli pondered over the formidable nature of this group, keeping her guard up. The spiritual raccoons traversed the darkness along a consistent path, likely the only reason their paw prints lingered after years of passage. As they followed the trail, the wind intensified, slicing against their faces like a blade, causing sharp discomfort. Su Bai puffed his cheeks, holding his breath as he caught sight of light above, a small opening through which a faint glow seeped, akin to a beacon in the night, inexplicably alluring. Su Bai had already envisioned this as their ultimate destination. Dai Jieli was the first to reach the opening. Upon peering through, she gasped in astonishment. For someone like her, who had faced life and death, few things could elicit such surprise. Bai Moshuan propelled himself forward, landing beside Dai Jieli, their heads nearly touching. The potent masculinity radiating from him made Dai Jieli tense, yet reluctant to pull away. It was the first time a man stirred feelings of affection within her. As if enchanted, binding her with an inexplicable sense of longing. Bai Mashwan, peering through the hole, understood Dai Jieli's astonishment. Through the tiny aperture, he beheld at least hundreds of spiritual raccoons frolicking about, leaping and playing with wild abandon. Their plaything was none other than a small box containing $500,000. These mischievous creatures remained blissfully unaware of the intruders encroaching upon their territory, treating the box as merely an ordinary toy. From their surroundings, it was evident that the raccoons were situated within a vast hollow space carved into the mountainside, perched precariously at mid-elevation. On the opposite side, 3 large openings lined up, allowing the howling wind to pass through, yet it could not penetrate inside. Instead, daylight streamed in, illuminating the area. Though this brightness was limited to daytime, the moonlight at night did not shine so brightly. The opening was ample enough for the spiritual raccoons to enter and exit, but for adults, it was a mere jest. Dai Jieli pressed against the stone wall, stating, "Unless we enlarge this opening, we cannot enter. Can you still find a mechanism?" "No," Bai Mashwan replied. "However, blasting it open wouldn't work either. If these raccoons' claws are poisonous, we wouldn't stand a chance. Should there be any commotion, they would swarm us. There are over 100 of them. My powder wouldn't suffice." Dai Jieli's expression darkened as Su Bai, having exerted himself to climb up, overheard Bai Mashwan's remarks. "I say, Big Star, why must we insist on going in? What we seek is not the spirit raccoon itself, but rather the individual who trains these spirit raccoons. We must devise a means to draw him out." Bai Mashwan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the objective was to lure him forth and ascertain whether there existed any connection between this individual and the disturbance of the dragon's aura. These spirit raccoons were the fruits of his painstaking efforts, and should they suffer any harm, it would be impossible for him to remain indifferent. Though this method may lack integrity, there was little choice left. Bai Mashwan turned to the third brother and inquired, "Do you have any explosives?" The destructive power should not be excessive. It suffices to create chaos among the spirit raccoons. "Piece of cake," the third brother replied. With a mere glance, he signaled a mute individual who swiftly found a foothold on the rock face. The third brother placed the toolbox atop it, opened it, and after a flurry of activity, fashioned a small bomb, ensuring the fuse was particularly long. Once completed, he produced a lighter but refrained from igniting it just yet. Observing the spirit raccoons as they frolicked and scurried about, he noted the absence of any concentrated group. Thus, throwing the bomb would inevitably result in some collateral damage. Chapter 149. The Dragon Vein Map. 1. Bai Mashwan clenched his fists, pausing thoughtfully before suddenly emitting a long, resonant call. The spirit raccoons, hearing him clearly, came to a halt, gazing in his direction with a mix of curiosity and confusion, gradually congregating. The third brother, undeterred by the peculiar antics of Bai Mashwan, seized the opportunity to ignite the fuse and hurled the device through a small opening, landing it on the ground not far from the spirit raccoons. The fuse hissed ominously as Su Bai and the others pressed themselves against the rock wall, mentally counting down. Before reaching 10, a resounding explosion erupted, sending the spirit raccoons into a frenzy, screeching and scattering. Rocks were shattered and debris flew, propelled by the shockwave of the blast. One spirit raccoon being flung into the rock wall, sliding downwards yet miraculously surviving, letting out a cry before launching itself back into the fray. Ultimately, these creatures were mere beasts. Faced with such unexpected chaos, they were thrown into utter disarray, even the chest of coins tumbling to the ground, trampled by the panicking raccoons, creating a cacophony of noise. In that moment, a rhythmic whistle echoed from above the opening, a sequence of 3 long notes followed by 2 short ones, then 2 long and 3 short. Instantly, the chaotic spirit raccoons fell silent, obediently gazing upward. One of them ventured towards the middle of 3 openings and leaped forth, followed closely by the others, each jumping down in succession. Bai Mashwan suddenly resumed his ascent, his agility surpassing that of a swallow, vanishing from sight in an instant. Su Bai, exasperated, muttered, "This sprite moves far too swiftly. Enough chatter, hasten to pursue him," exclaimed Shui Ying, her long limbs propelling her upwards as she supported herself against the rock face. With no choice but to set aside his disdain for Bai Mashwan, Su Bai quickly followed suit. The group continued their upward trek, yet they remained approximately 20 meters behind Bai Mashwan. Upon catching up, they discovered a flat stone platform above, the very ceiling of the space where the spirit raccoons had previously lingered. Bai Mashwan had already subdued the cloaked figure. pinning him face down and firmly pressing against his back. Su Bai swiftly retracted his ascender, eager to approach. To think there exists someone capable of taming spirit raccoons. Let me see who you are. The black mask was removed by Su Bai, revealing a delicate face that left him momentarily speechless. Chui Ying approached, her expression akin to someone who had just swallowed a raw egg. Su, why are you here? She exclaimed. Bai Moshuan did not release his grip, continuing to restrain Gong Susu. Upon seeing Su Bai, Gong Susu dared not meet his gaze, merely lowering her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. Dai Jieli's face revealed a sly smile. I never expected you two to be old acquaintances. Chui Ying was thoroughly displeased by her sardonic tone, especially since this woman was not the genuine Dai Jieli. She was also a figure of ambiguous origins. Regrettably, Chui Ying was still oblivious to her true identity. Could it be that she had undergone cosmetic surgery to achieve her current appearance? While one could mimic looks, mastery of skills and marksmanship left Chui Ying in utter confusion. Dai Jieli was an enigma, and she found herself powerless to unravel it. Su Bai attempted to push Bai Moshuan aside, but Bai Moshuan had anticipated this move. Before Su Bai could reach him, he stood, causing Su Bai to stumble and nearly hit his head on the ground. He helped Gong Susu to her feet. Just like their previous encounter in Changbai Mountain, she was clad in a black night suit, her long hair firmly tied back. Compared to her usual graceful demeanor, she appeared far more austere now. This transformation in Gong Susu instilled a sense of distance in Su Bai. He gazed into her eyes, but she persistently evaded his gaze. Susu, are you the one training these spirit raccoons? What on earth is happening? Yu Qing cleared his throat, reminding him that others were present. Su Bai had no choice but to temporarily bury his confusion, opting for a different inquiry. Did you tame those spirit raccoons? Gong Susu glanced at Dai Jieli, biting her lip and remaining silent for a long while before finally saying, this is not a place for you. I will escort you out. Su Bai still wished to ask more, but Bai Moshuan interjected, all right. Gong Susu's gaze fell upon the blood-amber necklace around Su Bai's neck, momentarily taken aback. Dai Jieli regarded Gong Susu with the intensity of a hawk spotting prey on land, her eyes gleaming. She exchanged a glance with the third man, who smirked coldly. This platform was interconnected with the space below. As Gong Susu opened the passage, one could see the stone steps leading down to the realm of the spirit raccoons. Gong Susu led the way, with the others trailing behind her. Naturally, Su Bai followed closely in her wake. Ever since Gong Susu had departed, his heart had felt like a floating leaf on water, constantly rising and falling, uncertain of where it would finally settle. He had thought that their reunion would merely be a dream, yet it had swiftly transformed into a beautiful reality, albeit in an unsuitable setting, with an atmosphere that felt discordant. Even the person before him seemed somewhat out of place. Gazing at Gong Susu's slender silhouette, Su Bai found himself choked with emotion, unable to utter the words he longed to express. The tear stains on the painting reminded him, Susu, it must be you, right? As they descended into the spirit raccoon's activity space, a distinct animal scent lingered in the air. A case containing $500,000 lay on the ground. Bai Moshuan kicked it, sending it soaring before it landed steadily in his hands. He opened it, revealing neatly stacked bills, indicating that the spirit raccoons were oblivious to the significance of such items. Bai Moshuan looked at Gong Susu and said, Miss Gong, wouldn't you agree? Gong Susu found herself momentarily speechless, taking a considerable time before articulating her thoughts. They reside in these mountains. Although they possess a modicum of spirituality, they cannot think like humans. They are merely curious beings, having spent countless years in this place. They have grown weary of the same surroundings. Furthermore, they will not attack unless provoked by a conflict that raises their wariness, or if they are startled or stimulated. Such as light? Su Bai inquired. Indeed, Gong Susu replied. Especially in dark areas, the sudden appearance of bright light can lead them to mistakenly believe they are under attack, prompting them to defend themselves. The poison on their claws? Chui Ying remarked, Susu, given your delicate demeanor, it is surprising to discover you possess such capabilities. Truly astonishing. I assent it, Su Bai? Su Bai's face had turned pale, responding in a subdued manner. Dai Jieli, noticing that their conversation had strayed off course, interjected with an exasperated huff. Let us refrain from discussing trivial matters. Miss Susu, you remain here, training these spiritual raccoons and applying potent toxins to their claws. Do not tell me this is solely for their transportation to a zoo. Let us hear something of practical value. Gong Susu regarded Dai Jieli with unflinching eyes, And what of you? You expend great effort, scurrying about for what purpose? I fail to see how you are in a position to question me. A sudden silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the howling wind. Su Bai sensed an electric tension in the air as the eyes of Gong Susu and Dai Jieli seemed poised to ignite sparks. Just as he prepared to speak, the 7 mute individuals abruptly encircled them. Bai Moshuan exclaimed in alarm, ready to intervene, when all 7 produced black spherical objects and hurled them to the ground. A dense cloud of black smoke erupted, enveloping the area entirely, rendering visibility non-existent. The black smoke was blinding and pungent, causing Su Bai and the others to cover their noses and mouths. As they attempted to open their eyes, the smoke stung painfully, provoking tears to flow uncontrollably. Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing, relying on their cultivation skills, strained to keep their eyes open and managed to break free, only to witness Dai Jieli's figure vanish into the cave from which the spiritual raccoons had disappeared. When Bai Moshuan lunged forward, he found Dai Jieli smiling up at him, her red lips clearly forming the words, "We shall meet again." As the black smoke finally dissipated, Su Bai focused his gaze and realized Gong Susu's figure had vanished. Bai Moshuan, having anticipated every possible scenario, had never considered the use of smoke bombs by a so-called professional expedition team. Anger welled up within him upon recalling Dai Jieli's triumphant expression as she departed, and he struck the rock beside him with a fist. Cursed be this situation. Chapter 150. The Dragon Vein Map. 2. Gong Susu had been abducted by Dai Jieli and her group. Gazing at the box containing $500,000 on the ground, Yu Qing mused with a wry smile as he lifted it, observing Su Bai's troubled countenance. With the spiritual raccoons present, as long as Susu gives the command, they will surely locate her. You need not worry. Instead, let us contemplate our next course of action. Certainly, the pursuit was imperative. Su Bai observed the knowing expressions of the crowd and promptly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I have feelings for Susu. Yet, I am acutely aware that the matters at hand are intrinsically linked to her. The disturbance of the dragon energy must be known to her. And Dai Jieli shares this sentiment, which is precisely why she abducted Susu. Now, she has become the pivotal figure. Your words carry a semblance of truth." Bai Moshuan interjected, his tone shifting abruptly. "Indeed, it is a woman's influence." His exclamation seemed dissonant with the gravity of the situation, prompting astonished glances from the other two. Bai Moshuan continued, "No matter how formidable Dai Jieli may be, she remains a woman. Every woman, without exception, has an affinity for perfumes. It is merely a matter of scent. What are you all contemplating?" "And nothing at all." Su Bai hastened towards the large opening at the center. "What are we waiting for? Let us pursue them with urgency." Peering down the chasm, he observed Dai Jieli and her entourage moving swiftly, nearing the base of the mountain. Gong Susu was slung over the shoulder of the third man, her body limp, evidently unconscious. The group of 4 pursued relentlessly, while the 9 adversaries, undeterred by their pursuit, quickened their pace. As Su Bai descended the mountain, he noticed the opposite cliff was populated by a multitude of spirit raccoons, their eyes fixed intently below, reflecting their serious demeanor. Despite knowing they were merely creatures, he could not suppress a shout. "Hey, why are you still dawdling here? Hurry and rescue your master." Bai Moshuan blurted, communication with animals does not function in such a manner. However, to his astonishment, the spirit raccoons seemed to respond to Su Bai's call. Initially appearing dazed, they soon stirred, and within moments, over 100 spirit raccoons, barring those previously injured, leapt from the cliff with remarkable agility. Their claws found purchase on the rocky surface, each resembling an athlete in flight. Racing towards Dai Jieli's group, Bai Moshuan stood dumbfounded. Could it be that Su Bai was not of this world? A few shouts and the spirit raccoons understood. This individual was truly worthy of being a beast king. With the spirit raccoons leading the charge, Su Bai felt invigorated and pressed on. Upon reaching the ground, he swiftly removed his ascension device while running. The terrain was slippery, hindering his speed, yet it did not impede the raccoons, who were closing in on Dai Jieli's group. The third man transferred Gong Susu to another and chose to remain behind, drawing his firearm. His marksmanship rivaled that of Dai Jieli. The agile spirit raccoons dodged left and right, yet several were struck, falling to the ground and wailing in distress. Witnessing this, Bai Moshuan's fury ignited. These were spirit raccoons imbued with energy. He moved swiftly forward, closing in on the third man, who merely perceived a towering shadow flicker before him. Before he could react, Bai Moshuan launched a fierce kick aimed directly at his face. An assault that nearly cost the third man's life. He felt as though his body was about to snap in two, and the gun in his hand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Upon seeing the weapon, Bai Moshuan's eyes reddened, overwhelmed by an impulsive surge within him. Almost uncontrollably, he reached for the gun, only to be thwarted by Su Bai, who interjected, "Hey, I'm only reminding you out of respect for Boss Tang. You are practicing the way of heaven. It is best to refrain from taking lives. Such actions are beneath you." The third man exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had danced on the precipice of death. However, his bones felt as though they had shattered, and his hands were as feeble as cotton, lacking any strength. Bai Moshuan delivered a brutal kick to the third man's side, causing him to yelp in pain and curse, "Bai, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, this isn't over. I have no time to play with you now. We shall meet again," Bai Moshuan retorted, leaving the third man behind as he pressed onward. Su Bai made a face at the third man, taunting, "That guy is no ordinary person. Challenging him is akin to courting death." In the meantime, Dai Jieli and Gong Susu had vanished without a trace, and the group of spirit raccoons, fearing bullets, failed to pursue them. Su Bai found himself empty-handed, cursing as he kicked a stone in frustration, releasing a roar towards the heavens. Bai Moshuan sprinted away with his inhuman speed, but yielded no results. Dai Jieli had led her group to an unknown hideout. He strained to catch a scent in the air, but the multitude of aromas overwhelmed his instincts. It seemed he would have to engage with the third man for the time being. The four of them returned, and the third man remained motionless on the ground. Upon seeing Bai Moshuan's return, he maintained his bravado. "What's wrong? Couldn't he catch up? You underestimate Jieli. She is not easily dealt with." "I indeed underestimated her. Yet I am relieved you are still here," Bai Moshuan replied coldly, a chill creeping into Su Bai's heart. He had often mocked this fellow. Would he hold a grudge? Yu Qing had already approached to search the third man's belongings. Inside his backpack, in addition to a toolbox, there lay a small electronic device. Su Bai recognized it immediately. It was part of a tracking system. Bai Moshuan chuckled, prompting Su Bai to ask, "What are you laughing about? What is so amusing about a tracker?" Bai Moshuan was genuinely pleased, for he had previously taken the tracker from Su Bai's backpack, which had allowed Dai Jieli to escape. In a fit of anger, he had tossed the tracker into the hood of Dai Jieli's clothing. "Do you know how to use this?" Bai Moshuan tossed the device into Su Bai's arms. Su Bai first checked the battery. Fortunately, it was adequately charged. Upon activating it, the display immediately locked onto a location. Su Bai's fingers danced across the screen with agility. Despite its small size, this tracker was remarkably sophisticated. The third man had not anticipated such a fortuitous coincidence, as this intricate device would prove invaluable to their adversaries. Seizing the opportunity while Su Bo was fixated on his target, Cui Ying attended to the injured spirit raccoons, meticulously bandaging their wounds. Meanwhile, Yu Qing continued his search of the third brother, discovering not only a firearm and ammunition, but also a journal. Upon noticing Yu Qing examining the journal, the third brother bellowed, "Do not touch it." Ignoring his warning, Yu Qing opened the journal, and the maps nestled within captured his attention. Each map detailed the locations of dragon veins, including main, tributary, and branch veins, with no area overlooked. Beneath the maps were thorough annotations. Yu Qing estimated that the journal contained nearly all known information regarding dragon veins. What could this be? Was the esteemed Mr. Bailey so enthralled by dragon veins? He handed the journal to Bai Moshuan and turned to the third brother, stating, "I fear your group is not limited to just you 9. With so many dragon veins to investigate, how could you possibly achieve this with only your team?" The third brother remained silent, and Yu Qing realized he had struck a chord. This intricate web was descending upon them. Their pursuit of dragon veins was straightforward, merely to alter Su Bo's fortune. But what was their true objective? Their interest in him stemmed from the attention garnered by their prowess within Changbai Mountain. The realm of dragon veins was often entwined with bizarre events and mystical entities, and mere gunfire would not suffice to resolve such matters. Hence, the allure of a 500,000 bounty. Yu Qing opened the case filled with cash, exclaiming, "Is Mr. Bailey too naive? Does he believe that 500,000 could sway us? Such a sum is hardly worth our consideration." It was not that Yu Qing dismissed the amount. With the affluent Bai Moshuan present, such a trivial sum was indeed inconsequential. Yu Qing's discovery caused Su Bo to furrow his brow, and conspiracy theories began to surface. In modern society, aside from individuals of their unique backgrounds, what concern did ordinary people have for dragon veins? Su Bai remarked, "You are a professional tomb raiding organization, are you not? Mr. Bailey's vineyard was acquired through such means, was it not? What capabilities does this old man possess that compel you to serve him so obediently?" Chapter 151. The beetle. The third brother closed his eyes, falling silent. Cui Ying finished bandaging the spirit raccoons, earning their affection in the process. However, the experience was rather nerve-wracking. She feared that any sudden movement from the raccoons might lead to a painful scratch. Fortunately, these spirit raccoons were quite perceptive of human emotions, remaining calm throughout. As predicted by Su, they only brandished their claws when absolutely necessary. The raccoons wandered nearby, their emotions restless. Upon returning and learning of the events above, Cui Ying pondered thoughtfully. She alone knew the most about Mr. Bailey. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on the third brother, asking, "Have you fallen for Dai jelly?" The third brother opened his eyes briefly before shutting them once more, merely emitting a grunt through his nostrils. Yu Qing observed Cui Ying, uncertain of her intentions. Cui Ying continued, "Love is truly a perilous affair. At times, you may not even recognize who you have fallen for. Are you certain that the woman you love is indeed named Dai jelly?" This discourse was previously heard by the third brother in the Bai Mountains. Subsequently, he inquired about it from Dai jelly, but her retort rendered him speechless. "Do you believe me, or a stranger?" The third brother understood that if Dai jelly were a poison, he would willingly embrace that venom, even if it meant his demise in her name. Now, upon hearing Cui Ying's words, he remained composed. Her identity was inconsequential. Even if she adopted a different name, as long as she remained herself, that was sufficient. Cui Ying, however, chuckled and shook her head. "You are quite naive." Naive? The third brother adopted an obstinate demeanor. "You shall not sow discord between Jelly and me. How could an outsider comprehend what we have endured together? Indeed, a man's intellect tends to diminish in matters of love." With Su Bai as a precedent, another fool had emerged. Cui Ying remarked, "Since you have faced life and death, how well do you truly know her? You are aware that Dai jelly is a retired female commander of a special forces unit. But do you know if she has family? Do you understand her background? Earlier, when we had you subdued, she did not even attempt to come to your rescue. Is this what you call having faced life and death? Oh, a scheme to create discord." Su Bai gazed at Cui Ying with admiration, exclaiming her prowess as a woman. Noticing the third brother's lack of response, Cui Ying was about to speak when Yu Qing interjected, "Should we bind him first?" "Even without restraints, I assure you he wouldn't be able to move," Bai Moshuan remarked, his gaze ominous. He was not particularly fond of Cui Ying's current methods. As a man, he preferred a more direct approach, such as severing a limb or a leg. The human tolerance for pain is finite. However, the third brother was no ordinary man. He had undergone training and might not fear death. Thus, Bai Moshuan allowed Cui Ying to attempt a resolution through feminine means. Public matters and private affairs are distinct. The third brother's eyes were fixed on the darkening sky, and his heart trembled slightly. Dai jelly had departed swiftly, and while Cui Ying's silence had been bearable, her words now filled him with a sense of loss. In the face of true love, the line between public and private is ever blurred. Cui Ying scoffed. Those who comfort themselves with notions of clear boundaries between public and private are merely lacking in love. To put it plainly, you are simply deluding yourself. You are now but a useful tool for Dai jelly, marginally superior to those 7 mute brothers. The third brother attempted to raise his hand, but found himself powerless, only managing a muffled groan. Su Bai had already locked onto the target. "Sister, hurry, the target is locked." Cui Ying continued, "What I said last time in the Bai Mountains was entirely true. This woman is not named Dai jelly. The real Dai jelly is likely in grave peril. She merely borrowed this identity. Her true origins are known only to her, or perhaps to that Mr. Bailey. Do not forget this." Cui Ying, being a novelist, understood the potency of language. It can serve as a ticking time bomb. In ancient times, orators accomplished great undertakings with their words. She had planted this unpredictable bomb, leading the conversation to the crux. What shall we do with this individual? The 3 of them turned to Su Bai, who took a step back. "No way. You want me to carry this person? If you do not wish to bear the burden, then leave them here." Bai Moshuan lifted his gaze to assess the weather. The impending snowfall would likely turn into icicles, which could be rather delightful. Su Bai felt a shiver run down his spine and directed his words toward the third person on the ground, saying, If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon my own leniency. Thus, I accept my fate. He reached out to grab the third individual, who felt as though his very bones were about to disintegrate. Bai Mashwan was nothing short of ferocious, his grip far more severe than that of any torture device. Su Bai perceived the third person's body as utterly limp, devoid of strength, and once again felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He ultimately hoisted the third individual onto his back, finding him surprisingly heavy, given his lack of rigidity. Su Bai was grateful for his height of 180 centimeters. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that these three were clearly taking advantage of him. The power of the reverse scale was extraordinary. Had he not feared the repercussions, he would undoubtedly have been the strongest among them. Su Bai handed the device to Cui Ying, who observed that their quarry was now half a kilometer away, heading in a northeastern direction. As they ventured forth, a cluster of spirit raccoons trailed behind them, appearing lethargic, likely disheartened by their inability to catch up with Gong Susu. What should be done about these spirit raccoons? Should they be allowed to follow? Bai Mashwan noted that these spirit raccoons were indeed spirited, having left a portion behind to tend to their injured companions, while the remainder followed in a remarkably organized fashion. Let them accompany us, he concluded. They may prove useful later. Thus, the group, accompanied by a throng of spirit raccoons, proceeded northeast. According to the device, they were drawing nearer to their objective. Throughout their journey, Yuqing continued to use a compass to gauge the flow of energy, which remained tumultuous, indicating that Dai Jieli and his crew were wandering aimlessly. As night began to fall, they drew closer to Dai Jieli, when suddenly the display screen lost its target. Cui Ying exclaimed in frustration. It seems the tracker has been discovered. Not to worry, Bai Mashwan replied with unwavering confidence. We are close. They cannot escape my grasp. Su Bai abruptly dropped the third individual to the ground, exclaiming, You're far too heavy. The third person let out a muffled groan of pain, while Bai Mashwan continued his pursuit, tossing over his shoulder, You all wait here. In the blink of an eye, Bai Mashwan vanished from sight, and moments later, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire. Su Bai's heart raced as he lifted the third person again, tightening his grip around his neck. Let me tell you, if Bai Mashwan encounters trouble, you won't survive either. Do you wish to know if that enchanting woman loves you? Now is your best chance. The third individual struggled to muster any energy, gasping for breath. Observing this, Su Bai slightly loosened his hold. Bai Mashwan's voice echoed back, urging, Hurry over. Before any human movement occurred, the spirit raccoons darted ahead. When Bai Mashwan emerged, the spirit raccoons flanked him from all sides. Su Bai carried the third individual forward, inquiring, Where's Susu? Inside, Bai Mashwan replied, rolling his eyes. Follow me. Dai Jieli's group had entered a cave, but the spirit raccoons halted at the entrance. Turning back to approach Bai Mashwan's feet, nudging him as if trying to convey something. Su Bai urged, Star, quickly use your instinct to discern what they wish to communicate. I cannot fathom their words, Bai Mashwan replied, but they are quite vigilant. Something significant lies within. Bai Mashwan cast a glance at the third man, suggesting that they should first throw him inside to see what transpired. If the adversary fired a weapon, it would provide a moment of cover. True to his word, he seized the third man and hurled him into the cave. The third man let out a cry as he landed, only to be met with an unsettling chill, as he discovered that beneath him lay a writhing mass of living creatures. Despite his usual bravado, he was rendered nearly paralyzed by fear. Bai, save me, please. Chapter 152, Funeral Garment Bai Mashwan and Yuqing simultaneously leaped into the cave, illuminating the darkness with their headlamps. Their expressions darkened in unison as they realized the third man was not lying in a snake-infested pit, but rather amidst a swarm of black beetles that densely populated the area. The ground bore the remnants of those who had tread before, with numerous corpses strewn about, victims of the previous group, led by Dai Jieli. The beetles, dark as night, were nearly undetectable if not for their incessant writhing. Seeing the two remain still, the third man shouted in desperation, Help me up. You truly are oblivious to the situation, Yuqing replied, shaking his head. Is this truly the moment for commands? Please. I beg you. The third man's eyes brimmed with tears, terror evident on his face. He was unafraid of bullets or knives, but the thought of those squirming creatures beneath him sent shivers down his spine, as if they might burrow through his skin and invade his very insides. Humans often fear the unknown far more than the familiar dangers they confront. Bai Mashwan hoisted the third man, but this action prompted a startled exclamation from Su Bai, Damn. There's a vast swarm on his back. Just as Yuqing reached out to swat them away, a beetle leapt onto his hand and bit down, sending a jolt of pain through him like an electric shock. His hand became weak and numb, but fortunately, the beetles moved slowly. Had they surged en masse, the outcome would have been dire. Yuqing desperately shook off the beetle, leaving a purplish bruise on his hand. Su Bai removed his jacket and began to swat at the third man's back, managing to dislodge some of the insects. The sight of the multitude clinging to his feet was utterly revolting. Enough delay. We must pursue them. This time, Su Bai refrained from complaining and charged deeper into the cave with the third man on his back. Chuaying approached Yuqing's side, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just a bit of a tingling sensation," Yuqing replied. "Let's move on." He shook his hand, oblivious to the fact that the purplish mark was deepening. As they tread upon the mass of insects, Bai Moshuan's brow furrowed deeply. With every step, the sound of crunching beetles echoed, their insides bursting forth and splattering white entrails upon their shoes, accompanied by a foul, charred odor. Su Bai, in a state of urgency, feared for Gong Sushu's safety and called out, "Sushu, where are you?" The echo reverberated throughout the cavern, prompting Chuaying to smack Su Bai on the forehead. "Are you foolish? Your shout will give away our location." Meanwhile, the third man, thoroughly exhausted and limp across Su Bai's back, began to mutter incoherently. "You lot cannot hope to defeat Mr. Bai Li. It would be wiser to take the money and collaborate with us. Your forces are considerable," Su Bai remarked. "With so many individuals simultaneously seeking the dragon vein, what are you all up to? Tomb raiding? Seeking wealth? Under the guise of adventurers, you indulge in reckless behavior. It is truly repugnant. Are you not the same?" "Huh." To his astonishment, Lao San found humor in the situation, replying, "Why criticize others when you share the same flaws?" Left speechless, Su Bai promptly delivered a resounding slap to Lao San's face, asserting, "We are but 50 steps ahead, yet that is still superior to your 100. No matter how formidable you may be, you shall ultimately fall into our hands." Chuaying interjected, "Why argue with a mere tool? Our priority is to locate Su Su. As long as she remains silent, she will surely preserve her life. Am I correct, Lao San? You wish to extract secrets from Su Su. Yet if she keeps her lips sealed, her life remains intact." Her voice resonated throughout the cavern, and Yuqing regarded her with admiration. If they were close by, Su Su would certainly hear her. Gong Su Su, with the barrel of a dark gun pressed against her waist, cast a sidelong glance at Dai Jieli, saying, "There is no need for unnecessary theatrics. Having entered this place, exiting will prove difficult." Gong Su Su had been rendered unconscious amidst the billowing black smoke, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself ensconced in this cave. She could never have anticipated that in her haste, Dai Jieli would stumble into this deathly cavern. The sound of Chuaying's voice echoed within, and she understood the implications. Should they underestimate her, they would surely face consequences. She was not merely the fragile being she appeared to be, and the firmness in her tone startled Dai Jieli. "What do you mean?" "This place is rife with traps and various malevolent entities, including rare poisonous creatures," Gong Su Su stated. "It is the spirit fox. Even I would not dare to enter here, let alone mention it. Your weapon is utterly ineffective against them. Are you attempting to deceive me?" Dai Jieli, inherently suspicious, was reluctant to accept Gong Su Su's words. "Do you think I am Zhuge Liang, easily swayed by a mere ruse?" Gong Su Su retorted with a smile. "If you doubt my words, I can demonstrate their truth." Dai Jieli tightened her grip on the gun. "Do not attempt any tricks." She produced a small black box, tore open Gong Su Su's clothing, and placed it directly within her undergarment. "This is a miniature remote-controlled bomb. Should you dare to act out, I will detonate it, reducing you to mere fragments." With a smirk, she pushed Gong Su Su forward. "You seem quite familiar with this place. Perhaps you ought to lead the way. The more perilous the location, the more secrets it likely harbors, and who knows, it may very well be the heart of the mystery." Gong Su Su's heart sank as Su Bai and the others advanced a short distance, spotting her ahead. Just as he contemplated approaching, Bai Moshuan admonished him, "Do not advance. Gong Su Su." She called out his name, her eyes blinking rapidly, signaling him to stay back. Su Bai lowered Lao San, grasped his neck with one hand, and drew his gun, a weapon previously confiscated from them, pressing it against his temple. "If that woman dares to play tricks, I shall take the risk today. We shall see how much she values your life." Bai Moshuan cast a resigned glance, noting that this young man had yet to disengage the safety. Seeing the disdain in Bai Mashwan's eyes, Su Bai realized his grave error. With a sheepish grin, he released the safety and pressed the gun against Lao San's temple once more. Lao San shut his eyes, questioning Su Bai's resolve. You are an amateur, having never taken a life. Are you certain you dare to pull the trigger? Su Bai retorted. A cornered rabbit will bite. Should that woman dare to harm Su Su, you will soon discover the extent of my courage. Tears welled in Su Bai's eyes. This place is perilous. We must not venture further. Gong Su Su suddenly interjected. We must leave. Our lives are at stake here. There is an ominous presence. Yu Qing paused, taken aback. The term ominous presence referred to the tricks of those who nurture spirits. Generally, sorcerers cultivate spirits to assist with mundane tasks, adhering to certain rules, confining their activities to their homes. Those who disregard such rules often seek illicit gains through their spirits. However, neither of these practices could compare to the malevolence of sacrificing living blood to appease vengeful spirits. The ritual involved offering pure blood from both men and women on the night of the full moon, empowering the spirits and rendering them formidable, impervious to protective charms. Dai Jieli, oblivious to the notion of an ominous presence, merely regarded Gong Su Su's words as a scare tactic. She shook the detonator in her hand, demanding, Miss Gong, cease your tricks. Tell us where the Jinlong Cave is located, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. I do not know of any Jinlong Cave. Gong Su Su replied. Nonsense. Training spiritual raccoons here without a purpose, while coating their claws in poison. If you are not knowledgeable about this place, what is your motive? Dai Jieli countered. If you refuse to speak, it matters not. We shall employ a strategy of sheer numbers, and I will take your life first. With that, Dai Jieli prepared to press the detonator. Su Bai, overwhelmed with anxiety and confusion, cried out, Wait. His heart raced with desperation as he glanced at Cui Ying. His eyes pleading, fearing the sight of Gong Su Su being blown to bits before him would haunt him for the rest of his days. Cui Ying sighed. Recognizing the calamity at hand, Gong Su Su was indeed Su Bai's tribulation. She proposed, You have Gong Su Su, and we have Lao San. Let us proceed together to uncover the truth. Chapter 153. The Exorcism Melody. Cui Ying's thoughts were clear, regardless of the ominous presence within. They had the dual assurance of Yu Qing and Bai Mashwan by their side. What was there to fear? Moreover, Su Bai's fierce spirit would prove invaluable in a critical moment. The precarious balance would hold, and once inside, a dramatic reversal was imminent. Lao San opened his eyes, gazing at Dai Jieli. As the interplay of Cui Ying and Su Bai's words ignited a spark within him, Dai Jieli glanced at Lao San, silently cursing his ineptitude, yet feigning a smile. Very well, this place is shrouded in mystery. The Jinlong Cave may very well lie within. Let us proceed together, but do not attempt any tricks. Miss Gong, lead the way. Gong Su Su sighed softly, turning to lead the way ahead. The spirit foxes outside the cave howled in despair, but dared not enter. They watched as the group gradually disappeared from sight before retreating into the night. The tunnel narrowed significantly as they advanced, barely allowing passage for a single individual. Jagged stones protruded from the walls, and a moment's inattention could lead to injury. Su Bai attempted to push the incapacitated third brother ahead, but the latter's frail body was unable to walk. Spitting on the ground in frustration, Su Bai hoisted third brother onto his back, muttering, Damn it. Today I serve only you. Under Gong Su Su's guidance, the group squeezed into the cave, where the pathway widened considerably. Compared to the outside, the interior was more humid, the sound of dripping water growing louder. Gong Su Su paused, her gaze fixated on a coffin corner that was faintly visible ahead. She turned to Dai Jieli and said, Beyond this point lies the domain of the Yinsha. Then please, Miss Gong, lead the way, Dai Jieli replied with a smile. If you can train spirit foxes, surely you can handle the Yinsha as well. Gong Su Su smiled faintly, unexpectedly stepping forward without hesitation. Inside, there was no sound. Yet Dai Jieli felt an unsettling aura emanating from Gong Su Su. While she appeared delicate, an eerie essence lurked beneath. The decision to proceed weighed heavily upon Dai Jieli, her palms beginning to sweat. Bai Mashwan grunted, If you're afraid to enter, step aside. As Gong Su Su ventured deeper, Dai Jieli, fearing for her safety, hurriedly followed. She found Gong Su Su standing before an open coffin, grinning ominously. Gong Su Su reached towards her chest, preparing to touch a miniature bomb, leaving Dai Jieli aghast. Are you out of your mind? Ignoring her, Gong Su Su extracted the bomb, cradling it in her palm. With a gentle smile, She remarked, now that we are here, the bomb is of little use. You may detonate it, but such a loud noise would not only reduce me to mere pulp, it would also attract the Shah. If I am to perish, at least you will accompany me to the grave. Hardly unjust. From within the coffin, a desiccated hand dangled, revealing a white sleeve upon the arm. Su Bai's keen eyes discerned that it was a burial garment. In the southern Fujian region, when dressing the deceased in a shroud, family members typically perform a symbolic fitting first. Afterward, they weigh it with a scale devoid of weights, proclaiming in front of the deceased. This is bought with money from the descendants, signifying their filial piety. Burial garments are usually of odd numbers, with a difference of 2 between the top and bottom, such as 7 garments above and 5 below, or 9 above and 7 below, with a maximum of 11 tops and 9 bottoms. For those who die young, typically under 50, only 3 garments are permitted. In the case of burial, the body inevitably produces fluids, causing the shroud to decay and adhere to the rotting flesh. However, the hand protruding from the coffin appeared taut, the shroud still relatively pristine. The arm exhibited a bluish hue, veins prominent, yet not an ordinary blue, rather, a shade akin to black. Bai Ling, familiar with such sights, observed, the blood has been drained. Mr. Bai is a man of discernment. This corpse possesses a yin constitution. Having just succumbed to death, its blood still circulating. Thus, it has been brought here to nurture the yin evil. Moreover, within these coffins lie similar corpses, both male and female. Some who met untimely ends, others who lived to old age. It is not the blood of the living that is utilized, but rather that of the deceased, though the effects are rather mediocre. Mr. Bai and Yu Qing, being adept in the arts, must understand that this is a fundamental requirement for nurturing the yin evil. At this moment, Gong Susu seemed to transform into another person entirely. Miss Dai, this item holds no utility for me now. Gong Susu cradled the bomb and approached Dai Jieli, nearly pressing her face against hers. Now, we are unable to escape. With that, she surprisingly thrust the bomb back into Dai Jieli's embrace, letting out a chilling laugh. The yin evil is coming. Do you believe that, Mr. Bai and Yu Qing will rescue you? Dai Jieli inhaled sharply and hurriedly strode towards a coffin before her, within which lay a female corpse. Judging by her gray hair, she was at least over 60. The burial attire was impeccably arranged, yet a deep gash marred her neck, the edges devoid of any bloodstains, starkly white like paper. Such a conspicuous wound, and the white burial attire bore no trace of blood. The occupant of this coffin was a modern individual, as evidenced by the style of the burial clothes. Not far from this coffin, several others were haphazardly arranged, varying in size and shape. Dai Jieli, disregarding her surroundings, rushed to inspect each one. The corpses within were from different eras, some even adorned in Manchu burial garb. Clutching her gun, sweat poured from her brow, as she became convinced that this must be the principal dragon's lair of the local dragon vein. Otherwise, what warranted such a grand endeavor? Dai Jieli chuckled, raising her firearm. What of the yin evil? As long as we can uncover the dragon's lair for our master, we would willingly embrace death, wouldn't we, Lao San? While Dai Jieli laughed heartily, Bai Ling furrowed his brow. Gong Susu sighed, signaling for Su Bai and the others to leave. Yet Bai Ling crossed his arms defiantly. What yin evil? I too wish to behold it. From the corpses within these coffins, it was evident that this yin evil had existed for at least several centuries, continuously nourished by offerings of blood. Bai Ling spoke lightly, but his heart was heavy. Though Yu Qing remained silent, he too sensed the impending danger. The Zhengyang talisman bore no efficacy against the yin evil. Seizing the moment before the yin evil emerged, he retrieved the blood-light blade, intending to cleave the coffin in two. He urged Cui Ying to retreat to the other side. The blood-light blade may provide some resistance. Cui Ying, you and Su Bai must stay over there. The situation is dire, we must leave at once. Seeing that they had no intention of retreating, Gong Susu felt helpless. She glanced at Su Bai, who showed no inclination to depart. Meanwhile, Dai Jieli, despite her pleasant words, led the group to the opposite side of the Thunderpool formation. Lao San remained restrained by Su Bai, and with the imminent threat looming, Su Bai disregarded the hindrance that Lao San posed, shoving him back. Here, it's yours. As the third man lunged towards Dai Jieli, she effortlessly caught him with one hand, displaying unexpected strength. While reprimanding him for his inadequacy, she quickly replaced her scowl with a smile, inquiring softly, "Are you all right?" The previously doubtful third man felt his spirit lift at her gentle words, nearly shedding a few tears as he nodded vigorously. I'm fine, Jelly. I truly am useless. Allowing them to capture me to threaten you. Was just one of you truly worth becoming a bargaining chip against me? Jelly's eyes flickered as she leaned closer to whisper something in his ear, causing his eyes to brighten with understanding. Their exchange did not escape Cui Ying's notice. She sensed they were plotting something nefarious. Gripping her vermilion gun tightly, she warned Su Bai, beware of this woman. She may have tricks up her sleeve. No sooner had she spoken than a chilling wind swept through the space. Gong Susu's expression shifted as she produced a jade flute from her bosom. Although termed a flute, it was short, resembling more of a piccolo. Its dark green jade bore intricate engravings. Yu Qing was taken aback. Gong Susu was evidently no ordinary individual, though she typically appeared delicate. Today she was poised to showcase her prowess. Chapter 154. The Heart of the Earth Flower. 1. Dark entities fear the light. Everyone switched on their headlamps, illuminating the area sufficiently. Gong Susu, gazing at the shadow on the ground, furrowed her brow. He has arrived. A new shadow appeared, large-headed, broad-shouldered, and towering, though only its silhouette was visible. Yu Qing inquired, what is happening? Gong Susu remained silent, raising the jade flute to her lips and beginning to play. Her classical beauty was enhanced by the enchanting melody. Had the circumstances been different, it would have been a sight to behold. Su Bai sighed inwardly. Today, as Susu had offered him a fresh perspective, Bai Moshuan recognized the tune, feeling a surge of excitement. He recalled Su Yu mentioning that in pre-Qin times, exorcists had emerged, employing music as their tool against malevolent spirits. This group had appeared amidst chaos and vanished just as swiftly, emerging from the tumult of war where countless vengeful souls roamed and dark entities thrived. These exorcists seemed to descend from the heavens only to disappear again. Bai Moshuan recalled the account of Su Yu's ancestor, Qing Luan, who had spoken of a similar melody, which bore a striking resemblance to what Gong Susu was now playing. A thought struck him. Was Gong Susu part of the same lineage as those ancient exorcists, or was her clan the very essence of those who once drove away evil? As the profound melody resonated, the shadow on the ground abruptly halted. Gong Susu, observing the stunned crowd, declared, there is still time to leave. Su Bai gaped in astonishment. Was this a warning? Was Gong Susu cautioning them? Jelly scoffed, leave? After finally locating the Master Dragon's lair, I will not relinquish it easily. Did you not claim there were malevolent spirits? Let them out and see their true power. With that, she drew a gun from her coat. Cui Ying recognized it as another vermilion gun. Not only her, but the third man and others also possessed one, totaling 10 vermilion guns among them. Gong Susu gazed at the crowd, then cast her eyes downwards. As the melody ceased, the shadows upon the ground came to life once more. Su Bai, following the direction of the moving shadows, finally discerned the source of the sinister entity. It was in the wall, a youth, ready to emerge. The wall stood behind Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan, and surprisingly, neither of them felt a thing. Thanks to Su Bai's profound knowledge, they realized that this adversary was extraordinary. They turned in unison, their hands moving to their chests. Golden light, swiftly manifest, shield the true practitioner. Urgently, as commanded. From the rock face, a head began to emerge, adorned with clusters of festering boils, each a deep crimson hue, with tiny holes oozing forth dark vapors. 2 beams of golden light struck the head, causing it to retract back into the rock. Yet, in mere moments, the entire form burst forth, revealing itself before the assembly. Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing simultaneously recoiled. The golden incantation met the entity with no discernible effect. Observing the malevolent being, enshrouded in billowing black mist, it was evident that centuries of accumulated malice were not to be underestimated. Its stature nearly grazed the ceiling of the cavern, a veritable giant. Its legs as sturdy as stone, and its eyes, larger than copper bells, glowed with an eerie green luminescence. Su Bai stepped back, witnessing Jelly raise her hand, causing 9 guns to be lifted in unison. 9 crimson sand bullets were fired at various points on the sinister being. The bullets were ingeniously designed to explode upon contact with the malevolent entity, spreading the red sand across its form to extinguish its essence. The 9 bullets detonated simultaneously, unleashing a furious roar from the entity, as the red sand rebounded off its body and cascaded down upon the onlookers, leaving them covered in the gritty substance. The force of the sand stung painfully upon impact, and Gong Susu sensed impending doom. The ordinary red sand was utterly ineffective against it, further inciting the entity's wrath. Indeed, upon receiving the assault, the malevolent being let out a thunderous roar and lunged towards Dai Jieli and the others. Approaching the thunderpool array, it did not pause, crossing right over it and delivering a crushing blow to Dai Jieli. The third member, sensing the danger, interposed himself before Dai Jieli. Having recently suffered at the hands of Bai Moshuan, he was sent hurtling away by the strike, landing on the ground, devoid of strength. Dai Jieli, disregarding him, swiftly evaded with the other 7. Su Bai, sensing the precarious situation, grasped Cui Ying and leaped behind Yu Qing. Young man, this formidable creature is quite the challenge. Are you only just realizing this? Yu Qing retorted impatiently. The Zhenyang talisman is ineffective. The golden incantation is futile. The thunderpool array is useless. What on earth shall we do, Gong Susu? Gong Susu appeared somewhat troubled. Just then, the sinister entity turned back, its palm aimed at the crowd. Su Bai looked up, seeing the heavily blackened hand hovering above him. At last, Gong Susu ceased hesitating, as the exorcising melody flowed from her jade flute, causing the malign spirit to clutch its head in unbearable pain, emitting a howl akin to that of a wild beast. Su Bai was astonished to discover that Susu possessed such prowess. Just as he felt a surge of exhilaration, a sharp crack resonated. The jade flute in Gong Susu's hand shattered. She turned to Su Bai, urging, "Run." Su Bai watched as the sinister being lunged at Gong Susu, her expression bearing a smile, yet she only uttered 2 words, "Run quickly." Was coming here merely to meet death? Did she never consider escape? Su Bai felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, his vision consumed solely by the malevolent shadow and the smiling figure of Gong Susu collapsing before him. Yu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as a long-forgotten silver light emanated from Su Bai's throat. When did this fellow learn to teleport? Su Bai was oblivious to his actions, merely acting on instinct as the silver light erupted from his throat, enveloping him entirely. Onlookers witnessed the radiant beam piercing into the malevolent shadow, which then fragmented into pieces. As the silver light vanished, Yu Qing's concern grew. Su Bai? No sooner had he spoken than a thick smoke enveloped the cave, shrouding everyone within. Yu Qing sensed someone standing behind him, about to speak when the figure declared, "We are Susu's kin. Please follow us." Uncertain of the others' fates, yet reassured by the presence of family, Yu Qing decided to trust them and followed. His hand brushed against a solid surface, likely a coffin. The figure guided him through a passage beside the casket. Shortly thereafter, a noise echoed, prompting Yu Qing to follow closely behind. He suddenly realized that the person ahead was making no discernible sound. Upon further listening, he discerned that the footsteps were merely faint, almost imperceptible. Yu Qing. The area ahead finally brightened, prompting Yu Qing to shield his eyes. He heard Cui Ying's voice, indicating she had descended before him. Seeing Yu Qing unharmed, she sighed in relief. "Finally, you made it. You all made it too." Besides Cui Ying, Bai Moshuan had also arrived, scrutinizing their surroundings with a furrowed brow. Yu Qing looked up, recognizing that this space was undoubtedly connected to the one above, albeit more expansive. Torches adorned the walls, and in the center stood an altar, laden with spirit tablets. In front of the altar was a large incense burner, releasing a rich fragrance. Apart from Dai Jieli and his group, everyone had been brought here. Su Bai lay across Gong Susu's lap, his eyes tightly shut, fists clenched without a hint of relaxation. Yu Qing understood the events that had transpired. Su Bai had erupted with the power of his reverse scale, obliterating the shadow. However, the repercussions were now evident, and it would likely be some time before he regained consciousness. Gong Susu held a water jug, gently dripping water into Su Bai's mouth. The figures who had led them down were clad in night cloaks, with the leader removing his mask to reveal an elderly man of around 60. His gaze upon Su Bai was peculiar. "I never expected the descendant of the dragon clan to still possess the power of the reverse scale. Susu, why didn't you inform me sooner?" Gong Susu fell silent, her eyes fixed on Su Bai in contemplation. His power had erupted because of her. A realization that struck her deeply. They had entered with no intention of leaving alive. The malevolent shadow had existed for 6 centuries, feeding on blood for years, growing increasingly potent, so much so that even the Zhenyang talisman and bloodblade could not contend with it. Fearing its overwhelming strength would one day turn against them. It had been nearly 60 years since it had been fed fresh blood. Nevertheless, its might remained formidable. Chapter 155, Heart of the Earth, 2. In the face of the chieftain's inquiry, Gong Susu remained composed. Unbeknownst to her, she had no prior knowledge of Su Bai's lineage as a descendant of the Dragon clan, and she replied with calmness, "I do not know. When I met Su Bai, he possessed no power whatsoever." Indeed, Bai Moshuan interjected, his arms crossed over his chest. "This individual only unleashes his powers in dire circumstances, ordinarily. He is merely an unusually tall fellow. Yet, you all have demonstrated remarkable prowess in nurturing such formidable malevolence." The chieftain revealed only his face, which appeared aged. His skin, much like Susu's, was excessively pale. His eyes, the windows to his soul, bore a weary expression. At that moment, he seated himself upon a stone, and a cloaked figure nearby offered to assist him. He waved his hands gently in refusal, then smiled. "I never imagined that in my twilight years I would encounter one endowed with the power of the reverse scale. Our clan is indeed saved." Gong Susu gazed down at Su Bai, whose breathing was now steady, his visage no longer reflecting the urgency of moments prior, instead resembling that of a deep slumber. Her hand trembled slightly as she reached to touch his face, but upon drawing closer, she withdrew it, letting out a long sigh. "Why must it be you?" Bai Moshuan exchanged glances with Yu Qing and Cui Ying. "It seems we have found our savior," he remarked. Su Bai had transformed into the Gong clan's great redeemer. Their descent into this place was likely due to his influence. These individuals had remained hidden until Su Bai's powers manifested, raising the question of coincidence, an incredulous notion. "The Gong clan has existed for several millennia," Bai Moshuan continued. "Though our knowledge is limited, we inhabit the subterranean realm, elusive as the group we just encountered, concentrated around the dragon vein. I doubt this is mere happenstance." Amidst the cloaked figures, one spoke up. "Chieftain, can they be trusted?" Bai Moshuan snorted softly. It seemed skepticism had arisen among them. He replied, "The melody Susu played should have long been forgotten. In the preaching era, there existed a group of exorcists who wielded jade flutes to banish malevolence. After the ascendance of the Qin emperor, they mysteriously vanished, and the so-called exorcist melody ceased to exist. It was thought lost to time, yet I find myself fortunate enough to hear it today." The chieftain's eyes widened in astonishment. "This matter has never been recorded in history. Those aware of it are exceedingly rare. How did you come to know of it?" "In the time of Qin, there was a shamaness named Qing Wan, who by chance witnessed this band of exorcists and heard the melody herself," Bai Moshuan explained. "By coincidence, I share a profound connection with this Qing Wan shamaness. The short flute Susu unveiled possesses significant heritage." Gong Susu huddled together, feeling the weight of the scrutiny from the man named Bai Moshuan, who had been filled with wariness and even a hint of prejudice since their first encounter. However, his remarkable perceptiveness was now fully revealed. She heard Bai Moshuan say, "I have always harbored some doubts. According to what you have previously stated, your clan has lived underground since the peculiar event of the palace, rarely venturing outside. It is only in modern times that one individual from each generation is permitted to venture out and acquire contemporary knowledge. Yet, I find myself perplexed by your sudden appearance before Su Bai. When circumstances align too perfectly, there is often a hidden agenda. This is why you have persistently held on to this point." Gong Susu responded, "I never expected you to be so difficult." "Indeed, you appear quite delicate," Bai Moshuan remarked. "Yet, it has been demonstrated that you are not merely a fragile woman at your core. Before Su Bai, however, you are excessively gentle, resembling water. He has always been fond of you, and as a result, he is utterly captivated. Yet you, maintaining a distance, have not dissuaded his affections. Rather, you have only intensified his feelings. Forgive my candor, but was this not intentional?" Cui Ying's expression reflected surprise. Bai Moshuan's observations were astoundingly keen. Looking back at Gong Susu, she did not deny his assertion, though her brow furrowed in contemplation. "I must clarify your notion of intent. I encountered Su Bai's grandmother when I was 8. This is a verifiable truth, with the blood amber as proof. Subsequently, I was selected as the individual from my generation permitted to study outside, and by mere chance, I ended up at the same school as Su Bai due to the connection with his grandmother. I naturally paid considerable attention to male students bearing the name Su Bai. At that moment, there was no element of design. The turning point lay in my unexpected transfer." Gong Susu turned to the clan leader, who sighed deeply. "I regret placing you in such a predicament, Susu. That year, an anomaly occurred, compelling me to summon you back prematurely. Following this, you undertook a significant responsibility. Not only did you need to reacquaint yourself with modern knowledge, But you were also tasked with uncovering the backgrounds of those who have engaged with the dragon veins over the years. In addition to seeking the descendants of the dragon clan, particularly those possessing the reverse scales. Chuang gasped, Su, when did you realize this? When did you discover that Su Bai is a descendant of the dragon clan? Gong Su managed a wry smile. Su Bai's situation is quite unique. Initially, I was more concerned about Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan than him. Thus, I became aware of this fact concurrently with the clan leader. At the very moment, Su Bai vanquished the evil spirit using the power of the reverse scale. What then of Bai Moshuan's suggestion that you are deliberately maintaining a distance from Su Bai? Chuang pondered, recalling that Gong Su had not refuted Bai Moshuan's earlier comment. I am human, and I too possess emotions. Su Bai was the first man I encountered outside, and my interest in his name arose from his grandmother. Gradually, I developed feelings for him, and fortunately, he seems to reciprocate. Gong Su smiled and remarked, others perceive me as peculiar and shy away from forming connections with me. Yet, he alone dared to stand by my side and converse with me. At that moment, I was uncertain whether he was indeed the grandson my grandmother had mentioned, and before I could confirm, I was summoned back by the clan leader. Subsequently, when I encountered Su Bai again, it was initially a mere coincidence. However, as our interactions unfolded, I discovered Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan. I speculated that at least one of them might be a descendant of the dragon clan. It turned out to be a considerable misunderstanding. Chuang interjected. So you consequently remained in Su Bai's household? Indeed, I did linger, Gong Su acknowledged. After our reunion, I learned that all these years, he had never forgotten me. She continued, did I ever forget him? Yet, I bore a heavy burden of responsibility. Glancing at her palm, she added, I was, after all, a person without a future. Being with him would only be a hindrance. I wished to convey this to him. But reason forbade me from doing so, and it caused me great anguish. Later, upon learning about his grandmother from Su Bai, I realized that the woman I encountered was indeed his grandmother, which prompted me to pass the blood amber to Su Bai. This was before we entered Changbai Mountain. Chuang seamlessly connected the dots. You sent Su Bai away, and soon after, you vanished from the Su family, only to arrive at Changbai Mountain promptly. Correct, Gong Su confirmed. At that time, I was already aware of your whereabouts and knew you intended to enter Changbai Mountain, which has long been the ancestral mountain of the Manchu people, abundant in dragon veins. Moreover, I received word that another group had entered Changbai Mountain. That would be Dai Jieli and her entourage. Chuang mused, pondering the disparity between appearances and reality. They perceived Gong Su as capricious and excessively delicate. Yet this very girl silently followed in their footsteps, diligently pursuing her mission without faltering. You are all aware of what transpired within Changbai Mountain, Gong Su stated. When we were trapped on the suspended soul ladder, were you the one who delivered the antidote? Yu Qing suddenly grasped the situation. Yes, I overheard your conversation. Gong Su replied. Although I do not possess the bloodline of Bai Moshuan's ancestor, the Qinghuan, I have another antidote. What is its origin? Bai Moshuan inquired. Curiosity piqued despite his icy demeanor. Chapter 156. An ancient enigma, the clan leader interjected. Though the sap of the Ying Shishu became extinct during the reign of the first emperor of Qin, our ancestors had long discovered this extraordinary sap. Its counterpart is a liquid derived from a plant that grows 300 meters underground. It remains nameless, but our ancestors referred to it as the heart of the earth flower. Bai Moshuan finally developed an affinity for Gong Su, recognizing her meticulous nature. The shadow that approached Su Bai in the dead of night was undoubtedly hers, clearly indicating her interest in him. Yet, her tone suggested an awareness that a favorable outcome with Su Bai was improbable, hence her constant oscillation between closeness and distance. Subsequently, you encountered Dai Jieli's group, and through a series of fortuitous events, you found yourselves in the tomb of Duoluo Gij and the Lama, breaking the sinister predicament. Gong Su sighed, expressing her astonishment at your remarkable abilities. However, at that moment, I did not consider the ramifications. I should have detained you to demand an explanation. Yet in a moment of impulsiveness, I allowed you to depart. This, too, can be attributed to the fortuitous influence of Su Bai. Chuang interjected. Su, I sincerely apologize. At that time, we harbored doubts about your intentions, but please do not take it to heart. To which Gong Su replied, indeed, you have spoken truthfully. As you are aware, once the malevolent formation was disrupted, the ghost of the Lama began to scour for Duo Lugej, who is my past incarnation. My subsequent departure was initially intended to inform you about the Lama's affairs and, secondarily, to investigate the background of Dai Jieli and her accomplices. Following that, we arrived at the present circumstances. Yu Qing inquired, "Is this place, the gathering of Een at Changbai Mountain, the white-haired beasts of the Seven Passes, the suspended soul ladder, all orchestrated by your Gong clan?" Indeed, both Gong Susu and the clan leader affirmed simultaneously. "What is the purpose behind these undertakings?" Yu Qing probed. "Such considerable effort to cultivate malevolent entities. Are you safeguarding something?" Gong Susu glanced at the clan leader. "It is a lengthy tale, clan leader." The clan leader responded. "The year Susu transferred schools, we noticed a continuous influx of individuals seeking the dragon's lair. Although we managed to thwart their attempts, the influx remained persistent. These individuals were remarkably organized, equipped with comprehensive tools, and numerous, often conducting simultaneous explorations across various locations with a clear objective. We aimed to defend against them while also seeking to investigate their motives. At that time, only Susu had the opportunity to delve into their characteristics. So I called her back temporarily to gather insights before she ventured out to investigate. Are they part of the same faction as Dai Jieli? Chueying inquired. It can now be definitively proven that they are indeed the same group, Gong Susu confirmed. Since we have reached this juncture, why not speak plainly? What are you protecting? And why the urgency in finding Su Bai? Bai Moshuan cast a glance at Su Bai, who was resting on Gong Susu's lap. Stop feigning sleep. Su Bai inwardly cursed. This vixen knows how to stir trouble. He awkwardly opened his eyes, meeting Gong Susu's reproachful gaze, and defended himself. In truth, I just awoke not long ago. I simply lacked the strength to rise, so it was unintentional. Then why do you not get up? Gong Susu blushed and nudged him. Reluctantly, Su Bai removed himself from her lap, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Moshuan, thinking, is this fellow jealous? What a nuisance, sabotaging my good fortune. Clearing his throat, the clan leader noted that this descendant of the dragon clan was quite different from his expectations, before stating, Susu has previously divulged certain matters to you. Our ancestor was named Gong Zhiqi, and you are likely aware of his story. Gong Zhiqi, whose birth and death years remain unknown, was a figure from the state of Yu during the spring and autumn period, hailing from the residence of Exceedingly. This individual possessed profound foresight and unwavering loyalty in assisting the ruler of Yu. Furthermore, he was magnanimous and not envious of the talented, having recommended Bai Ling, with whom he jointly supported the ruler. However, in the later years, the ruler of Yu, consumed by arrogance, refused to heed Gong Zhiqi's counsel. Foreseeing the inevitable downfall of the Yu dynasty, Gong Zhiqi led his kin away from the state. Tragically, during the winter of that very year, the state of Jin launched a surprise attack, effortlessly leading to the demise of Yu, with the ruler and the minister Bai Ling captured. Su Bai pointed to his own head, asserting that everything was stored within, never forgotten. After their ancestors departed, a series of extraordinary events unfolded. The clan leader remarked that he had learned of 12 dragon veins beneath the earth, intersecting and entwining, with the most potent dragon energy at their center. Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing exchanged glances, as this notion was utterly unprecedented, even for Tang Shu, who likely had never heard of it. The clan leader continued, stating that they had already discovered 2 of these veins, Changbai Mountain and Jiulong Mountain. However, wasn't Jiulong Mountain already rendered ineffective? Su Bai questioned, isn't this your doing? We lack such grand capabilities, came the response. It is merely a coincidence. Jiulong Mountain originally represented the convergence of 9 dragons into the river, an unstoppable dragon energy. The late king of Hailing exhausted his efforts for this very site, hoping to restore unity for future generations. Regrettably, his wishes were unfulfilled, and the Jin dynasty perished. Su Bai remarked, so, clan leader, does this mean the auspicious configuration of Jiulong entering the river is now useless? No, it is not without merit. Rather, there was a slight miscalculation. The feng shui master discovered by the king of Hailing was, in fact, one of our ancestors, the clan leader explained. The king of Hailing possessed great ambition, but historically, no dynasty has maintained eternal rule. Thus, our forebears made subtle adjustments to the feng shui landscape, preventing the Jin dynasty from reaching its zenith. Nevertheless, this locale should not be underestimated, especially with the subsequent disturbances caused by Zhu Youjiao, leading to remarkable transformations. In the late Ming dynasty, descendants of the Jin state residing in the Heilongjiang region, under the leadership of Nurhasai, unified the northeastern territories over 3 decades. establishing their regime in 1616, known as the Later Jin dynasty. The Later Jin continuously defeated the armies of the Ming dynasty, whose emperor, Zhu Youjiao, was an emperor enamored with woodworking, neglecting his duties. Trusting the counsel of so-called wise individuals, he sought to dissipate royal energy by severing the dragon veins, targeting the ancestral tombs at Jiulong Mountain in Jinling. The Ming forces demolished all surface structures at Jinling, excavated the burial passages, and dismantled the grand tomb, pushing massive stones, inscriptions, and pillars into the tomb and burial chambers. They also disturbed the main ridge of the Jiulong Mountain, specifically at the dragon's head, truncating it, and excavated a deep cavity at the throat to inflict damage upon the dragon's head. They filled the cavity with pebbles, believing this act would sever the dragon's head and throttle its throat, rendering the Jurchen clan's golden dragon a lifeless entity, thereby achieving their goal of completely severing the dragon veins and dissipating royal energy. However, the might of the Later Jin remained undiminished. In the third year of the Tianqi era, 1623, ministers advised Emperor Zhu Youjiao once more, asserting that the previous severance of the dragon veins had not been thorough enough. Zhu Youjiao, believing wholeheartedly in the assertions of the geomancers, once again dispatched troops to Dafeng Mountain. On the foundation of leveling Nanjing, he constructed several more Guandi temples and a Gao Tower. The Ming dynasty sought to invite the revered Guan Yu and Niu Gao to quell the dragon vein of Nanjing, aiming to thwart the ambitions of the Later Jin from attacking the Ming. However, the foolish carpenter emperor could not fathom that this group of geomancers was utterly inept. They failed to recognize that the Nine Dragons Mountain in Nanjing harbored the auspicious energy of dragons taking flight. The clan leader, filled with fervor, turned to the four. Have you sensed anything? Although I am no expert in feng shui, the most significant change is the absence of Nanjing's architecture. Could this be the secret? Upon observing the excitement on the clan leader's face, Su Bai realized he had struck the mark. Chuiying gave Su Bai a thumbs up, acknowledging his impressive logical reasoning. The clan leader nodded emphatically. Indeed, our ancestors were aware of the ambitions of the king of Hailing and deliberately urged him to construct the buildings of Nanjing along the path of the ascending Nine Dragons. Emperor Zhu Youjiao's actions to destroy Nanjing inadvertently removed the obstructions hindering the mighty dragon's ascent. Consequently, the intricate feng shui arrangement devised by the king of Hailing began to manifest its effects. Chapter 157. A Millennium of History by Ma Xuan remarked, the ascent of the great dragon, according to the fortunes of the Nine Dragons Mountain's feng shui configuration, requires a journey of 900 years to achieve a prosperous earthly paradise. If we count from the year 1155, when the king of Hailing commenced the construction of the tomb, it would be in 2055 that the descendants of the Jurchen of Jin could truly reign over the world. Yu Qing added, however, once Zhu Youjiao altered the feng shui of Nine Dragons Mountain, the 900-year ascent was unexpectedly halved to 450 years. Had it not been for the invocation of Guan Yu and Niu Gao to suppress the dragon vein of Nanjing, according to the fortune of the feng shui configuration, the dragon should have ascended in 1605, the very year of Zhu Youjiao's birth, when the Qing should have entered the pass. Moreover, the establishment of the Guandi Temple and the Niu Gao Tower delayed the dragon's ascent by an additional 40 years. Of course, had the Qing entered the pass in the year of Zhu Youjiao's birth, he would never have ascended to the throne. Nor could he have altered the feng shui of Nine Dragons Mountain in Nanjing. This, in turn, reveals the profound mystery of the feng shui configuration of Nine Dragons Mountain. 21 years after Zhu Youjiao disrupted the feng shui of Nanjing, the Qing army, led by Wu Sangui, entered the pass. On October 1st of that same year, Emperor Xuanji issued a decree to the world, establishing the capital in Beijing, thereby claiming dominion over the Central Plains. The feng shui configuration of Nanjing, under the guidance of the Nine Soaring Dragons, ultimately blessed the descendants of the Jurchen, allowing them to soar through the skies and unify the realm. The clan leader concluded, although there were twists and turns along the way, the outcome was indeed unexpected. Thus, the dragon vein and feng shui configuration are intricately linked. A single Nine Dragons Mountain has led to such myriad events. If someone were to discern that the convergence of these 12 dragon veins is the source of the most potent dragon energy in the realm, would it not give rise to ambition? The patriarch's words resonated with the crowd, leaving Su Bai with an unsettling chill down his spine. Could it be that, in this modern age, there are still those who dream of reviving the grandeur of ancient empires? The notion of becoming an emperor seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, if this were indeed far-fetched, how could one explain the frequent appearances of these individuals at the dragon vein sites? Gong Susu remarked. Those seeking the dragon veins are not limited to Dai Jieli and his entourage. Their presence can be felt across various locations where dragon veins are found. They are aware of the hidden secrets, yet they remain oblivious to which of the 12 veins they pursue. Consequently, their progress over the years has been minimal. However, on 2 occasions, Dai Jieli's group has appeared at the correct locations, raising our concerns that they are drawing ever closer to the truth. This was indeed a valid concern. Bai Mashwan added, the journal belonging to our third brother contains detailed annotations on all the dragon veins, complete with maps. As he spoke, he produced the journal. The patriarch took it and perused its contents, his expression growing increasingly grave. After all these years, this group has not yet relinquished their pursuit. What does this have to do with me? Why do you seek the descendants of the dragon clan? Su Bai gazed at Gong Susu. Perceiving her in an entirely different light, she resembled a femme fatale. He continued, why did your ancestor, Gong Zhiqi, agree to safeguard the dragon energy? The life force of the dragon vein is referred to as dragon energy, and as a descendant of the dragon clan, one inherently possesses this energy. The patriarch regarded Su Bai intently. Among the dragon clan descendants, those with the reverse scale possess an extraordinary dragon energy. Only such individuals can withstand the formidable confluence of the 12 dragon veins energy. Withstand? A sense of foreboding washed over Su Bai, as the term felt rather weighty. Are you implying that only I can? Yes, only you, the patriarch affirmed. Fortunately, you are a person devoid of ambition. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Ambition, one could argue, is a trait that can be cultivated over time. Bai Mashwan scoffed. However, with our presence, we shall ensure that certain ambitions remain dormant. Disrupting the status quo is a perilous endeavor. Su Bai playfully stuck out his tongue. Hey, you underestimate me. Am I not a person of principles and integrity? By the way, patriarch, you have yet to tell us why the descendants of Gong Zhiqi have consistently upheld this promise. Long ago, our ancestors foretold the inevitable downfall of the Yu dynasty, prompting them to lead our kin away from the kingdom. As prophesied, the Yu dynasty ultimately met its demise, and even the esteemed Bai Lishi, whom our ancestor recommended, was captured, the patriarch explained. Having departed, our forebear could not abandon Mr. Bai, who was appointed to serve the Yu monarch. Witnessing his unfortunate fate, our ancestor felt compelled to intervene. However, historical records indicate that Bai Lishi became a slave in Jin, at which point Duke Mu of Qin sought a marriage alliance with Duke Xian of Jin, who married off his daughter to him, along with Bai Lishi as one of her accompanying servants. Unwilling to accept the life of a slave, Bai Lishi escaped midway, only to be recaptured by the Chu and became their slave. Duke Mu of Qin was an ambitious ruler, intent on recruiting talent, and upon hearing of Bai Lishi's abilities, he resolved to bring him back. He feared that using a substantial sum to redeem would draw the attention of the state of Chu towards Bai Lishi. Thus, he redeemed him as an escaped slave with 5 pieces of sheepskin, according to the prevailing value of slaves at that time. After conversing with Bai Lishi, Duke Mu of Qin expressed his admiration and bestowed upon him the title of minister. The descendants of Bai Lishi subsequently adopted his name as their surname, becoming the Bai Li clan. Su Bai remarked that from that moment on, the Bai Li lineage was inscribed in history. Indeed, historical accounts affirm this. However, one must ponder whether the names and realities of the past truly align. The clan leader sighed deeply, noting that from the perspective of the ultimate outcome, it was indeed so. In those bygone days, the ancestor Gong Zhiqi, unable to bear seeing Mr. Bai Li reduced to a state of exile, resolved to locate the dragon's lair to establish a favorable geomantic arrangement for Mr. Bai Li, intending to alter his fate. Little did he know, he inadvertently stumbled upon the convergence point of 12 dragon veins. Despite his extraordinary talent, he remained an ordinary man, buried deep underground. He was nearly claimed by the chilling depths. The clan leader looked up to see Gong Susu, her eyes wide with curiosity, eager to learn more. Although she was a member of the clan, her knowledge of the events from that time was merely superficial, and she was unaware of the intricate ties between the Gong and Bai Li families. Even Bai Mashwan, who possessed profound abilities, gasped in astonishment. However, on that occasion, he encountered a benefactor. Not only did he escape death, but he also, through misfortune, gained insight into this monumental secret. The clan leader continued. Originally, the convergence of the dragon veins was guarded by descendants of the dragon lineage. Regrettably, pure dragon blood has become increasingly rare, leading to the emergence of hybrids between humans and dragons. Alas, among these descendants, few possess the ability to guard such sacred grounds, making it ever more challenging to find a suitable protector. The benefactor encountered by our ancestor was indeed the final guardian of this lineage, endowed with the purest dragon blood. She was the last of her kind. Now, upon seeing Su Bai, I ponder if she might indeed be an ancestor of Su Bai. According to the information passed down by our forebears, this guardian, before departing, declared her intent to perpetuate the dragon bloodline. Initially, I deemed this to be mere fanciful talk, yet upon witnessing Su Bai, I sense that this may indeed be the truth. The last pure blood of the dragon lineage? Su Bai suddenly experienced an odd sensation. Would she also meet her demise? How could she not? A clan member responded. This lineage, in outward appearance, bears no distinction from ordinary humans. However, due to their bloodline, they enjoy a longer lifespan, yet ultimately, they too are destined for death. In those days, our ancestor's unintentional encounter rendered him the last hope for that young woman. She saved his life, and in return, he was bound to repay this debt of gratitude. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, remarking that people of ancient times indeed valued loyalty and righteousness, yet the ability to sustain such bonds over generations is no small feat, alas. It is not so simple. Even if our ancestor agreed, the descendants might not acquiesce. Nevertheless, our ancestor was a paragon of virtue, and having received a kindness, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Thus, he promptly consented, aware that the ordinary constitution of the clan members could not withstand the subterranean depths. Therefore, he devised a compromise. Rather than safeguarding the underground, it would be wiser to protect the 12 dragon veins, as long as they remain concealed. Those with ulterior motives would remain oblivious to the secret. The clan leader concluded that our ancestor had also altered Mr. Bailey's destiny in that very place. Chapter 158. The Path to Survival. No wonder, Su Bai mused, as he realized he was engaged in pursuits akin to those of Gong Zhiqi, finding it remarkable how closely his current endeavors mirrored those from millennia past. Yet, his clan had indeed upheld their promises. Initially, they had been steadfast in their commitments, but they had not anticipated descending into subterranean existence. The clan leader sighed, extending his frail arm, its pallor and evident atrophy marking the passage of time, with faint signs of age spots beginning to surface. What is the meaning of this? Yu Qing inquired. Since the era of their ancestors, the Gong clan had been afflicted by a peculiar malady. Though not truly a sickness, their metabolism remained normal. They simply could not withstand exposure to sunlight. Prolonged exposure induced feelings of restlessness, and in more severe cases, their flesh would begin to wither. Gradually, their lineage adapted to a life cloaked in shadows, accustomed to dwelling in the mountains and beneath the earth. The clan leader lamented. It is likely that the guardian, fearing our forebears might renege on their vows, took certain measures. After much contemplation, this seemed the only plausible explanation. Gong Susu listened intently, but upon noticing Su Bai's pallor, she felt a pang of sympathy. Were I in her position, I might act similarly, remarked Bai Ling. After all, mere words hold little weight. One must devise ways to impose constraints. Alas, we remain unaware of her methods. The clan leader shook his head. After all these years, had we found a remedy, we would not be condemned to dwell in darkness. Nevertheless, to acquire new knowledge, we must select one individual from each generation to venture into the world. Susu has been chosen for this generation, which is indeed a burden for her. The term burden bore dual significance. On one hand, Gong Susu had been isolated from outsiders since childhood, and her emergence into a different society constituted a formidable trial. On the other, being a member of the Gong clan, she too feared the sun, and venturing forth entailed inherent risks. It was no wonder she often remained in a classroom, preferring stillness, nor that her complexion was peculiarly pale. Unable to restrain himself, Su Bai glanced at Gong Susu's hands. She instinctively recoiled, shooting him a glare. What are you doing? Nothing. I merely wished to see if your arm was all right. Su Bai replied, adopting a pitiful expression. You must promise never to go outside. Avoid the sunlight at all costs. For too much exposure may lead to conditions akin to the clan leader's. The clan leader chuckled despite himself, clearing his throat with a heavy cough. Su Bai quickly realized his blunder. The leader must have been referring to the chosen ones of their generation. Otherwise, the skin would not have withered to such an extent. Observing Gong's Susu concealed within her dark attire, Su Bai felt a lump in his throat, understanding now why she perpetually bore a weighty expression. Bai Moshuan cast an exasperated glance at Su Bai, unable to tolerate his indiscreet expressions of concern and affection for Gong Susu. He kicked Su Bai lightly. Can we focus on the matter at hand? What constitutes a serious matter varies from person to person. Reluctant to heed Bai Moshuan's admonition, Su Bai ultimately acquiesced, closing his mouth in silence as the atmosphere grew solemn. Chuang was also eager to learn more. Patriarch, what else is there? After the ancestors departed, they returned to the clan and accomplished two significant tasks. The first was to convey their agreement with the guardian, soliciting the opinions of the clan members. Those willing to honor the commitment could stay, while those unwilling were free to leave, adhering to the principle of complete voluntariness. At that time, the clan revered the ancestors as deities, and naturally, they responded affirmatively, expressing their desire to remain and fulfill the promise alongside the ancestors. The second task involved the ancestors meeting Mr. Bailey. Once these two matters were settled, the ancestors discovered peculiar changes in their bodies, realizing they had contracted an exceedingly rare affliction. However, the community remained optimistic. Amidst the turmoil of war, distancing themselves from the battlefield was indeed a commendable choice. Wait, Gong Zhiqi had met Bailey Shi. Could it be he had shared the details of this incident with Bailey Shi? Su Bo recalled Bailey saying, if that name were genuine, it was highly likely he was a true descendant of the Bailey lineage, potentially privy to this secret. If so, the chain of events became clear. No wonder he exerted such effort in searching for the dragon vein, with Dai Jieli merely being a faction of his entourage. Nevertheless, judging by his erratic movements, he seemed unclear about the finer details. Chuang remarked, thus, he is employing a method akin to searching for a needle in the ocean, considering the timeline. His endeavors have persisted for approximately 5 years. The ancestors were meticulous thinkers. Even if there was an explanation to provide to Mr. Bailey, they would not breach their promise. At most, merely alluding to it. The patriarch added, however, Mr. Bailey is no ordinary man. He may glean insights from the ancestors' words. Sigh, indeed, every consequence has its antecedent. What is the purpose of the exorcism melody? Bai Moshuan inquired. That was imparted to the ancestor Gong Zhiqi by that guardian, said to drive away evil and ward off misfortune. In those tumultuous times, many clan members were skilled in playing it. With malevolent entities proliferating due to the chaos of war, the ancestors, unable to bear witness to the spirits wreaking havoc, led the clan in exorcising the evil. Unfortunately, shortly thereafter, the affliction worsened, rendering it impossible to continue living under the sun, prompting the ancestors to retreat deep into the mountains and commence an underground existence. No wonder the Qing Wan ancestor spoke of the exorcist's mysterious disappearance, Bai Moshuan remarked. Why is the dragon energy here in disarray? Having unraveled the prior cause, it was now time to clarify the enigma at hand. We came merely to locate the main dragon vein, ascertain the position of the dragon's head, and alter Su Bo's fate. What we are currently engaged in mirrors the actions taken by the esteemed ancestor Gong Zhiqi. Yu Qing stated, how the convergence of dragon veins concerns us is irrelevant. We seek only the true location of this dragon vein's head. The patriarch chuckled, his demeanor suggesting ulterior motives. Bai Moshuan inwardly mused that he had indeed boarded the ship of the Gong clan. He decided to speak candidly. Let us speak plainly and see if we can negotiate. This young brother is rather forthright, came the response. The clan leader remarked, we have encountered numerous challenges in our quest to locate the descendants of the dragon lineage. According to the guardian, those lacking pure dragon blood cannot fulfill the role of protector. However, there exists an exception, the descendants possessing the reverse scale. Although their bloodline may not be entirely pure, the reverse scale compensates for this deficiency. We once had the opportunity to find a descendant with a reverse scale, but regrettably, by the time we located her, she had already succumbed to the overwhelming power of the reverse scale and was on the brink of death. Su Bai shuddered, suspecting that the individual they had found was none other than Qing Lian. So what does that imply? Bai Moshuan inquired. You wish to find a descendant with a reverse scale so you can relinquish your burdens, is that correct? The clan leader, caught off guard by Bai Moshuan's sharpness, broke into a sweat. It is not as simple as that. Our clan is destined to remain secluded. We have grown accustomed to our current way of life. However, in recent years, we have increasingly felt overwhelmed. That group has been brazenly encroaching upon the dragon veins, and compared to previous years, they seem to have uncovered much more in the last 2 years. I fear that if this continues, we will be unable to fend them off. Yet, with you all, the situation is different. Not to mention Su Bai's possession of a reverse scale, your recent encounter with Insha showcases your formidable abilities. Bai Ling rolled his eyes, feeling as though he was being herded like a duck to water, sensing that the clan leader had him entirely under control. Gong Su interjected. We do not intend to abandon the responsibilities we currently bear. Since we have embarked on this journey, we shall see it through to the end. Otherwise, the efforts of our kin over the years would be in vain. I will not allow that group to succeed. Chapter 159, Claw Marks. 1. Gong Su's words instilled a sense of foreboding in Su Bai. You? The clan leader glanced at Su Bai and continued. I have grown old, and it is time for someone to take over the role of clan leader. Su can master the exorcism melody and communicate with the guardian spirit. Among our people, she is truly exceptional. I cannot think of another candidate besides her. Su Bai's heart sank. Did this imply that Gong Su would be unable to leave her kin in the future, both due to her unique constitution and the responsibilities she would bear? Noticing Su Bai's expression, the clan leader added, Our intention in seeking you out is simply to request your assistance. That location is inextricably linked to your dragon lineage. We cannot discern its mysteries, nor can we uncover the answers. However, with your presence, you can serve as a protector and trace the origins. What could be more advantageous? Moreover, what you are currently undertaking is inherently connected to the dragon veins. As long as Su Bai's fate remains unchanged, it is inevitable that you will clash with that group. Su Bai could not deny the clan leader's reasoning. This place was undeniably tied to his family. Furthermore, with Gong Su destined to lead the clan, he could not remain indifferent. His impulsive thoughts overwhelmed his reason. Very well. Bai Ling rolled his eyes once more, exasperated by Gong Su's influence. He cannot make decisions alone. We must deliberate further on this matter. Deliberation is indeed prudent, but I cannot provide an answer to the previous question. The patriarch, cunning as he was, dared to threaten everyone with the disarray of the dragon's energy. You old fox, Bai Ling exclaimed, only to retract his words immediately. How could one use fox as an insult? Yu Qing and Shui Ying exchanged glances. In truth, Bai Ling's reaction was somewhat excessive. As the patriarch had pointed out, their 2 confrontations with Dai Jelly had already forged enmity between them. And now Bai Ling had even offered $500,000 to buy them off, indicating that they had indeed caught Bai Ling's attention. This could yield 2 benefits, a potential alliance with the Gong clan and a favorable turn of events. The patriarch chuckled. It is undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence. Why complicate matters? I agree. Su Bai raised his hand. However, I have a request. Speak, the patriarch responded, feeling that today was a momentous occasion. After years of toil, it appeared he could retire. I wish to marry Su. As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, Shui Ying and Yu Qing exchanged silent glances, while Bai Ling erupted in outrage. You shameless fool. Is it proper to make such demands? Su Bai grinned. Opportunities like this were rare, and the patriarch needed them. So he had to seize the moment. Meanwhile, Gong Su's reaction to Su Bai's request was a tempest of conflicting emotions. The patriarch sighed and turned to Gong Su. Perhaps you should address this. I'm sorry. Gong Su inhaled sharply, spreading her palms. We have no future together. Yu Qing and Shui Ying exchanged glances, and indeed, Gong Su's palm lines revealed hidden truths. Her smooth palm bore only 2 lines. Su Bai stepped closer, grasping Gong Su's hand. What about the lifeline? It has vanished, Gong Su replied. It has completely disappeared. Before me, there was another clan member, Duoluo Gij, who was in a similar situation. What do you mean? Su Bai asked. What does the absence of palm lines signify? I could die at any moment, Gong Su stated plainly. How can that be? You must be lying to me. The patriarch said you would be the next clan leader. Su Bai maintained a jovial facade. You're deceiving me to make me give up. Tears streamed down Gong Su's face. I am not lying. From the very beginning, I was too afraid to speak. It was only when I saw that illustration in a book that I realized you had never forgotten me. Your unwavering support confirmed your feelings for me. But I cannot be a burden to you. I do not even know how long I can live. The absence of palm lines indicates an unusual transformation in the body. Before me, only Duoluo exhibited such a phenomenon. Even if the Gargia clan had not killed her, she would not have lived long. Su Bai stood there, frozen like a wooden statue, While the patriarch spoke with solemnity, there is no doubt in this matter. You have received a higher education. You may seek to understand further. Yu Qing and Cui Ying had long deliberated over this matter. Upon hearing the resolution, there was not a shred of doubt in their minds. The phenomenon of disappearing palm lines was indeed extraordinary, with pathological changes being the sole explanation. Alas, Su Bai remained oblivious. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, having once fancied himself clever enough to seize the chance to be with Gong Su forever. After all, what was a long-distance relationship to a freelancing life? A few trips back and forth each year could easily be woven into a tapestry of travel and living. But what was the current state of affairs? Su Bai could no longer discern the reality before him. His mind was in a haze until Bai Moshuan tapped him on the shoulder, snapping him back to attention. Before him stood Gong Su, having wiped away her tears, now smiling at him. Without regard for others, Su Bai embraced Gong Su, saying, "It matters not how long you may live. What significance does that hold? Birth, aging, illness, and death are all too commonplace. Consider the countless lives claimed by a single earthquake. Perhaps one day, I too might suddenly crash in a car or tumble off a cliff, and I would be gone. Yet here we are, still alive. Is that not enough? Right, Su?" Gong Su, having barely stifled her tears, felt them surge forth once more as she turned away. "Please, no more. I refuse. Cui Ying could no longer bear to witness this scene and cautiously approached Su Bai. "Su Bai, please respect Su's wishes. Think about it. Possessing so much now will only bring greater pain when it is inevitably lost. This is Su's heartfelt concern." Being a woman, Cui Ying accurately grasped Gong Su's sentiments. Gong Su had firmly resolved to sever ties with Su Bai. Though her heart ached, she turned back and declared, "No more words, Su Bai. Whatever connection we once shared is now a thing of the past. From this moment forth, we are merely partners. We can offer clues about the dragon's lair, and you will assist us in dealing with the forces of Bai Li Sang. You wish to uncover the whereabouts of the dragon's head, do you not? Very well. That is our condition for recompense. I shall lead you there now." Upon hearing this, the clan leader rose to his feet. "If that is the case, let us observe the movements of those outside to prevent further chaos. Su, this place is entrusted to you." Su Bai remained in a state of shock, and Cui Ying pinched him. "Hey, wake up." "I do not wish to awaken," Su Bai replied, staring blankly at Gong Su, cradling his head in his hands. What a bitter fate this was. What on earth was happening? A calamity, indeed. Whether awake or not, the truth remained unchanged. The more he dithered, the more profound his suffering became. Gong Su spoke in a low voice. "I have been indecisive for too long. The only certainty I hold is that before I die, I do not wish for your image to linger in my mind. I do not want to be so reluctant to part ways. Please, grant me a path to life. Even in death, I would prefer a swift release." Su Bai found himself at a loss for words, silenced by her plea. Cui Ying tugged at him. "Let Su calm down first. Finding the dragon's head is paramount. We must set aside matters of the heart for the time being." Gong Su approached the altar in the center, her hands clasped together in prayer, murmuring something with an air of deep reverence. Her expression was solemn throughout the entire process, rendering the four bystanders speechless. The altar was adorned with spirit tablets, honoring the ancestors of the Gong clan who had passed away. Upon completing her recitation, Gong Su's hand ventured beneath the offerings, continuing to probe until the altar split in two, revealing a passage leading underground. Follow me. Chapter 160. Claw Marks 2. Gong Su exhibited unwavering resolve, while Su Bai found himself moving his legs almost unconsciously, trailing behind her, his mind a muddled haze. It was reasonable to refuse, yet what could justify such a choice? Was this merely a cruel jest of fate? He followed closely behind Gong Su, mumbling indistinctly. "At least you must have liked me, right?" Gong Su halted, poised to ignite the flaming braziers on the wall. Upon hearing his words, she hesitated, turning to him without lighting the flames. Her lips brushed against Su Bai's cheek, accompanied by her tears. "I once did." In the dim light, Su Bai received that fleeting kiss, akin to a mere touch of a dragonfly's wing, yet his heart brimmed with emotion. He reached out to embrace Gong Su, but she, as agile as a serpent, gracefully evaded him, igniting the braziers, which burst into flame. With the back of her head facing him, she urged, "Let's go." Cui Ying sighed deeply within, nudging Su Bai, "Come on." Su Bai felt as though his spirit had fled. The once even pebble path now felt uneven underfoot. As he followed Gong Susu in a daze, Yu Qing understood that it was futile to expect Su Bai to notice anything at this moment. He kept a vigilant mind, realizing that below the altar lay an artificially constructed pebble pathway. This stone was no ordinary river pebble, but rather stones meticulously polished from the surrounding mountains, a labor-intensive endeavor. The Gong clan had gone to such lengths, suggesting the significance of this passage. Though Gong Susu appeared composed, Su Bai's earlier confession had unsettled her, nearly causing her to overshoot the narrow passage. Regaining her composure, she stepped back just in time, her brows furrowed in alarm. Su Bai inquired, "What's wrong?" "Before us lies a quicksand trap," Gong Susu explained. "If I were to take another step forward, I might well meet my doom within it. Fortunately, I pulled back in time. What about you?" Su Bai responded, his gaze fixed blankly on her profile. Gong Susu, feeling the heat rising to her cheeks from his stare, was increasingly reluctant to turn her head. The so-called quicksand trap was something Bai Mo Xian had heard his master mention. It was a method often employed in ancient times to deter thieves. In tombs, a treacherous surface was laid, under which flowed sand. Should the weight exceed a certain limit, the ground would crack open, plunging the unsuspecting into the swirling sands below, where their bodies would be lost to the depths, never to be found. Just moments ago, in a state of distraction, Gong Susu unexpectedly stepped forward. Had she not been so light of body, the consequences could have been dire for those who followed her. This treacherous quicksand array was one that Gong Susu had her own methods to navigate. She placed her fingers to her lips and let out a clear, resonant whistle. Immediately, Su Bai felt a shadow looming above him. Upon looking up, he beheld 3 majestic eagles, each standing half the height of a man, swooping down towards them. Instinctively, he recoiled, but Gong Susu shook her head and reassured him, "Do not fear. These are eagles trained by our kin. They possess remarkable intelligence. If we are to pass through, we must enlist their assistance." The 3 giant eagles, with their sharply curved talons, descended and perched upon a protruding rocky outcrop. Su Bai, puzzled, inquired, "How will they carry us across?" Gong Susu remained silent, once again placing her fingers to her lips and producing 3 rapid whistles. The eagles sprang into action, soaring up and down along the rocky wall, their powerful talons striking the stone with force, sending dust cascading down. From their distance, Su Bai and the others could not grasp the significance of this display. The rocky wall concealed mechanisms that could only be activated by the eagles, for the mechanisms were tailored to their unique talon prints, allowing only them to fit precisely into the crevices and trigger the contraptions. "This place was set up by our ancestors a century ago," Gong Susu explained. Su Bai, astonished, remarked, "Then these eagles must be over 100 years old." Cui Ying, equally surprised, noted that eagles are among the longer-lived birds, typically reaching 70 years, given that these eagles were fully grown when their talon prints were established a century prior. They must indeed be over 100 years old. Indeed, Gong Susu continued, taking advantage of the eagles' work on the mechanisms to elaborate. "Our ancestors dedicated immense effort to train them, providing rare medicinal herbs annually to ensure their longevity. But what will happen if they die one day?" Yu Qing interjected. "Wouldn't that render the mechanisms unsolvable?" To which Gong Susu replied, "Exactly. We would have to abandon this place, and those who enter would be unable to cross the quicksand array to reach the true dragon's lair." Bai Ma Xuan raised an eyebrow. "That is debatable. The power of modern technology is astonishing. Any challenge can be overcome with sufficient resources and expertise. Moreover, while the quicksand lies below, the surface above is solid. With the right tools and perseverance, traversing it could be feasible. This is precisely why we seek your assistance." Gong Susu sighed, her head bowed. At that moment, the 3 eagles concluded their task, and from the rocky summit, numerous ropes descended, each as thick as a man's arm. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the bottoms of these ropes were tied together, forming a pathway that one could step upon and traverse. Bai Ma Xuan shook his head, recognizing that while these contrivances were antiquated, they might still hold value, albeit limited to their current context. Gong Susu, light of body, gracefully leapt to grasp the nearest rope. Soaring like a swallow, Su Bai and the others closely followed, reaching the top of the quicksand array, where they could finally discern the faintest of sounds, a rustling that seemed slow yet, upon closer inspection, revealed a deep rumble akin to thunder rolling beneath the earth. The hidden dangers were thus appearing innocuous, yet one must not be careless. Negligence could cost them their lives. Leading the group across the ropes, Gong Susu noted that the three eagles remained steadfast in their positions. She explained, "Soon, we will double back from that point. When we return, they will naturally depart. All the ropes will be retracted. This is not their first time doing so, thus they are accustomed to the weight. Habit can be a formidable force." The quicksand array stretched for a full kilometer. Traversing it purely by physical endurance was a torment. Su Bai felt as if his palms were about to ignite from friction, and the soles of his feet throbbed painfully. Fortunately, with Gong Susu by their side, despite the arduous effort, they had to persevere. Upon finally catching sight of the stone steps ahead, Su Bai could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Oh my, I can finally survive." As he regained the sensation of solid ground beneath him, Su Bai felt a loss of balance, his body slightly dizzy, until Gong Susu steadied him, saying, "Be cautious. From now on, do not look back at any sounds you hear, nor speak." "What do you mean?" Yu Qing, feeling uneasy, asked. "It won't be something like the ominous spirits, will it?" Gong Susu remained silent, suggesting that Yu Qing's intuition was correct. She added, regardless of the sounds, "Do not turn around, nor respond, for it could become quite troublesome." In stark contrast to their previous location, this area was entirely natural. Gong Susu instructed the group to refrain from illuminating their surroundings. Having grown up in the underground world, she possessed a profound understanding of the darkness. Without a hint of light, she boldly advanced forward. Su Bai swallowed hard, trailing behind her. Perhaps due to his constitution, after just a few steps, he began to hear a peculiar sound, a breath that was neither human nor animal, fluctuating in volume, emanating not just from the mouth, but seemingly from the nose as well. Hissing softly, Su Bai took a deep breath, eager to inquire if the others heard it too. Remembering Gong Susu's warning, he pressed his hand against his heart to steady himself. Yet, the sound grew increasingly distinct, clear as if whispering in his ear. He reached out to grasp Gong Susu's arm, startling her, nearly prompting her to turn and ask him what was wrong. Frustrated by Su Bai's apparent timidity, he eventually withdrew his hand, only to hear the voice more clearly proclaim, "Su Bai." In that moment, Su Bai nearly cried out in alarm. How did this malevolent entity know his name? His mouth moved, but he quickly covered it with his hand, thinking fiercely, "No way am I falling for your tricks." Su Bo remained silent as the voice gradually faded away, accompanied by the labored breathing that slowly dissipated. He once again heard the sound of his own footsteps, along with those of his companions. Walking in the darkness was no simple task, yet Gong Susu's footsteps resonated distinctly, with everyone following closely behind. Had they been able to see, they would have realized that they formed a perfectly straight line. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely when suddenly, Su Bo collided with Gong Susu's back, exclaiming, "What happened?" The sound of his own voice startled him, prompting him to slap his forehead in disbelief. "Oh dear, why did I speak?" Feeling Gong Susu turn towards him only heightened his anxiety. Why did Susu seem possessed, actually turning around? A shiver ran down his spine until he heard Gong Susu say, "We have arrived." Su Bo let out a long sigh of relief as Gong Susu ignited the fire basin mounted on the wall. Upon turning back, the group was filled with dread. The narrow path they had traversed barely accommodated a single person, merely a rickety wooden bridge spanning over a pool of water. The timbers, aged and loose, were concerning enough. But Su Bo couldn't help but comment. No wonder the sound didn't resemble a human voice. It truly wasn't human. Beneath the wooden bridge lay a pool, a natural underground reservoir. Yet what dwelled within? Perhaps an axolotl? From its appearance, it did bear some resemblance, with a flattened yet rounded belly. However, recalling that earlier voice sent a chill through Su Bo. At that moment, several creatures, startled by the light, surged upwards with frenetic energy, astonishingly leaping over the bridge. As they opened their mouths, Su Bo caught a clear glimpse of their sharp fangs. You all see this, right? They become incredibly agitated upon seeing light. They have lived underground for who knows how long, and we are uncertain how they came to be here. The variety of underground life is astonishing. Years ago, our kin suffered losses due to them, yet we inadvertently utilized them within this mechanism for added safety, Gong Susu explained. Their teeth possess a natural toxin. The very poison smeared on the claws of the spirit raccoon is their secretion. You have already witnessed its effects, which is why I instructed you to walk in silence. Then why can't we respond? Chuaying inquired. While they do not truly speak, they can mimic human voices and are particularly sensitive to them. The moment you utter a word, they become as exhilarated as if they had seen sunlight, and they can accurately locate their target. Gong Susu remained remarkably composed. After all, this was her domain. I distinctly heard them call me Su Bai. How could they possibly know my name? Su Bai insisted, pointing at himself. I am certain I did not mishear. Gong Susu's expression shifted, a blend of amusement and bewilderment crossing her face. After some contemplation, she realized. It does sound a bit like they were calling out, Shupa. Shuiying could no longer contain her laughter, nearly spilling her saliva in the process. Just how vivid Su Bai's inner thoughts must have been. He truly frightened himself, almost to the point of distress. With a sigh of relief, Su Bai plopped down onto the ground exclaiming, "My goodness, that scared me to death." I could hear it calling me, and I almost responded. Bai Mashwan could no longer hide his amusement at this foolish Su Bai. Thankfully, he had managed to keep his composure. Otherwise, a bite would have surely warranted a painful consequence. Yu Qing, meanwhile, could only shake his head in resignation. Su Bai perpetually existed outside of reality, yet always managed to evade calamity. Could this not be seen as a consequence of altered fortunes? Looking around, the environment was extremely damp, with a lingering fishy odor in the air. Gong Susu remarked. The disruption of the dragon energy is due to our alteration of the underground geomantic patterns. Geomantic patterns? Both Su Bai and Shuiying queried in unison. The subterranean water here was remarkably abundant, with the natural flow of underground water creating a unique vitality. This vitality resonated with the energy above ground, forming an unparalleled 9 dragons configuration. Regrettably, this configuration attracted undue attention. Aside from King Hailing, numerous monarchs coveted its power. After the Manchus' entry into the capital, the clan resolved to conceal this vitality, undertaking considerable effort to dig underground and complicate the water's flow into a labyrinthine pattern. Over time, this led to the disarray of the surface energy, rendering it impossible for you to discern the path of the dragon energy, let alone locate its source. Gong Susu's words awakened those lost in thought. Yu Qing was astounded. Such a monumental undertaking explained why he and Bai Mashwan were so bewildered. Are we currently beneath the dragon's head? Indeed, she affirmed, all changes originate from the position of the dragon's head, beginning with this pool. Beneath your very eyes lies an intricate network of channels. Gong Susu continued. This is precisely why we established a stronghold here. You may now pursue your intentions. Yu Qing and Bai Mashwan exchanged glances and produced a compass, locking onto a specific location as they began to excavate. Just as Susu had indicated, they discovered additional channels below, meticulously surrounded by bamboo strips coated with a transparent liquid for preservation. After gently placing the remains of Su Bai's ancestors into this secure space, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Su Bai joined his hands in prayer, murmuring for what felt like an eternity before finding peace within himself. Having accomplished this task, Shuiying's thoughts drifted to the group outside, led by Dai Jelly. I wonder how they are faring now that we have descended. Are you truly concerned for the enemy? Bai Mashwan had already regarded them as adversaries. Who knows? However, that fellow known as Old 3 is likely hanging by a thread. How foolish he is. Can't he see that that woman has no regard for him? Not everyone possesses your clarity, Su Bai retorted with a roll of his eyes. From what I observe, Old 3 regards you as a romantic rival. The fire in his eyes nearly sparks. So, how does our star feel about Dai Jelly? If we could charm her with your good looks, it would save us considerable trouble and perhaps unveil the true nature of Bai Li's saying. Bai Mashwan's eyes flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of intrigue. Shuiying was taken aback, wondering if he truly intended to employ the charms of a handsome man. It wouldn't hurt to try, Bai Mashwan remarked. You are quite wicked. Su Bai retreated a step, adding, there are still 7 others there. Would you like to capture them as well? A universal appeal, perhaps? Get lost. Bai Mashwan's lips parted slightly. Though it was but a single word, it sent a chill through Su Bai. This cunning vixen was not one to jest lightly. Covering his mouth, Su Bai sidled up to Gong Susu. Gong Susu's expression darkened. With Su Bai's affairs concluded, they were about to depart from this place. She stifled the sorrow welling in her heart and said, let us go. The group retraced their steps, and sure enough, the 3 giant eagles remained obediently in their original position. As the group returned, the ropes were immediately released, and the 3 eagles soared upward, their destination unknown. Emerging from the altar, the clan leader and others awaited their return. Upon seeing the group, he spoke urgently. That group moved swiftly. We have only been delayed here for a moment, and now they are nowhere to be found. Logically, someone among them must have sustained injuries. Alas, They are indeed well trained. I have already dispatched people to keep watch. What are your plans? Su interjected. They certainly won't relinquish this place easily. Su Bai added, they will not venture far. If I were in their shoes, I would be contacting others right now to continue the investigation here. Confrontation benefits no one. I believe there is but one course of action left. Chapter 162, The Soul Memory by Moshwan nodded. It seems we must enlist the help of my father and the others. Gong Susu was baffled, as was the clan leader. Su Bai inquired, is there a location here with better signal reception? We wish to communicate with the outside. Yes, follow me. The clan leader guided them to a high vantage point, the nearest to the signal tower. Although the mobile reception was sporadic, Bai Moshwan finally managed to connect with Bai Yi, succinctly relaying the situation. Bai Yi's response was calm. Leave it to us. You all should act according to the circumstances. Bai Yi's demeanor reassured the group. The shadowy organization possesses various factions, all consolidated within the country. Even if Dai Jieli's group numbers in the multitude and possesses ample resources, they cannot contend with established power, such as the law of nature. With external support secured, Su Bai and his companions remained in the mountains. Gong Susu's clan members scoured the area and ultimately located Dai Jieli and his cohorts, who were currently encamped half a mile away, evidently waiting for reinforcements. Led by Gong Susu, Su Bai and the others arrived at their dwelling. Though subterranean, the architecture resembled that of a typical residence, complete with a laptop, albeit rendered useless due to lack of signal. Gong Susu's room was modestly elegant. The laptop was likely the most valuable item within. Observing the astonished expressions of the newcomers, she laughed. This is merely where we sleep. Being underground, there isn't much entertainment. For us, encountering rare creatures or plants down here is considered a form of amusement. A wave of melancholy washed over Su Bai as Su continued. Beneath the 12 dragon veins lie our dwellings. What shall we do if we wish to venture elsewhere? Yu Qing inquired. We shall travel by night, Su replied. Our mobility is often greater after dusk than during the day. However, our kin are dispersed, with each location guarded by our people. Only I and the clan leader enjoy a modicum of freedom. The residences were constructed in the traditional courtyard style, allowing for numerous rooms and greater accommodation. Upon settling in, Su Bai and his companions beheld the true nature of Su's kin. Frankly speaking, regardless of gender, their appearances were quite commendable. It seemed that the esteemed Gong Jiqi was indeed a figure of striking beauty. Yet, their complexions were excessively pale, bordering on ashen, devoid of color. Su Bai had previously deemed Su to be rather pale, but among her clan, she could barely be considered a rosy hue. These individuals seldom encountered outsiders, but now, with the arrival of 4 strikingly handsome youths, their curiosity was piqued. They surrounded the quartet incessantly, bombarding them with questions. Su Bai, fond of Su, naturally extended his patience, earning him the affection of her kin. Were it not for his lingering thoughts of the group led by Dai Jieli outside, Su Bai might have found himself utterly enchanted by this place. After 3 days of residence, scouts returned with news that Dai Jieli's group had packed their belongings and departed from Jiulong Mountain, carrying someone referred to as Lao San. Bai Moshwan exhaled in relief. It seemed his father had taken action. Further inquiries yielded additional information that a contingent had been en route to Jiulong Mountain, but had been intercepted midway. Beyond that, little was known. The departure of Dai Jieli's group left Su Bai with a sense of loss, signifying that his time with Su was drawing to a close. While Su had made her intentions clear, Su Bai's perspective diverged. Even if Su were afflicted with a congenital ailment that rendered her palm prints invisible, it did not imply her imminent demise. The duration of her life remained uncertain. Thus, could they not cherish this fleeting time together, remaining steadfastly by each other's side? Upon hearing Su Bai's sentiments, everyone responded in unison, no. Su Bai recoiled slightly, why not? Su replied, you have far more pressing matters to attend to, and this place is unsuitable for you. This way of life is not one you can adapt to. Let go of your hopes. Bai Moshwan had long grown weary of this damp, tedious existence, monotony to the utmost degree. In this era devoid of the internet and electricity, how could one possibly endure? Su Bai, with a forlorn expression, sat aside as the clan leader entered, stating, it is time to depart, everyone. Do not forget our agreement. From this moment on, we are all in the same boat. Su Bai, as a descendant of the dragon clan, this map should be entrusted to you. The map held by the clan leader illustrated the distribution of the 12 dragon veins, Yet the convergence points were conspicuously absent. Su Bai, puzzled, asked, "Is it not said that the convergence points are the most powerful dragon lairs? Why are they not marked on the map?" The clan leader shook his head. "This map has been passed down through the ages and has never indicated the convergence points." Su Bai grasped the map, feeling its weighty significance. This was indeed an artifact capable of propelling an individual to the pinnacle of achievement. He pondered deeply, scrutinizing the intricate details of the map, and then procured pen and paper to meticulously replicate it, astonishingly capturing every nuance with precision. The chieftain nodded in approval, realizing Su Bai's prodigious talent. Having rendered the map in such a brief period, suddenly, with a resolute determination, the chieftain turned and cast the original map into the fire pit, where flames erupted, engulfing the parchment. "Gong Susu," she gasped in alarm, reaching for the fire, only to be restrained by the chieftain. "No, Susu. This item is a harbinger of calamity. If someone can etch it into memory, that is the most prudent preservation, unless Su Bai is willing to divulge. The locations of the 12 dragon veins shall remain shrouded in secrecy." From Su Bai's perspective, it is inconceivable that this information would be disclosed. This outcome is the most favorable. Su Bai stood in stunned silence. All that remained was his replicated version and the knowledge embedded within his mind. Would he forget? Certainly not. But would he keep it to himself? He questioned his own resolve, uncertain whether he would succumb under duress, pondering the implications of torture and intimidation. Bai Mashwan inquired, "Will you forget?" "How could I?" Su Bai retorted, pointing to his head. "This is a 180. As his words settled in the air, Bai Mashwan seized the replicated map and hurled it into the flames, which leapt higher, consuming the last vestige of the map into ashes. Su Bai stood aghast, all the pressure now resting squarely upon his shoulders. Cursed be this chieftain, a quintessential schemer. And that wretched vixen, he wished ill upon her, hoping she would find neither boyfriend nor girlfriend. Gong Susu sighed. "Su Bai, you must guard this secret with your life." Su Bai licked his lips, nodding with difficulty. "I shall do my utmost." Cui Ying, with an air of resignation, patted Su Bai's shoulder. "To entrust such a grand responsibility to you, it will surely test your fortitude. Su Bai, take heed." As they departed, a heavy burden settled upon Su Bai's shoulders. Gong Susu led the group back to the surface. After 3 days and nights spent in darkness, upon emerging, they took deep breaths of the fresh air, with Cui Ying collapsing onto the ground, hands shielding her eyes from the sun, which was partially obscured by clouds. How wonderful! Yet, upon witnessing the sunlight, Gong Susu's complexion paled. Su Bai, anxious, urged her, "You should go ahead. We know how to navigate our way out." With a determined bite of her lip, Gong Susu realized that her hesitation would only prolong Su Bai's anguish. She waved to the group, returning to the subterranean realm. As she departed, Su Bai felt a pang of emotion and rubbed his nose against Yu Qing's arm. Yu Qing, with a look of disdain, pushed him away. "You, without sleeves. Expect me to wipe your nose? Cease this nonsense." Bai Mashwan remarked, "The sudden departure of Dai Jieli and her associates must be due to the intervention of our master. Our immediate priority is to return without delay. Let us go." Chapter 163. The heart-locking talisman. Su Bai glanced back several times, finally letting out a deep sigh. Bowing his head and trailing at the rear, Cui Ying, feeling concern for Su Bai, slowed her pace and gently spoke. "Brother, not everything in this world is eternally perfect. In fact, I believe you should let go of Susu. As she has said, the deeper the love, the greater the subsequent pain. Can you bear that?" "I cannot bear it," Su Bai replied. "Yet, I find it impossible to forget her. Sister, if there exists a potion of forgetfulness, do remember to bring me a cup." Cui Ying felt helpless. Even in such dire circumstances, this child still found time to jest. The four of them walked through the desolate mountain landscape, when a group of spirit raccoons unexpectedly appeared, standing not far from them, gazing intently. Bai Mashwan turned around and noticed a few of them were injured, bandaged with the wrappings Cui Ying had tied. They stood there quietly, their eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Were they there to bid them farewell? Bai Mashwan felt a stirring in the softest part of his heart, and his pink eyes softened. Just then, Yu Qing became alert as a sound of footsteps approached. Fortunately, Bai Yi's voice resonated. "Mashwan, Su Bai." Hearing his father's voice, Bai Mashwan hastened forward. Bai Yi was not alone. He was accompanied by the Bu brothers, Bu Yibin and Bu Yifan, and of course, Tang Sanqing. Upon seeing everyone safe, both Tang Sanqing and Bai Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. It is good that you are unharmed. Father, what method did you employ to compel Dai Jieli and her group to retreat? Bai Moshuan's primary concern remained this matter. This is not the place for discussion. Let us return and speak at length, Bai Yi replied, his mood buoyant from their resounding victory as he heartily patted Bai Moshuan on the back. This time, we have certainly given them a stern warning. With the Bu brothers in action, the return journey was much more enjoyable. When the helicopter landed on the helipad atop the Bu group's skyscraper, Su Bai felt as if he had transcended time. The atmosphere here was entirely different from that of Jiulong Mountain. Standing atop the building, overlooking the ground, the people and vehicles appeared as tiny ants, almost inconsequential. The Bu group was now entirely under the brothers' control. As they entered the lounge on the top floor, they were greeted by two enchanting young ladies, who, like two red shadows, leaped towards Bu Yibin and Bu Yifan, playfully chiding, "Why have you returned only now?" Su Bai focused his gaze and noticed that these two ladies, adorned in identical red dresses, had moved with a swiftness akin to the wind. Upon closer inspection, they bore an uncanny resemblance. The Bu brothers, being twins, now stood alongside these two charming maidens, creating a peculiar juxtaposition of beauty. "Allow me to introduce," Bai Yi began. "These two are the esteemed heirs of the Bu family, known as Liang Chun and Mei Jing." Turning back, he found himself momentarily entranced, unable to distinguish between Liang Chun and Mei Jing. Mei Jing pouted, "Brother Bai, I am Liang Chun." "Don't be coy. You must be Mei Jing," he replied. Bai Yi suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Liang Chun would never resort to such tricks. "Now, you have inadvertently revealed yourself. This is Mei Jing, and this is Liang Chun. They are the wives of the Bu brothers and also recognized as sworn sisters by my wife, thus making them kin by marriage." Cui Ying widened her eyes in astonishment. How extraordinary it was to find such a match in the world, twins paired with twins. Moreover, these Bu brothers are renowned inventors, wholly devoted to their creations, a fact well known to all. Yet, they are fortunate enough to be blessed with such beauty. Their names, Liang Chun and Mei Jing, aptly reflecting their vibrant spirits, which are filled with an enchanting vitality, far surpassing the modern women of society. In the presence of Liang Chun and Mei Jing, Bu Yiban and Bu Yifan showed no semblance of the commanding figures of the Bu group. Bu Yifan stated, "It is not that we do not wish to take you along. It is solely due to limited cabin space, and besides, the company requires someone to oversee operations." Liang Chun smiled and replied, "I am just glad to see you return safely." The two sisters, one spirited and the other gentle, possessed contrasting temperaments. Aware that others had matters to discuss, Liang Chun took the Bu brothers away, leaving the two helpless, for no matter how grand the occasion, it could not surpass the authority of a wife. Now, only 6 remained. Bai Moshuan, unable to contain his impatience, exclaimed, "Master, father, please speak plainly. What schemes have you concocted?" "Schemes?" Bai Yi chuckled. "Even if we did, the Jiulong Mountain is inherently a royal tomb site. The sudden influx of a large contingent is indeed unusual. It is customary for inquiries and inspections to take place. We merely stirred the waters slightly." They retreated upon realizing the potential for greater turmoil, wishing to avoid any disruption to their subsequent plans. "Fortunately, your communication was timely, and reinforcements from elsewhere are heading to Jiulong Mountain, equipped with numerous tools. However, regrettably, no weapons were discovered during the inspection. Otherwise, their escape would have been considerably more challenging. They are astute individuals. After all, they are operating illegally from abroad. Even with financial means, certain boundaries must not be crossed, a truth they comprehend. In such circumstances, a strategic retreat was their only option," Tang Sancheng remarked. "Yet, I fear they may merely be biding their time. The storm will rise again. It is only a matter of time." Cui Ying inquired, "Who exactly is this Bai Li saying?" "We have investigated, and his public persona is impeccably crafted. He is a well-known adventurer within the Chinese community and a gourmet with a vineyard, leading a remarkably low-profile life, rarely engaging with the media, leaving no cracks to exploit." Cui Ying added, "However, Dai Jieli has vulnerabilities." She proceeded to share her analysis, and Bai Yi nodded in agreement. If we were to investigate Dai Jieli, it would indeed be a promising direction. Additionally, the 7 deaf mutes warrant further scrutiny. You may rest here for a while. When you feel ready, you can return home." Bai Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at Yu Qing and Cui Ying. "However, you two may find yourselves in a bit of trouble." "What do you mean?" Cui Ying exclaimed in surprise, quickly recalling a person. It can't be that girl named Ning, who is yet to leave, can it? Tang San felt a surge of amusement. Not only had he not left, but he was now in Yu Qing's room, fiddling with some heart-lock talismans. Yu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Heart-lock talismans. Many office workers had heard of these talismans, which some wandering sorcerers claimed could ensure that the one you loved would remain devoted solely to you, and they were sold at quite a high price. This Ning, astonishingly, had resorted to such tactics. Yu Qing remarked, "She knows magic. Perhaps she has unwittingly stumbled upon something genuine." Among the myriad spells, there exist numerous charms and incantations related to love. The heart-lock talismans must not only be applied externally, but also ingested. One must burn the talisman into a liquid form for me to drink it. Are you actually considering drinking it? Shui Ying shot her a sideways glance. Yu Qing immediately waved her hand, exclaiming, "How could I possibly drink such a thing? It is intended for those lacking in spiritual prowess, and besides, the heart-lock talismans crafted by ordinary people are utterly ineffective." Su Bai grumbled, "That room isn't just for Yu Qing. I have a stake in it too. She's being far too greedy. Does she intend to have it all? Get lost," Shui Ying retorted, rolling her eyes. "I don't care what kind of heart-lock talismans she is using. Yu Qing, tonight you and Su Bai will sleep in my room while I take yours. I will give her my heart." When women become fiercely assertive, it is indeed noteworthy. Nonetheless, this could serve as an astute plan. Su Bai, eager to join the excitement, bypassed home and directly headed to the antique shop. As expected, Ning had not heeded Xuefun's words and remained in Qingqiu, perched behind the counter with her chin propped up, gazing longingly. Upon seeing Yu Qing return, she sprang up with enthusiasm. "Brother Yu Qing." That affectionate term sent shivers down their spines, prompting Su Bai to wrap his arms around himself, exclaiming, "How nauseating. I'll just take a look inside the room." Upon entering, Su Bai was taken aback. There were 8 large talisman papers pasted throughout the room, meticulously arranged according to the 8 cardinal directions: Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Canli, Zhen, and Dui. Clearing his throat, he called out to Yu Qing, who was too preoccupied to respond, as Ning was insistent on forcing him to drink a bowl of water infused with talisman ash. Yu Qing lamented, "Ning, you really need to return to Qingqiu. This is modern society, utterly unsuitable for you. You drink it, and once you do, I will leave," Ning declared, ignoring Shui Ying's furious glare as she leaned closer to Yu Qing. "Brother Yu Qing, I want to drink it." Yu Qing, gritting his teeth, knocked the bowl containing the talisman-infused water to the ground, spilling the contents everywhere and shattering the bowl. Ning stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes, nearly spilling over several times, as she bit her lip, appearing timid and vulnerable. "Brother Yu Qing, are you angry?" This sight rendered Yu Qing incapable of uttering harsh words. Meanwhile, Shui Ying spoke sternly. "Ning, I must seriously inform you that your current behavior is no different from that of a third party. You may like someone, but they must reciprocate for it to mean anything. Otherwise, you are merely pining in vain. Furthermore, you are intruding. Do you understand?" "I don't understand." Ning innocently shook her head. "I think Brother Yu Qing is wonderful." Su Bai was troubled by the heart-locking talismans in the room. These 8 large talisman papers weighed heavily on his heart. Just as he was about to rush out, Shui Ying pulled him in front of Ning. "What about this man? If one day you suddenly see his merits, would you come to like him? But he has no merits." Ning began counting on her fingers. "He is not like Brother Yu Qing. Brother Yu Qing is handsome, possesses magical abilities, and speaks with composure." "Stop right there." Su Bai grasped Ning's hand. "Sister, we cannot continue like this. What do you mean I have no merits? Being handsome, tall, and intelligent, aren't these 3 attributes considered merits?" Ning looked at Su Bai holding her hand. Her heart suddenly raced. An indescribable feeling surged from her feet to the top of her head. And when it reached her mind, it exploded. She quickly shook off Su Bai's hand. "You have no merits." Su Bai shrugged indifferently. "It doesn't matter. The merits of someone like me, who possesses those 3 attributes, are often beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. You are still young, with limited experience and few encounters with men. It's quite normal for you to lack discernment. However, I have one request. Could you please remove all the heart-locking talismans in this room?" Yu Qing had already entered the room, and the orderly array of heart-locking talismans took him by surprise. This girl indeed had some cultivation. These talismans were effective. He felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of having drunk that water earlier. Had he done so, entering this room would have been a grave mistake. He swiftly tore down these yellow talismans, shredding them and tossing them into the trash bin. Seeing Yu Qing's actions, Ying Ning's face paled. Schwef and coughed lightly. You should heed my advice and return to Qingqiu quickly. If you don't leave soon, I will have no choice but to escort you myself. Ying Ning clung to Schwefen's arm. Aunt, I don't want to leave. It's much more fun here. You spend all day alone. Don't you feel bored? With me around, I can alleviate your boredom. I am not bored. I have my reasons for staying here, Schwefen replied. You have not completed the elder's task. You must return to Qingqiu as quickly as the other sisters do. Moreover, I must remind you that intermarriage between the human and fox clans is impossible. Therefore, Yu Qing, there is not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Su Bai took a slight delight in her words. Did you hear that? Impossible, impossible, impossible. Little sister, you should listen to Aunt Schwefan and hurry back to your territory. This place is perilous and unsuitable for you. While Su Bai entangled Ying Ning in conversation, they exchanged quips back and forth. Meanwhile, Cui Ying suddenly had a revelation. Yu Qing, I just thought of something. The beautiful scenery earlier and the Bu brothers. I wonder if the current Dai Jieli and the original Dai Jieli might be twin sisters? Are they twin sisters? Yu Qing replied. Just because two people look alike doesn't necessarily mean they are blood relatives. There are many lookalikes these days who share no genetic connection at all. That is indeed the case, Cui Ying remarked. However, the impressions I have of these two individuals are strikingly different. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that there exists a certain bond between them. It was only upon witnessing the enchanting scenery earlier that this notion crystallized in my mind. When I broached this point before Dai Jieli, I detected a fluctuation in her emotions. I pondered, let us utilize Dai Jieli's visage for our investigation. A face? She continued. Indeed, she possesses an identical countenance to that of Dai Jieli. Surely, someone must recognize this face. A person, unless entirely solitary, inevitably leaves an impression in the minds of others. The more Cui Ying spoke, the more exhilarated she became. I must inform Bai Xuan. Cui Ying's enthusiasm was infectious, and her ideas resonated with Bai Yi, who promptly organized efforts to gather information. Within merely a week, they made a significant discovery. Before them lay two photographs, nearly indistinguishable, which reminded Su Bai of a spot the difference game. He examined the left image, then the right, and within 10 seconds, identified the crucial detail, the mole on the ear. Astute observation, Bai Yi snapped his fingers. They are nearly identical, both in physique and features, but the key lies in the mole on the ear. Cui Ying interjected. The Dai Jieli we have encountered does not possess a mole on her ear. Only Cui Ying could remember such a detail with such clarity. Puzzled, she inquired. Does this mean that the woman with the mole on her ear is the true Dai Jieli? Bai Yi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the real Dai Jieli, as you have described, is a retired special forces operative, enjoying a distinguished retirement. She was on the brink of a promising future, yet, regrettably, as we suspect, she may have already met with tragedy. What of this woman? Cui Ying pondered, recalling the horrifying scar on Dai Jieli's back. I suspect her background is equally complex. An ordinary woman could not endure such immense suffering. We initially suspect she hails from an assassin syndicate, Bai Yi explained. This photograph was not easily obtained. It took considerable effort. The provider, a staff member from an amusement park, had previously captured an image of this woman, drawn by the uniqueness of her Asian features, and discreetly retained a copy. This may be the only lead we have. But why suspect her origins lie within an assassin group? Su Bai inquired curiously. Such suspicions are not unfounded, Bai Yi responded. While two similar individuals might exchange identities, their habits remain constant. Dai Jieli, having engaged in a specialized profession, would exhibit the calluses of a gunman on her palms. Remarkably, this woman displays similar traits and exhibits commendable marksmanship. Were she a formally registered operative, we would undoubtedly find records of her, especially with Xiaoshan, our exceptional hacker, on our side. However, the absence of such records leads me to a new hypothesis. There exists a profession that rivals the special forces in its demands, the career of a professional assassin. Professional assassins undertake killings as a vocation, with tasks assigned either by syndicate mandates or client commissions. They appear to be no different from ordinary individuals. Yet they possess an extraordinary psychological resilience and mastery over various tools of assassination, employing a multitude of methods to end lives. When one conjures the image of a killer, a sniper often comes to mind. However, true professional assassins, beyond the use of firearms, can wield any implement to commit murder. even something as innocuous as a toothpick or a glass bottle. This epitomizes the essence of a genuine professional killer. To the average person, professional assassins remain shrouded in mystery, with only a select few privy to their true identities, often members of the killer's organization or their intended victims, who may catch a fleeting glimpse of them before their demise. Bai's assessment stems from tales of Dai Jieli's prowess and modus operandi. Although the profession is inherently unusual, individuals with backgrounds in special forces typically exude a certain decisiveness and an innate sense of righteousness. Yet, Dai Jieli diverges from this norm, emanating an aura of sinister intent. Father, this is merely your conjecture. We lack concrete evidence, making it difficult to manipulate their minds, Bai Moshuan remarked. Are you suggesting I resort to illusionary tactics? Tang Xin immediately interjected. Without an understanding of our adversary, even employing illusions would likely prove futile. The mention of illusionary arts left Yu Qing momentarily dumbfounded. For her, such mastery felt far beyond reach. Utilizing one's own cultivation to fabricate a virtual realm, populated with seemingly authentic characters and scenarios, even events, Bai Moshuan's abilities surpassed her own by a considerable margin. Bai noted, we have made some progress, at the very least. We have validated Cui Ying's assessment that Dai Jieli is not the original, but rather an imposter. Our next task is to locate the true Dai Jieli and ascertain whether her disappearance is directly linked to Bai Lisong. Boss Bai, what shall we do now? Su Bai inquired, his boredom palpable. Are we to delve directly into the next dragon vein? No, you cannot move for the time being, Tang San replied. You have already attracted attention. Should you act, they will undoubtedly follow suit. As we have yet to fully comprehend our opponent's capabilities, it is best for you to remain at the antique shop, where you can rest and simultaneously learn about antiques. This knowledge will prove invaluable for your future endeavors in tomb exploration. Ah, another lesson? The three chimed in unison. Additionally, Lazy will continue to instruct you. Su Bai exhaled. Is this practical training or theoretical? He realized the question was rather futile. Bai and Tang Xin exchanged glances and responded in unison. Practical. Lazy, now a father yet unchanged in his playful nature, led them to a remote location devoid of any distractions. Su Bai grumbled, Master. Last time there was at least an ancient tomb to explore. What trick are you playing this time? With Yu Qing and Xiaohu present, I need not teach you how to deal with Zongzi. However, I can impart knowledge on how to discern whether an ancient tomb lies beneath, he began. Previously, you were all, wait, who is Xiaohu? Su Bai grinned. You aren't referring to Bai Moshuan, are you? Bai Moshuan's expression turned icy as he shot a glare at Lei Zi, who merely shrugged. It slipped out. Besides, Xiaohu sounds far more appealing than your current name. Bai Moshuan did not wait for Bai Moshuan and promptly continued the discussion. Previously, the methods you employed were merely based on using a Luoyang shovel for excavation. If you encountered a red substance indicative of cinnabar, it signified the presence of an ancient tomb, yet this is only a fraction of the truth. Upon concluding his statement, Lazy produced a Luoyang shovel and thrust it into the ground. I have been studying this area for some time. The soil here contains no cinnabar and does not turn red upon contact with water, yet there is a peculiar scent. As he withdrew the shovel, the damp soil clung to it, exuding nothing more than the earthy aroma. He held it beneath Su Bai's nose. Take a whiff, aside from the scent of the soil. Can you detect anything else? Su Bai inhaled several times, his mouth nearly brushing against the mud, yet his expression remained perplexed. I can't discern anything. Bai Moshuan leaned closer, took a sniff, and was equally baffled, which left Lei Zi rather disheartened. It defies logic. You can't identify it either? It is the faint scent of grass ash, Yu Qing interjected suddenly. Lei Zi nodded. At last, we have a favorable result. Indeed, it is grass ash. Ancient tombs often contain the remnants of plant ashes, primarily to combat moisture, a common practice in antiquity. Remember this scent. It will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. In fact, the presence of mercury pools underground is rather commonplace, but alas, mercury is colorless and odorless, rendering it undetectable even if it has permeated the soil. However, there exists a method to ascertain its presence, albeit a rather unscrupulous one. What do you mean? At that moment, Su Bai noticed a bag behind Lei Zi, within which something was stirring, a living creature. What is contained in there? Lei Zi remained silent and simply opened the bag, revealing a bird bound at its feet and wings. He gestured for everyone to dig deeper. After excavating approximately 7 or 8 meters, they lowered the bird using a rope. About 5 minutes later, they hoisted it back up. The bird was still chirping and struggling vehemently. Lazy remarked, "Its behavior indicates that all is well below. There is certainly no mercury pool." A chill ran down Su Bai's spine. Had there been one, the bird would surely perish, for mercury is highly toxic. Even if it had evaporated into the soil, it would still be deadly. This method is indeed rather unethical. Observing the silence of the others, Lazy said, "You are all young. Descending into a tomb is a matter of life and death, fraught with hidden traps and potential betrayal from fellow explorers. Vigilance is paramount. Now, with merely a bird at stake, you display compassion? Your sympathy is a disservice to yourselves. True, there are gas masks available, yet their filtration is not infallible. You must grasp the necessity of preemptive caution." Seeing Lei Zi's agitation, Yu Qing finally spoke. "Master, we understand, but it takes time to acclimate. After all, this is a living creature, unlike zombies or malevolent spirits, where one need not exercise excessive restraint." Lazy shook his head. "Well, remember this lesson once we enter the tomb." Upon finishing his words, he untied the bird's feet, and it flapped its wings a few times before soaring into the sky. Watching the bird, Bai Moshuan let out a low grunt. "Are there more?" "Yes. As long as you wish to learn, I will impart all my knowledge. Sigh, these past days accompanying my wife during her confinement have been quite trying. Finally, I can emerge for a breath of fresh air." Lazy was feeling relieved when suddenly his phone rang. Noticing the sympathetic gazes from the four individuals, he remarked, "You wouldn't understand. This is what love is, you know?" As he answered the call, his voice dropped several octaves before abruptly rising. "What?" His expression was one of sheer fury. The others exchanged glances, only to hear Lazy declare, "I'm coming right away." "Master, what's the matter?" Yu Qing inquired. "This is serious." "All right, today's lesson ends here. Follow me," Lazy responded, kicking aside the bag meant for trapping birds. "My wife has gone missing." Su Bai murmured to himself, although they had never met the master's wife. They had heard from Boss Tang that she recently gave birth to a healthy baby boy and was currently in her confinement period. The sudden disappearance raised concerns. Could it be postpartum depression? Lazy's wife, Chao Er, was several years his senior, yet she held a significant background as a traditional Thai sorceress. Their bond had formed in Thailand through the connection of magic, and Lazy had overcome substantial psychological barriers to be with her. Just imagine, if after marriage, this sorceress were to cast spells on him. What a predicament that would be. Fortunately, since their marriage, Chao Er had never threatened him with her powers. They now had a chubby little boy, and their relationship was harmonious. Today, Lazy had come out to practice with everyone, but now, Chao Er had inexplicably vanished. Fuyi was holding Lazy's chubby son in the living room, gazing outside. Upon seeing Lazy return, drenched in sweat, she promptly handed the child back to him. "You finally returned. What happened?" "She is not supposed to leave until tomorrow." Lazy's views were rather traditional. Has she lost her mind? There must be a reason behind it. Her complexion was poor when she suddenly dashed out. Yet she remained coherent enough to ask him to take care of their little one. However, Chao Er hasn't been in this city for long, and I am somewhat concerned. "That is why I called you back," Fuyu added. "What did she say?" Lazy found it odd. Although Chao Er appeared naive, she was inwardly composed. Her simplicity and kindness were disarming. Lazy slapped his forehead. "Disciples, it seems you must accompany me to search for your master's wife." Su Bai gazed at the photograph hanging on the wall, where a girl with an oval face and delicate features was captured. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned with a black hairpin that glimmered silver. Though her appearance was graceful, her piercing eyes were striking and somewhat somber. Addressing her as master's wife felt awkward, considering her youthful face, which seemed to belong to someone merely 16 or 17. "Master, how old is our mistress this year?" Su Bai asked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, as Lazy bore a resemblance to a trafficker of underage girls. 22, and if counting by lunar years, she is already 23. Lazy replied, hands on his hips. "What's the matter?" Nothing, Su Bai responded. "I just need to take a good look at the photo of our mistress, so I can recognize her when I see her, right, master?" Lazy is indeed a person of remarkable insight, possessing a heart as intricate as a puzzle. How could he not fathom Su Bo's concerns? He placed his hands upon Su Bo's shoulders and said, "My dear Su Bo, let me assure you, our relationship is a legitimate romance between siblings. Although it may have seemed absurd at first, everything is splendid now. Come, let us seek out your master." In the vast sea of humanity, finding a single individual is no simple task. However, Lazy evidently knows his wife well. As a master of voodoo, any matters unrelated to this craft would not elicit such a strong reaction from her, given that voodoo is not suitable for daylight. Lazy led the group through the shadowy alleys. Upon entering the dim lane in the eastern part of the city, Su Bai felt a sudden chill. A question struck him. Master, does my mistress not possess a mobile phone? She is a voodoo practitioner who shuns electronic devices and knows few people in this city, limiting her usual haunts. Lazy's brow furrowed. Xiao Air was behaving unusually today. Bai Ling looked upward, observing the old residential area where the buildings lacked balconies. To hang their laundry, bamboo poles were erected above the alley, blocking out all sunlight. Exchanging a knowing glance with Yuqing, they discreetly slipped into the stairway. Ascending to the second floor, Ying, being tall, brushed the ceiling as she entered, causing dust to settle upon her. Upon reaching the second floor, Lazy was greeted by a familiar voice. It was Xiao Air. Unfortunately, she was speaking not in Mandarin, but in rapid Thai, leaving Lazy utterly perplexed. His knowledge of Thai extended only to Sawisti Ka. However, when a man's voice resonated, Lazy felt a surge of alarm, and without hesitation, he rushed forward. The door was slightly ajar. With a swift kick, he pushed it open and was met with an unsettling sight. There was no man inside, only Xiao Air. It was Ying's keen observation that noted a window was ajar, and upon peering down, she spotted a man in a gray top hurriedly departing. While she clearly witnessed this, she dared not speak, as it was ultimately a matter concerning Lazy's master. Xiao Air, resembling the girl in the photograph on the wall, bore a youthful visage. Recently postpartum, she appeared somewhat frail, her complexion lacking vitality. The sudden intrusion of Lazy and the others visibly shocked her, rendering her even paler. Lazy spoke in a low tone. Was there someone else here just now? Xiao Air bit her lip, sighed heavily, and nodded affirmatively yes. Her Mandarin was remarkably fluent. Her voice reminiscent of a young girl, resembling the infant Ning, yet Xiao Air was evidently more mature. Lazy felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was a man. Yes, Xiao Air replied candidly. A Thai man? Su Bai could no longer contain his curiosity and interjected. Xiao Air cast a glance at Su Bai, promptly sealing her lips. Ying pulled Su Bai aside, whispering, "What business do you have interjecting? This is a matter for the master." Suddenly, Lazy sighed, placing Xiao Air's icy hands into his warm palms. "Let us discuss this matter at home. The child is waiting for you," he said. Grateful, Xiao Air nodded, seemingly oblivious to those around her, and descended the stairs alongside Lazy. Bai Ling emitted a soft grunt, hesitating to leave as he surveyed the room. The door lock was broken, and within the space was merely a dilapidated bed, upon which a few leaves lay scattered. Picking one up, Bai Ling inhaled its scent and remarked, "That man was indeed a practitioner of black magic." "What do you mean?" Ying inquired curiously, leaning closer to the leaves and detecting a mint-like aroma, albeit much more pungent. "What kind of plant is this?" "I have heard Uncle Chi say it's called thyme," Bai Ling explained. "Thai practitioners of black magic grind it into powder to use as a curse, and this herb has another purpose, repelling mosquitoes. They carry it for convenience when camping in the wild." Given that he spoke in Thai, the likelihood of him being a practitioner is quite substantial. Since he was merely accompanying the master, why the urgency to flee? Su Bai remarked. "It feels rather strange." "Sister, did you catch a glimpse of his face?" "No. He kept his head down and moved swiftly. I couldn't make it out. All I saw was that he wore a loose gray top and black cloth shoes." Ying replied. "His movements were quite nimble. He seems to have a background in martial arts." "Let us depart," Yuqing suggested. "Master has truly left us behind. Isn't that just how it goes when it comes to a wife?" Su Bai teased with a grin. "It seems you lack the grounds to speak," Bai Ling scoffed. Stepping out first, Su Bai felt a twinge of guilt, reflecting on his own attitude towards Gong Su Su. Yuqing appeared pensive, prompting Ying to ask, "What troubles you?" "Nothing in particular. I just sense that this situation is not as coincidental as it appears," Yuqing replied. "Oh, I thought you were preoccupied with that little fox." Ning, Ying said, showing a degree of kindness by avoiding derogatory terms, recognizing that fox spirit carries negative connotations. Yuqing's face flushed with embarrassment. "What nonsense are you spouting? I made my feelings clear to her last time. And it's evident she doesn't understand what it means to truly like someone. She's just being frivolous." Ying felt a sense of satisfaction, observing Yu Qing's flustered demeanor. You act so mature for your age, pretending to be an adult when you're barely 20, resembling an old sage. This is called being prudent, Yu Qing retorted. If I were as impulsive as Su Bai, would you still find me appealing? Absolutely not, Ying answered with certainty. Su Bai, drenched in sweat, interjected. Must you both discuss such matters in front of me? Do you treat me as invisible? Pouting, Su Bai continued. At least consider my feelings. I've just suffered a heartbreak. Su doesn't want me anymore, and I'm seething with frustration. Please, you're upset because you can't have her, right? Ying snapped back. With a sigh, Su Bai bent slightly at the waist. Observing his demeanor, Ying felt a pang of sympathy and gently remarked, in truth, Su acts for your benefit. The deeper your investment, the greater the anguish when faced with the inevitability of separation. To sever ties can indeed be a form of liberation. I understand the reasoning, Su Bai replied. However, consider this. If a young man were to be diagnosed with a terminal illness and then urged you to leave, what emotions would stir within you? Unless your love for him has waned, it would be nearly impossible to remain indifferent and simply walk away. Ying, feeling exasperated, responded, You sharp-tongued rascal. I offer you sincere advice, yet you remain ungrateful. It is getting late. We should depart. By the way, do you wish to return home for a visit? This was a reminder for Su Bai, who indeed longed for the familiar comforts of home. Before returning, he had thoughtfully purchased a bottle of his father's favorite wine. After a day filled with various activities, he had only managed a bowl of beef noodles for lunch. Thinking of his father's culinary prowess, Su Bai could hardly contain his saliva. Holding the wine, he began to envision the delightful scene of his mother's joyous exclamations. She was always like a child, exuberant over any surprise. His father, in contrast, was far more composed, exhibiting his affection through diligent efforts in the kitchen, presenting his favorite dishes with pride.